Chapter 101. So, Liang Shuyu's stuff today will definitely not sell. Because these people now belong to the bottom demand, what they need most is something to fill their stomachs. But now Liang Shuyu knows another thing, that is, if he hoards a large amount of spiritual consumables now, he can make a lot of money later. So should he get rice, noodles, hot water and other things to exchange for spiritual consumables in this market, except for the stall owners, who clearly mark the price and need to exchange certain items. Most of the others are casual transactions. For example, the boss who exchanges fuel can exchange a pack of instant noodles and a few biscuits, bread and snacks for filling a lighter for others. Occasionally, there are tea, coffee, chocolate, etc., but the quantity requirements are a little more. Coffee and tea are not precious now. It is rare to fill bottles, because general canned fuel does not support secondary filling, but despite this, he still makes a lot of money. Liang Shuyu and his team's fuel reserves are not much, and with a water purifier, purified water can be said to be endless, but now purified water is not precious because it rains. The only precious water resources now are hot water, followed by alcohol, beverages, etc. Then Liang Shuyu's family has a lot of stocks, and the only thing that can be exchanged for supplies is rice. Fatty Wei's family has more than a dozen bags of rice, and there are several bags of 50 kilograms. But should these be exchanged? How to exchange for betel nuts? Suddenly a man came over and squatted in front of Liang Shuyu's stall. Wei Youqi said, "See what you have." The man took out 2 bags of dried tofu. Wei Youqi thought that 1 betel nut for 2 small bags of dried tofu was a good deal, so he exchanged with him directly. This man also had a stall in the supermarket. His stall was full of bottled drinks, such as cola, chrysanthemum tea, wang laoji, jasmine honey tea, etc. Liang Shuyu also saw a bottle of glucose water in the corner. I remember it seemed to be 5 yuan a bottle, and it was drunk directly. I wonder if this thing has medicinal value. Or is it just sugar? The man took the betel nut and immediately opened it and put it in his mouth to chew. Many people on the coast have hidden secrets about this thing. Seeing his face full of enjoyment after eating the betel nut, he must have endured it for a long time. Liang Shuyu is more certain that cigarettes, alcohol, coffee, tea, betel nuts and other items will become more and more precious as time goes by. He can try to buy these things in the trading market with a small amount of rice, and then exchange them for a high price in the future. After all, the current monetary system has completely collapsed. After the global factory production line stops, even if the power is restored, these things cannot resume production in the short term. Please, help me change a little, just a small cup. No, there is too much tea, I won't change it. When Liang Shuyu was thinking, 2 not-so-low voices came from the hot water stall at the door. A tall and handsome man in neat and tidy clothes was bending over to bargain with the hot water stall owner. A respectable face was full of flattering smile. However, the stall owner, who looked ordinary in clothes, had a face of rejection and coldness. It seemed that the society was turned upside down. A respectable man must have had a respectable and glamorous job in the past, and even a respectable life, because his clothes were almost the cleanest and tidiest in the whole place. Like Liang Shuyu, they were dressed very casually, and even wore women's clothes under their coats. Women's clothes, you get used to them after wearing them twice. It was even a little exciting. The man was holding a bag of tea in his hand, which might not be cheap judging by the packaging. But now, he couldn't even get a cup of hot water. The man begged and begged in front of the hot water stall owner, but the stall owner refused to sell it to him. He went to other stall owners to say good things, but no one was willing to pay attention to him. The man's face immediately showed sorrow. He thought that before the power outage, he was a white-collar worker in the city. Once the power outage came, he was so miserable. No matter how decent and clean he was, what would it matter? After the power outage, the rules of the world changed completely. Rich and poor people were on the same starting line. The smart ones could survive, and the stupid ones would die. Capital was no longer just money and connections, but capital was also money and connections. It just reshuffled. A decent man was hiding in the corner and crying. Liang Shuyu observed the man for a long time, at least half an hour. The man was very depressed at first, and then he went to talk to several hot water stall owners, but still failed. Only then did Liang Shuyu wave at him. The man didn't see it at first, but the place was small after all, and soon he saw Liang Shuyu and the other 2 in the gap. The man came over and glanced at the things on Liang Shuyu's carpet. He didn't see the hot water, but he didn't say much. Instead, he whispered to Liang Shuyu, "Do you have hot water?" After getting a positive answer, the man looked happy. "Can I get it today?" He observed Liang Shuyu and the other 2, and found that the mud on their shoes was deep and their pants were wet to their waists. They must have come from a distant place. He had to apologize and say, "My family hasn't had hot water for several days. It's really urgent." Indeed, in such damp and cold weather, if you can't eat hot food for several days, you will feel very uncomfortable. Liang Shuyu said, "1 pot? What price can you offer?" "A hot water pot. That's equivalent to 6 thermos cups. He usually uses 3 bags of tea to exchange for 1 cup, so 1 pot would cost 18 bags of tea. But hot water is not stored for a long time. It will be cold tomorrow if it is boiled today. He can barely afford a pot, but it will be a waste." The man's expression became embarrassed. "It's useless when it's cold." Liang Shuyu said he was powerless. The market is full of mixed fish and dragons, and he doesn't want to sell hot water in the market. It's impossible for him to sell hot water 1 cup at a time in a private transaction, right? "So, I buy a pot, but you bring it to me in 2 batches, 2 days apart, and I will pay first. Do you think it's okay?" The man thought deeply for a long time before making a decision. Liang Shuyu is a new face in this place, and he can just disappear after collecting the money. He doesn't know whether Liang Shuyu will do this, but there is indeed such a possibility. Sure. After negotiating the price, the man has to go back to get the kettle, because he is in a hurry to need it today. Liang Shuyu has to go home one more time. The other party will give him the kettle first, and when he brings back the hot water, the other party will pay the price of a kettle of hot water. Because it is urgent, and needs to go one more time, the price is negotiated to 20 bags of tea. The transaction location is downstairs of building 11 where he lives. After sitting in the market for 2 or 3 hours, Liang Shuyu memorized the faces, features, clothes, and stall contents of everyone in the market. Today's task has been completed, so it's okay to go back. After selling the hot water, he can go to the road to find a car. Downstairs of building 11, Liang Shuyu and his 3 friends are waiting for him, but because the garden outside is too smelly, they can only hide in the fire escape to avoid the smell. Bang, bang, bang. The kettle fell and crashed down the stairs, making a loud noise. "I slipped." The man upstairs screamed and couldn't get up for a long time. Yu Shifeng looked up through the gap in the stairs, but couldn't see anything. He was thinking about whether to go upstairs to check because the sound sounded a bit serious. Chapter 102. Are you okay? Because the man didn't get up for a long time, and was almost silent, Yu Shifeng asked through the gap in the stairs. After a long while, the man's voice came out. "Hey, I seem to have fallen down." After a while, can you help me up? "I can't seem to stand up." "Sorry." Yu Shifeng was about to go up to help him, but Liang Shuyu stopped him. Yu Shifeng was puzzled. What's wrong? Liang Shuyu instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It seemed that everything was normal, just a simple transaction, and there was nothing wrong. But he had a bad feeling. "Let's go out first." After Liang Shuyu finished speaking, he pulled Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi out first. But after just 2 steps, Liang Shuyu's bad feeling came true. 2 older men rushed in from the fire door with kitchen knives in their hands. "Go upstairs." They actually fell into someone else's trap. The fire door was only 2 meters away from Liang Shuyu, but fortunately, the 3 of them reacted quickly. The moment the first floor door was opened, they had already run upstairs and immediately opened up a floor distance from the 2 men below. This building was the same as Lu Xupeng's. The fire doors on each floor were locked. If you want to escape, you can only go through the fire ventilation window. This window is not equipped with anti-theft. But the people chasing below were too close. There were 3 of them, and they had no time to climb the window, so they could only run upstairs desperately. When we got to the 3rd floor, we ran into the man who pretended to fall. He had lost his pretense of respectability, and said, "We only want supplies, not lives. But if you resist, you can't blame us." He stood there, his face full of ferocity and fierceness, holding the knife tightly in his hand, blocking the way of the 3 people from above. However, Yu Shifeng saw through his imposing manner at a glance. The momentum and expression can be disguised, but the hesitation in his eyes cannot be disguised. Yu Shifeng rushed up and removed his weapon in just 2 seconds. The man had almost no room for resistance, and was instantly thrown down the stairs by Yu Shifeng, hitting the 2 people who were chasing him. The ground was wet, and the 3 people rolled into a ball in an instant. Wei Youqi pulled Liang Shuyu to escape through the window. This time was just right. "No! Once we leave, there will be no place for us in this market. If they escape, these people will not let them go so easily. In order to avoid trouble, won't they have to give up this place directly? This is impossible. Liang Shuyu's eyes became sharp, and he pulled out a knife from his waist. Before the people below could react, he threw a knife out and hit the bull's eye. The well-dressed man immediately twitched a few times and stopped moving. The other two people didn't expect that a kid like Liang Shuyu would be so sharp. They thought Yu Shifeng was the leader, but they didn't expect that this kid was even more ruthless. This is nothing to talk about. The two people didn't care about their companions, got up and ran down. Liang Shuyu chased after him, and soon, Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi also caught up. The three of them trained at home every day, for what? Isn't it just to deal with things like this? Unfortunately, the three of them had no other supplies except weapons. They only found half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a few packs of tea. After finishing everything neatly, Liang Shuyu and the other two wiped the blade with the tissues they carried with them, and stretched their hands out the window to wash them clean in the rain. Wei Youqi was still a little dazed. After all, the action was too fast this time. Before this, he didn't know whether the things he learned would work. Now he knows, they are very useful. The three of them cooperated very well, perfectly. Let's go! Liang Shuyu gave an order, and Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi followed him out of the fire escape on the first floor in silence. When passing by the supermarket door, Liang Shuyu paused and looked inside. The half-face at the door, that had been nervously paying attention to the outside world, shrank back quickly as if frightened. Liang Shuyu then left with the two of them, as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the nearby road. A road that was not flooded. The vehicles that could not start were neatly arranged and crowded here. Some bold snails even took a nap on the windows. Some tenacious grass took root in the gaps of the front of the car. It can be imagined that they will grow more wildly after the rain stops. Maybe half a year later, it will be not far from the scene in the movie. The cracks between the car and the asphalt road are full of grass. What a spring-like postmodern scene it would be! Liang Shuyu found a truck on the roadside, pried open the door handle on one side with a screwdriver, and fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't open it. He had to smash the window door and open the door from the inside. Liang Shuyu made way for Yu Shifeng, but Yu Shifeng had a dreamy expression on his face. Obviously, he had not recovered from the accident just now. Uncle Yu, Liang Shuyu called him. Yu Shifeng's eyes were dazed for a moment, and then he looked at Liang Shuyu's face again. See if this car can be started. Oh. Yu Shifeng followed the arrangement woodenly, climbed onto the car, bent down, and tried to insert a screwdriver into the keyhole, but failed to start the fire. He removed the plastic shell under the steering wheel and fiddled with it for a long time as in the old movies, but it didn't start. It seemed that he cut the wrong wire. Yu Shifeng became more and more annoyed, and finally he pounded the steering wheel hard. Fuck. Wei Youqi was startled by Lao Yu's sudden swear words and loud noise, and saw Yu Shifeng leaning his hands on the steering wheel, with a look of resentment and annoyance, and a look of collapse. Change a car. Liang Shuyu said lightly, and Yu Shifeng jumped out of the car and slammed the door. The three of them went along the road to find another truck. They need at least a medium-sized truck, preferably one with no containers in the back and a ventilated shed. 2 trucks are needed for safety. Liang Shuyu soon found another truck. This truck was carrying goods in the back, and the body was protected from rain by a piece of green cloth. It was exactly the model Liang Shuyu wanted. He quickly smashed the glass window and opened the door. This time Liang Shuyu went up to start the engine himself. He had learned a little bit from watching Yu Shifeng's operation just now. He pried open the plastic plate under the steering wheel, pulled out 2 wires that Yu Shifeng had not tried just now, and stripped the ends of the wires and connected them. It didn't light up, it failed. It doesn't matter, change another one, you can always get the right one. Change another one. Liang Shuyu got off and walked more than 10 meters with Wei Youqi, but he didn't hear Yu Shifeng's footsteps. He was still parked next to the big truck. Liang Shuyu paused and walked back. Let's go, we still have a mission, he whispered. Why? Yu Shifeng struggled for a long time, and finally said it out loud. Why must it be like this? They said they would not kill us as long as we don't resist. Why must we kill them? Chapter 103. Why do we have to kill people? Can we survive only by killing others? Can't we coexist peacefully? Hasn't it always been like this? The society is stable and orderly. Why must it be like this? Yu Shifeng questioned Liang Shuyu, and when he said the last sentence, his voice became lower and lower, less and less confident, his eyes became redder, and his expression became more and more painful. Wei Youqi came over and wanted to explain to him. Because order has collapsed, because society is no longer stable, because the nature of this world is like this. Everything we have seen before is just an illusion under the suppression of the law, But Liang Xiu stopped him, because Yu Shifeng didn't need anyone's persuasion at all. Doesn't he understand? He understands. He just couldn't accept it in a short period of time. The gap between the current world and the world he hoped for in his heart was too far, so he collapsed. The three people stood in the rain. No one spoke, leaving Yu Shifeng crying and venting. He gritted his teeth and growled from time to time, and smashed the car door with his huge fist from time to time. In the end, he punched the iron car door fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Every sound seemed to hit their moral conscience, and then shattered to the ground. Finally, Yu Shifeng vented his anger and his fists were completely broken. The car door and the ground were covered with blood, which looked brighter than the fire escape just now. Everyone has to make their own choice. Some people's choices are silent, and only they know. Some people's choices are passive, like water flowing with the flow. Some people's choices are like Yu Shifeng's, experiencing entanglement, collapse, anger, and helplessness. Afterwards, poor Wei Yoqi had to bandage him. Some iodine and trauma medicine were wasted. You sit here for a while, we go over there and take a look. Liang Xiu pointed to a place where he could take shelter from the rain. Yu Shifeng nodded silently. He accepted the reality, and was like an eggplant hit by frost. He lost his spirit. Liang Xiu and Wei Yoqi ran straight to a truck on another road. When trying to light the fire, Liang Xiu asked Wei Yoqi, "Are you okay?" Wei Yoqi hummed in surprise, "Not bad." Then he grinned again, "How can I not be okay with this? Old Yu has old-fashioned thinking, and a sense of patriotism and love for the people, but I don't." Liang Xiu nodded, pulled out 2 lines and peeled off the thread ends. Wei Yoqi asked him, "What about you?" "Me?" Liang Xiu shrugged, "About the same." Wei Yoqi reached out and patted him on the shoulder twice. Liang Xiu turned around and smiled at him. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from the car. "Is it on fire?" Both of them were overjoyed. "Great, they have a car." Liang Xiu separated the line again, got out of the car, and marked a place on the door with a big pin. They will not drive the car away now. They came out this time just to try to see if there is a car that can be driven away. Only then can we continue to plan the next action. The two walked back happily. After meeting up with Yu Shifeng, the three of them continued to walk along the road towards home. If they met a suitable truck along the way, Liang Xiu would go up and try to light it. He marked all the ones that could be lit. Yu Shifeng also tried to drive a car. It was okay. There should be supplies in these cars, right? Wei Yoqi suddenly said. They were supposed to collect diesel today, but just now they passed a gas station and found that it had been smashed. The oil was all over the floor. They didn't know if there was any oil left inside, so the three of them thought about getting oil from the car. They also found empty oil barrels and pipes from the gas station. Wei Yoqi thought, if the oil in the car can be taken out, then the supplies in the car can be taken out too. Many cars may have 2 boxes of spare mineral water in the trunk. Anyway, smashing the windows of a truck is smashing, but smashing the windows of a car is not smashing? It makes sense. Liang Xiu agreed. It's just a little bit of a pang of conscience. Forget it, conscience is not important. We are here now, right? Then smash it. Pa, the fragments fell all over the floor, and Wei Yoqi raised his hand and saw an Audi A6. Doing this kind of thing is more frightening than killing someone. Wei Yoqi opened the car door, climbed in, and searched all the places in the car where things could be placed. Indeed. Liang Xiu also agreed, and walked to the back of the car and searched in the back compartment. Then, they found 2 lighters, a bag of biscuits, 3 betel nuts, half a bottle of mineral water, and some change in the car. Half a bottle of water is fine, others have drunk it, they are not so poor. After 1, there are 2 and 3. Wei Yoqi also got a sports car. He was very nervous when he smashed it, but he felt so happy after smashing it. However, he only found a box of condoms in the car, and it was a small size. It was a small size. Who can use this thing? Isn't it embarrassing? Wei Yoqi was so angry that his eyes turned green. Now people who drive sports cars are all small size? No wonder they drive sports cars. Liang Xiu said, take it to the market tomorrow and see if we can exchange it for something. It's useless for them to keep it. Yu Shifeng agreed deeply. They encountered another diesel car or small truck that couldn't be started. They pried open the fuel tanks of all of them, sucked out the diesel, and got 4 barrels of diesel. The empty barrels were obtained from the gas station, but unfortunately the gas station was also robbed, otherwise they would have been a little rich again. When they got closer to the road with more houses, they found that the oil of many cars had been stolen, and many cars had been smashed. Although there are many ways in the world, there are also many people. People have all kinds of ideas. What ideas have not been thought of by others? Almost none. So seeing that many cars here have been smashed, Liang Shuyu and others were not surprised. They got a lot of small things from the cars along the way. I won't mention the more common items like lighters and cigarettes. The rest include mineral water, biscuits, snacks, lubricants, coffee, milk tea powder, candy, chocolate, mineral water, and so on. And there are tools in many trunks. They found a jack in a large truck, so they don't even have to go to the hardware store. Today is a great harvest. The three of them returned with a full load. Yu Shifeng finally recovered some energy and spirit. They were about to get home, and the atmosphere became light. Wei Yoqi rushed forward and jumped onto a Buick, twisting his butt and singing Gangnam style. His movements were very sexy. Liang Shuyu was amused and laughed. Wei Yoqi climbed onto the roof of the car again and danced like a striptease. Yu Shifeng was stunned. Who can tell him why Wei Yoqi is so sexy? She dances pretty well, haha. A cold voice came from the other side of the car. Liang Shuyu was careless, and didn't even notice when someone followed him. Wei Yoqi's dance steps stopped abruptly, and several strong men with iron bars and knives slowly walked out from behind the cars on all sides. 6. Chapter 104. These 6 men are all in their 20s or 30s. The oldest is only in his 30s, and the youngest is about 20 years old. They all hold weapons and look ferocious. Moreover, Yu Shifeng also observed at the first time that the ferocious expressions on these men's faces were not disguises, but they were really confident, and their clothes are also very interesting. People who often walk outside will find something to protect their heads and feet even if they don't wear raincoats. The long-term humid weather is too easy to be damp and cause great damage to the body. But all 6 people are dressed simply, without even the most basic protection. Liang Shuyu was even more sharp-eyed to notice the degree of wetness of their clothes, and the hem of the upper body was not completely wet. Thinking of the traces of nearby vehicles being smashed open, Liang Shuyu couldn't help but guess whether these people were residents of the nearby housing area, lying on the windows every day, specifically looking for passers-by to attack. In other words, it was not that they were too careless to be targeted, but that these people had been lying in ambush here. Uncle Yu. Liang Shuyu gave Yu Shifeng a look. He didn't want Yu Shifeng to be affected by the previous incident and fail in such a major issue. Yu Shifeng's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he finally nodded solemnly to Liang Shuyu. The 30-year-old man in the lead saw that the 3 of them were cautious as if they were facing a great enemy, and couldn't help but sneered, "Hey, there's no need to be so nervous. Brothers are not unforgivable criminals." He played with the saber in his hand, smiling triumphantly, as if Liang Shuyu and the others were already in his pocket, so the other men also laughed. Their eyes fell on the jack, toolbox and oil drum that had been put down. "Leave the things behind, and you can go. Also, put down your backpacks and waste bags. Don't let me search them myself. I state again, I only want the things, not my life, but if you resist, don't blame us for being ruthless. It seems quite reasonable. Chinese people like to use courtesy before force." Liang Shuyu said, "The backpacks are full of our important survival supplies. If we give them all to you, we won't be able to survive. Can you please give us a way out and leave us a backpack?" The leader sneered. "Huh? Are you still qualified to negotiate with us? He wants to negotiate with us?" The other people laughed again. Liang Shuyu glanced at Yu Shifeng, who gritted his teeth and handed over the backpack. At the same time, Liang Shuyu could only take the backpack helplessly. The leader flicked his fingers, and a younger brother came forward to take Yu Shifeng's backpack. Suddenly, Yu Shifeng slammed his school bag into the face of his younger brother, and Liang Shuyu also slammed his backpack into the face of his closest younger brother. Wei Yoqi on the car swept his leg and kicked away a younger brother who was guarding him beside the car, then quickly jumped down and took the knife from the hand of another younger brother who rushed towards him. The knife was in Wei Yoqi's hand, and it was immediately strengthened as if it was added with spiritual stones, sweeping across the opponent's throat horizontally. This continuous action took only 5 seconds, which was the result of Wei Yoqi and several others' repeated training. It was a pure muscle reflex, and there was no need to think at all. Every day at home, they would face the air and endlessly temper the same action, and each person only refined 2 or 3 moves, but these only 2 or 3 deadly moves, when tempered to conditioned reflex, are enough to kill the opponent in the fastest time. Killing the enemy is a race against time. You have to remove the opponent's weapons as quickly as possible and beat the opponent until he has no power to fight back. After Wei Yochi dealt with this one, he went to deal with the one on the ground. The one on the ground was simply frightened by this sudden and terrifying counterattack. When Wei Yochi dealt with him, he almost didn't resist, or he died before he could react. Yu Shifeng's speed was also very fast. As soon as the backpack hit him, he pulled out the knife on his waist and cut his throat at the fastest speed when the opponent was stunned. Yu Shifeng's speed and ability were the strongest among the three. When he solved one, he cooperated with Liang Shuyu to solve the second one. At that time, Liang Shuyu also used the backpack to hit one person, using the same method as Yu Shifeng, and then another person rushed up to attack him from behind. Liang Shuyu turned around and squatted, and the knife pushed up, and then stood up and directly pierced his throat. Yu Shifeng helped him to clamp the man, so Liang Shuyu could draw his sword. Soon, only the leader was left at the scene. From the beginning to the end, it took only half a minute. The three people cooperated perfectly. Speed, ruthlessness, and ability were extremely refined. The leader was stunned. He never thought that his men would be cleanly dealt with by the other party in such a short time. Now, he was surrounded by these three people. Clang. The saber in his hand fell directly to the ground, his legs softened, and he knelt down. Big brother, spare me. Wei Yochi came over. Do you want to rob in the opposite direction? We can't go back naked. The leader heard this and said quickly, as long as you spare my life, I will give you all the supplies in my house, all of them. Seeing that Liang Shuyu was not moved, he added, I have a lot of rice, a lot of instant noodles, and gas at home. You can take whatever you want, just spare my life. Please. I have a wife and children at home. We have no choice but to do this, we can't want to hurt others. Tell me, who wants to do something that hurts the world? It's because we are forced to do it. If we don't do this, our family members would have starved to death. We really have no choice, please. Or, I will recognize you as my elder brothers. Brothers, it is me who is blind and ignorant, it is me. He began to kowtow to the three people frantically. That posture made Wei Yochi believe that he was really forced. After all, in the era of the rule of law, everyone was a decent social worker, and criminals were only a minority. However, Liang Shuyu suddenly grabbed his hair, and the knife sank in, and soon there was no sound. Wei Yochi was startled. Lao Liang. This, Liang Shuyu explained, there is no need to rob in reverse. If his family sees our faces, will you be able to get away in the future? Wei Yochi had no choice but to nod, and felt that a huge stone in his heart fell into the bottomless abyss, and all the sense of accomplishment from defeating the enemy in reverse just now also fell into it, turning into endless darkness and sorrow. Then the supplies? Wei Yochi said with a bit of regret. Liang Shuyu said, leave it to his family. Is this considered a kind of kindness? Liang Shuyu thought self-deprecatingly. Chapter 105. There are no red-colored pencils. The painting looks bleak and colorless, pale and weak, which is Liang Shuyu's first impression of it. Liang Shuyu personally doesn't like red, he prefers gray, but now he thinks these colors are too bland and boring. If you can get some bright red, it will definitely be more gorgeous. After only drawing one, he lost interest. Liang Shuyu curled up in bed and continued to play with his cute, pure knives. Now he has become very skilled and will not hurt himself. The next morning, it was still early, and it was dark outside, without a trace of light. Liang Shuyu got up and cleaned up the mess on the ground. He felt that he had no strength in his body. He went to Yu Shifeng's house opposite for basic training, and then he felt energetic again. Yesterday's battle made Liang Shuyu clearly realize that their training during this period of time was effective. Therefore, Liang Shuyu will have to train these simple moves more crazily and repeatedly in the future, in order to achieve extremely refined results. Fight quickly and make quick decisions. Never give the enemy any chance to counterattack. He was going to the trading market today. His plan yesterday was to get some rice to trade, but today he changed his strategy. He decided to use rice, noodles, and hot water to trade 6 kinds of materials, including tea, coffee, cigarettes, alcohol, chocolate, and betel nuts. Time is running out, so we must not be timid and lose the big picture because of the small. So in the morning, Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping boiled 2 kettles of hot water for them to take out for trading. After the training, after breakfast, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 went out again with a cup of hot water in the thermos cup they carried with them and other equipment ready. As soon as he entered the trading market, Wei Yochi felt that everyone's gaze in the market seemed to freeze. The place, which was not very active to begin with, suddenly became even more dull and silent after their arrival. It was like a pool of dead water. No matter on the surface or inside, or even on the bottom of the pool, the fish and shrimp were no longer active. Wei Youqi hesitated a little, but Liang Xiu found an empty place without noticing, spread a piece of cloth, and put the rice and noodles on it. 2 pots of hot water were also placed on both sides. Hiss, someone took a breath of cold air. Those who can sell items in this place are definitely not poor. So think about it, why are there only 4 people trading hot water? Now, 2 stupid boys and a big guy dared to sell hot water without following the rules. Are they trying to cause trouble? However, even if some people think so, others pretend not to see it and continue to do their own business. Of the 4 people selling hot water, 2 were calm and acted as if they didn't see anything. The other 2 immediately frowned and stared coldly at Liang Xiu, and the other 2, as if they had done something heinous. Liang Xiu seemed unaware. After a while, as time passed, more and more people entered the market and began to trade the items they needed. Soon, Liang Xiu's rice attracted other people's attention. A man came forward and asked, "How do you exchange?" "Cigarettes, alcohol, tea, coffee, chocolate, betel nuts, 10 in a bag." Wei Youqi, who was sitting in the middle, said that he was responsible for selling things to people. The rice that was packaged was only about 2 small bowls, and a family of 3 could eat at least 3 meals if they were frugal. The noodles were round cakes, and the price was 4 for 1 yuan. This price was quite reasonable considering tea, coffee, chocolate and betel nuts. Cigarettes and alcohol were scarce and precious even now. A whole pack of cigarettes could be exchanged for 2 to 3 bags of rice, and a small bottle of alcohol, like the amount for toasting, could be exchanged for at least 3 to 4 bags. But in the current market environment, noodles would be more in short supply. It was more convenient to eat than rice, so the man hurried home to get something after hearing this, and exchanged for 4 noodles. He exchanged for a can of green tea and 3 coffees for Liang Xiu and the others. The green tea was in a large can, and it had never been opened, so it shouldn't be damp. The transaction was ongoing, and the noodles were very popular, and sold out in a short while. The rice was slightly inferior, and then the hot water. At first, people who often came to the market did not exchange with Liang Xiu, but new faces. Then gradually people came to ask about the price, and when they found that the price was about the same, some people also exchanged. Liang Xiu didn't engage in malicious competition or anything like that. His prices were similar to those of other people in the market. His mentality has indeed changed now. He is not as timid as before. But he will not deliberately cause trouble and make himself unhappy. After the supplies on his stall were quickly sold out, the 2 people selling hot water opposite looked at them with more and more resentment. If they were not still in the market, the other party would not dare to make trouble rashly. Liang Xiu would have suspected that they would directly draw their swords. But it doesn't matter. Kill 1 if 1 comes, kill 2 if 2 come. Even if Liang Xiu looks ahead and considers a lot, there will be no shortage of people who will come to trouble him. It is better to open your mind and do it, and get all the benefits that should be sought in advance. Before 12 noon, Liang Xiu and his friends had sold out their hot water and noodles, leaving only a few bags of rice that had not been sold out. The 3 of them stood up and left. The 2 hot water sellers exchanged glances, and one of them quietly followed. When Liang Xiu and his friends had just walked out of the sea area of Country Garden for more than 100 meters, before turning the corner, and their figures could still be seen by the security guards in the security booth of Country Garden, for burly men hurriedly chased after them. The 2 security guards in the security booth turned their faces away, and pretended not to see anything. The 4 men were led by a bearded man with unkempt hair and a strong figure, a little taller than Yu Shifeng. He snorted coldly. "The little brat doesn't know the rules, and you, an adult, don't know either?" He was talking to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng drooped his eyelids, looked at him expressionlessly, and didn't speak. Liang Xiu said, "What rules? Can't we sell hot water inside? Who made that rule?" "Humph, stop talking nonsense. Hand over what you earned today, and let this matter go. You can still sell things in the market as usual in the future, otherwise." The bearded man glared sideways, and touched the knife in his hand. Liang Xiu stepped back, leaving a favorable space in front of Yu Shifeng. The bearded man thought he had given in, so he smiled triumphantly and stepped forward. However, Liang Xiu said, "I only have my own rules. You little brat, you are shameless." The bearded man was furious, and was about to take action. However, Yu Shifeng was faster than him. He rushed forward in 1 step, unloaded his weapon with his left hand, but the knife in his right hand had quickly sunk into his throat, and something warm immediately sprayed out of his body, instantly washing the faces of the 3 people behind him. Those 3 people, including the bearded man himself, had never expected Liang Shuyu to be so ruthless. He attacked directly before they even finished talking. Chapter 106. The first reaction of the three people was to fight with Liang Shuyu and the others. Then Liang Shuyu shouted in a deep voice, "You'd better not act rashly. If everyone can become friends, wouldn't it be better? Why fight and kill?" Yu Shifeng did not attack the three people behind him. The three people rushed up, but were only disarmed by Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi and pushed to the ground. They also realized belatedly that their wrists were in great pain, and their weapons flew away without wings and fell into the hands of the other party. Terrible. This reaction speed is too terrible. The three people shuddered and looked at Liang Shuyu with fear. Liang Shuyu smiled and said, "We just want to do some small business. I hope you will give us a chance." Now, who will give whom a chance? The three people felt that Liang Shuyu's smile was so scary, and there was a weird morbidity in it. It made their scalps numb. Liang Shuyu also walked forward politely, pulled up one of the people who seemed to have the most say, and stood up. "We don't want to cause trouble," Liang Shuyu said sincerely. "Well, yes, no one wants to cause trouble," the person who was pulled up answered tremblingly. If this was a killing of the chicken to scare the monkey, then its effect was completely in place. Liang Shuyu tilted his head and waved at him. The three people stood there in a daze, at a loss. They watched Liang Shuyu and others clap their hands and leave with their weapons. Liang Shuyu suddenly turned around before taking 2 steps. The three people were so scared that their hands and feet trembled, and they almost took 2 steps back. But they saw Liang Shuyu took out a small transparent bottle from his pocket, put some warm liquid from the beard, screwed the bottle cap, and wiped it with a white cotton towel before putting it back in his clothes. The cotton towel was naturally a makeup remover. It was quite durable, and had a large quantity. Just rub it in the rain, and it will be clean again. After stuffing it back into his chest pocket, Liang Shuyu waved to them again, and finally left. The trembling broke out after Liang Shuyu, and the other 2 had completely left. His beard gradually became cold, and one of the remaining 3 people collapsed and fell to the ground, no longer having the courage. Liang Shuyu and the other 2 went home first, and handed the things they sold today to Liang Wenjing and others to sort out. The most they exchanged today were tea, coffee, and chocolate. They only exchanged 1 pack of cigarettes, and there was no alcohol at all. "Is there any rice left?" Liang Wenjing took out the remaining bags of rice in her bag. She thought rice would be the best seller. After all, rice is the most filling. Unexpectedly, the best seller was noodles. "Do we have a lot of noodles?" Liang Shuyu asked. "There are a lot of them. We got a lot of them in the underwater market before. We don't eat them often, so we still have a lot. I give you a list for you to see." Liang Wenjing handed the list to Liang Shuyu, and the remaining staple food in the house was clearly listed on the list. List of staple food: 15 bags of 10 jean rice, 12 bags of 20 jean rice, 4 bags of 50 jean rice, 56 noodles, a total of about 185 flatbreads, about 10 jean of flour, about 3 jean of glutinous rice flour, about 4 jean of sweet potato flour, a total of 590 jean of rice, and 400 servings of noodles. Today, Liang Shuyu exchanged the most tea, so tomorrow he decided to increase the exchange rate of tea. Compared with coffee, chocolate and other things, the value of tea is still too low. Even at the spiritual level, the demand market for tea is not as high as that for coffee and chocolate. After lunch, Liang Shuyu and his men went out again, smashing cars and searching for supplies tirelessly. Although there were not many things that could be searched in the car, the highest proportion was cigarettes, lighters, mineral water and alcohol. Today, Liang Shuyu also found 2 bottles of red wine in a Mercedes-Benz. These things would be of relatively high value. Most of the houses in the urban area were inhabited, so it was still dangerous to collect them. Although Liang Shuyu now had a clear definition of the abilities of his team, he could only break them, and it was uncertain who would win or lose. Compared with before, he was more willing to search in unmanned areas outside. Then they walked to a garbage station, where they found a pile of abandoned large mineral water bottles. They strung these bottles together with ropes, and took them away, which was just right for gasoline and diesel. "Can gasoline be burned?" Liang Shuyu suddenly said. Wei Youqi thought for a moment. "It seems to be poisonous, right?" Yu Shifeng said, "It seems to be, but it is indeed poisonous. It may be better to pay attention to ventilation. I don't know if this thing can be used as fuel. If it can, then they will have a constant supply of fuel." The gas resources were quickly plundered after the power outage. Now it is too difficult to get gas from the outside world. The few cans of gas in Liang Shuyu's house were picked up from the underwater market. He thought he could go back and try it at night. If it works, maybe the fuel problem can be solved at the same time. These days, Liang Shuyu has been running between Country Garden and the road. In the morning, he goes to Country Garden to sell some things. In the afternoon, he searches for resources on the road. And in the morning, he does routine basic training and moves refinement. He feels like he is gradually getting into his daily life. Yu Shifeng has been introverted recently, often silent, following them around like a silly mountain, accepting the outside world completely but not releasing himself. This made Yumin quite worried. Moreover, he had been paying close attention to Chen Baoyi before, but he has not been heard from in the past few days. On Lao Lu's side, Liang Shuyu had negotiated with them, and gave them a position in the underwater market. The original position was given away by Liang Shuyu to Fat Cow, and another set of diving equipment was also with Fei Niu. Speaking of Fei Niu, he is neither a friend nor an enemy. Liang Shuyu and his friends made quite a lot of noise in the underwater market, and many people around noticed it. Fei Niu was one of them. One day, Fei Niu and 7 or 8 brothers intercepted Liang Shuyu. Fei Niu was a very interesting person. He was not like other people who coveted the gains of Liang Shuyu and others, nor was he like Lao Lu who pretended to cooperate with you, but actually robbed and extorted. He came up and directly offered Liang Shuyu the conditions. Either they had a fight, and the winner would continue to dominate the underwater market, and the loser would die. Or he would give him a diving device and half of the underwater market, so that the two sides would not interfere with each other, and he, Fei Niu, would protect Liang Shuyu in the future. Liang Shuyu's reply was also very direct at the time. They had touched all the places that could be touched in the underwater market, and the places that could not be touched were all very dangerous and turbulent. He was willing to give all the underwater market directly to Fei Niu, on the condition that if there was a place where Fei Niu could be used in the future, Fei Niu must take action. Very good, Fei Niu readily agreed with Liang Shuyu. From then on, Liang Shuyu and others withdrew from the underwater market. Chapter 107. This is probably one of the reasons why Liang Shuyu was a little more confident when he encountered Lao Lu's threat later. However, things are different now. If Lao Lu threatened Liang Shuyu today, Liang Shuyu might kill him on the spot. As for the rest of the people, kill one if they come, kill two if they come. Being timid and cowardly will only result in being threatened by others. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Liang Shuyu and Lu Xiaopeng had an intercom call and told him about his plan to leave the city. In fact, Lu Xiaopeng had always had this plan, but there were only 3 people in his family, and his relatives were not very reliable. They were always worried about safety on the road. And their relatives had a house in the mountain city, and if they went there, there would be absolutely safe housing. When Liang Shuyu heard what he said, he clapped his hands happily. He agreed directly. But the specific departure time has not been decided yet. Lu Xiaopeng's family also has a lot of supplies, and they also need some time to reorganize. What Lu Xiaopeng felt a little embarrassed about was that his parents and himself were all weak and powerless. If they went on the road together, it might cause trouble for Liang Shuyu and others. You didn't say anything when you sent me such important supplies, but you told me this. Liang Shuyu replied. Wei Youqi said, Old Lu, don't worry so much. When we get on the road, as long as you follow the arrangements, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, and hide in the car, there won't be too many problems. Lu Xiaopeng is trustworthy, but no one knows what kind of personalities his parents and relatives have. Lu Xiaopeng said, That's no problem. My parents are definitely easygoing people. My relatives are not troublemaking people. I'm just worried that I can't help you on the road. Mind your own business, that's helping. Yeah. Lu Xiaopeng responded, It will probably take me some time. I need to sort out my things, and I have to talk to my relatives again. But if they don't want to go, then it will be just the 3 of us. Okay. After the agreement, everyone started to get busy again, determining the route of the trip, the things needed on the road, etc. With Lu Xiaopeng joining, his supplies must be very complete. If the Liang family lacks anything, they can exchange with him. But on the road, more supplies may be needed. So Liang Shuyu wanted to go to the industrial park he visited last time to see if there is a large trading market there. Last time, those people took away so many drugs, they must not digest them internally. If possible, he might be able to exchange more drugs back. The Liang family was busy in an orderly manner, and the poker player was also very excited recently. He would send some snacks to the old Chen family every day. Of course, on the surface, it was for old Chen, but in fact, he would take the opportunity to flirt with Chen Baoyi. In the first 2 days, Chen Baoyi hid in the house and ignored people, so he knocked on the door to let Chinbaoyu come out. Every time he saw Chinbaoyu's beautiful and fair face, he was excited and his whole body was hot. In the next 2 days, he went there more frequently, and Chinbaoyu began to pay attention to him and smile at him. So he became more excited. That day, he went to Chinbaoyu's bedroom and saw Chinbaoyu wrapped in a quilt, with a crystal-clear little foot exposed outside the quilt. He almost couldn't resist the impulse and wanted to pounce on her and kiss her beautiful and cute little foot. The card-playing friend is an old resident of this area. He met many men while playing cards. After moving to the commercial housing, he formed a small group. When they first moved to the commercial housing, they went out together to get a lot of supplies. Later, when the mall was robbed, they went out in a gang again. With more people, they were not afraid of the other party's resistance. They directly robbed a small store. So the family was temporarily rich. It was okay to support Chinbaoyu. Anyway, the man had feelings for the woman, and he did not force her. That morning, the card-playing friend visited Chinbaoyu's house again, and first told Lao Chen that there was a shortage of 3 people, and today's bet was instant noodles. Lao Chen really went there in a hurry. After sending Lao Chen away, the card-playing friend went back and knocked on Chinbaoyu's door again. This time, it was Chinbaoyu herself who opened the door. After entering, Chinbaoyu sat on the sofa, and the card-playing friend immediately took out a Dove chocolate from his pocket and gave it to her. Chinbaoyu didn't even look at him, and opened it and ate it. Her hair was washed clean, a little frizzy, but it was draped over her shoulders smoothly. She was wearing a light yellow dress, with her smooth legs resting on the coffee table, and only a thin milky white coat. Her poker friends immediately said with concern, "You catch a cold if you wear so little." So they used their palms to warm her feet. Chinbaoyu kicked her away, and the kick was light, hitting his chest, and it immediately sounded like a bell and a drum. "Just a chocolate?" Chinbaoyu said with her chin raised. "Of course there's more." Her poker friends immediately took out ham sausage, boiled eggs, duck necks and other snacks from their clothes, like magic, and some chocolate beans, and presented them to Chinbaoyu like offering treasures. Chinbaoyu picked up her fingers without touching them. "That's it?" The poker partner immediately teased him. "As long as you follow me, you will have these things every day, and I guarantee you will have a good life and no worries about expenses." Chinbaoyu laughed. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" She then retracted her foot. "You're wasting my time." She stood up in her slippers and pointed to the door. "Please go out." The poker partner's face immediately fell. "What do you mean? You want me to follow you for just these few things? Are you worthy?" The poker partner was irritated by Chinbaoyu. "Little girl, you are not trying to play tricks on your brother, are you?" He thought about how he had been serving him these days. He didn't pay so much attention to his wife when he was chasing her, but now, he was trying so hard, and others wanted to drive him away. It's totally unjust. The poker player was afraid that Chinbaoyu would turn her face against him, so he clamped her shoulders with both hands. "You can let me go, but give me the interest for the past few days first." As he was about to move, Chinbaoyu raised her hand and slapped him in the face mercilessly. His left cheek was burning, and he was stunned. What do you mean? You dare to hit me?" The poker player never expected that Chinbaoyu was so hot that even a little bit of hardness would not work. He originally wanted to force it, but when he saw Chinbaoyu's beautiful, arrogant, and domineering face, he had no way to do it. "Okay, you wait." After gritting his teeth and saying these 4 words, the poker player hurried back to his home, and when his wife and children were not paying attention, he dragged out a bag of family reserve food from under the bed. It was a box of instant noodles, with 20 packets in it. He quietly carried the instant noodles downstairs and came to Chinbaoyu's house again. Seeing that the door was not closed but half open, he was delighted again and rushed in and put the instant noodles on the coffee table. "Do you think these are enough?" Chinbaoyu half leaned on the sofa and glanced at the big bag and said, "Just barely." The poker friends were overjoyed and rushed over. Chapter 108. Who would have thought that the card player had just pursed his lips, and before he could even start any action, he was pushed away by Chinbaoyu in disgust. The card player thought that Chinbaoyu was going to go back on her word and immediately glared at him. Women are really hard to please, especially beautiful women, but, alas, Chinbaoyu is so damn beautiful, it's worth the trouble. After running back and forth in the rain, the card player's clothes were soaked, but his enthusiasm was also high to the peak, like an arrow on a string, and he would die if he didn't shoot. The card player had just been happy for less than half a minute, and before he could even warm his mouth, he suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and was lifted up from the sofa by a strong force. Then he was hit on the face with several big punches. After the card player reacted, He endured the severe pain on his cheek and opened half of his eyes, with difficulty, to see the person coming clearly. It turned out to be the angry old Chen. Damn! Are you and your daughter setting up a trap? The duck that was ready to be caught flew away. What the hell is going on? The poker friend got up and raised his fist to fight against Lao Chen's face. No one can stop him today. After doing this, can he save face? Impossible. Bang bang bang. The two men started fighting. In the end, of course, the poker friend lost. His tonnage was not as good as Lao Chen's, nor was his anger as good as Lao Chen's. Moreover, due to some things that happened before, he was inconvenient to move in some parts of his body. Of course, he could not beat Lao Chen, and was kicked out by Lao Chen and rolled down the stairs. He was bruised and swollen, and his whole body was injured. Liang Shuyu was just about to go out to the trading market at that time to continue to arrange today's trading plan. What he saw instead was a not-so-familiar face rushing out of the big iron gate of his own house opposite. The man was beaten so hard that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted, with blood all over his nose. He ran back into the rental house in a rage, dragging back a long machete. Liang Shuyu suddenly felt something was wrong, and he had guessed the cause and effect, because Liang Wenjing and others had seen the poker friends coming and going in Chen Baoyi's house recently, and they had reported all this information to the men so that they could know the situation nearby. Liang Shuyu turned around and saw Yu Shifeng standing behind him, and he saw the situation clearly. Yu Shifeng had not cared about Chen Baoyi's affairs recently. Would he stop it? Liang Shuyu really couldn't say. But what if Yu Shifeng took action? If it was before, Liang Shuyu would worry that this would cause unnecessary trouble to the family, but now Liang Shuyu felt that troubles are always caused by others, not by oneself. After a while, Liang Wenjing, Wei Youqi, Yu Min and others came to the stone dam and stared at the opposite side. What happened? Wei Youqi said. Some transactions were not negotiated. Liang Wenjing was silent. Yu Min glanced at her and remembered that Liang Wenjing had played with Chen Baoyi before, but they became more and more distant after getting familiar with each other's personalities. Everyone has their own choices. You have yours, and she has hers. Outsiders cannot interfere. Liang Wenjing pursed her lips. She didn't want to act as if she was so noble. She just had a good brother, and a good mother, and she was protected. If she stood in Chen Baoyi's position, what kind of behavior would she do? Who could predict it? Liang Wenjing hugged Yu Min. Well, after all, everyone faces different difficulties. Liang Ying and An Xiaoping also lay behind the window, and paid attention to the movements outside. After a while, they heard Chen Baoyi's sharp shouts on the second floor opposite. At old Chen's house, the poker player was humiliated when his machete was taken away. In fact, he wanted to stab old Chen to death, so that Chen Baoyi would have no chance to resist. However, he was powerless because he couldn't fight, and the knife was taken away by someone. Are you so mean? Looking at the girl, who looked like her mother, old Chen was furious. He wanted to slap her to death, but he couldn't do it. Chen Baoyi sneered sarcastically. I'm not your daughter. What does my own business have to do with you? What qualifications do you have to control me? Or are you interested in me? It doesn't matter. As long as the price is right, everything can be negotiated. Old Chen couldn't believe that Chen Baoyi could say such a thing. She was just a little willful and unruly before, but she was never so mean and shameless. Pa! Unable to tolerate it any longer, old Chen slapped her hard in the face. The red slap mark was instantly printed on the face, that was almost shining white, which was particularly eye-catching and terrifying. Old Chen looked at him with a little regret, and his heart was in pain, so sad, so miserable. How could this happen? Chen Baoyi's head was tilted by a slap, and her hair was scattered in front of her eyes. Her eyes full of hatred and the gaps between her hair were even more hateful. Chen Baoyi's lips twitched, pulling the muscles on her face, as if she was forbearing, but also as if she was about to explode. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and slapped old Chen's face hard. Then she trembled her eyebrows, gritted her teeth, and suppressed the twitching muscles on her face, making her face more calm, and then raised her chin, as if looking down on old Chen's shocked and unbelieving old face. You have no right to hit me. Every word was a declaration of her determination not to compromise or show weakness. You have never taken care of me, never cared about me, never loved me, you only beat and scolded me. What qualifications do you think you have to discipline me? You are not even my biological father. We have no blood relationship at all. What qualifications do you think you have to discipline me? You are just a coward who dares not scold even his own wife. You only scold me. You only vent your anger on me. What right do you have? What right do I have? Do you have the right to control me? You are not worthy at all. You coward, scum. Boom, Lao Chen was like a rotten tomato that was repeatedly smashed and crushed by a boulder, squeezing out a bright red juice on the ground, which was the blood in his heart and the hatred of his half-life, which was ruthlessly stepped on and crushed by Chen Baoyi. Lao Chen wanted to refute her, but it seemed that he could not find any definite evidence. Therefore, he felt weak and depressed. His half-life persistence collapsed in this moment. He couldn't believe it, couldn't believe it, couldn't believe it. In Chen Baoyi's eyes, was he just like this? The poker friend watched a scene and finally understood that Chen Baoyi was not Lao Chen's biological daughter at all. Baoyi, since he is not your father at all, you should not live with such a person. What if he has bad intentions towards you one day? Go to live at my brother's house. From now on, my brother will make all the decisions for you. The poker friend stood up, covering his wounds, moved to the side of Chen Baoyi, and said with a serious face. Chen Baoyi raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Okay. The poker friend was overjoyed and pulled Chen Baoyi out. Before leaving, he didn't forget the big bag of instant noodles on the table. After all, it was for Baoyi. Why leave it to Lao Chen? Chapter 109. Liang Shuyu and the others were downstairs, and Chen Baoyi's voice was so loud that almost all the neighbors could hear it. Many people only realized at this time that Chen Baoyi was not Lao Chen's biological daughter. Many people were not satisfied with listening to gossip at the window, and they ran downstairs to gather together and chat. I heard that Lao Chen often beat his daughter. It turns out that she is not his biological daughter. No wonder. The wife cheated on him and gave birth to another child. She is also an only daughter. Who can bear this stimulation? No wonder his temperament changed drastically after the incident. It must be related to this. An insider said. The others hurriedly asked, what happened? Why did his temperament change so drastically? So the small group of people talked about Lao Chen's past. Those who have lived in this area for a long time have more or less come into contact with Lao Chen in the past. When they talked about this, they talked a lot. Chen Baoyi followed his poker friends downstairs. Although his face was beaten so badly that it was hard to recognize, his agility was obvious from his vigorous steps. In this way, Chen Baoyi completely belonged to him. What right did Lao Chen have to interrupt? No, the people on the stone dam saw this scene. Yu Shifeng, who had already decided not to pay attention to these trivial matters, suddenly looked down. Chen Baoyi. Yu Shifeng called her. The poker friends paused, thinking that someone was coming to make trouble again. Chen Baoyi ignored him and walked in front of the poker friends. The poker friends were relieved and excited. As long as Chen Baoyi was willing, no one could stop him. This was settled. I didn't expect that he could have such a romantic encounter even though he was already in his 30s. Who would believe it if I told others? Haha. Yu Shifeng's heart that wanted to meddle in other people's business cooled down again. The parties all disliked him and thought he was meddling too much. So why should he be that annoying good guy? Most of the good people and good deeds in this world, except to comfort themselves, what can they change? Wei Youqi stood quietly by the side and saw Yu Shifeng's hesitation and entanglement. He wanted to speak a little, but he didn't know what to say. Because Chen Baoyi did this voluntarily from beginning to end, no one forced her. In an extraordinary period, there was no morality or immorality, only whether she could survive. Although it is not yet that critical moment of survival, isn't this kind of flesh and blood trade also prosperous on the second floor of the trading market? Compared with many people, it is still much better to be with one person, right? But Wei Youqi had a but in his heart. This was a little distress he felt for Yu Shifeng. Some things have been done, and you can't go back, right? He suddenly asked Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng's square face turned sideways. His eyes were like a painting stained by ink, confused, not knowing the direction, but he said with certainty, yes. Perhaps, we need to be firm in our ideas. Wei Youqi said, as he sat down by the railing, 1 foot on the railing, doing it or not is your own business, and has nothing to do with others. Yu Shifeng was silent for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Liang Shuyu to listen to his opinion. Liang Shuyu immediately raised his hands to show his innocence. I have no opinion. He really had no opinion. And he could not have an opinion, because these were all Yu Shifeng's personal choices. From an objective point of view, he was also not qualified to interfere with and control Yu Shifeng's affairs. The only thing he was qualified to worry about was whether Yu Shifeng's behavior would bring trouble to his family. Of course, with Liang Shuyu's current thoughts, he hoped that Yu Shifeng would kill a chicken to scare the monkeys in this area, just like the last time he did to the bearded group, so that from now on, the market and the neighborhood would be wary of them, and no one would dare to easily attack them. This would save a lot of trouble. Yu Shifeng seemed to have received some kind of encouragement, and suddenly rushed into the rain, scaring the gossipers over there. Chen Baoyi and her poker friends had already entered the rental house, and Yu Shifeng pulled Chen Baoyi out. Chen Baoyi's face flashed with disgust, and she pushed Yu Shifeng away. What does it have to do with you? Are you trying to meddle in my business again? The poker friends also recognized Yu Shifeng. Wasn't he the man who held an umbrella for Chen Baoyi that day? Could he be interested in Chen Baoyi? Baoyi and I are willing to be together. Her father who raised her doesn't care. Why do you, an outsider, interfere? The poker friends stood in front of Chen Baoyi angrily. Yu Shifeng grabbed Chen Baoyi and dragged her outside. The two stood in the rain. No matter how Chen Baoyi struggled, Yu Shifeng held her rudely. Who are you? Who are you to me? Why do you care about me and interfere in my affairs? Let me go! Chen Baoyi shouted. Yes, let me go! The poker friends also stepped forward to separate the two of them. Yu Shifeng had a lot of things to say, and a lot of comments in his heart. However, his head was like paste for a while, and he couldn't figure it out. They could only let Chen Baoyi and his poker friends toss around, but he refused to let go. At this time, Lao Chen also came. Seeing that the situation was not good, the poker friends thought that Lao Chen was going to take Chen Baoyi away again, so they immediately blocked Chen Baoyi in front of him, and didn't even care about throwing the instant noodles in their hands to the ground. But Lao Chen was actually coming for him. You beast, I beat you to death. Lao Chen was beating his poker friend crazily, while cursing incoherently. His poker friend then realized that Lao Chen hated his longtime friend for cutting off his daughter's support. She did it voluntarily. She did it voluntarily. His poker friend had no choice but to shout wildly, but Lao Chen seemed not to hear him, and just stared at him and beat him madly, venting his anger. Chen Baoyi couldn't break free, and couldn't kick Yu Shifeng. It was like kicking a stone, which hurt her own foot. She had to slap Yu Shifeng in the face a few times. Do you think that if you help me, I will be grateful to you? You are dreaming. You are meddling in other people's business. I don't know which word stimulated Yu Shifeng's nerves, but I saw his turbid and confused eyes suddenly trembled, and suddenly shot out a terrifying light. You are wrong. I am not helping you. I am helping myself. I just can't bear to watch someone I know fall into depravity, and regret it in the end. I am just redeeming myself. I am helping you. It has nothing to do with you. It is just because I cannot tolerate myself to go all the way down this dark road. It is just because I want to grasp the last ray of light in my humanity, and that ray of light has nothing to do with you. I am just saving myself. After Yu Shifeng finished speaking, he smiled with satisfaction, as if he had finally found a path to heaven that belongs to him. Then he threw Chen Baoyi to Lao Chen. If you don't want to regret it in the future, keep an eye on your own daughter. There is only one wrong choice. Lao Chen nodded silently at Yu Shifeng and threw away his poker friend, who was already covered in blood. His wife and children immediately rushed into the rain, hugged his poker friend in their arms, and cried miserably. Lao Chen dragged Chen Baoyi away without looking back. The poker player watched helplessly, as the duck in his hand disappeared once again. What a stupid thing that big guy said. What a noble bastard. This matter cannot be let go like this. Chapter 110. When Yu Shifeng just rushed out, Wei Youqi timidly hugged the railing, put his face against it, and asked Liang Shuyu, "Will my words cause you trouble?" Because he knew that Liang Shuyu had always disapproved of Yu Shifeng's character of standing up for himself. Old Liang seemed to be quiet, and kept things to himself. But Wei Youqi could feel that Liang Shuyu had changed a lot after the power outage. He could have shared his feelings, and let others share his burden. But he didn't. Wei Youqi felt a little sorry for Liang Shuyu. This guy was too boring. As the saying goes, if you don't explode in silence, you will become abnormal in silence. He was very worried about Liang Shuyu's mental health. No, you are right. Liang Shuyu shrugged. Society is already like this. Why do we still have so many rules and regulations? You should do whatever you want to do, and what you want to insist on. You can ignore even the law, so what else do you need to worry about? Wei Youqi was so happy that he stuck out his tongue. That's right. On Shiba, because the fight over there was too intense, Fatty Wei, Liang Ying, and Xiaoping and others couldn't help but run outside to watch. Fatty Wei and Lao Chen used to be very good friends. They worked in a factory back then. Fatty Wei was discouraged and came to open a supermarket. Lao Chen later lost his job in the factory, and was introduced by him to live here. Looking at his old friend, how complicated Wei's heart can be described. However, he did not have the chivalrous spirit of Yu Shifeng. His enthusiasm was fundamentally different from Yu Shifeng's enthusiasm. That old Chen finally took Chen Baoyi away, even if Chen Baoyi resisted in every way. The poker player was beaten so badly that his mother couldn't even recognize him. Only his wife and children were there hugging him and crying, while his friends and gangs were hiding in the house and watching, with no intention of taking action at all. This is also true. The poker player himself is not upright, and he wants to seduce his brother's daughter. Who would not spit and say that he deserves it, and who would help him? Of course, envy in the heart is another matter, and there should still be superficial benevolence and morality. It is also an excuse not to take action. Lao Chen looks easy to get along with, but when he gets angry, he won't recognize his own mother. With Yu Shifeng, he looks even more difficult to mess with. Who would touch that greasy meat? People are very realistic, and know how to judge the situation. The onlookers can judge the situation, but the poker player as a player in the game can't. He lost face, and got injured all over his body. How can he swallow this breath if he doesn't get back some face? You? I won't let you go. The poker friends cursed Yu Shifeng's departing back with anger and hatred, and then thought of the spiritual sacrifices he had made during these days, which were far more than just material sacrifices. What's more, Qin Baoyi's scream of resistance when she left made him feel that Qin Baoyi would definitely be more willing to follow her than to go back with Lao Chen. They were a pair of unfortunate lovers separated. He could have enjoyed the youthful vitality today, but all of this was ruined by Yu Shifeng. Who doesn't have a woman? You wait. I always find a chance to kill your whole family. If I can't get it, your whole family won't have a good life. The poker friends yelled and cursed incoherently, but Yu Shifeng, who had already left, suddenly stopped when he heard his words. Suddenly he turned around, and the warning and anger in his eyes frightened his friend's wife and children. The friend was still cursing without knowing the severity of the matter, saying that he knew Yu Shifeng also had a daughter, and that he wanted Yu Shifeng's daughter to compensate him. His wife quickly covered his mouth and told him to stop talking. The friend's eyes were swollen, and he couldn't see clearly. When he could see clearly, his wife had already retreated in fear. He was also thrown to the ground. Yu Shifeng walked in front of him and a cold and powerful big hand pinched his neck. What did you say? Say it again? I. The friend couldn't speak. He had suffered serious flesh injuries, and now his throat was pinched. It would be strange if he could speak. Yu Shifeng wanted to kill him. This is what the friend thought, and this is what Yu Shifeng thought. His wife suddenly rushed up and screamed, "No, let him go. There are children at home. Please." He just said it in anger. It's definitely not true. The woman's screams were so real, and the abundant emotions shocked Yu Shifeng's heart, but Yu Shifeng thought of Liang Shuyu's move to deal with the leader that day. Is Liang Shuyu really that cruel? No. But at this moment, Yu Shifeng realized that even if he let his poker friend go, if his poker friend didn't seek revenge on him now, it didn't mean that the hatred in his poker friend's heart had disappeared. One day, his poker friend would find a suitable opportunity and deal a fatal blow to him and his family. But Yu Shifeng is now in a dilemma. If he kills his poker friend and leaves his wife and children, something will go wrong one day. And he couldn't kill the man's wife and children together. Another hidden danger is that he couldn't guarantee whether there were people behind his poker friends and his wife who were willing to avenge them, even if they just fanned the flames. Yu Shifeng seemed to have never dealt with such a complicated problem before, but now this difficult problem was actually placed in front of him. If he didn't handle it well, it would bring hidden dangers to his family and family members. This was no longer something that could be solved by killing or not. If the grass is not cut off at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yu Shifeng thought about it again, and he could now go back and ask Liang Shuyu for advice, but this time he could. But what about the next time? Would he be a brave but foolish warrior for the rest of his life? Yu Shifeng learned from his pain and hardened his heart. Under the plea of the woman and his poker friends, he suddenly stood up, grabbed the neck of the child next to the woman, and lifted him up in the air. The woman and her poker friends immediately screamed at the same time. Yu Shifeng said coldly, "Since you like to threaten other people's children, I will let you have a taste of this. You'd better behave yourself and don't do anything to my family and house, so that we can keep our distance. Otherwise, whether it's your children or your friend's children, I will kill them one by one. Strangle his throat or pull out his intestines. It's up to you." After Yu Shifeng finished speaking, he left the child, and the child immediately threw himself into his mother's arms and cried loudly. Yu Shifeng snorted coldly and left. The rental house was dead silent and shocked. Even Lao Lu, the third brother, and others who had been watching were sweating coldly. Lao Lu even began to doubt whether he was crazy when he rashly approached Liang Shuyu. He was lucky that he could live to this day and get the equipment from Liang Shuyu. Chapter 111. Yu Shifeng's ruthless and cruel words penetrated everyone's heart. Those who had dealt with Yu Shifeng in the past never thought that he would have such a side. Even Yu Min seemed very surprised. There was a dead silence around, except for the violent sound of rain. Yu Shifeng silently returned to the stone dam and looked at Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu smiled slightly, and Yu Shifeng nodded. The family scattered and returned to their houses. There was silence for a while, and no one spoke. No one knew what to say, or how to say it. Wei Yochi stretched and asked, "It seems that today's time is a bit delayed. Are you still going to the market?" "Yes. It's the same as before," Liang Shuyu said. And Xiaoping felt a little worried. After all, something like this happened today. What if someone causes trouble after the three of them leave? Should we leave one more person at home? "I'm worried," Liang Wenjing said. "Don't worry, Minmin and I are not pushovers. Liang Shuyu and the others are training, and we are also training, and we train more than them. Yes, they don't need to go out, so they spend almost all their time on training. In the morning training, they are also enough to be on par with Liang Shuyu and the other two. In addition to the lack of courage and experience required for actual combat, the two girls really don't know what else they lack." Liang Ying nodded in agreement. She also followed the training, so she fully understood what level Liang Wenjing and Yu Min had reached. "You can go with peace of mind, we are at home." "Okay." Liang Shuyu was very relieved that the women at home not only helped them solve their problems, but also made them worry-free, so they could completely let go and do more things. After packing up casually, the three of them went out as usual. After going out, Aunt Xiaoping and others moved the sofa to block the door. As a result, they couldn't find Fatty Wei when they moved it. Aunt Xiaoping pursed her lips and grumbled while working with Liang Ying to move the sofa over. "This sofa is made of solid wood and is really heavy. Just moving it like this." A thin layer of sweat appeared on her back. Aunt Xiaoping frowned. At the critical moment, this fat guy hid somewhere again. Liang Ying said, "It seems to be in the toilet." Liang Ying said, "You seem to be a little weak. We have nothing to do during the day. Why don't you train with us?" Liang Ying usually trains with Liang Wenjing and others, but she is old and her foundation is not very good, so she can only exercise her body at most. It is difficult to train a flexible and resistant body like Liang Wenjing and others. She just hopes not to drag her family back at the critical moment. Aunt Xiaoping said, "I jumped rope 200 times yesterday." Fatty Wei came out of the bathroom and saw that the room was empty. Yu Shifeng and the others had already left. "They left?" Aunt Xiaoping was furious. "Yes. You came out after we moved the sofa. You left, didn't you?" Fatty Wei didn't argue with her. He leaned over to the window and looked. He couldn't see his back at all. There was only a dark and rainy scene, like a silent black and white TV. Fatty Wei sighed and patted his legs. He wanted to sit down, but found that the sofa had been moved away. He had to go to another sofa and sit there, thinking and thinking. His eyes turned red, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Aunt Xiaoping didn't know what was wrong with him. "What are you doing? Are you possessed by a ghost?" Fatty Wei ignored her. Aunt Xiaoping pinched him relentlessly. "Are you crazy?" Fatty Wei rolled her eyes at her. "You know nothing." Aunt Xiaoping was furious. "This man, when he kisses you, he really treats you like a princess. When he annoys you, he says you know nothing, and she knows more than hammers. She also knows slaps." Snap! A solid slap hit Fatty Wei's shoulder hard. Fatty Wei screamed and jumped up from the sofa. "What are you crazy about, you dead woman?" She screamed and ran away. "Okay. When she kisses, she's a good sister, but when she doesn't kiss, she's a dead woman. I think you've gotten used to being a master recently, and you don't know how high the sky is, right?" Fatty Wei was sick a few days ago, and she served him well like an emperor. It's only been 2 days since he recovered, and he's already rampant? Do you really think you're the emperor? Aunt Xiaoping went to the kitchen, picked up a broom and chased Fatty Wei to beat him. Fatty Wei bounced and jumped, screamed and yelled, and the two of them made a lot of noise in the house, which made Liang Wenjing and Yu Min laugh. They laughed so hard that they bent over. Fatty Wei said angrily, "It's fine if you two girls don't help me, but you're still laughing? You have no conscience." Liang Wenjing put her hands on her hips and raised her eyebrows. "We little fairies don't need conscience." "Uh-huh." Yu Min laughed. In the evening, Liang Shuyu and the other two came back. The family had already cooked the meal. The fragrant white rice was served in a white porcelain bowl. On the table were fried ham sausage with lao gan ma, tin-foil chicken feet, stir-fried spicy strips, and cold preserved eggs. There was also half a can of pickled mustard greens, and half a can of shrimp and preserved radish. A pot of seaweed soup. The dishes were rich, with a good combination of meat and vegetables, and very delicious. Today we have chicken feet, oh yeah. Wei Yochi excitedly picked up one and started to eat it. The salt-baked chicken feet that had been processed twice with tin foil had a unique flavor. The chicken feet on the table were divided according to the number of people, and each person had only one, but it was also very luxurious. Although Aunt Xiaoping had suggested that the chicken feet could be given to several men, Liang Ying insisted that everyone had to have one, and she could give up her own. In the end, Liang Shuyu made the decision that it was okay to eat less, but everyone had to have one, and no one was allowed to give up. With so many dishes, paired with the fragrant white rice, it was more nourishing than before the power outage. Fatty Wei has gained weight recently. However, today he was holding his waist and legs, sitting on the chair with a painful look on his face. Dad, were you beaten again at home today? The word again was very subtle. Bullshit. Fatty Wei tucked his lips. I was training with 2 little girls and got thrown. Ah? You actually trained today? Wei Yochi didn't expect that his father, who was extremely afraid of pain and tiredness, would actually train. What a strange thing. Fatty Wei raised his eyebrows. I am also a well-known man. Why is it strange that I train? What's the look in your eyes? Oh, that's it. Wei Yochi stuck out his tongue. Everyone at the table laughed. Fatty Wei coughed unhappily. What do you mean by this? Do you look down on him? He was just sick before, so his presence is so low, Fatty Wei snorted, and after dinner, he took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Auntie Xiaoping was shocked. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Fatty Wei didn't change his expression. Is it wrong for me to help you wash the dishes? Auntie Xiaoping said, No, I just thought you were weird today. Fatty Wei didn't say anything, and after a while, the dishes were washed. And Xiaoping did not leave either, and stayed by his side. Liang Ying had already slipped away, seeing the mood, and they were the only 2 left in the kitchen. The atmosphere was a bit stuffy. After washing, Fatty Wei began to wipe the water stains on the kitchen counter with a towel, and somehow, tears started to fall. Chapter 112. Aunt Xiaoping was shocked. How could a grown man cry? This was the first time she had seen Fatty Wei like this. Although Fatty Wei was a big fat man, fair-skinned and looked like he was easy to bully, he rarely cried. She had seen men as tall and majestic as Yu Shifeng cry many times, but this was the first time that Fatty Wei was a big girl. What happened? Aunt Xiaoping softened her voice, took Fatty Wei's fat body into her arms, and patted his back. Could it be that the jokes at the dinner table just now were too much and hurt his nerves? Not really. In her impression, Wei Minjing was a truly generous person, not so petty. Fatty Wei cried, like a pear blossom in the rain, with snot and tears. Aunt Xiaoping felt so distressed, but she racked her brains, and couldn't think of any reason that could make Wei Minjing, who was always cheerful, cry like this. Fatty, why don't you say something? Are you crying like this for the ghosts to see? Wife. Yeah. Aunt Xiaoping patted him. Am I so incompetent? He is a strong man, but he stays at home like a woman every day. His physical fitness is not as good as you men in Liang Wenjing. No, it's not your job to interfere in other people's affairs. You see, I don't have much ability, but I can cook, so I try to make delicious food for you every day. But if I go out to find food for you, I will definitely not be able to do it, right? You still know this sentence? Aunt Xiaoping frowned. I have been educated. But this is not the point. The point is, why are you crying now? Fatty Wei didn't know what to say. He didn't have much to say. It was just that when he saw Yu Shifeng grabbing the child and threatening the family today, he felt that everyone was racking their brains to contribute to the family. But he was the only one who stayed where he was. Like a borer, he felt very complicated. He wanted to change, but he didn't know how. Even his wife had become an irreplaceable part of the family, but he had no achievements. He let his son go out and work hard, while he, as a father, stayed at home and slept all day. When he was young, he was also a big shot in the factory, and almost became a department director. How did he become so cowardly in his old age? Fatty Wei hugged his wife and cried loudly, feeling wronged, helpless, and inferior. He cried so hard that his snot fell on Xiaoping's shoulder. Fatty Wei pretended to touch her shoulder and wiped it clean, so she must not find out. Because the 2 of them were dawdling in the kitchen, people who didn't know would think they were doing something shameful between adults, so everyone went home early, and didn't stay in the living room for too long. Liang Shuyu still slept in his own house, and Liang Wenjing now regularly slept with Yumin. Originally, Wei Yochi wanted to sleep with Lao Liang, but Liang Shuyu still liked to live alone, so Wei Yochi was cruelly rejected. I went back to the 3-story building across the street with Liang Ying. The stairwell was still so dark, and the waterfall on the ground was getting bigger and bigger. The pants had to be pulled up above the knees to avoid getting wet. But both of them were familiar with the way and returned home without getting wet. Good night. In the darkness, Liang Shuyu said. Well, good night. Have you decided to go to the industrial park tomorrow? The oil they can squeeze out of the trading market has almost been squeezed out in the past few days. Even if someone can bring out tea, betel nuts, chocolate, etc., it may only be a small amount of trading. And Lu Xiaopang has already agreed that his relatives will not leave, and only the 3 of them will leave. They have already reserved 3 cars, and they can just move their things and leave when the time comes. So before leaving, he must go to the industrial park. If he can exchange more useful materials, his actions on the road will be more secure. Well, as much as you can exchange is as much as you can, I won't force it. Okay. The route to the mountain city has also been basically finalized, and Liang Ying has a plan in mind, so he didn't ask more questions. After saying hello to Liang Shuyu again, both parties returned to their rooms. In the room, with a faint light, Liang Shuyu took out a painting from the drawer. It was a pair of eyes that were bulging and wide open, and the eyeballs were painted red and black. Originally, it should have been brighter red, but unfortunately it became like this after the blood dried up. It was not good looking. The remaining small transparent bottles in the drawer could no longer be heated and used. Liang Shuyu sighed quietly, stood in front of the window and opened it. The fluffy raindrops floated on his hands. The rain was so cold that there was no breath of spring. There was only ruthlessness, despair, depression, and resentment. And this prison-like anti-theft railing, the star-shaped iron net he manually added outside the railing, was like the strongest shackles in the world, blocking his sight, imprisoning his heart and soul here, and he could never escape. Suppose there is a spiritual spring in this world, which can wash away all sins and memories after drinking it. Is there anyone willing to do it again? Liang Shuyu is unwilling. Because memory is the past, memory is emotion, memory is the soul. When all these things are erased, what is left for him? He is no longer alive, and can only be regarded as dead. On November 18, 2032, there was a heavy rainstorm, and the power outage lasted for 57 days. Industrial Park. Bringing the cigarettes and alcohol they had harvested in the car recently, and all the chocolate and coffee they had exchanged, Liang Shuyu and the other 2 came to the industrial park. Because they had only been here once last time, they almost couldn't find the way this time, which delayed some time. When they arrived here, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. As soon as they approached here, they could see 3 groups of people coming in and out of here. Liang Shuyu judged that a trading market had indeed been formed here. Not far after going around the iron railings, they saw 5 or 6 people in workers' clothes sitting in a place that was originally a store. The workers' uniforms of these people are very easy to identify. This material does not absorb water and can prevent rain. These people have at least 2 sets of change, so this has become the symbol of their group. After the first few people changed, Liang Shuyu walked up and said in a familiar way, "What medicine do you have?" However, Liang Shuyu's little show was seen through by the other party. They are not vegetarians sitting here every day. They know who is a new face, and who is a familiar face. "What do you have?" The other party did not accept it at all, but wanted to see what Liang Shuyu had before they were willing to trade. They controlled a large number of medicines, like sitting on a mountain of gold and silver. They were too rich. Ordinary rice and noodles were simply at their fingertips, and even fuel could be exchanged. Therefore, ordinary supplies were not in their eyes at all. Liang Shuyu took out 2 packs of relatively intact cigarettes from his backpack. Cigarettes and alcohol, can they be exchanged? When the workers saw the cigarettes, their eyes lit up immediately. Cigarettes, I want them so much. Chapter 113. They can also exchange for cigarettes, but generally such good things will be offered to the boss, and the subordinates are lucky to get 1 or 2, so how can they dare to ask for more? Brother Liang, there are cigarettes." The square-faced man turned back and called the person in charge of the store with a little excitement. A man who was sleeping soundly on the rattan chair behind him was awakened. His scarred face showed some sharpness and looked very young. He glanced at Liang Shuyu and the other 2 outside the store, and then stood up. 2 boxes of cigarettes were placed on the counter of the store. When they were opened, the 2 boxes of cigarettes were obviously opened, and they were a pack of several kinds of cigarettes mixed together. However, Brother Liang didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette and put it on his lips. Several workers, who looked older than him, laughed and competed to light it for him. Brother Liang took a deep puff, squinted his eyes, and enjoyed half a cigarette in a daze before looking at Liang Shuyu. What do you want to exchange? This cigarette is not damp, it can be exchanged. Liang Shuyu said, I still have 3 packs, I want to exchange for some wound medicine. If not, antidiarrheal medicine, stomach medicine, antibiotics will do. When Liang Ge heard that there were still 3 packs, he straightened up and became a little interested. But who doesn't want wound medicine when they come here to exchange medicine? Unfortunately, that thing is now a controlled item. Even if they have it, they can't exchange it. As for cold medicine, there is no more, it has been sold out long ago. Antibiotics are also controlled items, too precious, ordinary people can't afford it. Cigarettes are very scarce, but they are consumables. With a few packs of cigarettes, you want to exchange antibiotics, 1 or 2? It's useless. Liang Ge shook his eyebrows and squinted his eyes, and said, there are some stomach medicine and antidiarrheal medicine. Then he talked about the exchange rate. Okay. Liang Shuyu didn't bargain much and agreed very readily. He was just testing the market first, and didn't have much hope for the first transaction. Because there was no trace of medicines in the trading field of Country Garden, it was good to be able to exchange some here. Liang Ge got the cigarettes and immediately gave each of his brothers one, and asked someone to bring medicine to Liang Shuyu. The workers roared twice in joy, and immediately lit them anxiously. Waves of white smoke enveloped the store. Behind the hazy smoke, there were satisfied smiles brought by their short-lived joy. Liang Shuyu knew that cigarettes were indeed scarce. Obviously, what he gave was all collected, but Liang Ge said nothing. This shows that they have medicines, and it is difficult to exchange for a large number of cigarettes. Liang Shuyu got 3 whole cigarettes in the car, and only opened a few packs, but he would not be so anxious to take them out. The medicines they got were 4 bags of montmorillonite powder, and 1 box of Kangenbei enteritis Ning tablets, each box containing 12 tablets. Montmorillonite powder is an antidiarrheal medicine, and enteritis Ning tablets treat abdominal pain, bloating and indigestion. The people who smoked heavily in the store had finished their cigarettes at this time. Unfortunately, Brother Liang would not give them a second cigarette. At this time, they smelled the thick smoke in the air, and took a few deep puffs to satisfy their addiction. After packing the medicines they got, Liang Shuyu did not rush to leave. Brother Liang's eyes were very smart, and he had long seen that Liang Shuyu still had a deal to discuss, but he did not rush to ask, but instead sat there with a cigarette in his mouth, smiling. Liang Shuyu had to laugh and said, do you take the gas stove? The day before yesterday, they sorted out the supplies, and found that there were 3 gas stoves in total. It was enough to keep 2 for themselves, and the rest could be traded. But Country Garden's resources were too scarce. Although the demand there was higher, it was impossible to exchange for better things for Liang Shuyu. Gas stoves are indeed precious, but for Liang Ge and his group, they may not be so precious. Take it. Liang Ge said simply. His face did not change at all, and he was not as excited as a pack of cigarettes. However, Liang Shuyu found that the expressions of the other workers were different. Could it be that they had so many medicines that they could not even exchange for gas stoves? What's the price? Liang Ge was as straightforward as when he exchanged cigarettes, antibiotics for 1 course of treatment. 1 course of treatment, 5 days, 3 points a day, that is 15 doses of antibiotics. This price was definitely very high, at least higher than Liang Shuyu imagined. He was worried that these people had too many supplies, and were unwilling to bid for gas stoves. Too low. Liang Shuyu said. Natural gas stoves and gas stoves are not interchangeable. Natural gas stoves are embedded. If you want to connect to liquid gas, you need to dig out the gas pipeline on the wall. Because the 2 fuels are different, the ignition and temperature mechanisms of gas stoves are also different. There have been several explosions after the power outage. It was caused by the modified natural gas stove. The most serious one seemed to burn a building. That place was a bit far from lane 27. They couldn't see the situation clearly, but they only knew that the sky was brightly lit all night under the heavy rain. Liang Ge stared at Liang Shuyu with a half smile, and Liang Shuyu smiled back, without any stage fright. Finally, Liang Ge spit out a puff of smoke. Add 2 more days of wound medicine. When will you bring it over? Tomorrow morning. Liang Shuyu was also very straightforward. He agreed on the transaction time with Liang Ge. Liang Shuyu chatted with Liang Ge again, just asking him if there were any other trading points in the industrial park. Then he learned that this industrial park was mostly electronic factories, with almost no materials that could be used. In addition to their drug trading point, there was also a grocery trading point in the park, and the goods were the same as those in the supermarket. As expected, it meant robbing a supermarket. The three of them were about to go to the grocery trading point to take a look. Suddenly, the sound of rain around them became smaller. Liang Shuyu did not find it strange, because since the power outage, the rain has occasionally become smaller, but it has never stopped. It's nothing strange. They walked to the trading point, which was not far from Liang Ji's store, only about 200 meters away. At this time, there were quite a lot of people inside and outside the store, most of them wearing uniform workers' clothes, and a few were outsiders. Liang Shuyu watched from a distance and did not go over. There were too many people in the other group, and he was a little afraid. Should we go over to see? Wei Youqi said. No. Liang Shuyu was bolder, but not reckless. It was too easy for something to go wrong in such a strange place. Go back and come back tomorrow. Yeah. Wei Youqi also thought it made sense. They didn't need to take risks. The three of them walked back. Suddenly, the splashing water on the ground disappeared. Where they stopped, the water in the puddle suddenly returned to calm, reflecting the hazy sky. The bean-sized raindrops became like fluff, and then gradually drifted away and disappeared. The air suddenly became quieter than dawn. This long-lost tranquility that seemed to have been separated by a whole century suddenly came. The rain stopped? Did it stop? The three of them looked up at the sky in disbelief, watching the dark gray sky turn into dark blue, azure, light blue, and azure at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sun came to the sky on the sun chariot pulled by 4 fire horses of the sun god Helios. The light once again descended on this land. Chapter 114. The sun! It's the sun! Isn't this an illusion? The rain has stopped? The sun has come out, the dazzling white, golden, and red light, like a giant sword, pierced through the days of gloom. It came here and illuminated the city again with its unrivaled power. Everywhere the light shines, darkness is dispelled, bones and rotten flesh are exposed. Even those who have died unfortunately must be grateful for this moment. The sun can shine on his rotten body. How touching it is. People rushed out of the dark house, looking up, staring at their old friends, who they haven't seen for a long time. The golden figure just hung high in the sky. It is so great, selfless, and so radiant. That's really the sun. The sun is out. This city must be saved. Will there be a call? Are we saved? Can we go back to work in the company? Can we go to school? Can we still see the annoying boss and leader? Can we still see the fierce teacher? Hey! If that's true, I will definitely work hard and study hard. As long as the world returns to normal, as long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west every day as before. In the future, no matter if the leader scolds me or the teacher teaches me, I will definitely listen obediently. I will definitely work hard to make money, study hard, and strive to be a person who truly contributes to society. I will definitely not be as ignorant and lazy as before. Even when playing games, I must be serious. In short, you must believe me, I am determined to change myself. I just hope that the sun will rise tomorrow. It doesn't matter if the power comes later. We will not cause trouble to this society. We will stay at home and wait for the country and the government to rescue us. Yes, yes. Doesn't the sun mean solar energy? What's so difficult about the power? Hello. Hello. Is there anyone who hears? If you hear it, please reply us, okay? We will try to correct it, and use all my strength for the rest of my life to make up for the 60 days of darkness of the power outage. I will definitely try to correct it. I love this world, I love this land, I love you, the sun. All the dead, my relatives, my friends, strangers, can you see it? The sun is out, and the world is back to normal. People are overjoyed and rush to the streets to welcome the sun that seems to have disappeared for a whole century. They are so happy that they dance and laugh like children. Strangers also hug each other tightly, and then laugh at each other, as if someone has won a lottery of 5 million. The people were so happy that their laughter could be heard clearly throughout the city. Even Liang Shuyu's face showed a long-lost, carefree smile. Wei Youqi pulled him, and Yu Shifeng, and ran towards home, like chasing a cat or teasing a dog. While running, they howled loudly, and their words were out of order. I didn't know what they were talking about at all. I only knew that people on the street rushed out, and the road was crowded with people. Although some people still had weapons hanging on their bodies, and even someone was covered in blood, they did not attract anyone's fear. They were like relatives of the same race. You looked at me, I looked at you, you laughed, I laughed too, and there was no grudge. Even the two sides who were exchanging fire stopped one after another. He stopped and gazed at the sun in fascination, as if it had become his closest lover. Huh? How could anyone not love the sun? How could a woman hold an umbrella under the sun, What a stupid behavior. The sun's rays are so warm, shining on people, as if they were nestled in the arms of their mothers. How could anyone want to hide from it? The three of them ran all the way home, but because there were too many people on the road, they were still separated by the crowd even though they were holding hands. It's hard to imagine that there are still so many people in this city. The crowd was so dense that there was no place to step. Liang Shuyu squeezed in the crowd and moved very hard. An excited girl even grabbed his face and kissed him deeply. Or the posture of jumping on Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu was confused. The girl had amber-colored pupils that were almost golden in the sunlight. Her snow-white skin was almost transparent under the light. She smiled at Liang Shuyu with a smile on her face. Two white little canine teeth were hidden behind her delicate pink lips. Liang Shuyu was stunned for a moment. Before he could resist, she had taken advantage of him. Before he could talk to her, he was dispersed by the crowd again. When he looked back, he couldn't find her. A hand grabbed Liang Shuyu from the crowd and pulled him out. It was Wei Youqi. Ah! Ah! Wei Youqi howled. Liang Shuyu slapped his face away speechlessly. When he looked back, there were too many faces in the crowd, and he couldn't find the person. They went against the crowd to lane 27. The sun kept welcoming them, and sent them to their doorsteps. There, all the neighbors put aside their past grudges, opened their hearts, came to the sun, and welcomed him. Mom, the sun is out. Wei Youqi threw himself into Yi Xiaoping's arms, tears falling down. Why did he miss his mother the most at this time? Humans are really amazing creatures. Fatty Wei came over and took them into his arms. Yes, the sun is out, the sun is out. Liang Shuyu also wanted to throw himself into his mother's arms, but Liang Ying had already hugged Liang Wenjing, and they were both in tears. Liang Shuyu was embarrassed and had to pat them on the back. Don't keep staring, it will hurt your eyes. Woo woo. Liang Wenjing was happy and sad. The sun is really out. Will it be a call? Liang Shuyu didn't know. The rain stopped. What does it mean? Is it the restoration of order, or the continuation of hell? Neither of these two is a good thing for him. Because some things have been done, and can't be undone. He was already 16 years old, and the responsibility he had to bear would never be relieved because of a power outage, nor would it be mitigated because there were too many people committing the crime. He could only hold Liang Ying's shoulders from behind, and put one hand on Liang Wenjing's head. Touching her slightly frizzy hair, he rested his chin on his mother's neck, and together with the two of them, he admired the dazzling light that attracted everyone's attention. Watching it arrive forcefully, steaming up the water on the ground, exposing the rotting bones and stench under the water. Look, those bones are crying with their heads in their hands. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A pedal-powered tricycle with a canopy appeared in Liang Shuyu's sight. The man on the tricycle was about 30 years old. After arriving downstairs of Liang Shuyu's house, he jumped off the tricycle and looked around, muttering, "Wife, come out and take a look, is this the place?" A woman's head popped out from the tricycle's canopy. "It's here." "Dad." "Dad? Zhao Hongda, is Zhao Hongda here?" Chapter 115. The man and woman who got out of the tricycle looked around and shouted Zhao Hongda's name. Old Zhao and his wife, who lived in a small detached house next to Liang Shuyu's house, were watching the sun in the middle of the road. At first, they thought they were hallucinating because they were too happy, so they ignored it. But when they looked closely, they found that the woman in the black long coat was their daughter whom they hadn't seen for several years. Didn't she live in Nanhu with her husband and children? Why did she suddenly come to the coast? "Nizi!" Old Zhao screamed. "Dad!" Zhao Ru cried out, ran over and threw herself into her old man's arms. "Dad! I finally see you, you are still fine, so good." Zhao Ru's tears burst out instantly. She thought she could face this moment calmly, and even made mental assumptions for several days. Who knew that the rain would stop and the sun would come out today? Father and daughter meet, reunited after a long separation. Such a scene, she wanted to be sentimental. She was worried all the way whether her father would have enough food to survive this cold and long rainy season, whether her mother's body could withstand this long-term moisture, and everything else. Now seeing that both of them are standing here well, and in good health, the big rock that had been weighing her down all the way finally fell. "Mom!" Zhao Ru hugged her mother again and cried bitterly. Old Zhao was already crying with snot and tears. His wife was a serious person, but she was not as emotional as him. "Why are you here? Where is Wenqing? You didn't leave him at home, did you? How is that possible? Wenqing, come here and call Grandpa and Grandma." Zhao Ru called out to the back, and her husband immediately went to the shed of the tricycle and took out a 5-year-old boy. The little boy had a sharp knife on his waist, and was waiting inside very obediently. When he saw his grandparents, he just called them Grandpa and Grandma in a reserved and obedient manner. Old Zhao immediately held Wenqing in his arms, and kissed and touched him. "Aren't you in Nanhu? Why are you here?" Looking at his son-in-law, who was exhausted, and the thick mud on the wheels of the tricycle, "You didn't drive this thing and walked all the way from Nanhu." Zhao Ru didn't respond to him and said, "Let's go into the house first and talk about it." The old wife also glared at old Zhao. "You've been rushing all the way, go to the house to rest first, and talk about the rest later." Old Zhao nodded hurriedly, first carried Wenqing into the house, and then he and his son-in-law parked the tricycle in the small garage on the first floor, then closed the door, and the family went to reminisce and talk quietly. However, this episode of their family has been watched by all the neighbors around them. They came from Nanhu? So, what is the situation in Nanhu? What is the situation along the way? The situation is just as Liang Xiyu and others guessed. Is there a global power outage? Is the heavy rain in Shenlan City a regional exception, or a global phenomenon? What about other cities? Are there any problems? These may be able to be asked from the young couple. Fortunately, Liang Xiyu and his friends have some contacts with Lao Zhao, so it should not be difficult to go to their house to inquire about the situation. But now that their family has just reunited, it is certainly not appropriate to disturb them at this time. You can ask them tomorrow morning, but Liang Xiyu still asked Liang Wenqing to keep an eye on their house by the window to prevent any accidents. Today is undoubtedly an exciting day. In the evening, we still had simple stir-fried spicy strips and cold-preserved eggs, but everyone ate especially delicious food today. Although we don't know whether the electricity will come, the sun is out, so how far can it be? Aunt Xiaoping was so happy that she squinted her eyes. She picked up food for Fatty Wei and Liang Xiyu. She picked up food from time to time. Other people's bowls were piled up like a mountain, but she didn't eat anything herself, and her plate was empty. She imagined the future and said that it would be fine if this Weiwei convenience store didn't open, because she always wanted to open a flower shop. If Fatty Wei hadn't made any progress, she would have opened a flower shop a long time ago. What's the point of guarding such a shabby convenience store? The money she earned in a year is not as much as working in a factory. Liang Wenqing said that after receiving the call, she would definitely write well, and would never stop updating. If she stopped updating again, she would be a dog. Wei Youqi laughed so hard that his arms and legs were spread out. How many dogs does Sister Jingjing have? Enough to form a football team? Liang Wenqing poked him with chopsticks. Yu Shifeng also laughed and decided to open the boxing gym again. Everyone was shocked. Okay. I will be the first to learn boxing after it opens. The speaker was Fatty Wei. You are so fat. How dare you say you want to learn boxing? You are not even qualified to be a punching bag. I have to say that Aunt Xiaoping's mouth is sometimes quite poisonous. Everyone laughed, and Yu Shifeng said sincerely, "No problem. Everyone who comes to my boxing gym to learn will get a 50% discount." Fatty Wei pouted, "Only 50% off? If it's any lower, I lose money." Yu Shifeng shook his head, "At most 40% off." Ha ha. Amidst the laughter and joking, Liang Xiyu met Yumin's eyes. In those eyes, that seemed to be as calm as a well, there was an unusual emotion at this moment, as if everyone was drunk, but she was the only one sober, and there was no smile in her eyes. Liang Xiyu smiled faintly again, and took a sip of cocktail. Yumin finally forced a smile, and joined everyone in the fun. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the sun had not set. I don't know if it was because the rain stopped for too long, causing it to be too attached to this mountain, or maybe there was something wrong with Liang Xiyu's mechanical watch. The neighbors took their bedding and clothes to the sun to dry. The cold weather finally warmed up, and the climate was pleasantly cool. People walking in the sun seemed to be bathing in a hot spring. So while drying the quilt, you can also dry yourself. Who would worry about getting tanned at this moment? The atmosphere in Shiba was also harmonious. Even under Liang Xiyu's suggestion, everyone resisted the urge to go out and interact with the neighbors. Don't you see that there are people chatting and laughing under the rental house, as if everyone is a family member? The watch pointer reached 10 o'clock, but the sun still didn't set. It was still hanging high in the sky. Judging by the immediate method, it seemed to be noon. Liang Xiyu even speculated that there might be something wrong with the mechanical watch, because some low-end mechanical watches need to be adjusted every week, and this watch has never been adjusted during the 2-month power outage. So, it is possible that the watch time is inaccurate. At 12 o'clock in the evening indicated by the watch, the sun finally showed a tendency to set in the west. Liang Xiyu had just finished a hot bath, and felt comfortable all over. No one is going to sleep tonight. We are so excited today that we can't fall asleep. Let's stay up all night and enjoy the sun and moonlight. Liang Shuyu, they are out. Liang Wenjing, who was standing by the window, saw that all the family members of Lao Zhao across the street had come out, and hurriedly called Liang Shuyu to come over to see. Chapter 116. Outside, the sun was still hanging in the sky and was about to set. But the people who were initially inspired by the sun had returned to normal. Most people took the moldy items in their homes outside to expose them to the sun, and not many people noticed the actions of Lao Zhao's family. Lao Zhao and his wife changed into convenient travel clothes, and all the large and small bags of clothes and supplies were stuffed into the small tricycle. After the son-in-law pushed the tricycle out, Lao Zhao and his wife went into the shed of the tricycle. This small tricycle is larger than the ordinary tricycle. 2 old guys, a child and a bunch of things are stuffed inside, so it's not too crowded. Zhao Ruz and her husband sat in the front and turned the tricycle around. They were going to leave overnight. Let's go out and take a look. Liang Shu called Lao Wei, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng, and the 4 of them went to the stone dam and stopped the family who were about to leave. Zhao Ru suddenly saw 4 men surrounding her, with the knife on her leg raised. "What are you doing?" she said sternly. Fatty Wei raised his hands, took 2 steps back, and shouted, "Old Zhao, where are you going?" Old Zhao heard the voice and stuck his head out. "Old Wei." He slipped out of the car, and Zhao Ru hurriedly told him to go back. Old Zhao asked Zhao Ru to wait. "Don't be so anxious. You don't know when you will see each other again after you leave. You have to say goodbye to your old friend anyway." Zhao Ru gritted her teeth and glared at old Zhao, feeling helpless, but she didn't put down the knife in her hand. Old Zhao walked to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house and pulled a few people to a corner. Fatty Wei asked him, "Are you leaving? Where are you going?" Lao Zhao said, "Where else can we go? We can't stay here any longer. Let's go somewhere else with our daughter and son-in-law." Liang Shuyu said, "What's the situation outside? Any news?" Actually, Lao Zhao just wanted to tell them these things. Although he and Yu Shifeng and others didn't have any material exchanges during this period, they always had human exchanges. He and Fatty Wei have been neighbors for many years, and he still couldn't bear to leave suddenly. Besides, what Niuzi told him just now. Alas, old Zhao looked around and whispered, "Big earthquakes happened in Sichuan and Guizhou, and they are gone." My Niuzi said that she met many people who fled from the inland along the way from Nanhu. This power outage is not just a few cities, it is estimated that it is the whole of Asia, or even the whole world. So, it is not a rare thing for the sun to appear. There is a big sun in Nanhu every day, and many people died of heat. On the contrary, she was very happy to see it raining here. Who knew that the sun would come out just after arriving? Niuzi said that this sun is very weird. You should leave here quickly. Don't stay here. What? Earthquakes actually happened in Sichuan and Guizhou? Gone? What does gone mean? Is the whole provincial capital gone, or most people gone? What is this concept? Global power outage. That's right. Liang Shuyu and others had this guess a long time ago, and getting confirmation from Lao Zhao at this moment is just another confirmation. Global power outage is a foregone conclusion, and it is irrefutable at this time. But what happened to the sun? Why is it so weird? What happened to the sun? When did the Sichuan-Guizhou earthquake happen? Several people hurriedly asked. Lao Zhao said, "My daughter is in Nanhu, and I don't know the specific situation in Sichuan and Guizhou. It seems that half a month after the power outage, there was a strong tremor in Nanhu. Later, many refugees from the earthquake disaster poured in. At that time, the sun in the sky was very big, and many people died of heat every day. Oh, by the way, there is a very serious plague in Nanhu now. If you want to leave, you must not go to Nanhu. You can't even pass by, the plague there is too serious." Boom! It's like a bolt from the blue. Liang Shuyu and others have always thought that 60 days of heavy rain is the worst for coastal cities. Unexpectedly, a major earthquake occurred in Sichuan and Guizhou only half a month after the power outage, and Nanhu actually broke out in the plague. So now, where has the plague spread? To what extent has it evolved? It turns out that in other cities that they can't see, such cruel events are actually taking place. It's 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the heavy rain in coastal cities. This heavy rain seemed to have trapped them in the city, but wasn't it protecting them? It was this heavy rain that restricted the movements of many people, forcing many people to stay at home. It is conceivable that after the heavy rain stopped, the sun came out, and countless people took to the streets. What kind of chaotic society would that be? Why is the sun so weird? Wei Yoji asked in shock. It's very hot. It just stopped raining today, and it's a little hot now. Don't you find it strange? In short, the sun will become very hot, and it will be very cold at night. The temperature difference between day and night will become very large. My daughter said that she saw it raining here and was going to stay. Who knew that the sun would come out just after we arrived, so we have to leave here at night. Anyway, if you want to leave too, do it early, don't delay, leave here quickly. Before Lao Zhao finished speaking, Zhao Ru urged him. He had no choice but to get on the tricycle quickly and told a few people, if you want to go in, leave quickly, there will be plague here if you delay. Leave? Where can we go if we leave here? If an earthquake occurred in Sichuan and Guizhou, and a plague broke out in Nanhu, then Shancheng and Beihu, which border Nanhu, might also be affected. Liang Shuyu originally planned to go to the southwest, but now it seems that he can only go north. Without the road to Nanhu, there are only two ways left. Either cross Xiguang, go to Nanyuan on the border, and then go to western Tibet. Or go from Xizang, go up to Huyan and Nanha, and then look for a suitable place to live and settle down. However, the problem they were most worried about was that they couldn't find a safe place to stay after arriving at their destination. The earthquake in Sichuan and Guizhou made it impossible to go to Sichuan and Shu. Shancheng is close to Nanhu Lake, so it is not a good choice. The road from Xiguang to Nanyuan is even more difficult to travel. Could it be that they can only take the Xizang River? After seeing off Lao Zhao and his group, the four men all looked gloomy. Liang Ying and Xiaoping and others knew that the situation was not good, so they tactfully didn't ask anything. Liang Shuyu turned on the intercom to try to contact Lu Xiaoping, but unfortunately, he didn't wait for him. Tomorrow is not a call time. If he can't contact him at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, he will go to Country Garden. They must decide on the travel route early and leave here. Suddenly, Liang Shuyu thought, can the car we marked be air-conditioned? Wei Yoji was slightly stunned. I didn't notice it. Let's go and see now. If there is no air conditioning, driving under the scorching sun will definitely be hot to death. Without further ado, they headed to the nearest road to check for marked vehicles. Chapter 117. The appearance of the sun disrupted the plans of Liang Shuyu and others. They originally expected to set off in a week, but the specific time had not been determined, and they were not in a hurry to leave. Now it seems that the sooner the better. Zhao Ru and others drove a tricycle from Nanhu, and their news should not be a big problem. Plague. Nanhu actually has a plague, which is terrible. Liang Shuyu and others' heads were almost in a mess, and they couldn't sort out the clues for a while. Although they hurried to the nearest mark point, their minds were still in a mess. A red medium-sized truck, Yushifeng pried open the plastic plate under the steering wheel with familiarity, started the engine, and then tried to turn on the air conditioner. The navigation device in the middle of the car's dashboard did not light up at all, and the air conditioner could not work. This car is not good. Liang Shuyu made another mark on the car, indicating that it could not be used. Now Liang Shuyu began to worry about another problem. The car can work because it is not an electronic car, but if all the electronic equipment on the car is damaged and no car can turn on the air conditioner, can they still go on the road? The sun has only been in the sky for a few hours now. How hot will it be tomorrow? Will it be more unbearable than a rainy day? It seems. The appearance of the sun has not brought good improvements to their lives, but has pushed them into another new abyss. Go find the next one. They marked many cars, and tried them one by one. They didn't believe that no one could turn on the air conditioner. However, Liang Shuyu's worries were soon resolved. They found a medium-sized truck, and a Jinbei car with working air conditioners. They also found a taxi. There was a cargo box at the back of this taxi, but there was no roof. It might be a bit troublesome to use it under the scorching sun, but it could be used as a backup. Now they have become very skilled in prying open cars, and setting them on fire. They can pry open the doors without damaging the driver's glass, so the 3 cars they remarked are intact. After doing all this, the 3 of them returned home again. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, but the sky was still as bright as day. The sky was white, without the sun, without the moon, and the air was sultry. Many waterlogged areas in the city disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rotten meat and bones emerged from the water. It looked at the city, and the people who were complacent and thought they were saved, and sneered. Despair is not a final blow. It is a life that jumps and rises like a heartbeat, constantly switching back and forth between hope and disappointment. The city opened its big mouth, revealing the rotten bones in its belly. It was laughing, and its smile was as dazzling as the sun. Liang Shuyu did not sleep that night. The increasingly sultry climate An excited spirit made him unable to sleep anyway. He tossed and turned on the sofa in a state of annoyance. This was the first time he had been so anxious since the power outage. It was much worse than the day of the power outage. He was usually a calm and objective person, but today his mind was in a mess. The sudden arrival of the sun upset him. He was worried about restoring order, but also worried about not restoring order. In short, he was in a dilemma. The earthquake in Sichuan and Guizhou, and the plague in Nanhu made him even more worried. Although the power outage has largely limited the spread of the plague, but where is the absolutely safe place? Western Tibet? In most movies, this place is a refuge paradise. Especially in a doomsday movie, Noah's Ark that saves mankind is built in Western Tibet. Does the world need Noah's Ark? Liang Xiu suddenly thought of a possibility. If there is indeed a bigger disaster threatening all mankind, how will the world's top forces remedy it? Will they really build a Noah's Ark like in the movie? Then it will cost $1 billion to buy a ticket. No. This is impossible. In today's world, the monetary system has collapsed, and the US dollar should not be strong. Forget it, I shouldn't think about it. Even if there is such an ark, they have to find a way. Imagination is useless. Perhaps after thinking it through, Liang Xiu gradually stopped feeling irritable and fell asleep quickly, sleeping until dawn. I don't know if it is really dawn, or if it has been on all the time. Liang Xiu looked at the time. It was 9:40 in the morning. He had only slept for less than 2 hours. They hurried to Yu Shifeng's house to gather. Aunt Xiaoping rarely made porridge in the morning. The sun was hanging in the sky, and the weather was getting hot and humid, so maybe it would be better to drink porridge in the morning. That's what she thought. Liang Xiu came over and simply drank 2 sips, and then he and Wei Yoqi waited for the time with the intercom. 10 o'clock. What? Sichuan Guizhou earthquake? Nanhu plague? Lu Xiaopeng's extremely shocked voice came from the other side. Yeah. Liang Xiu hummed, and the 4 people around the intercom were silent. Is the news reliable? Reliable. Wei Yoqi talked about the source of the news, and then said, Old Liang thinks we should leave as soon as possible, saying that the temperature difference between day and night will be huge, and we don't know when the plague will come. Lu Xiaopeng was so shocked that he hadn't recovered yet. Would it be convenient for you to arrange a place for us to talk in person? It's too inconvenient to talk like this. So Liang Xiu and his friends set off and headed for Lu Xiaopeng's country garden community. Originally, Lu Xiaopeng wanted to meet at a middle location, but Liang Xiu felt that it was not as safe as the entrance to their building. Liang Xiu, Yu Shifeng, and Wei Yoqi arrived at the 17th floor. Lu Xiaopeng pulled them into the fire door and locked it. Lu Xiaopeng's father also accompanied them. They sat on the floor and didn't even have time to say hello. Your consideration is correct. Western Tibet is vast and sparsely populated. If the plague really spreads to the whole country, it is relatively safe to stay in Western Tibet. But, Lu Xiaopeng's face was solemn. After deciding to go to Western Tibet, our survival risk will increase a lot. Assuming that in the urban area, we can at least collect supplies from other people's houses. On many roads in Western Tibet, there may not be even a tree for dozens of kilometers. We must be mentally prepared. Among the elderly people present, only Yu Shifeng and Lu Xiaopeng's father, unfortunately, neither of them has long-distance experience. Even if they know some routes about Western Tibet, they are the ones starting from Anya. And now according to Lu Xiaopeng's map, they can only roughly make a route. There is a national highway all the way from Shenlan City to Yinfu, passing through Yulin, Nanning, Beiz, Kunming, Lijiang, Kamdo, and then arriving in Linji. This road is more than 4,000 kilometers long. Not to mention the long distance, the national highway is old, and the road may be full of vehicles. They may need to get off to clear the lane. The difficulty and distance of the journey can be imagined. In this case, they will need more food on the road. There is no need to worry about this, because Liang Xiu and Lu Xiaopeng have plenty, and they will have a chance to replenish it on the way to Nanyun. However, Liang Xiu had previously negotiated a deal with the industrial park, but he had not yet fulfilled the matter of recuperation, so he had to go and exchange it today. Chapter 118. Determine the route and departure time, which is 3 o'clock in the morning of the day after tomorrow. It will be dark at that time, which is a good time to hide from others. Liang Xiu checked his watch with Lu Xiaopeng again. Is the time on this watch wrong? Because the sky outside was completely bright, it was not dark at all last night, so Liang Xiu had no concept of time again. It doesn't matter, just make sure our watches match. According to our time. Okay. Lu Xiaopeng said again, I have another relative, my aunt and uncle-in-law. I want to ask them if they want to go. Liang Xiu thought about it. Okay. Don't worry, I will tell them and completely obey your arrangements. When you need to call them, you can call them, and I will never cause you any trouble. Liang Xiu nodded. Lu Xiaopeng always thinks carefully. He said this when he proposed to ask relatives before. Now he said it again. It is completely because the situation is more tense this time. Walking on the road is a very dangerous thing in itself. With Lu Xiaopeng's assurance, Liang Xiu was relieved. Well, then I have to make it clear that you must obey the arrangements on the road and cannot act on your own. If you cause trouble to the entire team, the loss may be the lives of your teammates. You must understand this. So once we are on the road, I will not even give you face. Okay. Lu Xiaopeng smiled. I've been waiting for you to say this. The two smiled at each other, and the air was silent for a while. Lu Xiaopeng suddenly hugged Liang Xiu. Don't be so sensational. Have some motivation. I don't believe that our group of people, who have been ahead of others from the beginning, can still have problems. Wei Youqi said, yes. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. What's the point of being afraid of a hammer? In fact, the most obvious worry about the difficult journey is not the Sichuan-Guizhou earthquake, the Nanhu plague, which represents so many lives, which makes them feel really terrified. The power outage is a small matter, but it is related to life. It turns out that in this short 60-day power outage, those strangers, they have completely disappeared from this world. They may be a well-known public figure, a leader in an industry, or just an ordinary person who has worked hard in his field for decades and finally lived a stable life. It is more likely that they are some netizens who pass by, or perhaps a well-known upmaster. Many people have seen his videos, or a passerby who liked them. In short, these strangers, who have never seen each other, have completely disappeared from the world, turning into a skeleton, and may also be exposed in the wilderness and thrown into a pit full of corpses. Liang Xiu and Lu Xiaopeng said goodbye, and he still had to go to the industrial park. Today the sun is very bright outside. The shallow puddles in the city have completely dried up, and the deep ones are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The city seems to be brand new. Even the dilapidated and blood-stained street shops are stained with golden smiles. Unfortunately, this city has long been. The sun has only appeared for less than a day, and Liang Xiu and his friends can actually smell the rotten smell in the air when walking through the streets. You can't smell these on rainy days before. With these things, if it is a hot day, even if the plague in Nanhu doesn't come, this city will soon have a plague. The bodies were piled up in the garbage pit. Some places were not collected and lay randomly. Flies were flying around wantonly and maggots were crawling happily on the ground. How far was the disease? The sun is too hot. It's better to bring a parasol next time you go out. The air was not too stuffy, but the dazzling sun made Liang Xiu unable to open his eyes. The other two responded. When the three of them returned home, they were sweating profusely. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of cold porridge, Liang Xiu and the other two took the parasol and the wrapped gas stove, and the three of them set off again. Everyone in the family was busy packing and sorting supplies. There was no time for training or chatting with them. The whole family was busy. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when they hurried to the industrial park. Liang Xiu and his friends were sweating all over. The scorching sun made the city, which had rained for 60 consecutive days, feel stuffy in just less than a day. Fortunately, the shops opened by those workers were still there. I thought you weren't coming, Liang said. Wei Youqi held an umbrella, and Liang Xiu stood under it and smiled. Of course the deal we promised must be fulfilled. Yu Shifeng took the gas stove and shook it in his hand. Liang was also very straightforward, asking his men to open a plastic bag and show Liang Xiu the antibiotics and trauma tablets inside. The two sides did not have much negotiation. Liang's men checked the gas stove, and Liang Xiu checked his medicine. After both sides confirmed that there was no problem, the deal was reached. Liang looked at Liang Xiu putting the medicine into his pocket and said, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Liang said goodbye. "In fact, we could also talk about other deals." Liang Gu suddenly said to Liang Xiu's back. Liang Xiu turned around. His skin looked particularly pale under the black umbrella because he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. What transaction? Liang Gu raised his eyebrows. Alcohol. A large amount of alcohol. With your size, you should be able to produce goods that can be traded. Liang Xiu didn't know how he knew that he was large in size. Where did it come from? How do I exchange it? Liang said, those of us who run factories are familiar with factories. The alcohol in the alcohol factory, the white wine, is all individually packaged, with an alcohol content of more than 50. It can only be exchanged for staple food. How about it? Are you interested? Liang Shuyu's eyes lit up, but he said, although alcohol is very useful, we don't have much staple food, so I'm afraid we can't exchange much. Liang shrugged indifferently, that won't work. This thing has a lot of uses. If it weren't for your straightforwardness, I wouldn't tell you easily. The minimum exchange is 10 bottles. If you can't exchange, just ignore me. Liang Shuyu hesitated a little, but Liang didn't give up a penny. Finally, Liang Shuyu said, I have to see the goods. You can set a time. Now. Liang said. Not today, I have something to do. Tomorrow morning? Okay, tomorrow morning. Liang looked at the sky and laughed at himself. The time is uncertain, anyway, in the morning. Okay. Liang Shuyu left. After the three of them had completely walked away, Wei Yochi worriedly asked, do we really want to trade with them? Liang Shuyu smiled. How is that possible? It was just a lie. In this situation, it is better to avoid getting involved. How can you trade with unfamiliar people at such a critical moment? That's good. Wei Yochi nodded. He thought Liang Shuyu really wanted to trade with someone just now. It turned out to be a lie. Old Liang was quite truthful when he lied. They crossed a road and suddenly heard a little girl screaming. Then, they saw a man covered in blood on the other side of the road, holding a little girl and running towards them. Chapter 119. The three of them were not moved at all, but left the road even faster and joined other people traveling. After the sun came out, there were more people on the street. It was not easy to see women before, but now many women would come out and walk. Although many people in this city are still hungry and face the risk of being robbed and starving to death at any time, direct robbery on the street is still rare, and most people are relatively restrained. And the perpetrators are usually secretive, and in order to ensure that the action is fatal, they are usually more conservative. Food is needed, life is also needed. Without hospitals and medicine, no one wants to get hurt. Therefore, such a tragic situation as this man is rare on the busy streets, especially when seeing him running for his life, the tense look on his face. People are more afraid that someone is chasing him, and it is not a good thing to be touched. So most people choose to avoid it like Liang Shuyu, for fear of being touched. Dad, Dad. The little girl in the man's arms hugged her father tightly, and cried miserably. However, the man was obviously at the end of his strength. There were many knife wounds on his body, and the road he ran on was left with a bright red carpet. He was going to die, and even gods could not save him. However, it seemed that no one was chasing him. Otherwise, the man would have collapsed to the ground, and the people chasing him would not have seen his shadow. This is a big road with a great view. Let's go! After a slight pause, Liang Shuyu continued to move forward. Yu Shifeng still couldn't bear to take another look, but this time he saw a familiar feeling from the blood-stained face on the ground. It was the firefighter leader who had worked with him before. It's him. Yu Shifeng recognized the other party, and the other party also recognized him. Yu Shifeng still remembers that they didn't know that the power outage was so large at the beginning. He saw many people trapped on the water, and out of sympathy, he went into the water to save some people. The firefighter captain, who obviously had no superior command, risked his own exhaustion and drowned in the river to lead the team to rescue the victims. I still remember that they reached a cooperation with Liang Shuyu on the day they came back, and the three companies faced the power outage disaster together. The only condition Liang Shuyu proposed was that he was not allowed to do what is right again. He thought Liang Shuyu was so ruthless at the time, and various things later proved that. Ruthlessness is the bottom line of self-protection. Yu Shifeng gritted his teeth, retracted his gaze, followed Liang Shuyu's steps, and completely left the firefighter's sight. No. Dad, I don't want to. I want to stay with you. However, the firefighter suddenly grabbed the little girl, blood dripping down her young fingers. Listen to me. You must live, do you understand? I can't live, but you can. You go and beg him. If he doesn't take you in, you keep begging him. Until he takes you in. No. If you die, I won't live either. I want to die with you, and we will go to heaven to find Mom together. You must go, you must go. Hurry. Go. The firefighter pushed the girl out with his last strength, and the girl screamed and stood up. Although she was only 6 years old, she knew what her father was talking about. Without an adult to take care of her, she would definitely die. And Dad's injury was too serious, and Dad would definitely die. She knew too well what death meant, and she didn't want to die. I didn't want Dad to worry about her before he died, and couldn't go to heaven to find her mother at ease. So she cried miserably, kissed the firefighter on the forehead quickly, knelt down to him, and then carried her small school bag, which contained the only remaining supplies in their family, and turned around and ran quickly in one direction. Black umbrella, where? Where? The girl ran quickly on the road. Her petite body was extremely flexible, but she was covered in blood, and everyone who saw her stayed away from her. Black umbrella, there. The girl rushed forward, but when she got closer, she found that the clothes were different, and the person her father said had 2 companions, a group of 3 people, not them. She looked again. There were not many black umbrellas on the road, and her eyesight was very good. She saw a moving black dot a few hundred meters away, and she quickly chased after it. Black umbrella, it's them. Yu Shifeng and his men were not walking fast, only a little faster than normal people. Suddenly Yu Shifeng felt that his clothes were pulled by something, and his knife was instantly unsheathed, and he turned around to block it. Although it was not a directly fatal move, it was enough to scare the little girl away from him. The girl dodged the knife and fell to the ground. Yu Shifeng looked and found that it was the daughter of the firefighter. How did she catch up with him? What do you want to do? Yu Shifeng's tone was calm, not gentle, but not too serious. The girl immediately stood up and said, "My father said you would take me in. My mother and father are dead. I have nowhere to go. Please take me in." The tender voice was filled with a strong suppressed cry of a child, and passers-by looked at him sideways. Yu Shifeng's nose instinctively soured. Such a young girl left her father, who had just died, or was not yet dead, and came to ask him, a stranger, to take her in. How could he not feel sad, heartbroken and moved? Liang Shuyu and Wei Youji also stopped and looked at the girl with tears on her face, and blood all over her body. However, Yu Shifeng said, "I don't know him. Indeed, he can't be considered as knowing him." The girl knelt down with a plop. "Dad said you will definitely take me in. Please, I will be very good. I don't eat much. Please take me in. I will definitely not cause trouble for you." But Yu Shifeng is no longer the Yu Shifeng of the past. "Sorry, I really can't take you in." Yu Shifeng's voice became serious. After saying that, he turned around decisively. They were going to leave the city, and he couldn't bring trouble to his family and family members at this critical moment. There were many deaths in the city every day. What could he do? Even Yu Shifeng had decided, so Liang Shuyu and others naturally had nothing to say. They couldn't take time to take care of a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old and had just lost her parents on the road. The 3 of them turned away mercilessly, and passers-by also turned their faces away, and some people covered their noses. The girl was still kneeling there, tears flowing uncontrollably. However, the figures of Liang Shuyu and the other 2 gradually went away. She stood up, and her feet retreated half a step dejectedly, half of her body turned sideways and looked back. There was her father. If she went back now, she might be able to see her father for the last time. Maybe she could dig a grave for her father on the side of the road, and dig one for herself, and then bury herself in it, so that they would not be exposed on the street like her mother. But my father would definitely die with his eyes open." The girl screamed miserably, as shrill as a boiling old-fashioned kettle. She clenched her fists, bared her teeth, and held back her transparent tears of blood, and resolutely chased in the direction where Yu Shifeng and the other 2 left. Chapter 120. She wants to live. She must live. The girl followed Liang Shuyu and the other 2 all the way, but didn't follow too closely. Although she was only 6 years old, she was very smart. She knew that the 3 people were unwilling to take her in. If she followed too closely, she might be thrown away by them. So she hid all the way and followed Liang Shuyu and the other 2 to lane 27. She saw the 3 people walk to a stone dam, take off their shoes there, and wash the soles of their shoes with a bucket of dirty water on the dam. At this time, she rushed up desperately. "Please take me in. I will definitely be very good and won't cause you any trouble. Dad said you will definitely take me in. You are Dad's friends, aren't you?" At this time, she was still crying, but her voice was not crying. Tears fell silently, and her clothes were all wet while she spoke. Yu Shifeng didn't expect that this little girl was so difficult to deal with and followed all the way here. Yu Shifeng glanced at Liang Shuyu, and Liang Shuyu was also helpless. If this was an adult, they could just threaten her and send her away, but she was just a poor girl who had just lost her father. Obviously, they couldn't deal with her the same way they dealt with adults. But could they take her in? That was even more impossible at this critical moment. Even the good guy Yu Shifeng didn't want to cause trouble for his family, let alone Liang Shuyu. "Let's go in first," Liang Shuyu whispered, and the 3 of them quickly brushed the soles of their shoes. The big red wooden door opened at this time. welcoming the three of them in. The three of them put their shoes barefoot at the entrance and changed into the slippers used at home. The only benefit after the sun comes out is that they don't have to change clothes in a hurry when they come back from going out. Where did that little girl come from? The people inside had already seen what happened outside, and Liang Wenjing asked them curiously. Yu Shifeng told them what they encountered on the road. They also learned about the firefighters, who brought their team members to rescue the trapped victims. Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were silent for a while, and didn't say anything, and didn't know what to say. There were too many things to sort out in the past 2 days, and they were also very busy. After a few brief greetings with Liang Shuyu, they had to go back to the warehouse upstairs to sort things out. Fatty Wei and Aunt Xiaoping were also helping in the warehouse. When they saw Liang Wenjing coming back with new medicine, they asked, "Are they back?" "Yes." Liang Wenjing nodded and took out the medicine to register. Yu Min was as usual, continuing to do her own thing. The little girl on the stone dam thought that if she caught up with them and said something nice, they would definitely take her in, but she didn't expect Liang Shuyu and the other two to ignore her. As the wooden door closed heavily and ruthlessly, the girl's heart suddenly fell. The crying and sadness that had just been suppressed, the determination and courage that had been gathered with great difficulty were all shattered and collapsed in the heavy slam of the door. She is just a child. It shouldn't be too difficult to raise a child. She really doesn't eat much. She will definitely not cause trouble for these people. Just give her 2 bricks, she doesn't even need a sofa, she can sleep there. As long as there is a safe place, a place that can shelter from the wind and rain, a place that is willing to take her in. But these people were still so ruthless that they refused to even look at her. Aren't they my father's friends? Didn't my father say that if she just asked that uncle, he would definitely take her in? The girl, who had been spoiled since childhood and could get praise from adults with a smile and some benefits with a few nice words, didn't understand where the problem was. She was still too young. Although she thought she understood the cruelty of death, the complex world of adults was still too far away for her. The ruthless red door closed, as if it also blocked all her possibilities of survival. Apart from her father's instructions before his death, she really couldn't think of any other way to go. Her world collapsed all of a sudden, and she couldn't restrain herself anymore and cried miserably. After crying for about 10 times, she found that no one still paid attention to her. There was even a disgusting sound of closing windows in a house not far away. The indifferent adults disliked her voice for being too noisy. The girl looked around desperately. If no one took her in, would she have to wander outside? Would she have to sleep on the street with the corpses? Would she starve to death, be kidnapped by the evil people who killed innocent people, and be made to work like a slave for them, or even do some horrible things? No, she didn't want that. The girl knelt down with a plop. She remembered the beggars on the overpass, who used to count out crazily when they begged others, and someone would sympathize with them, and give them 1 or 2 yuan of pocket money. Maybe doing this would also gain the sympathy of the 3 people. The girl then counted out crazily towards the mahogany door. "Please, I don't have much to eat, don't leave me outside, I will starve to death. I can do housework, I can wash clothes and cook. I will repay you when I grow up. I promise that I will not cause you any trouble. Please, take me in for Dad's sake. I am really well behaved. I used to help my mother mop the floor every day at home. I have good grades and I am good at math. I can help you with math. I am valuable. I can do anything. I just beg you to take me in. If you are willing to take me in, I can only eat 1 meal a day. I don't eat vegetables or anything else. 1 bowl of rice a day is enough. I can also find a way to go out and find supplies. As long as you are willing to take me in, I am willing to do anything. Please, please, please. Oh! Why is there a child crying there? Aunt Xiaoping heard the shouting in the room and looked down from the balcony on the 2nd floor. She saw a little girl of 5 or 6 years old counted crazily and non-stop. Aunt Xiaoping didn't know what happened. What's wrong? Turned to ask Liang Shuyu and the others. At this time, everyone came out and gathered on the balcony on the 2nd floor. The girl's crying voice became more and more miserable, and her small and thin body was shaking because of the constant kowtow. People who usually only take care of family affairs began to feel unbearable. Yes, they have never seen the outside world, never seen the scene of blood all over the ground and corpses all over the city. How can they know how to write the word cruel? Yu Min seemed to have expected it, and told the whole story. Fatty Wei said after listening, "It's not a solution to let her cry here all the time. If we take her in, will it be difficult?" He was still rational, and did not directly say that he would take her in, but decided to consider the cost first. Aunt Xiaoping said anxiously, It's just a child, and she can't eat much. She can't even take up half of the bed. Besides, her father is a good man who serves the people. Chapter 121. And Xiaoping's understanding is this: the child is so young, both parents are gone, and the father is a good man with good character. Adopting one more person should not bring any burden to the family. Fatty Wei thought more deeply than her. If Liang Shuyu and others wanted to take the child in, they would have taken him in long ago. Why wait until now? So he didn't have any idea. Liang Shuyu and others often walked around outside, so he had to see what they wanted. Xiao Liang, what do you think? Fatty Wei asked him. Liang Shuyu stared at the girl below. In fact, he was already thinking about various consequences and possibilities in his mind. When the girl caught up with Yu Shifeng, he guessed that this trouble could not be thrown away. Wei Yochi said, "Why should we care about her? We don't know her, so why should we take her in?" And Xiaoping said, "Your child, that's a life. If such a young child is left outside, what if she is caught? You can't imagine how cruel some people are." Wei Yochi pouted, "Then it's none of our business. We are leaving soon. Do we still want to take her with us? We may not be able to protect ourselves from the dangers along the way. It will be troublesome for us to take such a young child with us. Then let her kneel down and kowtow here. She will leave by herself after she kowtows enough. Besides, let's say something unpleasant. Do you really think she is so pitiful? Maybe she is just trying to gain sympathy. Children of this age have independent thoughts. Don't think they are so innocent. A 1-year-old child can already use smiles and cries to seek benefits for himself, let alone a 5 or 6-year-old child. Wei Yochi doesn't like naughty kids. They are troublesome and troublesome." And Xiaoping was speechless. How can a person who has never been married know a mother's feelings for her child? Wei Yochi certainly doesn't understand. And Xiaoping asked Liang Ying for her opinion. "What do you think?" Liang Ying shook her head. "I don't have any idea either." And Xiaoping sighed anxiously. Several people looked at Liang Shuyu again, waiting for him to make a decision. Liang Shuyu said, "Let's prepare the meal first. We have something to do in the afternoon." And Xiaoping was speechless for a while, so she had to go with Liang Ying to prepare the meal. After dinner, Liang Shuyu and the other 4 went out to clean up the nearby vehicles. The 2 vehicles they finally decided on were a large truck and a taxi with a shed. They had to clear a passable road to facilitate the vehicles to come in and out. The action time is tomorrow night in the early morning. After the car comes, it will quickly load the goods and leave quickly and meet Lu Xiaopang at the highway intersection. This is an agreement. Liang Wenjing and others are also very busy. There were too many things at home, and they were quite frugal. There was still some water in the water tank that had not been used up. All the water was filtered by a water purifier and put into the previously used mineral water bottles, which was also a time-consuming project. In addition, there were clothes, quilts, shoes and socks and other messy things. There were too many things, no matter how big or small, and they had to be classified. They could not be stuffed into boxes randomly like moving. All of these took time and energy. After dinner, Liang Shuyu received a message from Lu Xiaopang. Because there were many things to do these 2 days, the intercom kept ringing to keep the information flowing. I asked my aunt and uncle-in-law, and they decided to go with us. They don't have a car, but my dad's company has a truck, which they can drive and put the supplies together. My family also has a Buick G18 that is still working, so we have 2 cars here. In addition, I have already told them that they will obey any arrangements you make on the road and will never cause you any trouble. Lu Xiaopang told Liang Shuyu all the detailed information on their side. Although the 2 families decided to go together, the cars and supplies were not mixed. Lu Xupeng's 2 families were independent, and Liang Shuyu's 3 families were independent. "Okay, I also have 2 cars here, a truck and a taxi, and the air conditioners can work. We have a lot of diesel. Do you have a lot of gasoline reserves?" "There are some, and if there is not enough, we can get it on the way." "Yes." Liang Shuyu confirmed some details of the trip, such as the time and location, and ended the communication with Lu Xiaopang. Outside, the girl's crazy kowtow behavior had stopped, but she was still howling, like a pretentious child who wanted to get her mother's compromise by throwing a tantrum, in order to pray for the sympathy and attention of Liang Shuyu and others. The sky finally darkened, and the air became cooler. Liang Shuyu and his team were busy until late at night. The sudden drop in the temperature indoors made several people put on thick coats. Sure enough, as Chen Ru said, after the sun came out, the temperature difference between day and night was extremely large, and the alternation of cold and heat, colds, heat strokes, influenza, and other diseases would be more fierce than the rainy season. The weather is suddenly so cold, what should I do with that child? There is no sound. And Xiaoping leaned behind the first floor window and looked out, because the sun had completely set, and there were no candles in the house. They usually worked from sunrise to sunset, and things like lighting no longer existed. So all I could see was a dark mass. I wondered if the girl had left or was shivering in a corner because of the cold. I wonder if her parents in heaven could see what she looked like now. She's gone and asleep. What are you still looking at? Fatty Wei came over and pulled Aunt Xiaoping away. Aunt Xiaoping hesitated. It's so cold, are you really not going to care about her? Fatty Wei took a deep breath and touched Aunt Xiaoping's face. It's not that easy to care about her. Shuyu must be in trouble if he doesn't speak. We who work in logistics should not cause trouble for others. If it weren't for Shuyu and his friends working outside, could the family live so peacefully? How many families in this city are starving to death? Fatty Wei didn't see it with his own eyes, but he could guess it. Don't think that if you live well after the power outage, others will live well too. That's all an illusion. I understand, but she actually didn't have so many right and wrongs. She just felt that the child. Such a young child. At this time, footsteps were heard. Aunt Xiaoping looked up and saw Liang Shuyu coming down from upstairs. Is he still there? Liang Shuyu asked. Aunt Xiaoping hurriedly said, he should still be there, maybe hiding in the corner from the wind, no sound. Liang Shuyu nodded, looked out the window for a while, and then walked to the mahogany door. Aunt Xiaoping knew that he was going to open the door to let the girl in, because all the things in the Liang family had been moved out. Liang Shuyu could only sleep with Wei Youqi, and now there was no other motive for opening the door except to let her in. Aunt Xiaoping was so happy that she went over to help move the sofa. After a while, the three people moved the sofa away and saw Liang Shuyu personally open the mahogany door, but she did not follow him, but hid in the house as usual. In fact, she always felt that Liang Shuyu was too cold and had a strange calmness that was very inconsistent with ordinary people. Unexpectedly, Liang Shuyu finally showed sympathy. Chapter 122. Actually, Aunt Xiaoping was wrong. Liang Shuyu is a compassionate person, but this compassion is only for his family and friends. He will not use it for strangers. He decided to take in the girl not out of compassion, but because he did not want this person to cause trouble at this critical moment and attract too much attention from neighbors. It is not difficult to raise a 5- or 6-year-old child. She doesn't eat much, but the only trouble is that she not only can't help adults, but will cause trouble to adults, becoming a burden and worry in their team. This is the main reason why Liang Shuyu doesn't want to adopt her. Therefore, he is here to solve this problem. If you can solve it, take her in. If you can't, then sorry, Liang Shuyu can't do anything. In the dark outside world, only the dim light of the small torch made of cloth, with cotton and diesel in Liang Shuyu's hand can barely illuminate. Liang Shuyu saw the girl curled up in a corner, attracted by the light source. Hope suddenly burst out in her dark pupils. She crawled over. Brother, I am really good and I can do housework. Please take me in. Her voice was completely hoarse, like a 6-year-old woman. Liang Shuyu had no expression, and did not directly say anything to take her in, but said, we don't lack people to do housework, and, at your age, there are too few things you can do. No. The girl hurriedly said, my father said that those who make money by physical labor are always inferior people. I have good grades, I can use my brain, I am smarter than others, and I can do things that others can't do. For example, I always rank in the top 3 in my age group in every exam, and the teacher also said that I am very smart. I can go to a key university in the future, and I learn things very quickly. Liang Shuyu looked at this innocent child. How long have you not taken an exam? The girl pursed her lips, and was speechless. But what else can she show off besides grades and housework? She racked her brains, and thought again and again, I can also sew clothes. Brother, if your clothes are broken, I can help you sew them. I can also use firefighting equipment, and put out fires. My father taught me. She tried her best to tell Liang Shuyu everything she knew, just wanting to prove that she was a valuable person, so that Liang Shuyu would know that taking her in was not a loss-making thing, and it must be very profitable. But I don't need a smart 6-year-old child. When Liang Shuyu said this, the girl, whose face was already purple from the cold, looked even paler. In the black pupils that reflected the red flames, the mist blurred the light, and a kind of despair and helplessness was about to overwhelm her again. I need a girl who won't cause me any trouble, Liang Shuyu said. The girl's eyes suddenly flashed again. I can do that. I'm definitely very good. I won't cause any trouble. When my dad goes out, I wait for him at home every day. Every time I go out, I will follow my dad obediently and never run around. Please believe me, I'm really good. Liang Shuyu nodded. I can give you a chance to live with us temporarily and provide you with some simple meals. But you must obey the arrangement and throw away all the innocence of children in you. You must not make any mistakes. Can you do it? I can. As long as she can survive, as long as she has a bite to eat and a place to sleep, she is willing to do anything. Okay, remember what you said today. Liang Shuyu stood up. The girl was still crawling on the ground. Her legs were frozen, and it was almost difficult for her to stand up. She looked up at him, who was so tall. Tears flashed in her eyes. Liang Shuyu pulled her up. The girl could hardly stand, and was completely held by Liang Shuyu. What's your name? The girl should say, Du Yao. My name is Du Yao. Liang Shuyu took Du Yao home. Aunt Xiaoping looked at such a small child whose face turned purple due to the cold, and couldn't help but think of Wei Youqi's appearance when he was a child, which would be the same in the winter. She felt pity and heartache. Good child, you are frozen. Auntie will take you to take a hot bath. The hot water in the kettle at home is always put in, just enough for her to take a bath, and the water will be boiled tomorrow, which will not be a waste. Liang Shuyu had no objection. Since he had brought her back, he should treat her normally. Would he abuse her? He also gave the small torch to Aunt Xiaoping for her to light up. Just because he had talked with Du Yao, it didn't mean that she wouldn't cause trouble for Liang Shuyu and others in the future. Liang Shuyu had to be more careful about her. On the road, it was not safer than at home. When Du Yao heard that there was hot water to take a bath, she knew that it was difficult to drink hot water at home, but it could be used for bathing. Du Yao stood there nervously and didn't dare to move. I don't need to take a bath. I'm not cold, thank you, Auntie. Aunt Xiaoping mixed the hot water. Du Yao was relatively small, and a pot of boiling hot water plus some cold water was enough for her to take a bath. Seeing that Du Yao didn't move, she directly carried her to the toilet. In the toilet, a small torch was stuck on the windowsill. With a dim light, one could clearly see a bucket on the floor, which was half full of steaming hot water. It was really hot water. Don't be afraid, the water temperature is about the same. Just go in and get used to it. Aunt Xiaoping helped her take off her school bag. Liang Ying also came down at this time. She came in half a body and took a look, and said, I go find Shuyu's childhood clothes. I remember there are still some that haven't been thrown away. Yeah, okay. Aunt Xiaoping nodded quickly, and helped Du Yao take off the dirty clothes stained with blood. Liang Ying took a lighter, and went out the door in the dark to the opposite side. Although the things were moved away, Liang Shuyu's childhood clothes could not have been moved away, and were still there. Since the child has been taken in, it's just right to take a few of Liang Shuyu's childhood clothes. In fact, there are several pieces full of memories that she is reluctant to throw away, otherwise she wouldn't have kept them until now. It was very cold in the toilet, but Du Yao was too cold to feel it. She didn't rush to get into the bucket, but first dipped a little water to wash her hands, carefully scooped up a mouthful of hot water and drank it. So sweet, hot water is sweet. Du Yao held back her tears, and drank several more mouthfuls in a hurry. If only her mother could have a mouthful of hot water before she died, she would have drunk all the hot water in the house before that. She was so ignorant that she didn't realize earlier that hot water was so precious. When her mother died, she hated herself so much that she had to drink a cup of hot water every day, but her mother was reluctant to drink it, and her health was getting worse. Now, such a big bucket of hot water was placed in front of her, not for her to drink, but for her to take a bath. She was confused again. Is hot water precious or not? Silly child, this is bath water, you can't drink it. This water was directly mixed with unfiltered water. In her family's opinion, which was very particular about drinking water, it was certainly not drinkable. If you drink too much and get sick, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 123. Auntie. Isn't hot water very precious? Du Yao asked blankly. Of course it is precious. Auntie Xiaoping carried her to the bucket to soak her. The water she prepared was just a little lower than the edge of the bucket, so that the water would not overflow. This was something Auntie Xiaoping was very proud of. Although she had little education and didn't understand what was going on outside, she was a master at housework at home. Since it was so precious, why did she take it out to give her a bath? Du Yao didn't quite understand, but she could feel that Auntie Xiaoping cared about her and treated her very well. Thank you, Auntie. Du Yao felt the warm hot water, which gradually warmed up her cold and insensitive skin. It was such a wonderful feeling. Du Yao had completely forgotten what it felt like to soak in hot water last time. Du Yao hugged her knees, and Auntie Xiaoping heated up the towel and put it on her shoulders. The feeling of being wrapped in hot water, and the skin being touched by a strange Auntie was like her mother helping her take a bath. Diao missed her father and mother so much, but she held back. She glanced at the small torch on the windowsill. The brilliant red flame looked like her father's blood. She wondered if her father was still safe. Was there anyone to collect his body? Or would he just lie there forever, being trampled on by people? His clothes were all dirty, his blood stains were all trampled on, and people's footprints were used as grave soil, the earth as a tombstone, and the sun as incense. This hot water is specially used for bathing. It is not filtered to disinfect, so it is easy to get a stomachache. Remember this in the future. Never drink unfiltered raw water. Otherwise, if you get a stomachache, you will have to take medicine, which will be more troublesome, you know? And Xiaoping told her, while rubbing her back. Diao knew that the neighbor's child, the child of a friend of her father, died of diarrhea. They died alive. I heard that the causes of death were different. Some were starved to skin and bones, some were swollen like balls, and some were all bruised and foaming at the mouth. Yeah. Diao nodded obediently. Coming to this strange home, she only needed to listen and obey what others said. As for the question in her mind, if hot water is so precious, why use it for bathing? She didn't dare to ask it rashly. Also, you must wash your shoes after you come back from going out. You can't wear shoes you wear outside when you walk back home, so as to prevent bringing back bacteria from outside. Diao immediately thought of her shoes in the toilet. Auntie, my shoes haven't been washed yet. Don't worry, I washed them for you in a while. There will be a big sun tomorrow, and they will dry in the sun. Thank you, Auntie. Diao didn't dare to say too much, and she became more rigid and dull. If it were before, she would definitely hug her father and act like a spoiled child, and say a few playful words. When she thought that she would never be as lively and cute as before, and had to live cautiously like an adult, and couldn't make the slightest mistake, otherwise the big brother would drive her away, she tightened herself even more. Her childhood was about to end here. I used to want to grow up, but now I feel so sad. I really hope to wake up tomorrow and find that everything is just a dream. Mom is still here, Dad is still here, there will always be food in the refrigerator at home, and the stove can always be lit. I can cook when I want to, and I can cook when I want to. I quickly gave Diao a bath, and Liang brought the clothes she found. They were all the clothes Liang Shuyu wore when he was 7 or 8 years old. Diao wore them a lot bigger, but she tied a rope around her waist, and could barely hold them up. You don't have shoes, wear these first. Liang gave her a pair of her old slippers, which were almost wearable. Where are you going to sleep tonight? Aunt Xiaoping asked. Liang now shared a bed with Liang Wenqing and Yumin. Liang Shuyu shared a bed with Wei Youqi and Yu Shifeng, and the rest was Aunt Xiaoping in her husband's room, which had almost no place to live. Aunt, I can just sleep on the floor, Diao said nervously, worried whether there were extra quilts for her. If not, it would be very cold in this weather. Squeeze in with me. There are too many people in your place, forget it, squeeze in with me, anyway, you only sleep for 2 nights. Aunt Xiaoping said. Your bed is so small. It can fit. When Diao heard 2 nights, she thought they would only take her in for 2 nights, and send her away after 2 nights. Her nose was sore, and she almost cried again. But she forced herself to hold it back. At least she had a hot bath today, and maybe she could have hot meals tomorrow. 2 nights is 2 nights. Then where would she go in the future? At night, Diao slept next to Aunt Xiaoping, and there was a fat uncle sleeping with him. Diao was a little scared, but she didn't dare to hug Aunt Xiaoping. Although Aunt Xiaoping seemed to care about her, she was not familiar with this aunt at all. At night, she huddled in a corner alone, motionless. When she got up in the morning, because she didn't move all night, her shoulders and neck were stiff and painful. She woke up just after it was light, fearing that she would oversleep. Not long after, she saw her aunt get up, and she also hurriedly got up. The fat uncle was still sleeping. Aunt, is there anything I can help you with? Du Yao said. Aunt Xiaoping waved her hand. You are so young, what can you do? Go back to sleep, it's okay. Diao shook her head. Aunt, I have slept enough, otherwise, I will go to mop the floor? Aunt Xiaoping said, no need, the floor does not need to be mopped. So, you can go to the sofa in the living room downstairs to play. Then she took Diao to the living room on the first floor, and she went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast and hot water for today. Diao did not dare to sit on the sofa. Coming to this strange family, facing these completely strange adults, she did not dare to be lazy and wait for others to serve her like at home. If she did that, she would definitely be driven out. She ran to the kitchen, but did not rush to help. She observed for a while, and saw Aunt Xiaoping washing rice. After washing the rice, she put it in the pot and turned on the fire to cook again. The fiery red stove was lit up, emitting a long-lost dazzling light. The stove in my aunt's house could actually be turned on. Diao was stunned. She had always thought that all the stoves in the world could not work. Diao looked at the working stove with envy. If their family also had such a stove, would their mother not have to die? A few drops of tears flowed down the corners of her eyes again. Diao gritted her teeth and wiped them away, pursed her lips and smiled. "Auntie, let me help you." Aunt Xiaoping turned around and said to the little girl, "Really, you don't need to go and sit on the sofa and play. There are books over there. Go and read them." Chapter 124. Auntie had rejected her repeatedly, and she would feel annoyed if she pestered her again. Diao nodded obediently, and had to sit back on the sofa in the living room. She didn't dare to turn the pages of the book, so she just sat there, feeling the sun outside the window dispelling the darkness in a short while, making the whole room bright and white. Soon there were more and more noises upstairs, and the two sisters came out of the room, not knowing what they were busy with. She also saw the auntie who gave her last night, also on the second floor. Diao hurriedly climbed upstairs, and in a room, she saw the auntie and the two sisters packing things inside. Diao leaned on the door frame and watched for a while, hesitating whether to speak. But she was afraid that this was not something she should see. Fortunately, Liangying saw her and asked, "You got up so early, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Diao quickly shook her head. "I woke up and wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help." Liangying thought for a moment. "How about this? Go and help me collect the clothes hanging on the balcony, fold them, and give them to me." "Okay." Finally there was something to do. Diao followed the instructions, and went to the balcony on the second floor. Sure enough, she saw more than a dozen clothes and quilts hanging there. She touched them, and found they were all dry. Diao took down all the clothes with the clothes drying rack. Because the quilt was too big, and she was very small, the quilt was accidentally dragged on the ground, and got a little dirty. Diao quickly picked it up and patted it, but there was still a little stain on the quilt, and it couldn't be patted clean. She was very scared that she couldn't even do this little thing well. But she didn't dare to take the quilt to clean it. What if the aunt asked her why she washed the quilt? What would she say? Diao was so anxious that she was about to cry. She had to put the quilt on the chair next to her, and fold it according to her mother's method. Fortunately, although she didn't do much housework before, she saw her mother doing it. Now she can do it properly. Maybe it would be better if she folded the dirty part without being discovered, Diao thought. She folded all the clothes and handed them to the aunt. "So fast, not bad, go and have a rest," Liangying said. Diao stood there without moving. She was wondering whether she should confess. What if the aunt thought she had soiled the quilt and thought she was not capable? Or what if she was discovered later and the aunt thought she concealed it? Would this be considered a mistake? If so, would she be kicked out? Diao suddenly fell into a difficult decision. Her nails dug into the door frame. It seemed that countless possibilities flashed through her mind, but she couldn't catch anything. She suddenly felt that it was so difficult to be a sensible adult. No wonder those adults said that children are the happiest and most joyful people in the world. If every adult faces such a choice every day, no wonder it is so tiring. "Ah, auntie," Diao called out. Liangying was packing and turned around. "What's wrong?" Diao decided to tell it, but she was very scared. "I accidentally dragged the quilt to the ground and made it dirty. But think about it, if it is discovered later, it seems to be more serious. So I'd better tell it." Liangying smiled in a daze. "It's okay, don't take it to heart." "Really?" "Yeah." Liangying nodded, touched Diao's shoulder to comfort her. "By the way, are you free now? There may be another thing I need to trouble you with." "It's not a hassle. This is what I should do." "Auntie, please tell me," Diao said anxiously. Giving her something to do was the greatest affirmation of her. She didn't think it was a hassle at all. "Well, we are a little thirsty. Your Aunt Xiaoping should be boiling water to make Ganoderma Lycidum water. Please help us fill some up with this bottle." Diao nodded hurriedly while holding 2 thermos bottles. She went downstairs with a clatter of her legs, filled the kitchen with Ganoderma Lycidum water, and then went upstairs with a clatter of her legs. Liang Shuyu and others got up soon. They had to go out to clean up the streets today. They needed to clear the highway intersection in advance to make a smooth and unobstructed street. The 3 people had just finished cleaning up when Aunt Xiaoping's breakfast was ready. Everyone went to the table together. Diao stood hesitantly aside. Aunt Xiaoping pushed her to a seat in the corner. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Eat." She also served her a bowl of hot porridge and helped her pick some pickles. Because many things in the kitchen were packed up, breakfast was simple, with only pickles and bread. After seeing others start eating, Diao timidly drank a mouthful of porridge. She didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten hot rice and porridge. At home, there were always noodles soaked in warm water, and various breads and biscuits. Mom would mash various instant noodles, biscuits, and bread, and then soak them in a little hot water for more than half an hour before they could be eaten. The taste was usually very bad, like a strange and unpalatable paste. But that was the only thing they could eat. She didn't expect to be able to eat normal rice here, so at this time, she seemed to understand a little why her elder brother didn't want to take her in at first. Because these things are very precious. Why should I give them to a stranger who can't work? After eating only one bowl, Diao didn't dare to eat any more. She saw the two older brothers, and the uncle push away the mahogany sofa blocking the wooden door. One of the brothers came over and patted her head. He was not the brother who talked to her last night. After the three of them left, there were still people eating at the table. The two sisters looked very busy and kept discussing something. Diao didn't dare to interrupt. She stood aside silently waiting to wash the dishes. After waiting for the two sisters to leave, the remaining fat uncle waved at her. Just eat one bowl. Can you be full? Yeah, I'm smaller, I'm full. Diao nodded quickly. The fat uncle smiled and was quite kind. He served her all the porridge left in the pot. There were also a lot of pickles and a piece of bread. Eat it, it's a waste if you don't eat it, the fat uncle said. Diao wanted to eat, but didn't dare. She was actually very hungry. She hadn't eaten hot food for several days. She felt better after drinking some hot water last night. If that aunt hadn't said that she couldn't drink that water, she would have drunk it while taking a bath. Don't be afraid, you can eat all of this. Fatty Wei stuffed the bowl into Diao's hand. Diao hesitated for a moment while holding the bowl, but still picked up the chopsticks and started eating. But she ate slowly, and didn't dare to let the fat uncle see that she was wolfing down the food, for fear that she would appear to be very impolite. After eating the porridge, there was a piece of bread, and the fat uncle also let her eat it. But she didn't eat it, and wanted to save it, so she hid it in her trouser pocket. She wanted to wash the dishes, but when she went, Aunt Xiaoping had already washed them. Diao didn't know what to do, so she went to wipe the table. At this time, there was a knock on the mahogany door. The fat uncle didn't open the door, but tilted his face to the window and looked. Is it Lao Luo? Chapter 125. Loey put on a smile, and then Fatty Wei opened the door a crack and let Loey in. As soon as Loey came in, he saw a strange little girl at the dining table. Where did you get this child from? Fatty Wei pulled him to the sofa and sat down to chat. It's a friend's child, temporarily staying with us for a few days. Why are you here today? They didn't tell any neighbors about their plan to leave here except their own family. However, the action of moving supplies from Liang Shuyu's house the night before must have been noticed by people nearby, so Fatty Wei guessed that Loey came here to ask about this matter. Sure enough, Loey said as soon as he opened his mouth, I saw that you moved all the Liang family's things here, so I wanted to see if you all decided to live here in the future. Fatty Wei nodded. Well, it's inconvenient to come and go every day. Loey hummed, shrank on the sofa, and was silent for a while, as if he didn't know how to start. Fatty Wei looked at him with a smile, but didn't ask actively. Luo Wei said, that's it, you see, it's suddenly sunny now, but the weather has suddenly become so hot. And the family of Lao Zhao across the street, when did they leave? Why is it so empty all of a sudden? Liang Shuyu said that if Luo Wei came to ask, Fatty Wei would briefly mention their actions to him, but would not actively invite Luo Wei and others. If Luo Wei wanted to go with them, he had to meet the conditions proposed by Liang Shuyu. Fatty Wei said, Lao Zhao has a daughter who came from Nanu. Told Luo Wei everything about the plague and the earthquake. Luo Wei was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he was speechless for a long time. Du Yao, who was standing by, was also terrified. If it was in the past, she would not understand what these things meant, but now she understands that plague and earthquake are synonymous with death. Behind these two light words, there may be thousands of lives. So you plan to leave? When? Fatty Wei didn't say when. We must leave. It has been raining for so long here. After being exposed to the scorching sun, the temperature rises, which is a hotbed for bacteria. Maybe if the plague from Nanhu is not transmitted here, a new plague will be born here, so we must leave. Luo Wei trembled for a long time. Can our family go with you? Fatty Wei said, it's not impossible, but there are conditions. Unless you strictly abide by them. Otherwise, walking on the road is 100 times and 1,000 times more difficult than at home. Those places are unfamiliar. There may be robbers who specialize in robbing people on the road, and there are many reasons such as weather. In short, The difficulties and obstacles along the way are hard to imagine. Luo Wei took a few deep breaths. Their family really didn't have much supplies. These days, they were preparing to go out with Liang Shuyu and others to get some things together. I didn't expect Liang Shuyu and others to leave. It was really as Fatty Wei said. Whether he wanted to go together or not, he couldn't stay in this place. What are the conditions? Liang Shuyu had already made the conditions. Fatty Wei said directly, first, you must have a car with air conditioning. Otherwise, the road will be hot, and without air conditioning, it will be a dead end. Second, you must obey the arrangements on the road. Everyone will have their own tasks, positions, and roles. This is for the safety of everyone. At least these 2 points are required. Obeying the arrangements is definitely no problem. Loey said distressfully, but we don't have a car, and I don't drive very well. Do you have a car? In fact, we don't have much stuff, so we only need 2 spaces. He got his driver's license more than 10 years ago, and he has never driven since then. What's more, he doesn't have a car. Even if he has one, he can't drive after the solar storm. That won't work. Fatty Wei rejected it without even thinking about it. The car is the first one. If you have a car, you can go with us. If you don't have one, you can't. Luo Wei said bitterly, even if I have a car, I can't drive it. How about you make some concessions, or if there are other conditions, I will try my best to meet them. Do you think it's okay? It really won't work. Fatty Wei shook his head firmly. We will leave tomorrow, so you only have 1 day to figure it out. If you have a car, you can leave. If you don't have a car, I can't do anything. In fact, we will leave in the early morning tonight, but Fatty Wei will not tell him the specific time. Fatty Wei sent Luo Wei out the door. Luo Wei wanted to talk to Fatty Wei, but Fatty Wei sent him away without listening. Letting him in was a great honor. Fatty Wei was getting closer and closer to Yu Shifeng, trying to get rid of the weak and good-natured side of his character. The current living situation does not allow the existence of good-natured people. After sending Luo Wei away, Fatty Wei blocked the door again. He told Du Yao, your name is Du Yao, right? Du Yao nodded. Fatty Wei said, okay, Uncle has other work to do now. You help us watch the door. Once someone knocks on the door or there is an emergency, you come up and call us, understand? What is an emergency? Du Yao asked. If someone is sneaking around our door and doesn't leave, you have to come and call us. Got it. Du Yao was delighted when she heard that. Did the fat uncle accept her completely? I will definitely complete the task. Du Yao then stood by the window, carefully watching the situation outside, and dared not relax. On the other side, Luo Wei returned home anxiously, racking his brains, but couldn't figure out where to get a car. Is he going to steal or rob? If only he had that ability. The car doesn't have a key, so it can't be driven away even if it is stolen. Moreover, after the solar storm, many electrical appliances broke down, and even the car couldn't start, and the key was useless. Luo Wei paced anxiously in the living room. Luo Junxian, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, came out. What happened? His voice was low and fluctuating, like a statement. No, it's okay. Luo Wei waved his hand quickly. Go back to your room and rest. Have you finished your homework? That's right. Since the power outage, Luo Junxuan's homework has not stopped for a day. After finishing the only remaining exercise book at home, Luo Wei will personally assign him a lot of other homework. Sometimes it is an essay a day, sometimes it is memorizing words, and repeatedly practicing questions in a workbook that has been done. Finished? Luo Junxian said coldly. Oh, that's fine, go and rest. Luo Wei pushed him back to the room. Luo Junxian twisted his shoulders and pushed him away. Just tell me if something happened. It's really okay. If there is something you, a child, don't need to worry about it. Go back to your room and rest. Luo Junxian pushed him away irritably and slammed the door shut. Chapter 126. Loey looked at the heavily slammed door for a long time, sighed, and paced anxiously. He thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of a solution. After an unknown period of time, Loey clapped his hands and decided to search the uninhabited houses nearby to see if he could find the car keys. After thinking this, Loey found a knife and put it on his waist and went out. After 60 consecutive days of heavy rain, many neighbors downstream moved away. Now the water has receded a little, but those houses are no longer habitable, so no one has moved in. Loey just wanted to try his luck in these houses. However, he was still too naive. Not to mention whether he could find the car keys, and whether he could find the corresponding car if the car keys were not working after finding them. The most important thing was that the house where no one lived was also locked. So how could he get in? Loey quickly returned the same way in frustration. What should I do now? Click. The sound of the big iron door closing. Luo Wei looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that old Chen from the second floor of Liang Xiu's house walked to the stone dam of Yu Shifeng's house, and knocked on the door. But Fatty Wei did not open the door for him. The two of them were talking by the window. Luo Wei hurried over to listen. Diao heard the knock on the door, and ran upstairs to call Fatty Wei down. Fatty Wei was a little confused when he saw that it was old Chen. He did not open the door for him. Fatty Wei was by the window. Old Chen's messy beard seemed to be a little longer. His eyes were still cloudy, but he seemed to have a little more persistence. Are they all out? Yeah. Fatty Wei did not know what his purpose was, and only nodded vaguely. Lao Chen paused and said, I recently heard that there seems to be an infectious disease in Shannon district. You'd better be careful. What? So soon? Fatty Wei was shocked. Is the news reliable? Yes. I'm going back to my hometown. Lao Chen left after he finished speaking. Fatty Wei knew that Lao Chen's hometown was in Sichuan and Shu, where an earthquake had already occurred, and going from the coastal cities to Sichuan and Shu would definitely pass through Nanhu. Lao Chen, wait! Fatty Wei hurriedly stopped him. Don't go to Sichuan and Shu. Lao Chen turned around, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Fatty Wei said, there was a big earthquake in Sichuan and Shu, and there is a plague in Nanhu. If you go to Sichuan, you will definitely pass by Nanhu. You may not be able to stay in these two places. Old Chen choked for a moment, and Fatty Wei said again, we are also ready to leave. Where to go? For Fatty Wei, he has not had such a conversation with Old Chen for a long time. Since Old Chen's car accident, the relationship between the two families has become more and more distant, and he even despises Old Chen's beating his wife and domestic violence. Today, Old Chen suddenly came to remind them, maybe because Yu Shifeng helped him last time. Old Chen was actually quite a good person back then, and Fatty Wei always felt sorry for Old Chen. We're leaving tomorrow. If you want to go with us, you must meet the two conditions we set. One more person on the road means more strength, but Shuyu didn't say he could take Lao Chen with him. So Fatty Wei said, but we have to wait for Shuyu to come back and discuss it first. What conditions? Fatty Wei repeated the two conditions again. A car is a must. Without a car, we can't leave. If you want to go with us, get the car first. The rest will have to wait for Shuyu to come back and discuss it. Lao Chen thought for a moment, well, I go find a car. After saying that, he left. Actually, Lao Chen has a truck, but he tried it this morning. It can start the engine, but the air conditioner can't be used. He also intends to find a new car. Before leaving, he came to remind Wei Pengzi and others. Unexpectedly, Wei Pengzi and others also want to leave. If they can leave together, it will be even better. Lao Chen walked quickly to the outside of lane 27. Luo Wei heard their conversation and hurriedly chased after him. You want to find a car? Lao Chen ignored him. Luo Wei didn't think anything of it, and followed Lao Chen all the way. They came to the underground parking lot of a building far away. Lao Chen went straight to the basement, and went to the deepest part. Luo Wei didn't know what he was going to do, but he felt that Lao Chen would definitely have a way. After all, Lao Chen was an experienced truck driver, unlike him who had never touched a car. Sure enough, after a while, Lao Chen found a car that could be driven. I don't know what method he used, but he fiddled with the driver's seat for a few times, and the car started without even turning on the key. The air conditioner still worked. Seeing Lao Chen was about to drive away, Luo Wei hurriedly walked up to him. Lao Chen, can you help me find a car too? You want to go with Shuyu and the others, right? If I don't have a car, our family can't leave either. Please. Lao Chen glanced at him, said nothing, got out of the car directly, and got another car. Luo Wei said happily, thank you, thank you. Lao Chen drove the car and stepped on the accelerator to leave the basement. As soon as he left, Luo Wei became sad. He had forgotten his driving skills a long time ago. But without a car, we can't leave. There was no other way, so he had to bite the bullet and go ahead. Lo could only rely on his memory and Lao Chen's two operations just now, carefully winding the two wires, and then stepped on the accelerator. Boom! He stepped on the accelerator too hard, and suddenly hit the tail of the car in front of him with a big hole. Fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt. Reverse gear. Which one is reverse gear? Forget it. Who cares? Try it all. Boom! The rear of the car hit another hole. And when Lo stumbled out of the parking lot safely, the exterior of the car body was already riddled with holes, and was horrible. Fortunately, this car seems to be quite crash-proof. It's still driving well now, and there's no smoke. The quality is pretty good. Finally driving to the road, Lo felt a sense of accomplishment. In a moment of excitement, he stepped on the accelerator too hard again. In a panic, he didn't know what he hit, and he flew onto a small platform. Shit! Loey was so scared that he peed his ass off, and tremblingly climbed out of the driver's seat and looked down. Old Chin thought a flying car had fallen from the sky. I can't drive it down. Loey pointed at the car that he couldn't bear to look at. Finally, Old Chin helped him move the car down safely. Looking at the Audi A6, that was brand new just now, but now so damaged that it was hard to look at, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Because this section of the road was cleared by Liang Shuyu and others, Old Chun, an old driver, easily drove to the vicinity of lane 27. But he didn't park in, but found a hidden place nearby to park. Although Loey didn't know why, he also learned to do it. In the evening, Liang Shuyu and his friends came back, and Fatty Wei told Liang Shuyu everything about Lao Chun. Should we let him go with us? Liang Shuyu said, one more person means more strength, but it may also cause more trouble. Have you made both conditions clear? Chapter 127. Fatty Wei said, let me make it clear. Old Chen is actually a very good person. Sigh, how can I describe him? Fatty Wei sighed, he was a very good person when he was young. Although his temperament changed drastically after the car accident, it was mainly because he had a bad relationship with his family. His reputation outside was not bad. I think he was okay. But his daughter. The father and daughter were obviously not on good terms. Old Chen could guarantee it, but what about his daughter? Would she cause trouble just because the father and daughter quarreled and had conflicts? Liang Shu wanted to ask Yu Shifeng for his opinion on Old Chen's family. The three of them had been cleaning the road outside for a whole day today. Even with umbrellas, they were sunburned and looked red all over. They looked a bit like migrant workers and were in a mess. Because they were afraid of heat stroke, everyone drank a bottle of Wuxiang Jingqi water after returning. The amount was not much, but they didn't dare to save on this. Then they drank some rice soup to feel better. In this weather, they didn't dare to drink Lingji water or red ginseng water. Yu Shifeng's face was red at this time, and the sweat on his head wetted his messy half-long hair that had not been trimmed for a long time and stuck to his forehead, like a red-faced golden retriever who had just entered the water. I go to their house to understand the situation first. If there are too many troubles, I don't recommend taking them. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Lao Chen was kind enough to bring them a message, Fatty Wei told them about the departure plan, unlike Luo Wei, who was arranged by Liang Shuyu a long time ago. But everyone couldn't take a person who might be troublesome on the road just because of such a small gesture of goodwill. Fatty Wei said, I go with you. Lao Chen and his friends had already driven back. Fatty Wei and Yu Shifeng came to Lao Chen's house together and knocked on the door. Lao Chen's expression clearly showed that he had been waiting for a long time. Yu Shifeng didn't argue with Lao Chen and said directly, we discussed and felt that one more person on the road would indeed be more strength. But you know the situation of your family well, and we don't want to bring unnecessary trouble and burden to ourselves. Yu Shifeng's words were very clear and straightforward. Originally, Lao Chen was going to take Chen Baoyi on the road by himself. Now that he knew about the earthquake and the plague, and they had to leave here, it would definitely be safest to follow Yu Shifeng and his group. So Lao Chen should be able to understand what Yu Shifeng meant, and Yu Shifeng also hoped that he could understand. If Lao Chen couldn't even understand this, what was the point of cooperation? Lao Chen nodded silently, and after a long time he said, I want to take Baoyi with me. I can't leave her here alone. Yu Shifeng sneered softly in his heart, thinking that Chen Baoyi would definitely not want to go with Lao Chen. Maybe Chen Baoyi would rather get sick and die here than go with Lao Chen. This is your own business. We are here to determine whether you can really meet the conditions we set. We already have a car. Old Chen said. What about the second condition? Can you guarantee that you can do it? Yu Shifeng's words were a little aggressive. Fatty Wei, who was listening to him, was secretly impressed. Yu Shifeng, who was clumsy and tongue-tied, could actually speak in this style. He was quite like Liang Shuyu. Suddenly, I felt that the old Yu Shifeng was so far away that I almost forgot him. Old Chen looked ahead with his blurred pupils, then walked to the door of Chen Baoyi's room and opened her door. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei immediately saw Chen Baoyi tied to the bed, with her hands behind her back. Her wrists were slightly blue. The windows in the room were not open much. It was terribly hot and stuffy. Chen Baoyi's bed was covered with quilts. Although she was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, her hair was already wet. Seeing the three people suddenly appear outside the door, Chen Baoyi, who was in a coma, raised her eyelids and looked at the three of them. She snorted coldly and closed her eyes and continued to sleep. It seemed that she didn't want to pay attention to them at all. Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were shocked. "What are you doing?" Old Chen said, "There is no way. If she is not tied up, she will run away." Yu Shifeng was shocked. "The temperature in the room is so high, aren't you afraid that she will get a heat stroke? Even if she is not your biological daughter, how can you abuse her like this?" Fatty Wei was also shocked and angry. He heard Old Chen say that he would take Chen Baoyi away with him, and thought that Old Chen wanted to improve his relationship with Chen Baoyi and change himself. Unexpectedly, Old Chen not only did not change, but also became worse. Such a horrible method, tying up your own daughter indoors. What kind of thing is this? Old Chen you. Fatty Wei didn't know what to say. How could you do this? Although both of them expressed surprise and anger, neither of them took the initiative to untie Chen Baoyi. First, this was someone else's family affair, and they got involved in accusing Old Chen just out of human instinctive moral reaction. Second, neither of them dared to guarantee that untying Chen Baoyi would cause any trouble. Perhaps Chen Baoyi would bite back and say that they were meddling in other people's business. After all, such things have happened before. Old Chen said, "It's strange, but if you don't tie her up, she will run away. Rather than letting her escape and fool around with other men, even if she dies here, at least it's clean." This, Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei were both a little shocked. They didn't expect Lao Chen to be so extreme. Yu Shifeng said firmly, "Sorry, given your situation, we can't let you go with us." Fatty Wei also agreed with Yu Shifeng's judgment. Lao Chen was his good friend many years ago, but so what? Can these fragile friendships compare to the lives of his family and friends? The two of them didn't care about Lao Chen anymore and decided to leave here directly and never associate with Lao Chen again. When Lao Chen saw that they were actually leaving, his cloudy eyes panicked, and he stopped the two of them. "No, you helped me persuade her. Staying in this city is a dead end." The panic in Lao Chen's eyes stabbed Yu Shifeng, but Fatty Wei didn't see the panic. "No, this is your own business. We can't, and we have no obligation to do it for you." Yu Shifeng sneered, "Lao Chen, the bad things a person has done in the past can never be compensated by the good things now. Emotions are not mathematics, and you can't use addition to eliminate subtraction. In fact, this is exactly what Yu Shifeng has always been afraid of. The pain that a person has inflicted on others in the past cannot be compensated by the present, and the degeneration of a person's soul cannot be compensated by anything. Yu Shifeng, he is afraid of the degeneration of his soul. He is afraid of some kind of hurdle in his heart that he can't get over. If he feels that he should do it, but doesn't do it, then this will bring a very painful blow to his soul, and even become a stain that cannot be washed away. And now, at this moment, he wants to meddle in other people's business again." Yu Shifeng suddenly felt pained, and suddenly thought that maybe he should have let Chen Baoyi's stain be written on his soul, so that he could leave here easily now, and not have to meddle in other people's business. He was indeed a complete waste, who only caused trouble for himself. Chapter 128. So Yu Shifeng walked back to Chen Baoyi's room. Fatty Wei didn't understand why, so he had to follow. Chen Baoyi could hear their conversation, and was not surprised by Yu Shifeng's U-turn, because she thought Yu Shifeng was just a middle-aged uncle who liked to meddle in other people's business. There are a lot of ridiculous people like this on the street. These poor, self-righteous middle-aged people. You don't need to persuade me. It's just a waste of energy and meddling in other people's business. She didn't want to waste words with these people, and she didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. Cold violence, mental torture, a man who had abused her for many years, suddenly wanted to be good to her one day after her mother died, thinking that this would get her forgiveness? So, if everyone has this idea, does it mean that if I abuse a child for 10 years today, I can prove that I love him by saying that I am really good to him tomorrow? It's ridiculous, however. Just when Chen Baoyi thought that Yu Shifeng would persuade her to be obedient, Yu Shifeng walked straight over and untied the rope on her wrist. Chen Baoyi was not too surprised, but she finally opened her eyes, with a mocking look. Just when she thought that Yu Shifeng was going to give her some verbal persuasion and teachings, just like last time, she heard Yu Shifeng speak easily, as if to his daughter. The Sichuanshu earthquake, the Nanhu plague, after the sun comes out, our city is not far away. Yu Shifeng took the untied rope aside, and stepped back a few steps. We will leave at 3 o'clock tonight. If you come, come. I have already said the rules. Everyone who follows must obey our arrangements. This is for the safety of everyone, so no personal behavior is allowed. Leaving this decaying city, and going to another completely unfamiliar city may have a higher chance of death than staying here and contracting a disease. You judge for yourself. I didn't expect Yu Shifeng to say anything to persuade them, but directly told them the time to leave. Chen Baoyi was slightly stunned for a moment, then sneered sarcastically, but when she was about to sneer back, Yu Shifeng left without looking back. Together with Fatty Wei, the two figures left Qin Bao's home. Qin Bao immediately slid off the bed, and almost fell, because she didn't stand firmly. When Lao Chen saw her movements, he was afraid that she would run out of the door, and wanted to catch her, but she stopped after moving a little. What's the use of catching her? It just makes her more rebellious. Qin Bao stood there without moving, staring at Lao Chen fiercely. Old Chen lowered his head, and Qin Bao suddenly walked over and slapped him in the face. Then he snorted coldly, said nothing, went to the living room, and leaned on the window to watch Yu Shifeng and the others return to the opposite side. Old Chen also didn't say anything, stood there for a while with his head hammered, and went to close the door. Qin Bao heard the door close, turned around and glared at him again. Old Chen stood by the door in silence, not saying anything. Qin Bao just walked around in the room, as if he was stretching his shins, and then sank into the sofa, and didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Old Chen started to pack up the things he could take away from home. After Yu Shifeng came back, he told him everything about what happened at Old Chen's house. I'm sorry, Yu Shifeng said. Liang Shuyu said, one more person means more strength. As long as they can obey the arrangement, it will only benefit us. Uncle Yu, there is nothing to blame yourself for this matter. Fatty Wei also said, I think it's okay. Although Lao Chen is a bit extreme, I can probably understand his feelings. Apart from gambling and domestic violence, this person is reliable. Liang Wenjing laughed when she heard it. Well, gambling and domestic violence are not a big deal. Fatty Wei was speechless and said, otherwise, I really can't find any advantages. Liang Shuyu said, don't worry too much. As long as they obey the arrangement, everything will be fine. If they don't obey, we will deal with it according to the way it should be handled. Yeah, everyone said. Okay. Liang Shuyu stood up. Let's confirm the progress before the trip. Liang Wenjing. Liang Shuyu called out a name. Liang Wenjing stood up immediately. Yes. Report, medicines, food, and water resources have been packed. A total of 56 items, including 8 important packages, with black pen marks on the outer packaging for identification. The list is here, please check. Liang Wenjing took out the list and gave it to Liang Shuyu, who checked it carefully and returned it to her after confirming that there was no problem. You men. Liang Shuyu called the roll. Report, staple food, sanitary products, fuel resources, etc. have been packed. A total of 26 items, including 11 staple foods, 7 cans of fuel, and 8 other sanitary products, etc. Please check the list. Liang Ying. Report, all daily necessities have been packed. A total of 19 items, including 14 items of clothing and bedding, and 5 items of sundries. Please check the list. Report, all gasoline and diesel fuel have been packed. A total of 18 items. All tools and knives have been packed. A total of 4 items. Please check the list. Very good. Liang Shuyu nodded with satisfaction. Everyone had a clear division of labor, and everyone completed their tasks very well. And Xiaoping was mainly responsible for the logistics management of meals along the way, so she did not need to manage supplies separately. Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi, including himself, were responsible for road traffic, safety precautions, etc., so they did not do material management affairs. We will set off at 3 a.m. tonight, along the Shantou-Kunming Expressway, directly to Western Tibet. Loading will start at 2 a.m. tonight, and you only have half an hour for the whole journey. You must be fast and not delay a minute or a second. We will meet up with Lu Xiaopeng at Fulong Road, and will land on the Longda Expressway from Fulong Road at no later than 3:20, all the way to the Nansha Bridge. We will not stop for a minute or a second before the Nansha Bridge. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone said. Okay, now go back and check all your things again, and after dinner, confirm the departure time with Luo Wei and Lao Chen. Everyone, cheer up and don't relax. I understand. Everyone dispersed. Little Duyo has been standing aside obediently. She originally thought that the Annie meant that she would only take her in for 2 nights, when she said she would only sleep for 2 nights. It turned out that the whole family had to move away and go somewhere else. She felt that among all the people, this big brother looked the most ferocious. Now everyone dispersed, as if all the trees in the forest had been cut down, leaving her alone standing here, facing the strong wind. Du Yao was a little scared. The big brother suddenly waved to her and said, You also have a mission. Du Yao was happy in her heart, but still afraid, and did not dare to approach, and whispered, What mission? Chapter 129. You will be responsible for keeping watch nearby. If there is any situation, notify us in time. Liang Shuyu told her the details of the watch. Diao nodded happily after listening. As long as there is something for her to do, it is not considered a free meal. Now, when the elder brother asked her to wash the dishes and prepare for dinner, Diao immediately ran to the kitchen, picked up the dishes, washed them with the water used to wash rice, and then placed the dishes and chopsticks on the table. When she was at home, she only washed the dishes occasionally before the power outage. After the power outage, her mother would not let her touch them, because she was worried about wasting too much water. This elder brother's family seemed to be quite rich. There was rice for every meal, as well as pickles and canned food. And hot water could be drunk at will, although Diao did not dare to drink it herself, and Xiaoping poured it for her. But it was really rich. After dinner in the evening, Liang Shuyu called Luo Wei and Lao Chen to his house again, and everyone discussed the time and details of the trip together. The two families don't have much stuff, and their cars are nearby. They can drive in together and load the goods within half an hour. Liang Shuyu said, when we get on the road, I will assign tasks to each person. Everyone will have their own tasks, so even a child as old as Diao will have something to do, and no one can be lazy. Do you understand this? Luo Wei nodded. I understand. For safety reasons, everyone must have a clear division of labor on the road. Liang Shuyu said this specifically for Luo Wei, because Liang Shuyu was worried that Luo Wei would be reluctant to let Luo Junxian work, and there would be no idle people on the road. There will be a special leading car, and there will be several people in the car to clean the road at any time. Each family will have to provide one person. Who will your family provide? Liang Shuyu asked Luo Wei. Luo Wei said, of course I will go. Then who will drive your car? Luo Wei was stunned for a moment. Then? My son can't drive. You have to figure it out yourself. Either you drive yourself and your son goes to the front to clean the road, or you let him drive. Luo Wei just heard that the work of cleaning the road has to be exposed to the sun, and it is considered a physical job. How can Luo Junxian do such a job? However, he wanted to ask Liang Shuyu to see if there is any other way, but Liang Shuyu has already skipped him and talked to Lao Chen. In other words, the two solutions Liang Shuyu proposed just now are the only solutions. Luo Wei can't clean the road himself, and then ask someone else to help him drive, so that his own son can have some free time? This is outrageous. Liang Shuyu said to Lao Chen, do you have experience driving long-distance trucks? Lao Chen nodded. Well, I have driven for 2 years, from the coast to Sichuan, but I have never driven to western Tibet. Very good, then if you are the driver of the lead car, can you do it? Lao Chen got a 7-seater commercial vehicle, and then arranged for people to clean the road, and the extra seats can be used for rest, and the car is also suitable. Lao Chen thought about it and nodded. Among all the men who traveled, only Lao Chen had long-distance experience, and he was considered an old driver, and he had been dealing with cars for a long time. Liang Shuyu thought that Lao Chen should be able to take this position. But he also had to observe for a period of time, because Yu Shifeng was originally scheduled to be the lead driver. If Lao Chen is not good enough, Yu Shifeng can be replaced. After confirming this, we have basically got the general outline, and then there are all kinds of details that may be encountered on the road after departure, but it is impossible to finalize them in detail at this time. Liang Shuyu announced the adjournment of the meeting, and asked the two families to go back and continue to prepare. Lao Chen left, and Luo Wei was still there. Liang Shuyu looked at her. Why, you haven't thought it through yet? Luo Wei wanted to say something, but was blocked by Liang Shuyu. There is no idle people on the road. Luo Wei opened his mouth, but said nothing. He returned to his home in melancholy and anxiety, opened Luo Juanchuang's door, and saw him memorizing English words. Luo Wei thought about it, hesitated for a long time, and it was Luo Junxian who spoke first. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Wei hesitated. We will set off tonight. They said that they may need someone to clean the road. I don't know if you... Okay. He was too annoying, and Luo Junxian didn't want to listen to it at all. Luo Wei felt useless, and just as a tear of sadness welled up on his nose, he heard Luo Junxian coldly say, I have to memorize words. This means he felt that he had disturbed them. Luo Wei sighed twice, and quickly closed the door. There was only half an hour to load the goods, so he had to pack the things more carefully. November 23, 2032, the 62nd day of the power outage, 1:45 in the morning. It was getting darker, and the dew was heavier. In the pitch-black night, promoters made a buzzing roar in the darkness. The car drove to lane 27 in the dark. The people in the house stared at them, and no one slept. After the car stopped, Yu Shifeng, Fatty Wei, Lao Chen, and Luo Wei got out of the car, opened their trunks and cargo boxes, and the people in the house moved the supplies that had been moved to the living room into the car. The road was almost invisible in the dark night, but everyone seemed to have a pair of cat's eyes. They moved very carefully and quickly, rarely making any sound. Even the sound of objects colliding was rare. Diao stood on the stone dam, staring at the direction of the rental house. The elder brother said that there were the most bad guys there, and asked her to pay attention to the movements there. Luo Wei moved very vigorously. His car was just an ordinary 5-seater. Although this car was not cheap, it really had no advantages under the current circumstances. All the things were placed in the trunk, and there was not even room for a mattress. He asked Luo Junxian to stand aside and rest. There were not too many things, and he could do it alone. Luo Junxian thought he was sick, but didn't want to argue with him because it would be endless, so he just stood aside. Lao Chen's car was a 7-seater car. Qin Baoyi had already got in the car, crossed her legs, rolled down the car window, and half of her head was stretched out of the window to watch the busy moving figures of Liang Shuyu's family. The night wind shivered, stirring up waves of cold winter. Qin Baoyi felt a little cold, but seemed to be more comfortable. Liang Shuyu and others had the most stuff, and they also had to help Lu Xiaopeng bring a mattress. Fortunately, Liang Wenjing's packages were very neatly packed, and each square had a handle, which was easily and conveniently stacked in the truck compartment, and soon filled half of the compartment. 3 mattresses were placed horizontally on the outside, and people could sleep on them. In the front was a taxi with a canopy, and a single bed was moved in, and the other half was also used to stack supplies. Even with a truck, Liang Shuyu and his people still couldn't fit some of their stuff, so they finally stuffed some in the back seat of the taxi. 2:30 in the morning. Everyone's goods have been loaded, and they are off. Towards western Tibet. A new journey. Chapter 130. The car slowly drove out of the 27th lane of Nanmen West Street, the home they had lived in for decades, their safe house, their former fortress. Leave here. Go to the dangerous unknown. The road ahead was pitch black. The leading car was driven by Fatty Wei, whose driving skills were not very good. He did not dare to drive the truck in the dark, so he had to let Yu Shifeng drive it temporarily. When they arrived at Fulong Road, they turned on the lights and changed positions. The co-pilot was Liang Shuyu, and there was no one in the back seat, all of which were supplies that could not be put down. Liang Wenjing, Liang Ying, Yumin, and Xiaoping and other 4 people were squeezed in the front compartment of the taxi. They should have been in the cargo box of the large truck, but the compartment was completely sealed, so they decided to squeeze in here. At least, they could see the environment outside, instead of walking with the car with their heads covered. The black street scene was receding, and the moon was hanging alone in the sky. Without the city spotlights, the sky was full of stars that could be seen with the naked eye. However, with so many bright stars shining on the land, the city was still dark. The cold wind blew past, making the green sheds rustle, like the cry of ghosts, lingering in the ears, and like a female singer in the new century singing an ugly soul-calling song. Liang Wenjing made a face at Wei Youqi, who was sitting opposite the passenger seat. Behind them was the truck driven by Yu Shifeng. Wei Youqi, who was sitting on the passenger seat, also made a face back. Under the guidance of the weak moonlight, Wei Youqi's face was really spooky. His eyes were so deep and dark. When he opened them wide, they looked like a terrifying black hole, as if it was connected to hell, where female ghosts stretched out their hands and struggled and screamed. Under the female ghosts, there were corpses piled up like brick walls. A thick red river flowed through the gaps between the corpses. The source of the river was the sun, the end of the river was the moonlight, and the trunk of the river was the corpse. These corpses were like the rolling water of the Yangtze River, surging and rolling, riding on the crest of the river waves with a motivation and hope for people to move forward. Qin Baoyi stretched her hand out of the window. The night lay quietly in her hand. She held a palm of the night. The moonlight passed through her fingers and was scattered in the wind. The wind fluttered and fluttered to Luo Jianxuan's face. The black baseball cap suppressed his already low eyes and made them invisible. The cold face was a barrier that isolated him from the world. Above this barrier, there is also a protective color called love. This color is also black, which makes people feel suffocated. Luo Wei's eyesight was not very good at night. He could not see clearly, and he could not turn on the lights. His driving skills were not good. He bumped into Yu Shifeng's tail several times, and had to ask Luo Junxian to help him watch. The old father's humble words did not win the kindness of his young son. He only ignored him coldly, and resisted silently. The car completely left Nanmen West Street, But the 2 rental houses at the entrance of Lane 27 were in chaos. They are really gone. They will never come back. If we don't make a fortune now, when will we wait? The speaker was naturally the poker friend, who had been beaten up by Feng. His injuries were not fully healed yet. He didn't sleep deeply tonight, and suddenly heard a noise outside. He got up and looked at the window. There were 4 cars parked there. Anyone with a brain naturally knew what that meant. The poker friends have always been afraid of the threats Feng left that day, and the few friends around him despise him and look down on him. Not to mention helping him, even the contact has become less frequent. He clearly saw that the old Chen family also left. If Chen Baoyi never comes back, all his previous efforts will be gone. Lao Li Lao Zhou, don't you feel tempted at all? The 2 men who were called up by the poker friends in the middle of the night shook their heads. There are so many of them, and there are cars. If they leave, what else can we do? If they really rush up, can you beat them? I think it's better to forget it. The poker friend said, just make a quick buck and leave, grab as much as you can. Since they have left, it is impossible for them to turn around and come back to find us. Trouble, can't you understand this point? One person said, I say, stop tossing around. Recently I heard rumors that there is an infectious disease here. They must have left because of this. I think we should pack up and move to another place. Yes, I heard that too. There are few mountains on the coast. Let's go to Nanhu or Sichuan to find a mountain. Isn't it more comfortable than living in the city? We can grow some vegetables and survive without electricity. It's much more comfortable than this place. Seeing that they didn't respond to his words, the card friend said that he also wanted to move to another place. And he said he would go to the mountains? Ha, they are just 2 cowards. They can't even survive in the city, so they dare to go to the mountains? Don't they know that they will be occupied by others? Just because they think they can grab territory from others? Dream on. The card friend gritted his teeth angrily, and didn't waste any more words on the 2 people. He rushed out to another building, and knocked on the door of Lao Lu's house. It was late at night, and there was no response after knocking for a long time. Just when the poker friends were worried that Liang Shuyu and others had gone too far to catch up, Lao Lu's voice came from the door. Who is it? We will arrive at the meeting place in 5 minutes. Please reply if you receive it. Over. After a while, Lu Xiaopeng's reply came from the intercom. Received. There was a small problem on my way just now, but it has been solved. I am heading to the destination smoothly. I may be 3 minutes late. Over. Okay, everything is going according to the original plan. It is currently 2:52. Over. The time is accurate. It is currently 2:52. Over. The vehicle drove slowly, carrying a car full of hope and confusion, moving forward in the dark. The road ahead is long, and no one knows where it ends. Is this accessible Roman road full of tempting fruits or poisonous thorns, or both? Who knows? Leaving is an end and a beginning. Everyone is happy, but also full of worries and fears about the unknown. The 4 cars arrived at Fulong Road smoothly. This road had been cleared by Liang Shuyu and his men. They had no obstacles in the silent night, and then stopped. We have arrived at the destination. Please reply if you receive it. Over. I will be there soon. Over. Liang Shuyu, who was in the co-pilot of the leading car, heard the sound of a car starting in the distance just after receiving Lu Xiaopeng's message. A black Buick came out of the darkness. Liang Shuyu signaled everyone to wait in the car and opened the door to get out. On the opposite side, Lu Xiaopeng also jumped out of the car. He was wearing a black denim jacket, and a jacket that could hold weapons, similar to the ones carried by police or special police officers, was now pinned on this jacket with various tools and knives. There was also a waist hanging on his waist, which was also stuffed with bulging stuff. He was indeed a survivalist, and his equipment was quite complete. Chapter 131. Lao Liang. Lu Xiaopeng ran over and hugged Liang Shuyu, then introduced the situation on his side. Both cars are here, my dad drives one, my uncle drives one, and his car is full of supplies. Then he took out a walkie-talkie and gave it to Liang Shuyu. Lu Xiaopeng actually had 4 walkie-talkies before the power outage, but only 3 of them were electromagnetically protected at the time, and the other one was placed outside for daily play. At that time, he didn't think that this would really happen, so he scrapped it on the day of the power outage. Of the remaining 3 walkie-talkies, one was kept for himself, one was given to Liang Shuyu, and one was given to his aunt. Now the one from his aunt was taken back and given to Liang Shuyu for redistribution. Liang Shuyu took it and said, "You and your uncle's car will go in the middle. Your car has a sunroof, So your car will be used as a lookout. I let Liang Wenjing and Yumin get in your car. Liang Shuyu had discussed these with him before, and now he just reconfirmed them. Lu Xiaopeng certainly had no objection. Although he was a survivalist, he had been staying at home since the power outage and had no experience. Okay, then we won't delay any more. Let's get on the road first. We make new arrangements after we cross the Nanshao Bridge, Lu Xiaopeng said. Okay. Liang Shuyu waved his hand, and Liang Wenjing and Yumin immediately jumped off the taxi and got into Lu Xiaopeng's car. Lu Xiaopeng actually met Liang Shuyu's sister for the first time. He had heard of her a long time ago, but the current situation did not allow him to make irrelevant jokes. He took out the telescope and gave it to the two of them in a businesslike manner. Then he gave up the back seat to them and squeezed into his uncle's truck. You two cars will temporarily stay behind and follow the truck of Lu Xiaopeng's family, Liang Shuyu instructed Lao Chen and Luo Wei. These were also said in advance, and now they confirmed it again, so the two had no objection. Liang Shuyu returned to the taxi in front, and the car started. The taxi and Yu Shifeng's truck slowly drove into the Longda Expressway intersection. Lu Xiaopeng's two cars merged in, and Lao Chen and Luo Wei stayed behind. 6 cars set off together. The leading taxi turned on the lights, like a lighthouse in the dark, leading the people behind to follow. Yu Min and Liang Wenjing, who were standing in the skylight, tried the telescope. Even with the help of the lights, it was still difficult to see anything in the dark. They now had a walkie-talkie in their hands, which belonged to Lu Xiaopeng. Liang Shuyu gave the second walkie-talkie to Luo Wei in the last car to facilitate communication. Report, it's too dark, can't see anything, over. Liang Shuyu replied, then get used to it first, over. The vehicle continued to move forward. Although it was late at night, and 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone was awake. The vehicle slowly landed on Longda Expressway. Liang Shuyu had explored this section of the expressway. At least the emergency passage of 1,000 meters ahead was unobstructed, allowing them to pass through unimpeded. In the dark night, only their lights were flashing, competing with the stars. Diao lay on the small bed in the front compartment of the taxi, and Xiaoping and Liang Ying were staring at the outside. Although they could not see anything and seemed blind, they did not dare to relax. Diao then climbed up. Auntie, do we also have to keep watch? As far as she knew, the main responsibilities of Sister Yumin and Sister Wenjing were to keep watch. Liang Ying said, we are making a lot of noise, which will definitely attract other people's attention. Of course, we should be cautious. Diao, you should also be alert and protect yourself at critical moments, and don't burden others. Diao nodded. The elder brother told her about these things before leaving. The elder brother told her that if something happened to the team, she should find a safe place to hide and not come out. She should not run around or try to help the team. Just hiding is the biggest help. Yeah. Got it. Like the tone of others when they received the order, Diao also said firmly. Then Diao also looked around very vigilantly, trying to find any potential hidden dangers in the rugged night. The headlights, like the dawn in the darkness, dispelled all the haze, but also exposed their whereabouts. For example, now, Lao Lu and the third brother, Pao Ge, and a group of 6 people, sitting on a small tricycle, desperately chasing the light source. Brother Pao, can we catch up with them on a tricycle? It was hard to see their faces in the dark, but Brother Pao was obviously more decisive and fierce than Brother San. They can't leave. So, we can definitely catch up. The poker player was confused. They have a car, but they can't leave? Brother Pao didn't explain to him, and urged the person in front, ride faster, how can you row at this speed? The person on the tricycle in front said with a bitter face, the 5 of you weigh 600 kilograms in total. It's good that I can pedal such a tricycle. Why don't you let a few people get off and run with me, otherwise my legs will be broken. Brother Pao thought it made sense, so he asked his poker player, Lao Lu, baldly, and 3 others to get off. There was no choice but for the 3 of them to get off the tricycle. The one on the tricycle suddenly felt relieved and was panting. The other 3 were desperately chasing after him. Lao Lu looked at the light that was getting farther and farther away in the darkness, and the tricycle that he could not catch up with no matter how hard he tried. He suddenly felt that he should not have opened the door tonight. The card player suddenly felt a little regretful. His injury had not healed to begin with, and he had to get off the tricycle to run because he could not ride it. In fact, when he saw Shenbaoyu running away, he was more angry and unwilling, and also impulsive. When the third brother suddenly agreed to chase Liang Shuyu and others, the card player hesitated and regretted it. After all, he knew how fierce these people were. Alas! But what's the use of regretting? The price of impulse has been paid, and the arrow has been shot. Is there any way out except fighting? The card player sighed in his heart, and tried his best to catch up with the tricycle in front. Liang Shuyu and others arrived at the Nansha Bridge at around 4 a.m. It was darker at this time, and the sun had not yet risen. Even with a telescope, Liang Wenjing could not see anything on the bridge. Even if the high beam of the leading car was turned on, the visibility was only 100 meters, and nothing could be seen at all. The leading car suddenly stopped. Lu Xiaopeng thought something had happened, so he went to Liang Wenjing's car to get the intercom and asked, "What happened?" Liang Shuyu quickly replied, "I'm not sure if there is any situation on the bridge, but the position of our vehicle has been exposed. I suggest crossing the bridge after dawn. Do you have any ideas?" Lu Xiaopeng thought for a while, then crossed the bridge after dawn, and everyone should be alert. Okay, let's take this opportunity to redistribute the team and their respective responsibilities. Turn off the lights and engines, and everyone gets out of the car to wait for Liang Shuyu's arrangements. Chapter 132. Everyone gathered at the bridgehead. The wind was strong at night, making a whistling sound, but everyone didn't feel cold at all, because their hearts were warm and they were excited. Liang Shuyu first asked Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi to look out at both ends to avoid any unexpected situations. Because they turned on the car lights when they came, even if they didn't turn on, they would attract attention. It's always better to be cautious. Counting the heads, there were a total of 18 people present, including Lu Xiaopeng's relatives, 10 men, 7 women, and 1 child. 18 people in total, quite a lot. In terms of quantity, this is a relatively safe team. After counting the number of people, Liang Shuyu made a simple mutual acquaintance with Lu Xiaopeng's family. Lu Xiaopeng's mother was a very elegant woman, very fair and beautiful. Maybe Lu Xiaopeng inherited her fair skin. Wearing a light gray cashmere coat and meticulously groomed wavy hair, compared to Lu Xiaopeng's survivalist outfit, his mother looked like a noble lady going out for shopping, wearing a black dress with low-heeled boots under her coat. She even put on some light makeup and wore a matching silver pendant that sparkled in the moonlight. His father looked much more ordinary, wearing simple casual clothes and not deliberately tidying up. Although he had a knife on his waist, he didn't look like someone who could use it. His aunt, his mother's biological sister, was also extraordinary in appearance, but the picky look in her eyebrows made people feel that she was not a person who was easy to get along with. His uncle-in-law was very young and handsome, no more than 25 years old, and looked very easygoing. Liang Shuyu said, "The rules on the road have been explained long ago, so I won't repeat them here. I just hope that each of you can take care of yourself and don't create trouble. When the team encounters difficulties, those who don't have the ability to fight back should find a safe place to hide, and don't create a burden for your teammates. Those who have the ability to fight back should do their best to help their teammates and partners. Once we encounter an irresistible danger, if we don't fight back with all our strength, even the survivors who survive by chance will not escape the fate of being killed and robbed. I believe you can understand this." And Ding Xiaoqin raised her hand. "I have a question." Liang Shuyu said, "Please go ahead." "Are you our captain?" Ding Xiaoqin looked at Liang Shuyu, who was only in his teens. "Don't we have an older captain?" "I don't disagree with you. What I mean is that you have been saying that the road is very dangerous. Aren't adults more experienced?" Lu Xiaopeng, who was listening, whispered, "Didn't I tell you that Lao Liang is the captain a long time ago?" Ding Xiaoqin said, "I'm just asking. Since the road is so dangerous, I have to consider the safety of our whole family." Ding Xiaoqin's voice was not small, so everyone present could hear it. However, as a team from the Liang family, apart from Lao Chun and Chen Baoyi who were not familiar with Liang Shuyu, who else was dissatisfied with Liang Shuyu? Liang Wenjing was unhappy on the spot and wanted to refute, but Lu Xiaopeng's mother Deng Lingxiang spoke first. "Since he is the captain, of course, he has his strengths. You have never been outside. How do you know the dangers outside?" Lu Xiaopeng had hoarded a large amount of survival supplies before the power outage. The Lu and Ding families were considered wealthy families, and the company had a large amount of cash. In the early days of the power outage, Lu Xiaopeng arranged to buy a lot of things. So they hardly left the house after the power outage. Not to mention corpses, they had never even seen raw blood. Ding Xiaoqin stamped her feet. "Sister, I'm just asking normally." Deng Lingxiang patted her skirt and ignored Ding Xiaoqin's eyes. "You are a general manager of a department, and you have forgotten even the most basic qualities in the workplace? As a rookie, just listen more and watch more." Ding Xiaoqin was speechless. How could she help an outsider? Ding Xiaoqin glanced away angrily, and her husband had to whisper a few words to comfort her. Lu Xiaopeng looked at Liang Shuyu with an apologetic look on his face. His aunt was indeed not the kind of person who was easy to get along with. After all, she had always been in a high position. He had done a lot of ideological work before coming here. Who knew it would be like this? It seems that he will have to talk more with his aunt later. However, Liang Shuyu himself did not think that such a problem was a big deal. It was indeed a concern that normal people have. Liang Shuyu then asked, "What kind of experience do you think I lack?" Liang Shuyu did not like to leave problems unsolved, especially in such a dangerous place on the road, so since the problem had arisen, let's solve it immediately. Deng Xiaoqin immediately said, "Age, you are too young, you have not experienced as many things as adults, and your thoughts are not as mature as adults. Of course, I am really not unconvinced, but after all, it is you who have been saying that the road is dangerous and requiring everyone to obey the arrangements. Since you have to obey the arrangements completely, I think I have the right to question it." Liang Shuyu said, "Actually, I am 25 years old, but I just look young." Everyone laughed, and Liang Shuyu said with a smile, "Just a little joke." Liang Shuyu folded a series of lists in his hand and stuffed them into his coat, with his hands in his pockets. Unlike the gentle and refined appearance at the beginning, he smiled and said easily, "Ms. Deng, did you get your position based on experience?" Deng Xiaoqin raised her eyebrows. "Of course not." But then she curled her lips. "Okay. In that case, I wait and see." Just as her sister said, now she seems to be a rookie who has just started out. She doesn't understand anything yet, but she wants to question the kingdom that others have already established. Deng Xiaoqin felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Liang Shuyu said, "Those who want to rest tonight can rest, but as a family unit, each family must leave one person to guard the night. At dawn, we will continue to set off after confirming that the bridge is safe. Pay attention to the surroundings. All urban roads and intersections are the most dangerous places. I hope you don't let your guard down. Now we are not at home. Outside, there are dangers at any time." Everyone responded, and Liang Shuyu began to arrange the first car and driver for tomorrow's trip. Everyone should stick to their posts, etc. The leader was replaced by Lao Chen's 7-seater commercial vehicle, and the driver was Lao Chen. The second car is the truck driven by Deng Xiuqin's husband. The third is the truck driven by Yu Shifeng. The fourth is the Buick G18 driven by Lu Feng. The fifth is Luo Wei's car, and the sixth is the taxi driven by Wei Pengzi. Each family sends a man to clean the road, including Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Luo Junqian, Lu Xiaopeng, etc., with a paired walkie-talkie. Liang Wenjing and you men are in the Buick G18 in the middle, with a paired walkie-talkie and a telescope, and are sentinels. Liang Ying and An Xiaoping are in the taxi at the end, responsible for the safety alert at the back, with a paired walkie-talkie, and are also sentinels. The sentinels do not rest for 24 hours, and they rotate every 12 hours, so Deng Lingxiang, Deng Xiaoqin and Liang Ying take turns, Chen Baoi, Du Yao and Liang Wenjing take turns, and they are also responsible for taking turns to keep watch. The drivers have fixed positions, and do not rotate. Chapter 133. At least 4 people should be arranged to keep watch at night to ensure that there will be no surprise attacks. Liang Shuyu and his team have 4 people, who can be divided into 2 groups, namely Liang Shuyu and Luo Junqian in one group, Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng in another group, and they can also take turns to replace the night watchers. So now there are a total of 6 mobile groups, namely Liang Wenjing, Yu Min, Zhang Xiaoping, Liang Ying, Deng Xiaoqin, Deng Lingxiang, Chen Baoi, Du Yao, Liang Shuyu, Luo Junqian, Wei Youqi, and Lu Xiaopeng. 6 drivers, Yu Shifeng, Lu Feng, Wei Fati, Luo Wei, Lao Chen, and Deng Xiuqin's husband Zhou Bai. 18 people in total. Basically everyone will not sleep tonight, and they will gather together as a family unit. Now Liang Shuyu and others have all squeezed into the front compartment of the taxi, which can block the wind, is relatively warm, and can also observe the surroundings. Lu Xiaopeng's family went to the Buick G18. Luo Wei stayed in the car to watch for his son's sleep, and did not gather with the others to chat. Lao Chen sat in his business car, half asleep. Chen Baoi was in the co-pilot seat. She went out to grab a handful of night, and threw it into the wind. She didn't like or disdain gatherings. In the taxi, Liang Shuyu bumped Liang Wenjing with his shoulder. "You have to drive all day tomorrow. Don't you want to sleep?" "How can I sleep?" Liang Wenjing and Yu Min hugged each other. There were things in the car, and there were many people. It was indeed a bit crowded. Diao huddled in An Xiaoping's arms, watching a group of people chatting in low voices, and not daring to speak rashly. Fatty Wei lay on the single bed. You don't want to sleep? Then I sleep for a while. I'm sleepy. He fell asleep and snored. And Xiaoping slapped him immediately. Shut up. Fatty Wei muttered and turned over to face inside. Crazy bitch, hit me again. Slept more soundly. The drivers decided to take a nap. After all, they might drive all day tomorrow, and the sun was very strong, so it was easy to get tired. On the other side, the card friends, Lao Lu, and Baldly finally caught up with the tricycle panting, and found that they were very close to the Nansha Bridge. However, why did the tricycle stop at this time? Lao Lu said, are we going to chase it? In fact, Lao Lu thought that it was just right to stop chasing it, and go home and sleep quickly. What a damn idiot. He opened the door because his brain was crazy. Wouldn't he be fine sleeping at home? He had to come out in the middle of the night to chase someone else's 4 wheels with his 2 legs. What a psychopath. Brother Pao stared at the shadows of several cars at the bridgehead. The mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole is behind. Get off the car. We need to find a good place to coil up. Huh? Old Lu didn't understand. Brother San turned around and said, Nansha Bridge has long been someone else's territory. You don't even know this. Wait and see. The Liang family won't live to see the sun rise tomorrow. What? Old Lu was shocked. Nansha Bridge is someone else's territory. Old Lu remembered the game his son played. It seemed that there was a special term called blocking the bridge. He didn't expect that the routines in the game could be used in reality. Brother Pao and Brother Sang got off the car. Several people parked the tricycle in a dark corner and hid, crouching, step by step approaching the 6 cars over there. Old Lu also had to hold his breath, and quietly move to the end. Oh my god, he is very timid. He really doesn't want to fight desperately, and he doesn't want to confront Liang Xiyu and his group. The poker players were impulsive at first, then regretted it later, and now they are excited when they hear that Liang Xiyu and others are going to suffer. It seems that God has always been on his side. As long as Yu Shifeng, the bastard, can pay the price, he doesn't care what the final outcome of Qinbao is. Anyway, as long as they suffer, he feels good. At the same time, on the Nansha Bridge, in the house transformed from a large truck container, the sealed container swallowed up all the light, and more than a dozen men sat around a small candle. The weak light can vaguely see the faces of these men, all of whom are burly, with calluses on their hands and traces of past labor on their shoulders. Old Six has confirmed that there are 6 vehicles over there, including 2 trucks, which must have supplies inside. It's a fat sheep. But the other side has at least 15 people. There may be more than 8 men, but there are also many children, and there may be only 4 or 5 adult men. There are about 10 women, and there is also a child. I don't think it will be difficult to take them down. If this wave succeeds, it may be enough for us to eat for a month. 1 month? One of them was surprised. Are you sure? Is it so fat? You have no brains. The man said, so many people drove 6 vehicles out. If there are not enough supplies in the cars for 2 months, would they dare? 1 month is still a conservative estimate. Anyway, they must have a lot of things. The people below were rubbing their hands excitedly. Boss, how to do it? When to act? This time we must fight quickly, and don't wait until dawn. They can get so many supplies, either they are rich, or they have developed well in the early stage. In short, they are definitely not newbies. Once the day breaks and the view improves, our chances won't be good enough. Kill all the women first. If you encounter a strong man, don't play with him head-on. It's the same strategy as before, guerrilla warfare. Kill whoever you catch, and don't fight them head-on. He lowered his head and said with a sly look, keep the pretty ones, don't kill them all. The boss glared at him. You only care about women. Have you forgotten how Lao Jio died last time? If you don't want to die, we will. The sly look said, it was Lao Jio, that idiot who insisted on leaving that woman behind. According to my opinion, we brothers can just throw her under the bridge after playing, which is clean and pleasant. What's wrong with that? You have to kill her. What's the fun in that? The boss kicked him hard. Bullshit. Don't you see what time it is now? Is life more important or women? You must kill women first. Women are not easy to deal with when they are fierce. Who dares to mess with me? Just get out of here. The sly look drooped his face and said in a sad voice, then at least make it look good, not like the last one. So beautiful but the intestines were pulled out. How can we deal with it? I'm sick of looking at it. The boss snorted coldly, thinking of the girl last time. It was a pity. She was really beautiful. As a result, the resistance was too fierce, and the brothers were a little ruthless, so everyone didn't have a good time in the end. Okay, make it beautiful, but remember that materials are the most important. As long as we have the capital, we can still get beautiful women. We can do whatever we want. Broaden your horizons. Yes. The people below responded in unison. Okay, let's follow our previous strategy, but this time we have to fight harder. The opponent may not be so easy to deal with. Be smart and don't fall into the gutter. Let's go! Only 3 or 4 of the dozen men stayed at home, and a total of 9 people went out. All of them took their best weapons, changed into black clothes and black pants, and covered their faces with black masks to make it easier to walk in the dark. After the men left, a woman in the carriage quickly came over to take away the candle. Under the candlelight, the scene in the deepest part of the carriage could be seen clearly. A man was lying there with a bandage, his daughter was with him, and his wife was feeding him some soup. The woman cried while feeding him, "Husband, why don't we go? Don't stay here." The man immediately stopped her. "Are you crazy? If we leave here, where can we go? Maybe we won't even have a bite of food to eat." The woman wiped her tears and continued to feed him soup. Chapter 134. In the taxi compartment, Liang Wenjing leaned on Yumin's shoulder and fell asleep. Liang Ying and An Xiaoping were talking in low voices. Diao was lying on the railing of the car, looking at the moon in the sky, silently eating a piece of chocolate wafer that Yumin had just given her. The chocolate wafer was so delicious that she had forgotten what it tasted like. It was so good. Yumin whispered to Liang Shuyu, "If you clean the road outside every day, the sun is so strong, will it be easy to get heat stroke?" Liang Shuyu said, "As long as there is no alternation between cold and hot, it should be fine after adaptation. I just think the sun is a little weird. The day I first came to the sun did not set at all." At that time, Liang Shuyu thought there was something wrong with the watch. Later, the sun began to rise in the east and set in the west on the second day, and it roughly matched the time on the watch. Liang Shuyu realized that there was nothing wrong with the watch, but the sun. Of course, the sun couldn't have not set while the earth was still rotating. It should be that Deep Blue City hadn't seen the sun for too long, and the sunlight refracted in, creating an illusion of daytime in the sky. However, Liang Shuyu had another worry. The solar storm and the current extreme temperature difference between day and night made him wonder if there was something wrong with the sun. Was this question directly related to the more difficult problem the world is facing that they had previously guessed? Assuming there was something wrong with the sun, would they still go to Western Tibet? Western Tibet is at a high altitude, where the sun's power would be even greater. Assuming there was something wrong with the sun, they would be more affected if they went to Western Tibet again? "I can see it," Yumin said. "Your eyebrows have never relaxed." Liang Shuyu was helpless. Yumin pushed Liang Wenjing to Liang Shuyu. "I go outside to keep watch." Yumin climbed out of the carport, jumped down, and climbed onto Lu Xiaopeng's Buick G18, wrapped her clothes, and sat there, looking around. Lu Xiaopeng stuck her head out of the window. "Miss Yu, are you watching the moon? Do you need my company?" Yumin was speechless. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi were both normal boys, who would not talk to her when they had nothing to do. She didn't expect this little fat guy to be so slick. He was so slick on her on the first day they met. Yumin said, "No, I keep watch, you guys continue chatting." Lu Xiaopeng climbed out of the car window, like a flexible fat monkey, sitting on the car door with half of his body hanging outside. "Oh, but we're done chatting." Lu Xiaopeng smiled slyly. Yumin held her forehead helplessly. Diao suddenly pointed to a dark spot and said, "Big brother, is there something moving there?" Liang Shuyu quickly put the sleeping Liang Wenjing aside, climbed to the side of the car railing, and looked in the direction of Du Yao's finger. There was only a thick black area, and nothing could be seen. Even the movement of the wind could not be found. "Stay alert," Liang Shuyu told her. Then he climbed out of the car shed, and made a gesture to Yumin on the roof, asking her to be more alert around. The gestures in the team were designed by Yu Shifeng, and have been used all the time. Although Yumin did not use them often before, they had to learn them to facilitate communication. So Yumin knew what it meant at a glance, and looked around more at all the movements in the dark with more concentration, and her hand had already touched the handle of the knife. After the power outage, for people like Liang Shuyu, who go out every day, there are 2 things that they will never put down. One is a waste bag, and the other is a self-defense weapon. The waste bag contains food and medicine, which are their most important life-saving supplies. Even when taking a shower, they must keep them at hand, and never leave their sight, not to mention the weapons that can protect their families, which they carry with them, and will not remove even when sleeping. Lu Xiaopeng also noticed Liang Shuyu's slightly nervous atmosphere, shrank back to the car, and winked at his family. Liang Shuyu, Yu Shifeng, and Wei Youqi stood in 3 directions respectively, patrolling around vigilantly. In the dark, a sly-looking man asked in a low voice, "Boss, they seem to have suddenly increased their vigilance. What should we do?" The boss snorted coldly and pointed at the last car. "Do you see that car? There are 2 people in it. Let's start with them, and kill them first. The rest is the same as before." "Yes." So the 9 people split into 2 groups, and 4 of them touched Lo's car. They were wearing black clothes, black pants, black shoes, and black masks, which made it easy to hide their figures in such a quiet night where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. They easily avoided the field of vision of Liang Shuyu and others, and one of them touched the driver's seat. Luo Wei was half closed and dozing. Although Luo Junxian closed his eyes, he was not asleep. Suddenly, Luo Junxian felt something outside. With the very weak moonlight, he saw a small shadow appear in the rearview mirror. At the same time, with a few puffs, the 2 rear tires of their car were deflated. Luo Junxian opened his eyes suddenly, and heard the sound of a car door being pulled. He instinctively pulled Luo Wei towards him. At the same time, the car door was opened by someone outside, and a knife was stabbed at the position of Luo Wei's throat. Because these cars were stolen, most of the driver's doors had been damaged and could not be locked, so their first move was to kill the driver first. Unexpectedly, the people inside reacted quickly, and Luo Wei was not stabbed. When Luo Wei woke up, he had been pulled to the co-pilot by Luo Junxian. The glass behind Luo Junxian was suddenly smashed open, and a pair of hands reached in and clamped his neck. Puff! A knife stabbed over. Luo Junxian stretched out his hand and grabbed it with his bare hands. At the same time, a person outside the main driver's seat also reached in to stab Luo Wei, but Luo Wei's kick happened to hit his wrist, and the knife fell, and he couldn't hold it. Blood rushed down from Luo Junxian's fingers. Just when Luo Junxian couldn't hold on any longer, Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng, who were closest to them, rushed over. The 2 people surrounding Luo Junxian quickly jumped away and ran into the darkness. Liang Shuyu didn't chase them, and quickly pulled Luo Junxian and Luo Wei out of the car. At the same time, the boss led the other 4 people to the taxi where Liang Ying and the others were. However, Yu Min had already seen their figures. The moment they rushed over, Yu Min's 2 flying knives flew out and hit the hearts of the 2 people. 2 people fell down instantly, and the remaining 3 people looked at their companions' bodies, and the woman standing on the roof of the car in confusion. Boom! There seemed to be thunder bombing in their hearts, and in that instant the steps of the 3 people stopped. It was like a tape suddenly jammed, and something too unexpected made them confused in an instant. At this time, Liang Wenjing was also awakened. She pushed Du Yao, Xiaoping and Liang Ying and others into the car, and jumped out. She glanced sharply at the 3 people who were still stuck over there, and the 2 knives on her waist flew out. Her skills were not as good as Yu Min's. Although she could hit the vital points, her strength was not strong enough. She fired 2 knives at the same time. Although she also hit 2 people, the 2 people only felt the hit for a moment and bent down, but did not fall down directly. The boss said, ? Chapter 135. At that moment, the boss felt that their action was a bit hasty. It was said that women were easier to deal with, but when he came up, he met 2 women. Before he even got close to them, 4 of his companions were killed, although 2 of them were only seriously injured. What was the difference between that and death? Anyway, there was no medicine to treat them. It would be better to throw them off the bridge than to be dragged to death. At the boss's command, the other people in the dark who had not been killed received the order and became more ferocious, and everyone on Liang Shuyu's side also knew that there was an ambush. Lu Xiaoping closed the windows tightly, took his father and uncle-in-law out of the car, and asked the women to hide in the car and not come out. Liang Shuyu said that if something happened, those who were incapable should hide, and not cause trouble to everyone, and those who were capable should rush up to fight him and protect their families. But no one expected that the enemy would come so quickly. Here, Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng had already brought Luo Wei and Luo Junxian out and threw them next to the Buick G18. Qin Baoyu was also pulled out by Lao Chen, and everyone gathered together in the middle. The black-clad people who were fighting guerrilla warfare did not dare to rush up rashly when they saw so many people gathered together, especially the few people below who wondered why the boss suddenly shouted that sentence. This was not their usual style. They have always been playing in a vulgar way, testing the flow, and when have they ever confronted someone head-on? Of course, they didn't know that their boss would lose 4 partners as soon as he made a move, leaving a commander alone. He didn't dare to fight him, so what did he shout? Anyway, he had already run away. 5 of me, 4 of them fell, and 1 ran away. Yu Min and Liang Wenjing came over and said, Ong, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Yu Shifeng were all stunned for a moment, then turned their heads and saw two people lying on the ground, half dead. What? So fast? Yu Min's voice was loud, and the other people who were ambushing in the dark also realized that their companions had been killed. One of them rushed out angrily, "You dared to kill my third brother. I will fight you." They hid in the dark at first. Liang Shuyu didn't know how many people there were on the other side, so he naturally wouldn't rush over. Now that they have exposed their whereabouts, Liang Shuyu will naturally get rid of him. However, Liang Shuyu had only taken half a step when a flying knife flew past his side and pierced the other person's heart. The man was intercepted like he was shot and fell to the ground instantly. Liang Wenjing scratched the back of his head and said, "It's true that it's easier to operate with one hand. My skills still need training." Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, Lu Xiaopeng, The other three people in the dark saw this scene and didn't understand it. They were simply facing a tough opponent, the kind that couldn't be any tougher. The three people ran away quickly and didn't dare to confront Liang Shuyu and the others anymore. When they ran, they were naturally exposed. Liang Shuyu would not let them go. If they were allowed to run away without knowing whether they had reinforcements, wouldn't there be endless troubles? "You two stay here, we will chase them, don't leave any alive." Liang Shuyu ordered Yu Min and Liang Wenjing to guard the house. If they were worried before, now do they need to worry? It was already unfair to let them guard. In fact, it was most efficient to let Yu Min and Liang Wenjing take action now. But how could Liang Shuyu let two girls take this risk? Yu Shifeng and Wei Youqi chased after the three men. The three men probably practiced running often, so they ran too fast. Liang Shuyu and the other two tried their best but failed to catch up. Soon they caught up to the middle of Nansha Bridge. Liang Shuyu and the others saw three trucks there, which seemed to have been converted into living places. Liang Shuyu naturally did not dare to chase them anymore, but looked at the place from a distance. After the three men ran back, they did not dare to stay at all, and found that their boss had disappeared with the most important package. The three men instantly understood that the boss had abandoned them. Damn it! The three of them looked at each other and hurried to get the important supplies. There were nearly 20 people in total, and only 9 people went out. Not to mention the remaining women, 3 of them were the bosses, but the boss did not inform them when he left, so the people at home did not know what happened. What's wrong? Did it fail? The family members asked anxiously when they saw their panic. The enemy is quite fierce. Get some weapons to support them. One of the 3 said, grabbing a weapon, and then turned and ran to another container for supplies, carrying a bag of packed supplies. The other 2 also grabbed a bag each and tried to run away. How could the others not see it? The remaining people immediately confronted them, and Liang Shuyu and the other 2 were hiding nearby. The situation collapsed very quickly. Some wanted to take the supplies and escape, and some learned that they had lost their companions and wanted to come back to fight Liang Shuyu and the others, and soon there was a quarrel and a conflict, and one of them stabbed another person. So before Liang Shuyu could fight with them, they started fighting among themselves. There were more women left among these people. Some women learned that their men were killed and rushed to the outside of the bridge to ask Liang Shuyu and others to pay for their lives. The 2 women were restrained by Liang Shuyu and Yu Shifeng as soon as they rushed over, and soon fell silent. The people over there didn't know what was going on, nor did they notice the situation over here. Some of them took the supplies and ran in that direction, like a flock of birds scared off from the trees, running around. Liang Shuyu and his men didn't chase them. The rest rushed in the direction of Liang Shuyu and soon confronted Liang Shuyu. On this side, because everyone had escaped, Yu Min and the others had no opponents. Liang Wenjing still felt a little depressed because she had just warmed up her hands, but before she could even start playing, someone was gone, which made her feel a little unsatisfied. Everyone was awakened, and Xiaoping saw Luo Junshuan's hands full of blood as soon as she got up. "Hey! Tourniquet, hurry! There's so much blood." As he said that, Fatty Wei hurried to find medicine. Fortunately, the medicine for the wound was an emergency medicine and was stored separately by Liang Wenjing. Fatty Wei quickly found a box and helped Luo Junxian stop the bleeding. Luo Wei was so distressed that he almost died. "What should I do? What should I do with this wound? Will it be infected?" Yu Min, Liang Wenjing, Lu Xiaopeng and others were busy being alert and had no time to care about Luo Junxian. Fatty Wei said, "It shouldn't be. This wound looks terrible, but it's still easy to deal with on the hand. If it's on the body, it's over." Indeed, if this knife stabbed Luo Junshuan's neck, he would be dead. But despite this, as an old father, Luo Wei was still so distressed that he wished he could take it for him. Tears flowed out at once, and he held Luo Junshuan's bleeding hand trembling all over. For such a large wound, the hemostatic powder had almost no effect on the bleeding. However, the conditions were limited, and there were not many bandages at home. After applying a thick layer of powder, Aunt Xiaoping helped him bandage it up. Fatty Wei found the hemostatic and muscle-building pills that Liang Shuyu had bought before, and the antibiotics to prevent infection. I wonder if they should be taken together. Take the hemostatic medicine first? And then an amoxicillin? Aunt Xiaoping asked tentatively. Fatty Wei didn't understand either. It should be possible. After preparing the medicine for Luo Junxian persuaded him without saying a word. The few people felt as if they had finally saved Luo Junxian, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 136. At the same time, Brother Pao and his men, who were hiding in the darkness, finally got their chance, but because of their angle, they could not see the position where Yumin had attacked before, and now they only knew the main force of the opponent. Liang Shuyu, Yu Shifeng, and Wei Youqi all chased out and immediately shouted in joy. How stupid! You go out to chase the enemy and ignore the rear? You don't even understand the principle of the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole is waiting behind. You are really stupid. Brother Pao was very happy. Take advantage of now. Our goal is not to kill people, but to get their big truck. I will go to the front first, Lao San you drive, and the others will cover the rear. As long as the truck is taken, the others will disperse. Understand? Old Lu said hesitantly with a trembling heart. If they know that it was us who did it, will they turn around and go back to Nanmen West Street to kill us without a single piece of armor left? After all, Liang Shuyu is not easy to mess with at first glance. Stupid. We will move immediately after getting the things. Can they still find us? Time waits for no one, hurry up. Brother Pao gave an order and rushed over with a few people. At first, Yumin and the others didn't expect that there was another group of people ambushing. Luo Junxian was injured, and Luo Wei was chattering there non-stop. He simply sent them aside to avoid disturbing his vigilance around him. Brother Pao had also inquired about these people, and knew that Yumin must be difficult to mess with. After all, she was Yu Shifeng's daughter, so they split into two groups. One group went in the direction of Liang Wenjing, and the other group went in the direction of Lu Xiaopeng. Avoid Yumin. However, Brother Pao still made a wrong idea. He thought Liang Wenjing was easy to deal with, but Liang Wenjing found him just 2 steps after he rushed over. Brother Pao thought it was simple. Women have little strength. He would kick her first and punch her in the temple, and she would fall unconscious immediately. However, Brother Pao was still too naive. When Liang Wenjing's sight just fell on the 3 of them, a flying knife also flew over and stabbed directly into the heart of Baldly. Brother Pao was stunned for a moment, and then he found that there were 4 people lying under the car in front of him. Blood flowed everywhere, and it looked like expensive oil in the dark night. Brother Pao jumped away to avoid Liang Wenjing's second knife. Because of his avoidance, Liang Wenjing's second knife did not stab him, and Liang Wenjing's close combat ability was not good, especially when he met someone like Brother Pao who had been in prison. Liang Wenjing was instantly caught by Brother Pao's backhand. Liang Wenjing lost the initiative, and was overtaken by Brother Pao. Brother Pao was feeling proud, and suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. When he saw a beautiful figure in his peripheral vision, it was too late. On the other side, Lu Xiaopeng's equipment seemed powerful, but in fact he was a weakling. But it must be said that he was indeed flexible enough. The 3 people led by the 3rd brother rushed over. Although Lu Xiaopeng and his father Lu Feng did not stop them, they also avoided their blades and were not injured by them. Lu Xiaopeng immediately shouted, "There are enemies." At the same time, he immediately blew the whistle to alert Liang Shuyu on the Nansha bridge. In the dead night, the whistle sounded, just like a thief hearing an alarm. For a thief, this is a sound that makes adrenaline, fear, and tension soar rapidly. The 3rd brother and his men panicked instantly, and their movements became more intense. Lu Xiaopeng did not expect the other party to become so fierce all of a sudden. He almost did not dodge. He was also worried that they would rush towards Luo Wei and others who were bandaging, so Lu Xiaopeng had to find a way to lead them away first. However, the 3rd brother was so smart that he asked the other 2 people to rush up and stop Lu Xiaopeng, and he quickly rushed to the driver's seat of the truck and wanted to drive away their truck. However, his actions were soon seen by Aunt Xiaoping and others. Luo Wei was a timid person. When the 3rd brother saw a knife in his hand, his first reaction was to pull his son away. Aunt Xiaoping saw that the man had already got on the car and pulled out the line below to set it on fire. Thinking that the car was the food for their whole family, They must not let anyone take it away like this. And Xiaoping rushed up and grabbed the third brother's foot. The third brother backhanded An Xiaoping with a knife, but was quickly pulled away by Wei Pengzi and was not injured. Boom! The truck was on fire, and the third brother was overjoyed. He laughed and kicked An Xiaoping away with one foot to pull the door of the truck. The truck bottom plate was high, and the third brother kicked An Xiaoping in the chest with gravity. An Xiaoping had no room to resist at all. Fatty Wei saw this and gritted his teeth. "You fucking hit my wife." He grabbed it fiercely, but the door closed by the third brother hit his palm, but Fatty Wei opened the door and climbed up. Although his movements were not fast, he still stabbed the third brother's thigh with a knife, trying to pull the third brother down. The third brother was in pain, and was pulled under the car by Fatty Wei. Luo Wei only reacted to help at this time, and rushed up to hold the third brother down. The third brother also stabbed backhandedly while being tied up, but Fatty Wei's knife was not slow either. Just when Luo Wei made way a little, Fatty Wei's knife stabbed into his throat. Fat Wei cursed, and blood splashed on his and Luo Wei's faces like a guillotine, and the third brother soon stopped moving. At that time, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi and others heard the whistle and rushed back. The people blocking the bridge also heard the whistle, and knew that the group of people who killed their companions were still there. They thought there was an opportunity, and the remaining 3 men and 2 women also came to kill. Liang Shuyu and his friends ran back quickly. They didn't dare to care about the pursuers behind them for a while. They were more worried about Liang Wenjing and his friends. When they came, they saw the stupid Fatty Wei, and the card friends and another person, who were still dealing with Lu Xiaoping and his friends. The gun brother Lao Lu, who had counterattacked Liang Wenjing, had also been dealt with by Yumin. There were traces all over the ground, and it was a mess. Fortunately, nothing happened. Liang Shuyu realized that he was careless, and pointed his card friends to use your phone. Liang Shuyu turned around, and leaped to face the people who were chasing him from behind. When those people came, they saw the ground and were already terrified. Their momentum was 3 points lower, and they were a head shorter than Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu blamed himself for his carelessness, so his hands moved faster and more fiercely, without mercy. Swish! Swish! Liang Shuyu bent down and stabbed forward quickly. Even if it was a woman, he was merciless, because if he wanted to rob them, he had to be prepared for eternal damnation. Show mercy. Mercy? Not there. Liang Wenjing also came to help. She had the upper hand just now, but was counterattacked by Brother Pao at close range, and almost lost her life. So she was more cautious at this time, and quickly learned from the previous battle, and applied it to the new war. It can be said that the abilities that Liang Shuyu and his team have mastered are easy to kill these people. Because those are all tempered day and night, bit by bit, and there are also practical guidance from Yu Shifeng. As long as they take the initiative to remove the opponent's weapons, they will become a piece of tofu, and the knife will cut them one by one, and they will be riddled with holes in a while. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Deng Xiaoqin, Deng Lingxiang and others in the car felt cold all over, and were filled with fear. Chapter 137. It was dawn. The moon slowly went down the mountain, and the sun rose from the other side of the mountain, spreading its light to the earth, like a golden laser, caressing the skin of the earth inch by inch, and then driving away the darkness. The end time was 5:20 in the morning. When there was no outsider standing on the bridge, Luo Wei, Lu Xiaoping and others sat down by the car like paralyzed. The pairs of eyes lying on the ground stared at them, which was very scary. Lu Xiaoping's face was a little pale, not because the battle just now was too fierce, but because Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi's performance was a little scary. He knew that surviving outside must be 100 times more difficult than staying at home. But when he first saw Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi act so decisively, he could not imagine what happened to them, who were once classmates, and suddenly became like this. In theory, wouldn't they be scared? Wouldn't there be shackles that were difficult to accept in their hearts? Or, in fact, he stayed in the house for too long and didn't keep up with the pace of the times. Luo Wei was more scared. The blood of the man just now sprayed directly on his face. Although it had dried long ago, his face seemed to be warm now. Luo Wei had a feeling that he would never forget this temperature in his life. Looking at his son, who was intact next to him, Luo Wei smiled with relief, took Luo Junxian into his arms, and patted him, just like when he was a child. Luo Junxian didn't push him away this time, which made Luo Wei happy for a while. The one who was the most scared was of course Deng Xiaoqin. She had always thought that Lu Xiaoping was exaggerating when he emphasized to her that it was chaotic, terrible, and dangerous outside. In fact, he said that deliberately because he thought she was difficult to get along with. That's right, Ding Xiaoqin also knew that she was not an easy person to talk to and get along with. However, on the first day out, she actually encountered such a thing. Look at the pieces on the ground. What if it is investigated in the future? Is she an accomplice? Is she a co-conspirator? Is she a shielder? Ding Xiaoqin burst into tears as she thought about it. She cried more bitterly than when she was young and broke up, and there was no reason for her crying. Deng Lingxiang glared at her. Is this what you are? Deng Xiaoqin hurriedly hugged her sister's arm. Sister. Deng Lingxiang snorted softly and looked out of the car window. Lu Feng and Deng Xiaoqin's husband Zhou Bai hurried over to check if they were okay. Deng Xiaoqin threw herself into Zhou Bai's arms. Deng Lingxiang was still sitting upright. Lu Feng looked at her for a while. Seeing that she was still very calm, he immediately admired his wife even more in his heart. Are you thirsty, wife? Do you want some tea? Deng Lingxiang said. Drink some. Lu Feng hurried to the trunk to get hot water for her tea. Lu Xiaopeng also came over. Seeing that his mother was fine, he smiled palely. Deng Lingxiang wiped the non-existent stains on his face with a handkerchief and said, Pack up, we should set off. Don't stay here for too long. Hearing his mother's clear and soft voice as always, Lu Xiaopeng calmed down a little, nodded, and went to find Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi and others were cleaning the road and piling up all the debris, because some of them lay under the cars. If they were driven later, they would definitely be run over. Although it didn't matter if they died, if they got stuck in the wheels, wouldn't they cause shit and urine all over the road? Lao Liang, should we leave earlier? Said Lu Xiaopeng. Liang Shuyu nodded. Clean up here and leave now. Lu Xiaopeng helped, and An Xiaoping suddenly shouted from behind them. Youqi, come here quickly, your dad is calling you. An Xiaoping and Fatty Wei were both sitting on the ground leaning against the car, and Fatty Wei was covered in blood. Wei Youqi went over and said, What's wrong? Fatty Wei's face was a little pale, and Wei Youqi frowned. What's wrong with you? It was dark before, and An Xiaoping found that Fatty Wei was weak and pale. When she saw his hand, it seemed that he had been covering his stomach since just now. Seeing the endless blood on the ground, An Xiaoping screamed. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? An Xiaoping's shrill cry was like a thunder that exploded the sea level, and everyone stopped moving and ran towards this side. Fatty Wei didn't want to cause such a big shock, and said weakly, Why are you shouting so loudly? It's so noisy. An Xiaoping's tears flowed down. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You were still chatting with me. Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Lu Wei hurried to get the medicine. Wei Youqi looked at his father in shock, looking at the blood flowing from the gap between the fingers covering his stomach. How could his father be injured? When did he get injured? Doctor, they need a doctor. Lie down, don't move. Liang Shuyu took a step forward, put Fatty Wei on the ground, and moved his hand slightly. The knife wound was unfathomable, and the blood kept oozing out. Liang Shuyu's heart thumped. No. Cover the wound. Yu Shifeng will apply medicine and bandage it first. Lao Chen and I will go find a doctor. The rest of you will be alert. Everyone should be alert. Liang Shuyu quickly gave the order. Although Yu Shifeng was not a doctor, he was a boxing teacher in the past, and had some experience in this area. There was no time to do anything extra. Liang Shuyu opened another truck, and pulled out 2 bicycles from it, throwing one to Lao Chen. The urgency of time did not allow Liang Shuyu to stay too long. He had to find a doctor immediately. The first doctor he thought of was the one Yu Shifeng found at the beginning, the one who treated Shen Baoyi's mother. At the intersection of the bridge, only An Xiaoping's wailing was left. Although Lao Chen didn't know why he was pointed at, he still quickly did as he was told and followed Liang Shuyu to ride all the way to the city. An Xiaoping had lost her backbone, and Wei Youqi was even more shocked, completely at a loss, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Yu Shifeng was calm after all. Luo Wei found the medicine box, which was placed outside because it was used by Luo Junxian last night. The speed was very fast. Yu Shifeng quickly cleaned the wound with alcohol, but the wound was too big, and the just washed away came out again, so Yu Shifeng didn't even dare to use medicine, and directly took out the bandage to block the wound first. However, this did not help, and the snow-white bandage was immediately stained red. Fatty Wei, who was lying down, smiled and shook his head gently. It's useless, I know my own injuries. Wei Youqi finally cried, Dad, don't talk, Lao Liang has already found a doctor, the doctor will cure you, don't talk. Don't cry. Wei Youqi yelled at An Xiaoping again, and An Xiaoping finally stopped the shrill wailing, and the whole place finally quieted down. Fatty Wei said with a weak breath, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Youqi, I'm always so useless. No, don't talk, don't talk. Chapter 138. Fatty Wei smiled weakly. Let me tell you, I don't have much time. No. How is this possible? Who should die? It shouldn't be his father? Isn't he the one who is most afraid of death and pain? Aren't the people who are most afraid of death the best at escaping and protecting themselves? Even if he has to survive, he has to survive to the end. How could this happen? Wei Yoqi couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable that such a thing would happen to him. This must be a dream. It must be a dream. Everything is a dream. Wake up, don't go on. But no matter how Wei Yoqi begged and screamed, reality is reality, not a dream. It's not an illusion. Fatty Wei's red hands grabbed Wei. Yoqi, I'm sorry. Dad is sorry for you. Dad is so useless. Not only can he not protect you, but he also asks you to protect me. No, don't say that. I'm sorry for you and Shuyu. Fatty Wei smiled miserably. If I had been tougher, I wouldn't have needed Shuyu to help me. Maybe. He thought about the supermarket again, when those women came in to rob. If he hadn't let him down, would Shuyu have been different later? But Fatty Wei thought deeply again. What if he didn't let him down? The world is already like this. If Shuyu didn't help at the beginning, would he never help later? Even without him, Shuyu couldn't be a simple child forever. Thinking of it, Fatty Wei shed a tear of despair. He might not be able to watch Yoqi grow up, get married and have children. If there hadn't been a power outage, he would still be running that half-new supermarket, earning a few thousand yuan a month, supporting his family, a child, and then listening to his wife's nagging. Every day, he would say he was useless, waiting to die guarding a small supermarket, and he couldn't make any money. It's good to guard it. It's also good to have a supermarket. At least it's safe and stable. At least you don't have to worry about people robbing them all the time. At least there will be no danger to your life. Even if you get cancer, there will be a month's deadline. It won't be like now you die. What will the future be like? Will they arrive in western Tibet safely? Are there trees there? Are there mountains? Is there water? I hope they can find a mountain and occupy it as the king. His family Xiaoping is from the countryside and can farm. If there is a mountain, it will be useful. At that time, they can grow some potatoes and corn, and it won't be a problem to eat for a year or two. But if it's a city, the city is okay. The city is a little dangerous. But with Shuyu's caution, he will definitely be able to lead them to make a name for themselves. At least they will have no problem making a living. Thinking of this, Fatty Wei felt relieved. Not only Shuyu, but Yu Shifeng is also a very reliable person. Fatty Wei opened his eyes with great effort and looked at Yu Shifeng. He wanted to grab his hand, but he couldn't lift it up. He wanted to speak, but the sounds and people around him became more and more blurred. Fatty Wei wanted to take another look at Xiaoping. She had a bitter face, as if she was carrying a huge debt of 3 million. Fatty Wei wanted to laugh. I heard that some women cried their eyes blind after their husbands died. I hope she won't be so stupid. Fatty Wei held Wei Yoqi's hand with his remaining strength. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Shuyu after looking for a long time. He wanted to say sorry to him at the last moment. He was too useless. A grown man could only do logistics work. Fatty Wei smiled again. It's okay. They will all live well. I heard that after people die, good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. Fatty Wei thought that he had just killed someone. Was he a bad person? Probably not. After all, they both died together. It was just that I was a little anxious at the time. If I had slightly moved to the side, I would not have been stabbed. Alas, it's a pity that there will be no next time. There was only one mistake. The noises around him became smaller and smaller. It was so quiet, never quiet before. It was like soaking in a hot spring and coming to the fairy palace. There seemed to be fairy music coming down from the magnificent palace and waving to him. The golden, white, soft, feather-like wind blew over. Fatty Wei closed his eyes, hoping that his wife and son would not be so sad. People will die sooner or later. And death is not so scary. It feels quite relaxing. No longer have to worry about anything. The soul is completely and purely released and free. It's good. Liang Shuyu and Lao Chen rode their bikes to the doctor's residence. There were not many people on the street in the early morning when the sun just came out. They drove all the way without any obstacles. In fact, Liang Shuyu already had some ideas in his mind, but he couldn't stop, and it was impossible for him to give up halfway. When he came downstairs of the doctor, Liang Shuyu shouted downstairs like last time. The doctor saw him upstairs and examined him through the door from the inside like last time. However, Liang Shuyu didn't wait for the other party to speak and directly offered the conditions: knife wound in the abdomen, We will take you there for treatment. What's the price? The doctor said without thinking. No. Liang Shuyu didn't want to waste time with him. Time was too tight. If he delayed for 1 more minute, the possibility of Fatty Wei being saved would be reduced by 1 point. You can ask for anything, name a price. The doctor was stunned for a moment. This was not the first time he had dealt with Liang Shuyu. Compared to those difficult people, Liang Shuyu was a good person. At least he had a good impression of Liang Shuyu. Fuel? The doctor said. They were too short of fuel. Even as a doctor who had no shortage of supplies, it was difficult to get fuel. Liang Shuyu did not hesitate at all. If you cure it, you can get a can of gas. If you don't cure it, you can get half a can of gas. Hurry! The doctor did not expect Liang Shuyu to be so generous. He promised to give him half a can of gas even if he didn't cure it. He said something to Liang Shuyu and hurried up to get his medicine box. He was worried that Liang Shuyu didn't have alcohol and other disinfectants, so he brought these with him. He told his family well. His family was worried about him, but the doctor had his own ideas. He was a doctor. Although he was only an internist, it was a critical moment now. He also had some knowledge of surgery. He had to go in even if he was blindfolded. As long as he was a person with a brain, he would not hurt the doctor. He was still confident in this. The doctor came downstairs, got on Liang Shuyu's bicycle, and the three of them quickly rushed towards the Nanshao Bridge. However, just after leaving an intersection, in the warm light of the morning sun, they saw 20 to 30 people with knives and weapons searching the street intersection, smashing and destroying. The doctor was too familiar with this group of people. Hurry, hide! Liang Shuyu and others quickly turned the front of the car, jumped off the car, and the three of them went into an alley to avoid the limelight. Soon the group of people searched here, and they heard someone say, "I haven't been here, the door is good," and then they started to smash the door frantically. At first, there was silence inside the door. When the door on the first floor was finally smashed open, screams finally came from inside the door. Chapter 139. Liang Shuyu and his companions hid under the security net at the deepest part of the alley. This was a dead end with a sharp angle. Once they entered, they could not get out. Fortunately, this location was a dead end at first glance, so people outside should not come in. Their car could barely fit in, and the three of them squatted under the security net. From the window of the security net, there came the roar and scream of a man, the scream of a woman, and the cry of a child. Ping pong, a mess. 7 or 8 men rushed into the smashed house, and pressed a woman against the security net. They did not care that the child was crying heartbreakingly beside them. The woman's clothes were torn open, and 7 or 8 men immediately surrounded her with laughter and shouting. The woman's hand stretched out of the security window, trying to grab something, but there was nothing outside. The security window was roaring violently, and a lot of sand and dust were shaken down, falling on the heads of Liang Shuyu and the other two. The intense movement seemed to shake the whole earth. The doctor's face turned pale as he clutched the medicine box, not daring to move. The woman screamed and shrieked desperately. Perhaps at this moment she should be thankful that she only had a son and no daughter, otherwise she would cry even more horribly. After the 7 or 8 men finished quickly, the anti-theft window shook loosely for a few times, as if it had been shaken apart. The woman was almost half dead, and blood was all over the floor. Then, the other residents on the first floor outside were not spared either. These 20 or so people swept through these houses like bandits, targeting the residents on the first floor, killing the owners, leaving the men behind, enjoying the women, and taking the children back if they were girls. Then, they collected all the supplies they could use in their house, and finally returned with a full load. If they met a particularly beautiful woman, they would be a little gentler and take her back. They robbed 4 first-floor residents, but only caught a little girl, who was held under their armpits and kidnapped with a light hug. Finally, when the group of people left, Liang Shuyu and the other two came out. The area was already in a mess, and no one on the second floor dared to speak. Liang Shuyu swung the bicycle and sat on it. The doctor trembled a little, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and finally sat on it. The three of them quickly headed towards Nanshao Bridge again. The wind in his ears was like a knife, scraping the doctor's heart. He had always known that there was a group of thugs nearby who specialized in robbing first-floor residents. They were almost invincible because of their large numbers, but it was the first time he watched them commit crimes under the eyes of these thugs. But the doctor looked at the expressionless and young Liang Shuyu, and then looked at the badly bearded man, and thought that the two men might be as vicious as those people. He didn't know whether he should have come here this time, and whether he would be able to return alive. Perhaps he was too blindly confident in his profession. But he had already boarded the pirate ship, and the doctor could only bite the bullet and follow, and dared not show any regrets, for fear that what was waiting for him was not Secretary Liang's conditions, but a cold knife. Nansha Bridge. Fatty Wei was no longer breathing. The temperature of his body was gradually getting colder, as if Wei Youqi's heart was also getting colder. Aunt Xiaoping stopped crying. Looking at the pale face with a smile, she felt like her soul had been blown away, and she was lifeless. But Yu Shifeng still covered the wound, even though he knew it was useless to cover it, but he didn't dare to let go. What if the doctor came and said there was still hope? What if Fatty Wei was just temporarily unconscious? Everything was possible. We couldn't give up easily until the last moment. Wei Youqi knelt there. Liang Wenjing wanted to comfort him, but she didn't dare, for fear of touching him. Yu Min hugged Liang Wenjing, and Liang Wenjing lay on Yu Min's shoulder and cried softly. Then Liang Ying hugged them both from behind. Yu Min was stunned for a moment, but she also leaned on Liang Ying's shoulder. No one spoke, silence, only silence. Everyone gathered around this group. Du Yao was the most uncomfortable. Fatty Wei's death reminded her of her father, who was also hurt like that, and gradually lost all his blood and died. No, Dad might not be dead yet. At least when Du Yao saw him for the last time, he was not dead. Is Dad's body still on that street? Du Yao couldn't help but glance over there, wondering if it had been trampled on by people. Du Yao wanted to go back to find Dad and bury his body. Dad, Dad! Both Du Yao and Wei Youqi were shouting in their hearts, but looking at the gradually cold body, how could Wei Youqi not know that his father had left him? It would be more dangerous on the road. Wei Youqi understood the meaning of these words more deeply this time, but now it was too late. He regretted that he shouldn't have let him be lazy at the beginning. If he had more experience, he wouldn't be hurt easily today. The silence lasted for a long time. When Liang Shuyu and Lao Chen came with the doctor, Wei Youqi was still kneeling there, maintaining the posture at that time. Everyone gathered here. Lu Xiaoping and the other men were on the periphery, alert. When they saw Liang Shuyu coming, they could only shake their heads at him. Liang Shuyu understood everything. Because this place was too far from the doctor's house, he had already guessed that this was possible after going back and forth. But no matter what, you have to try your best, don't you? Even if you already know the ending. Liang Shuyu still gently patted Wei Youqi away to give the doctor a place to see Fatty Wei. The doctor knew that Fatty Wei was beyond saving and had died, but he said nothing. He still checked his wounds according to the procedure, and finally checked his pupils and his breathing. Finally, he shook his head gently, stood up and stepped aside. The doctor's shaking head was like the final judgment of the court, which made all the suppressed emotions burst out. Aunt Xiaoping screamed, "No, this is impossible. Please check again. Please take another look. Doctor, please save him. He was just talking. Please take a look at him." Wei Youqi did not rush to seek medical treatment like his mother, but sat down on the ground with his whole body limp, and Liang Shuyu immediately hugged his shoulders. Wei Youqi moved his head in confusion and looked at Liang Shuyu. His dry eyes were full of bloodshot, and he could no longer shed tears, full of confusion and helplessness. Liang Shuyu patted the back of his head. Wei Youqi's tears immediately gushed out, and he rushed into Liang Shuyu's arms and cried loudly. Like a newborn baby, he wanted to yell out all the grievances he suffered in his mother's womb. Liang Shuyu also rubbed his Yintang acupoint desperately, trying to use his body to bring more and safer warmth to Wei Youqi, but it was meaningless, as his companion's father had died. This was an indisputable fact. Like a wooden board with nails stuck in it, it was hitting him hard. Chapter 140. The pain of silence lasted for a long time. Aunt Xiaoping fainted several times during the silence, and Wei Youqi almost lost his ability to move, and was in so much pain that he could not help himself. But Liang Shuyu could not let them continue to suffer. They had to leave here, and leave quickly. Some people escaped in the early morning. He could not guarantee that these people would not call other reinforcements to kill them. Although the possibility was very small, Liang Shuyu could not take the risk at this time. Liang Shuyu calmly ordered some people to clean up the supplies that those people on the Nansha Bridge had not taken away, and then give him the half-tank of gas promised to the doctor. Gas is very precious, even for Liang Shuyu and others. But the doctor risked his life to see the doctor, and Liang Shuyu could not let him down. Then he asked Yu Shifeng and others to guard the place, and Liang Shuyu and Lao Chen sent the doctor back together. We had to carry a can of gas back home. Fortunately, we confiscated a small tricycle from Pao Ji's group. We covered it with a piece of cloth. Lao Chen rode the tricycle, while Liang Shuyu and the doctor sat on the tricycle. Liang Shuyu took the opportunity to ask the doctor about some rules for the use of drugs. The doctor was probably deeply moved and did not hide anything. Liang Shuyu was able to remember the list of drugs he had in his hand, so after a brief inquiry, he finally had some ideas and judgments about the use of drugs for several common diseases. On the Nansha Bridge, Fatty Wei's body was temporarily placed in the cab of the taxi. The original supplies and small beds in the cab were moved to the truck, and the 2 mattresses originally brought for Fatty Lu were also moved out of the truck. After Liang Wenjing and others cleaned up, although it was a little crowded, it could still fit. In the Buick G18, Deng Xiaoqin sobbed and looked terrified. Deng Lingxiang said, "Be steady, maybe there will be many more such situations. If you can't hold on now, what should you do in the future?" Deng Xiaoqin's head trembled. "Sister, can we not leave? I want to go home." The sneak attack last night was already terrifying, but who knew that there would be another sneak attack at dawn, and a companion was killed. This level of danger was completely beyond Deng Xiaoqin's expectations. If she was still at home, she would have food and drink and would be safe. What if we come out? It's even more dangerous than at home. If that's the case, why do we have to take this risk? "Sister, I want to go home. I really want to go home. I don't want to leave. Can we go back?" Deng Lingxiang said sternly. "I told you clearly when I left. Now that I have made up my mind, there is no turning back." "No." Deng Xiaoqin shook her head. Tears of fear gushed out of her eyes, and soon wet her collar. "You have been saying that staying at home is also dangerous, and there are infectious diseases. I don't want to leave at all. As long as I stay at home, there will be no danger inside, but it will be more dangerous outside. I want to go home, sister. I really want to go home." Deng Lingxiang glanced at her and snorted. "If you want to go back, go back. Drive by yourself." "Drive by yourself?" Deng Xiaoqin was stunned for a moment. "Aren't you going with me?" Deng Lingxiang shook her head gently. "Tibetan West is safer. I will go to Tibetan West." Deng Xiaoqin simply couldn't understand. Go to Tibetan West? The journey is long, and there are mountains of swords and seas of fire. They just went out and encountered such a thing before leaving the city. If they really set out on the road, who knows how many dangers are waiting for them. It's better to stay at home than to lose your life on the road. "Sister, as long as we stay at home and don't go out, we don't have to worry about infectious diseases, sister. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but don't question my judgment." Deng Lingxiang looked at her. "Have you decided? If you want to go back, it's safer while it's still early." Deng Xiaoqin sobbed speechlessly. "You brought me out. Won't you send me back?" And after returning home, she must move the supplies upstairs. Her family also lives on a high floor. Not to mention how difficult it is to move things. What if she is spotted by a bad guy in the fire escape? Deng Xiaoqin suddenly felt caught in a dilemma. "Sister," Deng Lingxiang said without any pity, "if you want to leave, leave. Don't be long-winded. Delaying will not do you any good." When Deng Xiaoqin heard this, she realized that her sister was determined to leave the city. Deng Xiaoqin was very scared. She was afraid of the long and dangerous journey, and she was also afraid of staying in this city and being isolated. But now she was afraid to drive back with Shoubai. But she was also scared and worried if she was asked to go with Liang Shuyu and others. What should she do? Liang Shuyu sent the doctor downstairs to his house. Although the doctor lived on the 2nd floor, no one lived on the 1st floor of this building, and this morning, a group of people robbed the 1st floor nearby. Liang Shuyu said to the doctor, "Thank you." The doctor shook his head. "I can't help." Liang Shuyu said, "Your area is not safe. If you have the conditions, you should move away as soon as possible." The gang of more than 20 people they saw this morning was skilled in their methods, and it was definitely not their first time to commit a crime. The old neighborhood where the doctor lives is too easy to be robbed. Today it was only the 1st floor. Tomorrow it will be the 2nd and 3rd floors. Living in such a place is too dangerous. The doctor nodded, turned around and opened the door, and entered the big iron gate. Liang Shuyu watched him go in, and after the door closed, he and Lao Chen turned around and left. "That?" The doctor suddenly called Liang Shuyu. He didn't know Liang Shuyu's name, so he didn't even know how to call him. The doctor hurriedly opened the door, with a hesitant and tangled look on his face. "You want to leave the city? Where to go?" As a doctor, how could he not know about infectious diseases? Liang Shuyu said, "It's not clear yet. Let's take it one step at a time." Liang Shuyu certainly wouldn't tell their destination directly. The doctor hesitated for a long time. Liang Shuyu saw the tangled and hesitant expression on his face and asked, "Doctor, what do you want to say?" The doctor thought for a while, frowned several times, clenched and unclenched his fists, and then said, "Can I go with you? I am a doctor, and my father is also a Chinese medicine doctor. As long as we are here, your medical safety on the road will be guaranteed. The doctor expressed his hesitation and the value of his existence. Liang Shuyu actually guessed it, but he didn't show much joy, because he vaguely knew that the doctor had a lot of family members. There were already enough people on the road. If there were more doctors and their families, would it be a guarantee of strength or an increase in burden? How many people are there in your family, and what are their ages? Liang Shuyu asked calmly. The doctor was nervous for a while. Chapter 141. The doctor has 2 sons. The eldest is 13 years old, and the youngest is only 6 years old. He also has a wife and his old father, who is now 60 years old. Do you have a car? Liang Shuyu asked him. The doctor shook his head. No, do you really need a car? A car is not difficult to find. Liang Shuyu and his friends can find one on the street in a short time, so the car is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem Liang Shuyu is worried about is that it will be difficult to manage more people. They have 18 people now, and if the doctor's family is included, it will become 23 people, which is far beyond his previous plan. The doctor is certainly an important resource, but it is not easy to judge whether this resource will bring benefits or dangers on the road. I can help you find a car, but I have other conditions, Liang Shuyu said. The doctor thought that Liang Shuyu would be happy to agree immediately when he proposed to go together. After all, everyone knows that doctors are very valuable resources, more valuable than any materials. However, Liang Shuyu actually said that he wanted to put forward conditions. The doctor immediately admired Liang Shuyu even more in his heart. This kid looked young, but he was very calm. This also shows that under his leadership, the road will be safer. The doctor first invited Liang Shuyu to the big iron gate to talk in detail. They just stood on the roadside and chatted, which was too dangerous. Liang Shuyu nodded and followed the doctor into the big iron gate. Although on the surface the doctor had no reason to harm him, Liang Shuyu still raised his vigilance and winked at Lao Chen. Lao Chen had never been out with him, and Liang Shuyu was not sure whether Lao Chen could understand what he meant. But he did not expect that after they went to the stairwell, Lao Chen took the initiative to make room for a little bit and stood behind the doctor. In this way, Liang Shuyu and the doctor were face to face, and Lao Chen stood behind the doctor. If the doctor had other ill-intentioned ideas, he would be trapped. Liang Shuyu was very satisfied with Lao Chen's move. At least, he could understand the situation. What conditions, please tell me? Liang Shuyu said, walking on the road is not like at home. If you want to go with us, I need all members of your family to obey the arrangements and prevent anyone from taking personal actions. Liang Shuyu told the doctor what specific things to be obeyed on the road, and he not only needed the doctor to recognize and obey these conditions, but also every family member of the doctor to recognize and obey these conditions. Liang Shuyu did not want a family member to suddenly have a whim to oppose him or be a double-faced person on the road. However, even with these conditions, Liang Shuyu did not fully agree that the doctor would take them with him. Liang Shuyu still had to go back and discuss with his family members. Although Liang Shuyu could directly let the doctor go with them, if the doctor's family members all agreed to the conditions. If so, it would give the family members a bad impression. So Liang Shuyu still had to go back and inform and communicate with the family members before coming to pick up the doctor and find him a car. After negotiating with the doctor went home to persuade his family members and pack the things they needed to take away. Liang Shuyu and Lao Chen left and returned to Nansha Bridge. On the Nansha Bridge, Yu Shifeng and others have moved their cars to the center of the Nansha Bridge. Here, the people who originally blocked the bridge left behind a lot of things that could not be moved, such as coal stoves, some coal, some barrels of water, some heavier rice and noodles, etc. According to the rules set by Liang Shuyu before, these items are public items that can be used by all members, and do not need to be allocated to each individual family. The advantage of doing this is to avoid disputes and help members with average family resources. For example, although it is public, Liang Shuyu's family and Lu Shupeng's family may not use it, so it is equivalent to giving it to Lu Wei, Lao Chun and other families. But each family's original supplies will not be shared. After hearing this, Yu Shifeng said, he is willing to go with us? Of course, with a doctor, we won't be afraid of minor illnesses in the future. Liang Shuyu asked Lu Xiaopeng for his opinion again, and Lu Xiaopeng said, of course I agree. A doctor and an old Chinese medicine practitioner, they also have Chinese and Western medicines, which is a perfect match. How could Lu Xiaopeng refuse? But if there are more of us, will there be any impact? Lu Xiaopeng was worried that it would be difficult to manage with more people, or there would be other burdens. Liang Shuyu said, maybe there will be some. we may need to find another car that can seat more people and replan the resources. 7 cars are too many, and the target area is too large. Yes, that's right. Lu Xiaopeng nodded. Liang Xiyu also informed Wei Youqi's family, as well as Luo Wei, Lao Chen, Deng Lingxiang and others. Wei Youqi and An Xiaoping knelt in front of Wei Pengzi's body. Both of them looked absent-minded, and An Xiaoping fainted from crying and lay on the side. Liang Xiyu hugged him and asked Yu Shifeng to stay behind. He and Lao Chen went out to find a car, a 5-seater truck, to pick up the doctor. After picking up the doctor and helping them carry their things downstairs, it was already late when they returned to Nansha Bridge. It was almost sunset, and the sunset glow hung in the sky, reflecting the surging water under the Nansha Bridge into blood red. The unlucky bodies were stuck between the branches that were inserted upside down in the river, forming a small hill. Under the red river water and sunset glow, they looked like stacked red rocks, overlapping and interlaced, magnificent. Everyone reorganized and set off overnight this time. Fatty Wei used to drive the taxi, but now Liang Xiyu was the driver. Although Liang Xiyu had never driven a car, but the knife was on his neck, he had to learn how to drive. Before leaving, Liang Xiyu learned from Lu Xiaopeng that Deng Xiaoqin seemed to want to leave, so he went to talk to Deng Xiaoqin. Have you made a decision? Deng Xiaoqin was lying in the arms of her husband Zhou Bai, looking depressed. Zhou Bai shook his head quickly. No, let's go with the team. She was just scared today, and a little scared. Deng Xiaoqin lay there without saying anything. Liang Xiyu said sternly, Mr. Zhou, Miss Deng, if you have any decision, please tell me immediately, don't hesitate. If you want to leave, please make up your mind to leave immediately. If you want to stay, please make up your mind to stay immediately. I don't want my team to have hidden dangers because of people who look ahead and behind. Liang Xiyu's words were a bit heavy. For Deng Xiaoqin, who was already a white-collar social elite before the power outage, it was simply not giving face. She was a successful person in her 30s, and she was actually said such words by a little kid. She felt that reality was a bit magical. Chapter 142. However, what room did she have to refute? What qualifications did she have to refute? This morning, when Liang Xiyu and his men risked their lives and protected them with knives, she understood that Liang Xiyu had absolute say in this team. So, even though Liang Xiyu's words made her blush, like an ignorant child being taught a lesson by an elder, she had no courage to refute. On the contrary, she felt that he was indeed a bit unreasonable. The courage to question Liang Xiyu's age last night was gone. Deng Xiaoqin was finally forced to sit up straight, biting her lip and thinking for a long time. Liang Xiyu said, You still have 1 minute to consider. If you decide to leave, please leave immediately. 1 minute. This was too ruthless. Only when Deng Xiaoqin questioned her subordinates did she use this way of speaking in tone. Damn it, it was just a power outage. She, who was once a social elite, was actually taught a lesson by a fledgling kid. Zhou Bai quickly looked at Deng Xiaoqin with an inquiring look. Wife, what are you thinking? Were you scared today? But you have to understand that if we don't leave, we will be the only ones left in this city. Zhou Bai and his friends did not make any preparations before the power outage. They did not go out to buy much after the power outage. They just bought some ordinary resources, like a normal power outage. Who knew that the power outage would last so long, and the society became more and more chaotic. Their lives were completely supported by Lu Xiaopeng's family. So Zhou Bai could fully imagine that they could not survive in this city without Lu Xiaopeng, who will continuously send food and drink to his family. No one. Deng Xiaoqin pursed her lips and started crying again. Then let's go? Liang Xiyu didn't want let's go. In this case, he wanted a firm understanding of the facts. He didn't want any team member who failed to do so to bring unknown hidden dangers to the whole team. He wanted to nip all factors that might cause conflicts and troubles in the bud, and then arrive in Western Tibet smoothly. So, anything that popped up, Liang Xiyu would nip it in the bud. Liang Xiyu said coldly, I'm not asking you to make a decision, I'm asking you to make a decision. Miss Deng, if you are still hesitant, then I can judge that you may cause trouble to my team during the journey, so I can't take you with me. Boom! It was like a thunderclap. Deng Xiaoqin and Zhou Bai were shocked. What? Deng Xiaoqin was shocked. What do you mean? You are not taking us away now. What does this mean? Zhou Bai jumped out of the car in a panic. We want to leave. I don't want to stay here. Liang Xiyu said, I hope you can clearly recognize the current reality, instead of retreating when encountering a little problem. Then how can I trust you in future cooperation? How can I judge whether you will escape at the last minute? How can I dare to hand over part of the lives and safety of other team members to you? My words are very clear. You are adults. You will understand. Ding Xiaoqin understood. But the road is very dangerous. Very dangerous. A companion died. And I am Lu Xiaopeng's aunt, and it was Lu Xiaopeng who invited me to join you. How can you go back on your word? Ding Xiaoqin's words were a little illogical, and she was obviously frightened by Liang Shuyu. Zhou Bai was much calmer than her. He heard that Liang Shuyu was not going to take them with him, but hoped that they would see the reality clearly and understand their own position. Zhou Bai said, I understand what you mean. I will resolutely go with you and obey the arrangements. I will never be individualistic. Liang Shuyu looked at Ding Xiaoqin again. Ding Xiaoqin was a social elite after all. After a brief shock and panic, she regained some rationality with Zhou Bai's reminder. She was actually so frightened that she looked so flustered. Seeing Liang Shuyu's firm and unquestionable eyes, Ding Xiaoqin finally nodded affirmatively. I will definitely obey the arrangements. Okay. Liang Shuyu left, and then told the leader Lao Chen, let's go now. Lao Chen had long-distance experience. Although he had never walked this road to western Tibet, it was perfect for him to be the leading driver. In Lao Chen's car sat Luo Junxian, Lu Xiaopeng and Chen Ji. Chen Ji was 13 years old, and was the doctor's eldest son. For the time being, only the three of them were responsible for clearing the road. Following Lao Chen was Yu Shifeng's truck, and then Zhou Bai's truck, with only him and Ding Xiaoqin in the car. Then, there was Lu Feng's Buick G18, with Ding Lingxiang in the co-pilot seat, and Yu Min and Liang Wenjing in the back seat, who were responsible for observing the road conditions. Then, there was the doctor's car, with his father, wife, and youngest son in the car. Then, there was Lu Wei's car, and then Liang Shuyu's car, with Liang Ying, Chen Baoyi, and Du Yao in the car, and in the trunk were Fatty Wei, and An Xioping, and Wei Youqi who were keeping vigil. The group of people marched through the Nansha Bridge and boarded the Guanglong Expressway. The charm of the night cannot be understood during the day. The ghostly night wind will blow up the fluttering corners of the corpse, making a whistling sound. The extreme coldness of the sun will fall in the night, leaving the purple corpse with a layer of silver frost, just like the refreshing summer, when you just take the mung bean ice cream out of the refrigerator and lick off the thin layer of white frost to eat the sweet, refreshing ice cream that belongs to summer. The night is dead, arrogant, ostentatious, silent, with countless black emotions mixed together. Because it is too dark, you can't see it, and because it is too mixed, you can't tell it apart. The same is true for human emotions and diseases. Everything grows out of the darkness. In a corner with only a little moonlight, diseases and bacteria grow rapidly in a way that humans cannot see, and spread through water sources and all places that can be touched. It was so cold that the car windows were fogged up. Liang Shuyu looked behind and said to Liang Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, the car must be very cold. Let Wei Youqi and the others get in the car. Liang Shuyu then paused for a moment, and Liang Ying immediately opened the door and got out. A cold wind blew in through the door, and Chen Baoyi and Du Yao in the car shivered. Du Yao lifted the quilt wrapped around her body and glanced at Chen Baoyi, who was only wearing a thin coat next to her. Sister, you should cover yourself too. Du Yao carefully put half of the quilt over. This sister seemed even more difficult to get along with than Sister Yumin. Du Yao only sat in the car with her for a while today, and she felt that she had no words to vent, and she couldn't find a topic to talk to her. Fortunately, Chen Baoyi might be too cold, and finally pulled the other half of the quilt over herself. Du Yao moved closer to Chen Baoyi. As the two of them were close to each other, Du Yao finally felt a little warmer. Chapter 143. After Liang Ying climbed into the carriage, Liang Shuyu started the car again and caught up with the rear of Luo Wei's car. Liang Ying was shivering from the cold after just walking outside. The temperature difference between day and night was indeed huge. Youqi. Wei Youqi knelt in front of Fatty Wei's spirit. Liang Ying touched his hand and found that his hand was frozen. He quickly covered him with his blanket and whispered, "Get in the car. It's too cold here." Wei Youqi stared blankly at the front, as if he had no focus and was unaware of it. Liang Ying could understand his emotions at this time. He must be extremely sad and painful. I had no choice but to hug his shoulders and whispered in his ear, "I know you are very sad, but you have to think about your own body. The temperature difference between day and night outside is too big. If you are blown by the cold wind tonight and exposed to the sun tomorrow, you will definitely catch a cold. Your mother's health is not that good. She can't withstand these extreme weather. What if she falls ill?" Wei Youqi knew what Liang Ying meant. He was just too sad. "Yeah." Wei Youqi hummed in a low voice, glanced at his mother who was wrapped in a quilt and still sleeping next to him, crawled over and woke her up. Mom, go to sleep in the car, it's cold outside. When Aunt Xiaoping woke up and saw Wei Youqi, her eyes were wet. While humming and crying, Wei Youqi held her in his arms, and then he realized that his mother's body was also extremely cold. She was shivering all over, and he didn't know whether it was pain or cold. Wei Youqi quickly wrapped her in his blanket and said, "Let's go to the car." Aunt Xiaoping shook her head. "No, I want to stay here." "Don't be willful," Wei Youqi said. "Dad must want us to live well and happily. Maybe he is watching us. If you are here like this, blowing the cold wind, how can he feel at ease?" Aunt Xiaoping burst into tears again and couldn't stop crying. Wei Youqi coaxed her for a while, and Aunt Xiaoping was willing to go to the car. Liang Ying knocked on the iron sheet between the carriage and the front of the car from behind, and Liang Shuyu stopped the car. Liang Ying and Wei Youqi helped Aunt Xiaoping to the back seat of the car. Although there were 4 people sitting, Diao was relatively small and didn't feel crowded. After Aunt Xiaoping finally got on the car, Wei Youqi returned to cover her father with a thin sheet and pressed it tightly to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Back in the car, Wei Youqi put Aunt Xiaoping's head wrapped in a quilt and blanket on his shoulders and kept hugging her. The car drove slowly. Because everyone was crowded together, Diao sat between Shenbaoyi and Wei Youqi. In her impression, this brother was always kind to her. Unlike the older brother, who was sometimes fierce, she was a little afraid of him. Accidentally touching Wei Youqi's clothes, it was too cold, so Diao pulled the quilt on her body a little bit to Wei Youqi's body and helped him to press the corner of the quilt under his arms holding his mother. Wei Youqi didn't feel anything. Diao didn't feel anything either. She was squeezed between them and felt warmer. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. The car drove slowly, the ghost-like trees retreated step by step, and everyone in the car was drowsy. Luo Wei's driving skills were really average. He almost hit the rear of the car in front several times. If the car he got was not strong, it would have been scrapped on the road long ago. "Little boy, is it in a lot of pain?" Although the night was blurry, Luo Juanchuan's face was still visibly pale, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his face, which made Luo Wei feel distressed and wanted to help him bear it. Luo Wei's face was uglier than Luo Juanchuan's, as if the injured person was not Luo Junxian, but him. Luo Junxian, who was in a coma, seemed to be more approachable and actually responded to Luo Wei's words, "It's okay." Luo Wei touched his head and tucked the corner of the quilt for him. The medicine had been applied and the bandage was wrapped. There seemed to be nothing else to do. Instead, it made the old father, who was full of pain, feel anxious and painful, and he was as anxious as a bear's paw on a hot pot. Finally, the car in front seemed to stop. Luo Wei stepped on the brake too quickly, and almost let Luo Junxian next to him slide off the passenger seat. But in fact Luo Junxian was wearing a seat belt, and sliding down was just an illusion of the old father. It seemed that there was a car blocking the emergency passage they were taking, and the leading car was clearing the road. Luo Wei quickly threw off his seat belt and jumped out of the car, running to Yu Shifeng's car to borrow hot water. There was no one in Yu Shifeng's truck, so he had to find Yu Min and Liang Wenjing to help him open the warehouse to get water. "Yes, borrow some hot water," Luo Wei said with a slight bend. Liang Wenjing jumped out of the Buick G18, and Deng Lingxiang heard it and said, "I have it here. No need to be so troublesome, pack it over." As a result, Luo Wei even forgot to take the kettle for water, and hurried back to his car to find a kettle, which was the kind of plastic, and the heat preservation effect was not very good. Luo Wei wanted to use that to warm Luo Juanchuan's hands, and Deng Lingxiang gave him a thermos kettle from her own home. Luo Wei thanked him again and again. The wind was whistling. Luo Wei opened the passenger seat and gave Luo Junxian the kettle. "Take it, hold it in your hands, and drink a little when you are thirsty." Luo Junxian waved his hand to push the kettle away, and turned his head to the other side without saying anything. The wind blew on his cheek, making him cough twice. Luo Wei didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly stuffed the kettle into his hand, covered him with a quilt, and then closed the car door tightly. In the Buick, Deng Lingxiang's husband Lu Feng said, "Do we have painkillers at home? I think the child is in great pain. The wound is so deep that it will take a long time to heal without stitches." Deng Lingxiang smoothed her hair. Although his injury looked serious, it is actually very light. "We don't have much painkillers, so save them for life-saving." Lu Feng thought about it, and it was true. The injury on his hand was not fatal, and the painkillers should indeed be saved for the most critical time. In the last taxi, Liang Shuyu just hung up the intercom. "The road is being cleaned up ahead, you guys stay in the car and take a rest." Everyone in the car fell asleep, only Liang Ying was still awake. "I get you a towel, you stay here?" Liang Shuyu whispered to her, and then went to the back car to get another blanket for Liang Ying. After walking for more than half an hour, Liang Ying was already shivering with cold. Liang Shuyu looked at the state of Wei Youqi and Aunt Xiaoping again. The sleeping Wei Youqi was pale, his brows were furrowed, and there was a tear mark in the corner of his eye. Liang Shuyu covered them with a quilt, and filled Du Yao and Shen Baoyi with a thin quilt. He also found a pair of gloves and a coat for himself. He felt that his frozen fingers were still cold, so he found a pair of socks and wrapped them. The temperature difference between day and night was indeed huge. Liang Shuyu walked to the front to check and ask other vehicles. Chapter 144. The doctor's car was in front. Liang Shuyu greeted them from the car window. The doctor wanted to come out, but Liang Shuyu signaled him not to because it was too cold outside. Then it was Luo Wei's car. Liang Shuyu asked about Luo Juanchuan's condition. When he asked this, Luo Wei couldn't stop crying. He was not a man who was keen on expressing his emotions with tears. Although Luo Wei was indeed the kind of man who looked mighty and domineering, he was not a man who was so weak that he often cried. But he had raised Luo Junxian alone for so many years. From childhood to adulthood, he had never suffered any hardship, and he was not even allowed to wash the dishes. Now, it can be said that his 10 fingers have never touched the spring water, but his son, who was pampered by thousands of people, actually had 2 such deep cuts on his hands. As a father, how could he not feel heartbroken? So when Liang Shuyu came to ask him, he couldn't help crying. "Pay attention to see if he has a fever. If he has a fever, please inform us immediately. We have a doctor now. His injury will heal." Liang Shuyu comforted him. Before setting off, the doctor had examined Luo Juanchuan's injuries and given him advice on medication. Unfortunately, the doctor was an internist and did not know how to sew wounds. He did not have any professional equipment. If it was a life-threatening wound, he could take the risk of suturing it, but he did not dare to take the risk of the wound on his hand. However, the doctor also did some treatment, which was much better than the simple and rough application of medicine by Liang Shuyu and others. Yeah. Luo Wei wiped his tears and nodded. Liang Shuyu comforted him a few more words and asked him to wear more clothes to keep warm in the car. Luo Wei then realized that it was indeed very cold. Although he had thought about it before, he thought about it more now. In the car, he turned back to help Luo Junxian flatten his seat, and took other blankets and quilts to wrap Luo Juanchuan's legs and feet. Only when the passenger seat was piled up like a small mountain did Luo Wei feel better. As if doing these crucial things could make Luo Juanchuan's injury heal faster, Luo Junxian, as the injured person, could only roll his eyes silently in his heart, watching his busy old father's blind operation without saying anything and turning his face away to endure silently. In front was Lu Feng and Dang Lingxiang's car. Yu Min and Liang Wenjing were also in this car, responsible for using binoculars to observe the road and potential enemy situations. There was nothing worth paying attention to at night, because it was too dark around, but the 2 girls were still very energetic. Liang Shuyu only met them, confirmed that everyone was in good condition, and then walked to the front near Lao Chen's car. At this time, Lu Xiaopeng, Chen Ji, Lao Chen, and Yu Shifeng were all helping, using jacks to push the cars stuck in the emergency lane out of the road. Liang Shuyu looked at the long highway ahead and said, "This section is going to be busy." But he did not go forward to help, but carefully looked around and observed the surroundings. This is already past the Guanglong Expressway, on the Guangzhou Ring Expressway. If nothing goes wrong tonight, they should reach the Fuwan Bridge when the sun rises tomorrow. This is when they are walking very slowly and cleaning the road surface. This is the case on the highway. Most roads are easy and uncongested, but if there is congestion, it may be several hundred meters or even thousands of meters of congestion. Liang Shuyu stood on the guardrail of the highway and observed the road ahead. It was too dark at night to see the whole picture, but the congestion in this area might be at least 500 meters. There were currently 3 cars blocking the emergency lane. The front was empty, but no one could see farther. All the vehicles turned off their lights. Although there were no houses or people around, it was still better to be careful. Yu Shifeng and his men pressed the jack to the extreme and pressed the tires of the car tightly. The 4 of them freed their hands to flip the car out of the road. Yu Shifeng and his men were familiar with the route, but it was the first time for Lu Xiaopeng and Chen Ji to do this. Moreover, Chen Ji was still young and thin. He was not a hard worker at first glance, let alone Lu Xiaopeng, a fat boy. Yu Shifeng reminded them, "Be careful, don't force yourself, or you might hurt your arm." Lu Xiaopeng made an okay gesture, Qinji nodded in a reserved manner, and the four of them worked together to lift the car, and Liang Xiyu, who was not far away, ran over to help. With a few whooshes, the car was turned over with a rumble, tilted on the guardrail of the highway, and then rolled down the slope outside the highway, making a long sound in the dark night. Ah! It was Qinji's scream. What happened? Yu Shifeng asked him hurriedly. Qinji covered his arm. It hurts. His tone was full of pain. Maybe I got hurt? Yu Shifeng lit a lighter and looked at the place he covered. There was no wound but a purple mark. Although there was no bleeding, it might have hit the bone or something, and the pain was particularly deep. Qinji had no choice but to rest on the side. Tears were already flashing in Qinji's eyes. He could only hold back his tears and step aside. Liang Xiyu took his place. Everyone be careful, don't get hurt. Liang Xiyu had to remind everyone, and several people became more cautious. The next one was a van. Because the surrounding roads were full of cars, they couldn't push the car away, and they could only use the old method of overturning the car. According to the convention, before overturning the car, you should first check whether there are any materials that can be used in the car, but unfortunately there is nothing. Generally, there are tools on the car, but there is not even a screwdriver in this car. This car is light, we should be able to overturn it directly. Yu Shifeng judged. Then let's try it. Lu Xiaopeng opened his eyes, and then the four of them tried it together. It was indeed quite easy. As a result, after overturning several cars, they were almost 500 meters away from the opposite side, and they actually encountered two large trucks in a row. The most annoying thing is that the surrounding vehicles were so crowded that there was no extra space, which made it very difficult to deal with. Liang Xiyu had to hesitate for a long time. We drive a truck and knock the other cars away. Is it feasible? To implement this operation, the driver's safety must be guaranteed. It is impossible to sacrifice a driver every time a car is knocked down, so Liang Xiyu asked Lao Chen, who is the most experienced person here. Lao Chen hardly thought too much. It should be no problem. In fact, he had this idea a long time ago. They did it right away. They set the truck on fire on the spot, and the three of them dispersed to let Lao Chen operate and clear the road. It must be said that this method is much more efficient than the jack. Although it will make people feel very painful at the scene, it finally cleared a nearly 1,000-meter high-speed congested road section in the fastest time. The price is 3 trucks. Chapter 145. Finally, the traffic jam ahead was completely cleared, and the car could continue on the road. However, Liang Xiyu and his team were busy ahead, so how could Yu Min and Liang Wenjing miss this great opportunity to collect supplies? You know, where there are cars, there may be supplies, and maybe they can find useful things. Liang Wenjing and his team usually don't go out, but they also know a little about Liang Xiyu and his team's actions outside. At this time, Liang Wenjing directly asked Lu Feng, Zhou Bai and other men to guard the place, and Liang Wenjing called on Deng Lingxiang, Deng Xiaoqin and the doctor's wife to come out and collect supplies. Liang Ying fell asleep, so she didn't disturb her. The doctor's wife is named Ding Qing. She was a teacher before the power outage, so she was called Teacher Ding. If there is water and food in the car, it must be collected, but in addition, if there are lighters, cigarettes, sunglasses, sunshades, hardware tools and other things, they should also be collected. They could all come in handy. Liang Wenjing said, using a large wrench to smash the glass window, opened the driver's door from the inside, climbed in, and began to search in the few boxes in the car. She was really lucky, and she touched a pack of cigarettes and 2 lighters, and an used thermos cup, and a pair of low-quality sunglasses. The thermos cup has many uses after washing and disinfecting. Their family has more than 20 thermos cups, all of which came from this way. There was nothing else in this car. Liang Wenjing opened the trunk again, and the trunk was empty, not even a box of mineral water. Her target turned to the next car, and said to Deng Xiaoqin, leave the car to you, Minmin, and I will go get the oil. Is that okay? She gave the simplest tasks to these 3 adult women. Deng Xiaoqin didn't dare to have any opinions. She was dissatisfied with Liang Xiyu at the beginning, but now she was only shocked and admired, and there was a little fear. Liang Wenjing was Liang Xiyu's sister, so she had to admire him. Moreover, she had also seen Liang Wenjing's skills. Yu Min and Liang Wenjing were both very capable and powerful. Okay. Deng Xiaoqin nodded, and could only say okay. Deng Lingxiang also obeyed the arrangement completely. Under the circumstance of limited and scarce external resources, they had to maximize the resources for their packages, and smashing cars was the safest one. Both of them quickly adapted to their new identities, but Deng Lingxiang's lady dress was indeed incompatible with a violent big wrench in her hand, which looked a bit magical. As a teacher, Teacher Ding did not have the stubbornness of the literati that Liang Wenjing was worried about. After Liang Wenjing finished speaking, she quickly accepted her new identity, and used the wrench quite well. The glass window shattered with 2 loud bangs. No matter whether it was a car worth 500,000 or 100,000, the sound of the window breaking was almost the same. The supplies in the 500,000 car were not more than those in the 100,000 car, but there were a few more condoms. Teacher Ding handed the box of condoms to Ding Xiaoqin with a little embarrassment. "Can your family use this?" It is understandable that as a teacher, she is indeed more reserved in some aspects. Ding Xiaoqin said, "There is no time to think about such things now." Teacher Ding blushed. Ding Lingxiang hurriedly took the box and threw it into a plastic bag. "Collect all the supplies you found and distribute them uniformly when the time comes." The two thought it made sense. The three continued to loot other vehicles. Cigarettes, lighters, and sunglasses were indeed common, but snacks were rare, and they could hardly find even a small biscuit. Presumably, the people who abandoned their cars after the solar storm took away everything they could eat and drink, so there was not much they could find. Liang Wenjing used a hose to suck out the oil, and after sucking out a few cars, she felt that she could taste the difference between different gasolines. When Teacher Ding and the others saw this, they thought this method was too cruel. Teacher Ding hurried over and said, "Let me do it. This is poisonous, right?" Liang Wenjing raised her hand and said, "No, you guys should do it next time. One person is enough to suffer at a time." They had almost finished collecting the vehicles. Liang Wenjing had packed all the empty bottles in her hands, and there were no more. They called it a day. Liang Shuyu and the others were almost back. Liang Wenjing and the others put the bags of harvest on the ground. She had rinsed her mouth many times. Although she still felt nauseous, another kind of excitement lingered in her heart at this time. We received a box of potato chips. Well, although they also had potato chips at home, how could they smell as good as the ones they picked up? In the 3 plastic bags, there were all kinds of messy little things, even stockings and underwear. Liang Shuyu squatted down to check, and Liang Wenjing squatted down and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Liang Shuyu did not comment, so Liang Wenjing pouted and looked up at Yumin. Yumin squatted down helplessly, and imitated Liang Wenjing's posture, and looked at Liang Shuyu with sparkling eyes. Liang Shuyu, It's just potato chips, take them and share them. Liang Shuyu reluctantly took out the potato chips, and handed them to Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing immediately jumped up and opened them happily. "You don't know how bad the gasoline smells. It's so disgusting. I have to use potato chips to clean my mouth." However, after opening them, she did not eat them herself first, but shared them with Ding Lingxiang and the others. Ding Lingxiang and the others were all women over 30 or 40 years old. How could they eat these things? They just waved their hands. "Eat them yourself." They all thought Liang Wenjing was quite lively. After the contact just now, they all liked these two girls. Liang Wenjing said, "This is not a snack, this is a material. It was obtained by everyone's joint efforts, so everyone has to share a portion. If you don't eat it now, you may not be able to eat it for a long time." Liang Wenjing put her fingers into the barrel of potato chips, and picked up 3 or 4 pieces for each of them. There was no other way. There were only so many potato chips, and so many people, so each person would only get so much. Ding Lingxiang and the others refused for a while, but they had to accept it. Teacher Ding took it back to her youngest son. Ding Lingxiang would never eat these things, and she didn't like Lucy Yuan to eat them either, so she simply gave them to Teacher Ding's youngest son. Ding Xiaoqin ate them, and thought they were quite delicious. Liang Wenjing distributed the remaining potato chips to others, and everyone had some. But when it was her turn, there were none left, no more. "This is outrageous," Liang Wenjing cried. "You men, I give you mine." Liang Wenjing, "It's not as delicious as mine." Liang Shuyu, "I give you mine too." Liang Wenjing, "That's more like it." Liang Shuyu and the others distributed the newly collected things, and kept the cigarettes and lighters, and each person had a pair of sunglasses. When the sun got brighter, it would be much more comfortable to have the glasses. "Let's go, let's continue." Liang Shuyu waved to everyone, and everyone returned to their cars one after another, and set off again, heading for the rugged unknown. Chapter 146. The car was about to start, but the doctor's eldest son Chen-Ji was still not in the car. With tears in his eyes, he hid in the dark night, beside the railing, watching the car start. The lights on the unobstructed highway were on. A look of hesitation flashed across his face, but he gritted his teeth and ran back to his car. Teacher Ding had just gotten in the car, and she talked to the doctor, her youngest son, and her father-in-law about how they had just collected supplies. Those two little girls are really amazing, especially the one with the surname Liang, who sucked the gasoline into her mouth without blinking. I felt uncomfortable watching her. Teacher Ding sighed. She teaches middle school students. Nowadays, students, regardless of gender, are always delicate and look like pearls in the palm of their hands. I didn't expect that after the power outage, under the pressure of the disaster, these young children had strong stress resistance. During the days when she followed the doctor to practice medicine at her father-in-law's house, she had seen many strong girls. On the contrary, boys sometimes seemed particularly fragile, and not as sensible and mature as girls. This made her sigh with emotion, and she felt ashamed of her previous idea that one generation is inferior to the next. In fact, the new generation of children has a stronger ability to withstand pressure. Her father-in-law, Uncle Chun, nodded. Girls are more mature and sensible than boys of the same age, but girls are girls after all, and it is difficult for them to surpass men in their lifetime achievements. The father-in-law spoke in this tone again. Teacher Ding was a little unhappy, especially when she saw her youngest son nestling in his father-in-law's arms, looking like he couldn't stand the world. Rui, don't lean on your grandfather like this. Sit up straight. What's wrong with you leaning against him? Uncle Chin's cloudy but clear eyes looked at her. The child is carsick. What if he vomits if you don't lean like this? Chin Rui was a little afraid of his mother's eyes, and moved slowly with fear, but with his grandfather protecting him, he felt confident, so he moved a few times, and finally leaned crookedly in his grandfather's arms. You will spoil the child if you spoil him like this, Teacher Ding said unhappily. Her father-in-law is good in everything, very kind to people, and reasonable in other things, but the fact that he favors boys over girls is uncomfortable. He always belittles women openly and secretly, always thinks that women's achievements can never surpass men, and has a little bit of a woman-hating mentality when taking care of the two children. Her husband also has this tendency, so she has no idea how to educate him. Especially since she is just an ordinary teacher, her income and ability to deal with things are completely inferior to her husband, who is a doctor. Sometimes she worries whether she has been assimilated. Once in class, a female classmate questioned her, why did she punish female students more severely than male students for the same mistake? At that time, she was so angry that she tried her best to refute that was because she was more strict with female students. Unfortunately, after she calmed down, Teacher Ding found out horribly that she seemed to have some discrimination against women in her heart. As a female, she treated female students and male students differently in class. This was an extremely horrible fact. She felt subtly that women were not as good as men. Recalling this, a sense of grievance rushed into Teacher Ding's heart. Especially when she looked at her husband who didn't say a word and didn't plan to speak at all, she felt even more aggrieved, and turned her face to the window, and her nose was very sour. Complex emotions moistened her eyes. At this time, Chenji ran over with tears in his eyes. Teacher Ding saw Chenji's aggrieved face, and quickly opened the car door to take Chenji in. What's wrong? Why do you look like this? What happened? As soon as Chenji came in, he threw himself on Teacher Ding's lap, tears streaming down. Maybe his mother's care made him more fragile, and he cried so hard that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Everyone in the car thought that Chenji had an accident. Uncle Chin in the back seat shouted directly, what happened? The doctor also held Chenji's head in his palm. Don't cry, tell me clearly, what happened? Little Chenrui also kept calling him brother and brother. It turned out that Chenji accidentally hit his arm when he overturned the car, and it hurt. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Ding immediately pushed him up and didn't allow him to lean on her legs. You are more than half an adult, and you are still crying like this. Just bear the pain, it will stop in a while. If you can't even bear this little pain, how can you become a useful person in the future? Wipe your tears, don't cry. Uncle Chen asked, why are you so fierce? The child is still young. The doctor didn't say anything, just checked his arm, nothing was wrong, and whispered a few words to comfort him. Chunji sobbed and said, Grandpa, I don't want to go to the front. I don't know anyone there, and I have to go down to push the cart. It's cold and hungry. I don't want to go. Chinji's crying really made Uncle Chen feel distressed. It is said that the emperor loves the eldest son, and the people love the youngest son. Although Uncle Chen loves Chenrui, he loves Chinji just as much. Now that the child is wronged like this, how can his heart not hurt? At this time, the doctor scolded. Nonsense, you are not the only one pushing the cart, aren't others also working? The doctor was afraid that his father would come out to help Chenji at this time. After all, he had discussed with Liang Xiu before leaving. Everyone had their own tasks, and they were assigned to their shifts and made full use of them. Except for his father, who was too old, and his youngest son, who was too young to be assigned tasks for the time being, who else had nothing to do. He gave Uncle Chen a shot in advance. Dad, we agreed when we left that everyone had to work. There are already 2 people in our family resting, and the 5 or 6-year-old girl in front also has a job. It is not justifiable to refuse again. Teacher Ding understood what the doctor meant. Luckily, her husband is also reasonable. Although he loves his son, he cannot give in on matters of principle. There are only a few people in her family. The old man is not in good health. It is impossible to let the old man push the cart or drive a car, so only Chen-ji can be used at this time. She was also afraid that her father-in-law would be confused out of pity for his grandson and cause trouble for Liang Shuyu's team. My husband is right, Dad. You can't side with Chen-ji in this matter. After Teacher Ding finished speaking, she looked at Chen-ji, who was even more aggrieved and frustrated, and became a little angry. Don't you know what the situation is now? Who are you crying for? You are lucky to be alive. What's this little suffering? Take back your tears. Chen-ji sniffed hard and yelled, but I don't want to go. It's so dark and cold outside, and the car is dirty and heavy. You adults don't go, so why should I, a child, go? Oh! What is this kid saying? Why didn't I see that he was so useless before? Teacher Ding was so angry that she wanted to slap him twice, but she was afraid that her father-in-law would feel sorry for him and favor him. She was about to teach him a lesson, but she heard Uncle Chen say, men are not allowed to cry. Your parents are right about this matter. Everyone has their own tasks. It's your job, so you have to do it well. Teacher Ding was surprised to hear this. Her father-in-law would not favor his grandson one day. As long as the old man didn't get involved, she believed that Chen-ji's nature would soon change. However, before she was happy for 2 seconds, her father-in-law's words rang again. If you are really scared, ask your mother to accompany you. Chapter 147. Let her accompany. The subtext is to let her do hard labor. If she really gets on the lead car, how can she bear to let Chen-ji, a half-grown child, do it? She thought her father-in-law had changed his temper today, but it turned out that he was exploiting her in different ways again. Teacher Ding's temper is not that good, especially as a teacher. To put it bluntly, he is used to being bossy. He is definitely a bucket, and not a soft persimmon. He has not had further conflicts with his father-in-law in recent years. It is just that distance creates beauty. How can she swallow such irritating words? But if it were in the past, before the power outage, she would choose to keep things quiet most of the time. After all, harmony is the most precious, and if it is possible not to cause family conflicts, then don't cause family conflicts. But now, she suddenly didn't want to talk about peace and harmony anymore. Peace and harmony? What a bullshit! It's just a kind of weakness that sacrifices oneself to make everyone happy. The world is like this. Times have changed. She shouldn't keep swallowing her anger. Teacher Ding snorted, I have a mission, I don't have time. I see you have a lot of time. It's no big deal if you go to the front to accompany him. Uncle Chen also got angry when he heard it. It was obvious that Teacher Ding had something against him. You want me, an old man, to push the cart? Teacher Ding seemed surprised and said, didn't you say to accompany him? Do you mean to let me push the cart instead of him? Uncle Chen's eyes widened, as if he was very angry. When the doctor saw that the two were about to quarrel, he quickly came out to smooth things over and said to Chen-ji, the leading car in front has flashed double lights. It must be waiting for you, you hurry over. Chen-ji pouted again and started crying like a 3-year-old child. Chen Rui kept saying that he would replace his brother and asked his parents to stop arguing. Teacher Ding saw that the double flash lights in front of her were indeed on. They must be looking for Chen-ji. Seeing Chen-ji's crying expression like a woman, she felt impatient. It was all because she was too busy at the beginning and let her mother-in-law raise her badly. Look at this character. She also felt that her husband must be biased towards her father-in-law, and she was even more angry. She pushed Chen-ji and said, why don't you go quickly? Why are you crying? Uncle Chen was even more angry when he saw her like this. What's the point of taking your anger out on the child? Teacher Ding even directly retorted, I educate my own child, and it doesn't bother others. Uncle Chen was so angry that his face turned red, and he stared at her with wide eyes. He didn't yell at her for the sake of the child. Seeing this, the doctor's head was about to explode. He remembered Liang Shuyu's warning before leaving, and remembered the Nansha Bridge. The blood all over the ground when they set out, this is not at home. He was afraid that if he accidentally offended Liang Shuyu and his group, they would just leave them on the side of the road. What if he proposed to go together? Liang Shuyu's first reaction was not happiness, but hesitation. Okay. What's there to fight about among family members? You don't even look at the time. In this world now, death is the rule, and living is just an accident. You can still live well, so just be thankful. What are you fighting for? Chen-ji, hurry up and take up your post. Don't come back crying. Now is not the past. Figure out your own position. Dad, you too. Can't always help him like this. Children are spoiled like this. The doctor made the final decision, not only deciding where Chen-ji should go, but also blaming Uncle Chen for his unnecessary concern. He didn't say anything wrong about Teacher Ding, but he also gave her an ignorant look, and finally settled the family down. Chen-ji saw that his father had spoken, and his grandfather looked like he couldn't help him. Chen-ji had to grit his teeth in grievance and fumbled out of the car, tears falling one by one, but he didn't attract the sympathy of his parents and grandfather. Only the younger brother Chen-rui said, "Can I go to accompany my brother?" The doctor took a look at the child, thinking that such a young child couldn't help, so it would be good for him to accompany Chen-ji. The eldest son was timid and delicate, but the younger son was more sensible. Go, be obedient, don't make trouble, and follow the arrangements. Chen-rui got out of the car and walked forward with his brother Chen-ji, holding hands. Chen-ji was crying as he walked. The car lights shone on the shoulders of the two brothers, stretching their shadows long. Chen-rui looked up and said to his brother, "Don't be afraid, brother. I will accompany you." Chen-ji wiped his tears and rolled his eyes at him. "You don't have to do anything." But he didn't shake off his little hand, letting him hold it. His walking posture was a bit dragging, and his heels were drooping on the ground. In other people's words, he looked like he had no energy at all. Chen-rui pursed his lips, and he didn't know what to say. The two finally got to the leading car. Lu Xiaopeng saw that the two brothers came together. Chen-ji's face was still covered with tears. He thought that he felt wrong for pretending just now, so he went to his family to seek comfort. Without saying anything, he turned over and sat in the co-pilot, leaving the back seat to the two brothers, picked up the intercom and said, "Everyone is here, ready to go." Soon, they received replies from Yu Min and Liang Shuyu. After confirming that everyone was present, Lu Xiaopeng gave an order, and Lao Chen stepped on the accelerator, and everyone continued to move forward in the dark. In the back seat, Chen-ji wrapped himself in a quilt and turned his head to the other side as soon as he got on the car, ignoring everyone. Chen-rui seemed a little embarrassed. After all, he was only 7 years old and was not a very outgoing person. He was a little timid when he came to a strange space and faced strangers. But he felt that it must be a dangerous move on the road. Chen-rui would feel a little embarrassed that his brother had delayed the departure time for so long. So he took out a few candies from his pocket and handed them to the co-pilot. This was given to him by his grandfather. Their family had no shortage of other things, especially these snacks. Others would give anything to see a doctor. "Brother, have a candy." Chen-rui handed the candy to Lu Xiaopeng. Lu Xiaopeng turned around and looked at this little boy of 7 or 8 years old with a pair of big black eyes. He wanted to refuse. It was not right for an adult to eat a child's candy. But thinking that this was a way to get closer to him and accept him, he took one, opened it and ate it. "Thank you." Chen-rui asked Lao Chen again. Lao Chen was not so particular. He just grabbed 3 or 4 and put them in his pocket, peeled them with one hand on his teeth and swallowed them, and continued driving. Chen-rui smiled and asked Chen-ji again. Chen-ji hummed and ignored him. Lu Xiaopeng asked, "Your name is Chen-rui? How old are you?" Chen-rui quickly said obediently, 7 years old, in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Lu Xiaopeng nodded. The car had already driven out of the congested section, and there was an unobstructed highway in front. The ghostly shadows of the trees were roaring outside the window, like a horror movie. "It's very uncomfortable after the power outage, right?" Chen-rui's big black and white eyes looked at the ghost shadows that quickly passed by the window, and felt that the sky showed a gray-black despair, that the universe had a hole in it, and the vacuum flowed in. When the vacuum filled the world would suffocate to death. Dad said that death is the rule of this world, and being alive is just an accident. Before the power outage, many people were barely surviving. After the power outage, a new wave of people came, and the social order was turned upside down. For us, we are very lucky. Chapter 148. Lu Xiaopeng couldn't believe that these words came from a 7-year-old boy, and he was stunned in the passenger seat for a while, and couldn't find a response. Chen-rui couldn't understand Lu Xiaopeng's mood, nor did he really realize what he meant by these words. After feeling that this brother didn't mean to talk to him, he felt a little cramped and sighed faintly. His voice suddenly echoed in the narrow and crowded car. He leaned back on the back of the chair, tilted his head to the dark window, and stared at the shadows of the trees that passed by like evil spirits. The desperate gray of the sky was stretched into a horizon, like the grid lines on his homework book, on which jumped the words he wrote and the teacher's comments. The comments were gray-red, dripping down like the vacuum leaking from the universe, turning into mist beads on the car window, dripping on the black leather in a bleeding posture. One by one, crystal clear, like the tears of an angel, it must be the angel's tears that flowed down because of despair. Chinrui poked the tears with his fingers, and his fingertips immediately became unconsciously wet, drawing a big smiley face on the foggy glass window. The shadows of the trees swayed wildly behind the smiley face. Open the window a little, the glass is foggy, the doctor said to Teacher Ding after opening his window a little. Teacher Ding was still angry, looking out the window with her face turned away. Although she didn't want to pay attention to him, she was still angry, but she still opened a gap as he said. Suddenly, a whistling wind blew on her head, blowing away the anger in the car and turning it into a biting cold. Teacher Ding had a headache and had to wrap a blanket around her head. The wind blew in from the gaps on both sides of her cheeks and poured into her neck, making her feel even colder. She was shivering all over and her hands and feet were cold. She couldn't help but glance at the doctor. Her head and hands were exposed to the outside, and she was barely covered with a sheet on her legs. She wasn't dressed very warmly, and her fingers looked almost frozen, and they seemed to be a little purple. Teacher Ding hummed in her heart, and turned her face away. After a while, she felt uncomfortable again, and couldn't help but glance at the doctor again. She was really distressed, and couldn't get over it even if she was angry. She had no choice but to take out a hat from the backpack at her feet. It was looted from another car before. She just felt that it would be useful, so she took one when it was distributed. She stuffed the hat on the doctor's head in a bad mood, and the hat hung on the doctor's head crookedly. Such a decent person looked ridiculous at this time. Teacher Ding couldn't help but find it funny. But he tried his best to hold it back, and pretended to be angry and snorted, saying loudly, "You are a doctor but you don't know how to take care of yourself. I don't know where you have learned medical skills in decades." He turned his face away. He was not so angry at first, but after saying this, it seemed not funny anymore, and he felt even angrier. The doctor glanced at her, put his hat straight, thought for a while, and felt that this was a critical moment, and the couple should not be angry, and said, "I don't have you." After saying this, he felt that this was not enough to make Teacher Ding completely calm down, so he deliberately tilted his hat more to make himself look funny, and poked Teacher Ding deliberately to let her look at his appearance, and said with an excuse, "You said so." Teacher Ding was hiding from his shoulder in annoyance, but when he turned around, he saw his funny smile, and was immediately amused. "I'm annoying you." The car was suddenly filled with laughter, as if all the conflicts had been resolved. The doctor said very seriously, "The current situation is getting more and more serious. We must maintain harmony in our family to better protect our children and ourselves. Wife, let's not do this anymore, okay?" The old matter was brought up again, and Teacher Ding's thorns were released all at once. Then you have to be a human being and say something human. Don't make it seem like a woman has to endure gender discrimination and do hard labor. Are you treating me like a fool? What's the connection? How can this be possible? The doctor tried his best to explain, and gave Teacher Ding a flattering look. At this time, he didn't dare to drag his father down, although he had heard the cold snort in the back seat. Teacher Ding hummed, and finally decided to let him go for the time being and muddle through for the time being. The later it got at night, the heavier the dew, and the colder the weather. Especially, the car's glass was fogged up, so I had to open the window a little, otherwise I couldn't see the front at all, which made it even colder. It's like seeing a ghost. How can it be so cold? Is the temperature difference between day and night so terrible? After Joe Bai cursed, he poked Ding Xiaoqin next to him. "Wife, give me some hot water to drink, I'm frozen." Ding Xiaoqin was sleeping soundly. "You can't do it yourself." She has always been considered to be in a high position, and she was always pampered by Joe Bai in the past. When did she do the work of a maid? But since the power outage, her scope of authority seems to be invalid, which makes Joe Bai's attitude towards her more unscrupulous. Of course, this is just her own understanding of being unscrupulous. In fact, she married Joe Bai because she valued Joe Bai's honest character. He is a real and considerate person, not the Phoenix Man. Joe Bai's family conditions are also okay, and his education is also good, but he is not very progressive, and a bit idealistic, which is something Ding Xiaoqin doesn't like but is very relieved. "Hurry up, wife, my hands are so stiff that I can't even hold the steering wheel." Joe Bai shook Ding Xiaoqin again, but Ding Xiaoqin still didn't respond, so he had to pick up the thermos cup himself, slowed down the speed, and opened it with great difficulty. However, his fingers were very stiff, and his movements were as slow as a snail, not flexible at all. He was driving a large car, and his driving skills were not very skilled. He was worried about accidents, so he didn't open the thermos cup in the end. He endured it until the sun came out in the morning, and their convoy stopped in a congested area. In fact, they had gone through several congested areas that night, but these places seemed to have been cleared, and the emergency passages were all unobstructed. Jobai guessed that other convoys had passed these roads. If nothing unexpected happened, they would not encounter too many obstacles along the way. The road to western Tibet will be smooth sailing. The convoy stopped. According to the agreement, Jobai could not get off the car. As a driver, he had to stay in his driver's seat at all times. In addition to observing the surrounding environment and keeping alert, he had to be on standby at any time to protect the important materials they depended on for survival. Lu Xiaopeng in front came over one by one with a walkie-talkie. It's safe here. There is no village in front, and no store behind. Everyone can get off the car to rest for a few hours, have breakfast, and then continue on the road. Jobai was finally free, but when he took his hand off the steering wheel, he found that it was so stiff that he couldn't make a fist, let alone pick up the thermos to drink a sip of hot water. Look at Deng Xiuqin's pretty face next to him, sleeping like a pig. Chapter 149. Even a clay figure has some blood in him, not to mention Jobai, a grown man. Deng Xiaoqin! Jobai yelled in anger. Deng Xiaoqin did not wake up. Deng Xiaoqin, get up! Jobai yelled again. Deng Xiaoqin woke up from her sleep, and her pretty face wrapped in an expensive off-white silk blanket turned towards Jobai. Her eyes opened, and her natural pink lips smacked cutely twice, making a hum. That was almost like a spoiled child. Jobai was instantly shot by Cupid's arrow. Get up, take a break. All his anger disappeared completely. It must be said that although Deng Xiaoqin was a little strong and willful, she was beautiful, well-educated, and had great earning power. She was also very cute when she was spoiled and cute, so what could he complain about such a woman? Oh, then why are you so fierce? Deng Xiaoqin looked at him sternly. Jobai suddenly felt a chill in his spine. The desire to survive forced his brain to work at high speed. His stiff hands hit the thermos cup, and the thermos cup fell to Deng Xiuqin's feet. Jobai hurried to pick it up. However, his fingers were too stiff to hold it, and he couldn't pick it up for a long time. Jobai looked at her angrily. Miss Deng raised her chin to help him pick it up, and threw it into his arms, like throwing a toy. You can't even pick up a thermos cup, what can you do? Jobai smiled foolishly, thinking that Miss Deng's bossy look was cute and sexy to the extreme. He sighed in his heart that he was afraid that he was finished. He was completely masochistic. He explained, my hands are frozen. Deng Xiaoqin glanced at his hands, were gloves. She threw the quilt away, opened the car door, and jumped out. Although it was cool outside, it was still a bit cold. She turned back, and wrapped the silk quilt around herself. She saw Liang Ying, Liang Wenjing and others moving the stove, and gasped to the side of the empty road, ready to make breakfast. At this time, the stove was full of people, most of the women were gathered here, and Liang Xiuyu led a group of men to arrange patrols and lookouts on the other side. 2 people in front and back, 1 person in the middle, take turns patrolling, eat in batches, and only after someone is clearly replaced can they change their posts. Otherwise, they must not be laid off. Before being laid off, they must report to me so that I can understand the situation more accurately. Don't think it's troublesome. This is just for everyone's safety. Especially when encountering strange sounds or other phenomena, strictly prohibit one person from checking the situation. You must report to me first. If necessary, we will send someone to check together. Usually in the movie, one person goes to explore and never returns. You all know it. Several people laughed. Liang Xiuyu asked Yu Shifeng and Lu Wei to guard the front, Lao Chen and Zhou Bai to guard the back, and Lu Xiaopeng to guard the middle. The rest of the people would take over their patrol positions after dinner. Liang Xiuyu checked the whistle language with them again. The whistles were provided by Lu Xiaopeng. He had a lot of them in reserve, and now everyone in the team basically has one. The whistle language was designed by Lu Xiaopeng before. Liang Xiuyu and his team only designed the sign language, but it was not difficult. Just explain it briefly, so that everyone can remember it, and become proficient in it in the future. Okay, everyone go to your posts. Report any situation in time. Liang Xiuyu clapped his hands, and when everyone was about to disperse, Wei Youqi, wearing a black thick jacket, came over with a pale face. The others stopped immediately, and Liang Xiuyu signaled them to disperse. Yu Shifeng stayed behind after switching with Lu Feng out of concern. Wei Youqi stood over, as if he was also waiting to be assigned a task. Liang Shuyu did not say anything to show his concern for him, because concern at this time would only make things worse and deepen his pain. Since Wei Youqi has decided to take on his responsibilities, Liang Shuyu also hopes to cheer Wei Youqi up more quickly through the event. Let's go and observe the nearby terrain to see if there is an ambush or something. Although I know that there is no village or shop in the middle of nowhere, there are so many cars here, there is a downhill highway, and there is an urban area nearby, so there is still a possibility of being ambushed. Anyway, it is better to be careful when it comes to life and property. Lu Xiaopeng also came forward. He changed his flashy equipment vest today. Maybe he also knew that it was not convenient to wear and easy to be targeted on the battlefield. After all, suppose that among a group of people escaping with backpacks, if you have to intercept and rob a person's backpack, would you choose the one with a camouflage survival backpack or the one with a school bag as an escape backpack? The result is obvious. The survival backpack may contain more professional supplies, so Lu Xiaopeng may not want to be a target today. Maybe there are monkeys ambushing in the mountains. Lu Xiaopeng said with a smile. Wei Youqi knew that the two friends wanted to help him cheer up, and he himself did not want to be defeated at once. The dead are sad, but the living are more important. Well, let's go on patrol. Wei Youqi nodded. Although he wanted to smile at his two companions, he couldn't smile because he was too depressed. Liang Shuyu patted his shoulder and said, let's go. Lu Xiaopeng still had to stick to his post. Yu Shifeng saw that there were two classmates accompanying him, so he didn't join in the fun and immediately changed his post with Lu Xiaopeng. The three of them stood on the iron railings in the middle of the highway, observing the surrounding situation with binoculars. The congestion here was caused by the exit of the highway, which was about 500 meters long. The one-way road of the exit of the highway was exaggeratedly endless, and the end could hardly be seen with a telescope. This place is relatively remote. The urban area is far away from here, and there may be a long and bad road after the highway. The content of the city can only be barely seen with a telescope. After Liang Shuyu's observation, this area is basically safe, and it can be roughly concluded that there is no ambush. They should be able to have a peaceful breakfast here. After finishing their meal, they crossed a bridge and found a remote section of the road to spend the hottest time at noon. After a rest, they continued their journey in the afternoon. It would be best to walk only half the night tonight, or simply not walk at all. It was too cold. The three climbed onto the roof of an off-road vehicle, with 6 legs hanging outside the glass window, looking out at the distant sky. The friendship of former classmates continued to this moment, which was almost the end of the world. The friendship did not fade, but deepened. But everyone's heart has changed to varying degrees. Lu Xiaopeng, who has always been eloquent, found it a bit difficult to speak. What should he say? He felt that nothing was appropriate. Lu Xiaopeng touched his thigh and simply put his hand on Wei Youqi's hand, interlocking his fingers with his. Anyway, everything will pass, and being alive is lucky. Wei Youqi looked at this white and clean face, and the encouraging and comforting smile on his face, and felt that he was a bit like his father. His father's nickname was Wei Pengzi, which means he was white and fat. Yeah. Wei Youqi nodded. Chapter 150. Liang Shuyu also stretched out his right hand and held Wei Youqi's left hand. The three of them sat on the top of the SUV holding hands. The strength of the two helped Wei Youqi bear the pain of losing his loved ones. Wei Youqi felt deeply that he was supported, as if a pair of hands were holding him steadily when he was falling into the abyss, and slowly rising, just like the sun that was getting brighter and brighter, regaining the light, and leaving the abyss. Are we a little gay like this? Lu Xiaopeng suddenly asked a soul-searching question. Wei Youqi was stunned for a moment, looking at his hands being held, and it's a love triangle? Lu Xiaopeng suddenly gasped with a chill, and retracted his hands in disgust. I'm normal. Wei Youqi snorted a little, but Liang Shuyu still held his hand. Before Lu Xiaopeng could find the loophole in the attack, Liang Shuyu shook his and Wei Youqi's hands tightly clasped together. So I won. Lu Xiaopeng, ugh. Liang Shuyu, you're too outrageous. Lu Xiaopeng was shocked. Wei Youqi laughed, and snuggled into Liang Shuyu's arms, looking at Lu Xiaopeng with an expression of you're still too young, then I can only become Liang Shuyu's person. So Liang Shuyu looked disgusted. How could he forget that Wei Youqi was the most coquettish one among them? Lu Xiaopeng laughed. So Wei Youqi was immediately pushed away by Liang Shuyu in disgust. Wei Youqi refused to give up, and tried to hug Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu tried to hide, and Wei Youqi chased him. Fat Lu was clapping at the car and laughing wildly. It was like this in school before. Wei Yoshi would act coquettishly at every turn, and Liang Shuyu was always the one who suffered the most. Be careful, you don't have to worry about falling off the car when you jump on it. Liang Ying, who had just finished cooking the noodles, looked up and saw 3 naughty monkeys playing and fighting on the roof of a car not far away. Some cars with average endurance jumped into potholes. As a law-abiding citizen, Liang Ying's first reaction was to say that she was worried about the children, but she felt more distressed about the car. There was no way. This was a conditioned reflex, especially the Mercedes-Benz worth $1 million, which was trampled by them like that. It hurts to think about it. That's all money. Although it's not her money. Hey. Liang Ying sighed helplessly and invited everyone to eat. Today, Teacher Ding and she were busy cooking noodles together. She was not used to it without Xiaoping's help. The clean dishes were placed in the wash basin. Deng Lingxiang and Deng Xiaoqin both couldn't cook, but they were not very professional in washing dishes. Although Deng Lingxiang did a better job than Deng Xiaoqin and didn't waste as much water, it was still a world of difference compared to Xiaoping's ability to save water. Each person had a bowl of hot noodles, and if it was not enough, they could give more. The conditions were simple, and the pickles and accompanying condiments were placed on a pitiful folding table, which was the only furniture they brought with them. Give me a bowl of soup first. It was Uncle Chen who spoke. Liang Ying immediately gave him a bowl of hot soup first. The steaming steam blurred the old man's nose and eyes, and it rose like smoke. After blowing the soup and feeling that it was edible, the old man drank it in a few mouthfuls without rushing. Another bowl of soup. After the second bowl of soup was in hand, Uncle Chen also squatted next to Liang Wenjing and others with the bowl in his hand. The posture of a group of people eating was very similar to the posture of Hengyan extras eating boxed lunches on the roadside. The only difference was that the extras' lunch boxes at least had a piece of fresh meat, while they only had noodles and pickles mixed with lao gan ma. Today is the first time to cook outside. The food is simple. When I was born, hot soup was not as precious as it is now. I didn't expect that I would go back to the old days after I reached the age of 50. Uncle Chen sighed. Liang Wenjing looked at him and said, of course, it was just a local war at that time, not a world-class disaster like now. Uncle Chen nodded with deep emotion. The global power outage, we are lucky. Uncle Chen said. This is no longer a guess, but a consensus. As an old Chinese medicine doctor, Uncle Chen can be said to have many information sources that others cannot have. He knows about earthquakes and infectious diseases early. They also planned to leave the city a long time ago, but they were weak, with elderly parents and children to take care of, so they didn't dare to take the risk of going out. If they hadn't met Liang Shuyu and others, they would still be trapped in the city. After finishing another bowl of soup, Uncle Chen was still squatting. Teacher Ding came over and took the bowl from him without saying anything. She filled him with a bowl of noodles and mixed it with oil, salt, pickles, and lao gan ma. After mixing it, Teacher Ding said nothing else and put it back in his hand. Then she walked away. Uncle Chen glanced at her, snorted like an old stubborn man, picked up the chopsticks and ate happily as usual. There was a laugh next to him. Uncle Chen turned his head and saw the girl who had just talked to him. She had big eyes, and her hair was cut like a dog. To be honest, she was a little ugly. But she was pretty and cute. Are you having a conflict? The girl asked him with bright eyes. Uncle Chen snorted again. What kind of conflict can you have with her? What a woman! The latter part of the sentence was not said. Considering that the other party was still a girl, it would not be pleasant to say it. Liang Wenjing slurped up the last mouthful of noodles, and drank the last mouthful of soup, and then looked at Chen Baoyi, who was queuing for noodles. Do you remember the bloated woman that uncle you brought over last time? That was her mother. She has passed away, but thank you for your help at that time. I remember that Yu Shifeng and Fatty Wei carried Chen Baoyi's mother to the doctor. I heard from Yu Shifeng that the old man helped with the diagnosis and treatment without saying a word, and he didn't plan to ask for the medical fee after seeing that the condition was serious. It was Yu Shifeng who gave him the fee. Although Liang Wenjing didn't care about Chen Baoyi's family affairs, the old man was willing to contribute for free in that situation, which was quite respectable. Uncle Chen nodded. It was true. The day before yesterday, his son came back and told him that he was leaving the city with a team, saying that it was the team of that young man. He immediately thought of the man who came to seek medical treatment with a woman who had nothing to do with him. He must be a reliable person, so he agreed with his son's decision without saying anything. Speaking of which, he has not met Yu Shifeng formally yet. Life is unpredictable, girl. You must cherish the person in front of you. Of course. Liang Wenjing raised her eyebrows. Uncle Chen looked at her again, looking at her dog-bitten hair, frowned deeply, and said unbearably, "Girl, where did you cut your hair? It's too ugly." Liang Wenjing, Really? Liang Shuyu and the others said it was pretty good. Yu Min, who heard the whole conversation and had no ways in her heart, Chapter 151. Yes, it was indeed her who cut it. But it was clear at the beginning. Everyone said that it was a good cut. Yu Min slurped the noodles without changing her expression, completely ignoring the questioning look Liang Wenjing cast over her. Look at the sky in the distance, it is so blue. The sun is so big, this sun is big and round and bright, like a pancake. Minmin! Yu Min stood up with a start when she heard the shout. Liang Wenjing, who had not questioned too much before, finally saw the guilty conscience of this big girl. Okay. Liang Wenjing stood up angrily. You all know that it is not good looking, but you all fooled me and said it is particularly good looking. Yu Min is innocent. She did not start this talk, it was Liang Shuyu who started it. At best, she was just a guy who fanned the flames and added fuel to the fire. Although, this is not a good position. Liang Wenjing put her hands on her hips. She had been wearing this hairstyle for more than a whole month. Whenever her hair grew longer, she would ask Minmin to cut it. She trusted Minmin so much, but... Facing Liang Wenjing's angry eyes, Yu Min still looked indifferent. She calmly slurped up the last mouthful of noodles, and put the bowl in the special wash basin. Yu Min raised one hand and confessed, I am innocent. What do you mean she is innocent? Although she is not the instigator, she is also a machine gunner playing forward. Minmin has learned bad things from Liang Shuyu and the others. She used to be serious. There is no benefit from Yu Min, because Yu Min's personality is too calm. When she has to do something with her, she is particularly calm. So Liang Wenjing went directly to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu and the others were still chatting in the car. I don't know what they were talking about, but the three of them were laughing obscenely. Liang Wenjing walked over and grabbed Liang Shuyu's ear from behind. Liang Shuyu. Her appearance scared the three boys who were playing around, and they were really scared. Liang Wenjing guessed that they must have been talking about some unspeakable adult content just now. Such a good thing, but she was not brought along, damn it. What are you talking about? Why do you seem to be scared when I come? Liang Wenjing asked pretentiously. Liang Shuyu endured the pain in his ear and said calmly, chatting. Lu Xiaopeng laughed, yes, chatting. What day are you talking about? Which day? Liang Wenjing asked. Wei Youqi pointed to the blue sky. Of course we are talking about the blue sky, otherwise you think we are talking about the yellow sky. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaopeng didn't expect that Wei Youqi would make a big splash, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Liang Wenjing's face flushed. Although she claimed to be an old driver, she was only an old driver who talked about it on paper. She didn't have the courage and guts to tell dirty jokes to these boys. Luckily, her brother stood on her side and immediately changed the topic to help her. Otherwise, she almost didn't know how to respond, and her face was red and awkward, and she was laughed at by three little kids who were 20 years younger than her. Liang Wenjing didn't like to suffer losses, especially after leaving Shilin City and coming here. She found that she loved the freedom and joy here even more. It is much more comfortable and free than staying at home every day before. She also wants to be out there like Liang Shuyu and the others, dealing with blood and tears. She doesn't want to stay at home conservatively and do logistical work every day. Liang Wenjing cast a look at Yu Min for help, hoping that Yu Min would come to support her. She didn't want to lose face in front of the three little boys. Yu Min was very sensible. So she came over, her short hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Her face was filled with a sense of alienation and indifference that was very appropriate to her facial features, and her walking posture was capable, with a heroic demeanor, and she looked very aura. As soon as Yu Min came, Wei Youqi immediately shut up. Lu Xiaopeng smiled slyly. Hello, Sister Minmin. Yu Min, Wei Youqi cast a questioning look at Lu Xiaopeng, meaning, when did you become so familiar with Yu Min that you even called her Sister Minmin? They have known each other for so long and still don't dare to call her that. Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows proudly. Brother has been around the world, and I have seen all kinds of girls. This girl is actually very easy to deal with. Liang Shuyu, who understood the eye language of his two friends. Did I not keep up with the pace? Wei Youqi, Lu Xiaopeng, yes. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed at once. Liang Wenjing and Yu Min didn't understand what they were laughing at. Did the three boys tell jokes in some unknown way in that 0.1 second? Liang Wenjing was unhappy. She had no part in telling jokes. She pulled Liang Shuyu's clothes and said, what were you laughing at? Liang Shuyu turned his head and said, did we laugh? Lu Xiaopeng said no. Liang Wenjing was not willing to give up. She pulled Liang Shuyu and kept pulling him around. Liang Shuyu didn't say anything. Liang Wenjing refused to let him go. Liang Shuyu hid. After all, it was really painful to have his ears pulled. So the two siblings started to play around. Sometimes they were under the car, sometimes they jumped on the car, just like two flying monkeys. Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng burst out laughing, and even Yumin looked at them in surprise. Liang Shuyu rarely looked so relaxed. He used to have a stern face every time he came back from going out. Although he didn't look like he was owed millions of foreign debts, he probably owed hundreds of thousands. Maybe everyone was more relaxed on the way, not as restrained as at home. Or maybe everyone wanted to make Wei Youqi happier in this way. Okay, all of you, come and eat quickly, the noodles are cold. The head of the family, Liang Ying, finally came out to calm the situation. Just when Liang Shuyu was wondering if he was going to be robbed, he finally escaped from the clutches of the big devil Liang Wenjing. The three boys each got a bowl of noodles, but Liang Shuyu's bowl was taken away by Liang Wenjing. She helped Liang Shuyu put some seasonings. I tell you, adding some pepper oil is especially delicious. Liang Shuyu looked at her and laughed softly. I don't like pepper oil, please don't add it to me every time. Liang Wenjing said, I love it. She looked completely fearless. She seemed to be completely unaffected by the battle yesterday morning. She seemed to be more relaxed and lively than before. It seemed that Liang Shuyu's worries were completely unnecessary. Others have good stress resistance, but he is not good at it. Liang Shuyu slurped the noodles with a little helplessness. The blue sky and white clouds in the distance gradually lost their luster under the stimulation of the sun. After the sun came out completely, the temperature of the air became visibly hotter, and everyone too. Chapter 152. Liang Shuyu and the other two brought noodles to the car, and continued to slurp the noodles on the front of the car. Xin Baoyu was a bit unsociable. She ate in the corner and then went back to the car. However, because the temperature rose, the car was a bit stuffy, so she had to come out and blow the wind alone next to the guardrail. Little Diao ate very slowly, because for her, whether it was noodles or hot water that she could drink as much as she wanted, they were too precious. Hello, I'm Chenrui. Little Diao was eating at a small table with condiments, and a little boy suddenly greeted her. She had never seen Chenrui before, but she knew that there were some family members in this team that she had never seen before. Everyone united to leave the city. Hello, my name is Du Yao. Diao greeted the little boy in front of her politely, feeling a little happy. Because there were finally people of the same age in the team, she had always been worried that she was the only child here, and she seemed out of place. And she had no relatives here. She was completely alone, isolated from the group. Excuse me, is there anyone next to you? Chenrui asked her. Diao said no of course, and gave up the seat. This was just a small folding table. It was just right for Du Yao after putting the ingredients on it, but it seemed a bit crowded with Chenrui. Chenrui put the bowl on the table. Diao saw that he had eaten most of the noodles in his bowl, and there was only a little soup left in it, which meant that his bowl was no longer hot, and didn't need to be put on the table. Diao then looked at the family not far away. She remembered that Chenrui was standing there before. Maybe Chenrui felt that she seemed too lonely eating here alone, so he came to accompany her on purpose. Du Yao was somewhat touched. Add some of this and mix it together, it's delicious. Diao picked up the small, half can of olives on the table, and picked some with chopsticks into Chenrui's bowl. Although Chenrui was eating noodles, he didn't eat the seasoning provided by Liang Shuyu's family. The seasoning in his bowl was from his own home. It seemed that the adults had a specific distribution of supplies, but Chenrui didn't know how it was distributed. Although he felt a little embarrassed, it was Du Yao's invitation, so he accepted it and said thank you. Diao smiled, and the two of them stood carefully at the folding table and continued to eat their breakfast. They didn't know what to say for a while, but with someone accompanying them, they felt much more comfortable in terms of the dining experience. After the first group of people finished eating, Liang Ying and Teacher Ding continued to cook noodles for the next shift. Liang Shuyu went to replace Yu Shifeng and others, and Wei Youqi made a bowl of noodles that had just been dried and had a similar temperature, and put it in the taxi. In the car, Aunt Xiaoping was still wrapped in a quilt, sweating from the heat. Wei Youqi quickly pulled off her quilt and opened the car window for ventilation. Seeing her face flushed, he was worried that she might have a fever. He touched her forehead, which was a little hot but should be hot. Mom, it's time to eat. Aunt Liang cooked noodles. Wei Youqi called her in a low voice. Aunt Xiaoping closed her eyes the whole time, and it was unclear whether she was asleep or awake, but didn't want to talk to anyone. Wei Youqi didn't wake her up. Eat a little, Mom. Wei Yochi, who used to be quite eloquent and always had a lot of witty things to say, was a little at a loss for words at this moment. He didn't know what words to use to persuade his mother not to give up on herself, and not to continue to be compassionate. Because the living have to continue to live, and his father certainly doesn't want to see them depressed now. His father is the kind of person who always says take a step back to open up the sky, and look at everything more openly. So Wei Yochi can imagine that if his father's ghost is standing here and looking at them, he must be laughing and scolding them for not living well. Crying and pain will not bring any benefits to life, however, so many words are hovering in Wei Yochi's mind, but he can't say anything. Mom understands everything. She is just too sad. Wei Yochi touched his mother's hand, and felt that the hands that were not smooth to begin with became even rougher. It was these hands that took care of him and his father's daily life for many years. Wei Yochi squatted beside the car, squatting at Aunt Xiaoping's feet. In the end, he couldn't help but put his head in her arms, hugged her for a long time, and said, "Eat something, okay? I'm worried about you like this." Aunt Xiaoping still didn't respond, but 2 lines of tears slid down her face and dripped onto Wei Yochi's hair. Wei Yochi resisted crying with her, just hugged her silently, accompanied her, and recalled the life of their family of 3 before the power outage. How willful he was at that time. Whenever his mother said a few words to him, he would refute or even sing the opposite tune. And his father always looked like an old and stubborn person. His mother always blamed him, and picked on his mistakes, and his father licked his face, and smiled frivolously. In the end, he didn't go to dry the clothes, and his mother finally dried them herself. It seems that it is easy for couples to quarrel over these small things that Wei Yochi cannot understand. At this moment, Wei Yochi suddenly realized that it was actually a kind of interest between couples. A kind of game. It seemed very angry at the time, but it was very interesting when I thought about it later. Aunt Xiaoping's tears were still flowing down, and her chest was twitching in suppression. Wei Yochi held her hand, as if to give her strength. Aunt Xiaoping also held Wei Yochi's hand in return. Wei Yochi knew that her mother understood everything, but she really needed some time to ease. The death of a loved one, no one can easily let go, and this is also true for Wei Yochi. "What's wrong?" Chenrui said. Diao took Chenrui to the taxi head, tilted his head to look at the open car door, and made a shushing gesture. "Don't ask nonsense. Aunt's husband passed away. They are all very sad now." Chenrui nodded. "Yeah. He knew about this, heard from his grandfather. I heard that many people came to rob him. In order to protect his family, the uncle was stabbed in the spleen and could not be saved. Auntie seems to be unwilling to eat." Diao saw the bowl of noodles on the back of the car. Du Yao was a little worried. She waved to Chenrui. "Come with me, let's go and persuade Aunt Xiaoping together." Chenrui hurriedly followed her. The two came to the side. In the open car door, the 2 little radish heads saw brother Wei Yochi leaning on Aunt Xiaoping's thighs. The 2 people's hands overlapped powerfully, as if they were 2 sad swans, comforting each other's wounds. Diao also stretched out her hands, held the hands of Wei Yochi and Aunt Xiaoping, and said in a crisp voice, "Auntie, I'm a little hot. Do you have thinner clothes?" Because it was night when they went out, Aunt Xiaoping was worried that she would be cold, so she took a slightly thick long-sleeve sweater for her to wear. It was Liang Shuyu's clothes when she was a child. She has been wearing it until now, so she is particularly hot. Chapter 153. If it was another consolation to Aunt Xiaoping, she might not want to respond, because she was in so much pain and discomfort. However, Diao is just a helpless girl who had just lost her parents. When Diao's voice appeared in Aunt Xiaoping's ears, Aunt Xiaoping suddenly remembered that she had not paid attention to Du Yao's whereabouts for a long time, and she even almost forgot about this child. So her eyes opened all of a sudden, and they were a pair of eyes full of bloodshot and tears. Aunt Xiaoping really saw that Du Yao was still wearing a thick long-sleeve sweater. It was so hot during the day yesterday, and they were busy for the doctor's luggage. "Didn't you notice that Du Yao had been wearing so heavy clothes?" Aunt Xiaoping's eyes were dry and blinked many times in a row, and said, "Your clothes are all in the truck, in a brown cloth bag, with your name on it." As soon as she spoke, Aunt Xiaoping found that her voice was so hoarse and low that she could hardly hear it herself. Wei Yochi looked at his mother, then at the young Diao. "I get it for you, Mom. You rest in the car." Diao shook her head. "No, since I know where it is, I can get it myself, thank you, Auntie." Aunt Xiaoping nodded, and wanted to close her eyes again. Diao said, "Auntie, the noodles this morning are especially delicious. Don't you want to try it? I made the noodles." In fact, she just opened the package of noodles and handed it to Aunt Liang, and then Aunt Liang was not busy at the time, so she helped to throw the noodles into the pot. Because it was Du Yao, Aunt Xiaoping always felt sympathy and pity for Du Yao. Every time she saw Du Yao, she would think of such a little child who came to this completely unfamiliar family after losing her parents. Thinking of the difficulty of this child, Aunt Xiaoping took extra care of her. Aunt Xiaoping had to open her eyes again. Well, Du Yao is really good. Du Yao smiled and went to the back of the car to bring the bowl of noodles that was almost cold. Andy, try it. Aunt Xiaoping was stunned. It turned out that the clothes were just a cover, and the child wanted to persuade her to eat. Aunt Xiaoping's tears could no longer be controlled. Wei Youqi helped her wipe her tears in a daze. Aunt Xiaoping shook her head, pushed Wei Youqi's hand away, and took the noodles from Du Yao's hand. Tears dripped into the bowl in strings, but Aunt Xiaoping ate the noodles and tears together. The noodles had been left for too long and had dried up. With the bitter and salty tears, this was the most unpalatable bowl of noodles Aunt Xiaoping had ever eaten. But the real pain came from her heart. Du Yao was only 5 years old. She witnessed the death of her father with her own eyes. She left her father, who was not completely dead yet, and came to their strange family. Liang Shu refused to take her in. So Du Yao kowtowed like a beggar outside the door, just begging to stay. How did she feel at that time? So what is she? Worse than a 6-year-old child. Aunt Xiaoping was in pain, entangled, and sad. She swallowed all the noodles into her stomach, as if swallowing pain. Only then did she notice her baby son, who was thin and pale, looking at her with caring and fearful eyes. Xiaoping put down the bowl, and Auntie held Wei Youqi's hand tightly, and then held Du Yao's hand. I'm fine, you guys go do your own things, don't worry about me too much. Du Yao said, Auntie, it's very hot in the car, let's go outside to get some fresh air. I heard from my elder brother that alternating between hot and cold can easily cause heat stroke or cold, so you must drink more hot water and get more fresh air. Aunt Xiaoping nodded hurriedly, and touched Du Yao's little face with pity. Okay, I know. Go change your clothes quickly, look at you, your hair is sweating. Du Yao scratched her head. It was true, she was very afraid of heat. Yeah, then I go find some clothes, bye auntie, bye brother. She took Chenrui away with the bowl and chopsticks after eating, waved to Aunt Xiaoping and Wei Youqi, and the two little guys left. Aunt Xiaoping turned to Wei Youqi and said, I'm fine, go do your own thing. Wei Youqi finally relaxed a little and said, now we have a lot of people, and there are plenty of people on duty. I don't have anything to do for the time being, so I stay here with you. Aunt Xiaoping shook her head, then we can't hide in the car all the time. This is a nuisance for our team. Wei Youqi knew that his mother was relieved by Du Yao, and was ready to cheer up again. With a lot of gratitude in his heart, he got off the car with Aunt Xiaoping. Everyone over there had finished their meal, and Liang Ying and Teacher Ding were cleaning up the pots and pans they had eaten. In the past, when it rained, they had countless wastewater to wash clothes and dishes. Now that the sun is shining, water resources have become extremely precious, so they have to use the most economical way to clean tableware. Although there are many disposable tableware at home, those have to be kept for use in the most needed and critical period, so if conditions are still available, consumables will not be used easily. Liang Ying and Teacher Ding suddenly saw Aunt Xiaoping and Wei Youqi coming over. Liang Ying stood up quickly and held Xiaoping's wrist. Why don't you rest in the car? Aunt Xiaoping looked at her and said, come down and get some fresh air. I'm the kitchen boss. Aunt Xiaoping wanted to squat down and help wash the dishes. Teacher Ding said quickly, no, Sister Zhang, you should go and rest. Sister Liang and I can handle this. Liang Ying took the handkerchief from Teacher Ding's hand and said to Teacher Ding, it's okay. Let her do it. Teacher Ding, you go and rest. Leave this to us. Teacher Ding wanted to insist, but she thought that Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping were very familiar with each other, so she must have a purpose for doing so. She agreed and left. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping squatted down to clean the dishes together. It's not like a normal family washing here with a basin of water, but directly using a hot towel with a very small amount of detergent, first wiping the dishes once, and then wiping them twice with a clean wet towel. This is the method with the lowest water consumption and the cleanest washing. Because of this, each of them tries not to make the dishes greasy when eating. Aunt Xiaoping moved very slowly, like a frozen person. But Liang Ying also slowed down her movements and accompanied her, not talking or chatting, just listening to the sound of the towel rubbing against the bowl, letting time pass quietly here. And Wei Youqi also squatted aside, silently accompanying the two. After cleaning all the tableware and putting them in the corresponding basins and covering them, Wei Youqi moved them back to the car. Liang Ying went to the side and took out a small bowl filled with half a bowl of soup and 7 or 8 noodles floating in it from a covered large bowl. I left a small half bowl, Liang said. And Xiaoping immediately knew her intention, and the emotions that had just been relieved surged up again, but Liang held her hand and pinched her. Let's go. Liang pulled and Xiaoping to the rear of the taxi, where Fatty Wei was still parked. Liang placed half a bowl of noodle soup in front of Fatty Wei's spirit, set the chopsticks in place, and said jokingly, I leave you half a bowl, don't complain that it's too little. And Xiaoping laughed. Fatty Wei might have eaten it. Even if he didn't go out to work, he would have to eat 2 bowls of rice at home. At that time, Liang Shuyu and his friends often went out, and when they came back, they would only eat 1 bowl at most, but Fatty Wei, who didn't work, would eat 2 bowls. And Xiaoping nagged him for a while. Chapter 154. The 2 middle-aged sisters chatted for a long time in front of Fatty Wei's spirit. When Wei Yoshi came back, he didn't want to disturb her. Seeing that his mother looked much better, he went to find Liang Shuyu with peace of mind. They finished their meal at about 8 o'clock in the morning. While the sun was not very strong outside, a few people left some guards, and the rest continued to collect nearby vehicles. They had too many cars and needed 7 drivers to operate, so Liang Shuyu wanted to reduce the number of cars to 4 or 5, so that the drivers could take a break and take shifts. So while collecting the vehicles, they also needed to find suitable vehicles. After Du Yao and Chen Rui left, the weather became hotter and hotter, and Du Yao really needed to change her clothes. She was too small, and Liang and her family didn't have children, so her clothes were either Liang Shuyu's childhood clothes, or Liang Wenjing, or Yumin's small-sized clothes. All were packed in a travel bag, and put on the big truck driven by Yu Shifeng. At this time, Yu Shifeng was left at home. Du Yao and Chen Rui found him, and asked him to help open the trunk to get clothes. After opening it, Du Yao climbed up by herself. Chen Rui wanted to follow him, and Yu Shifeng did not stop him. However, he thought that the supplies were very important things, and it would definitely not be good to enter someone else's supply warehouse without thinking. So he stayed outside. Yu Shifeng looked at the polite boy in front of him, and Chen Rui also looked at the tall and strong uncle in front of him. Hello uncle, my name is Chen Rui. Chen Rui introduced himself generously. Yu Shifeng nodded. Hello, my name is Yu Shifeng. After that, Du Yao just changed into a t-shirt. The t-shirt was a bit big, so Du Yao found a hair band to tie the corners of the clothes, and still held a sweatshirt and a jacket in her hands. It was too cold at night, and too hot during the day, so she had to leave a spare coat in the car. Chen Rui thought she must have been scared by the cold last night. I was shivering with cold last night. If my grandfather hadn't held me, I would have frozen to death. It wasn't that exaggerated, but he thought he should say something to liven up the atmosphere. Du Yao laughed. Then you are too miserable. Last night, I was huddled together with a sister and brother Wei Yoshi, and it was so warm that I almost sweated. After Du Yao came out, Yu Shifeng closed the door of the truck and returned to his post. Du Yao also put the coat back in the car. Chen Rui was wearing long sleeves and was starting to feel a little hot now, so he also returned to his car to change clothes. Doctors have their own posts to guard. Only teacher Ding and his brother Chen Ji were in his car. Chen Ji still had that unhappy expression. He should have a post now, Chen Rui remembered. Brother, don't you have a post? Chen Rui was worried that Chen Ji had abandoned his job responsibilities and ran back. Grandpa is gone, Chen Ji said. Chen Rui moved his lips. He knew why Chen Ji always looked unhappy, because Chen Ji had a female classmate he liked, who had returned here at the same time as him. Chen Ji didn't want to leave, so he was upset and upset. But although Chen Rui was a younger brother, he had a little contempt for his brother Chen Ji. It is said that a dog who licks his lover will not die well. The girl obviously had no interest in his brother. Even he could see that Chen Ji himself was still in love, and in this environment. In short, Chen Rui, this kid couldn't stand it. So Chen Rui didn't say anything in the end. He hoped that Chen Ji would forget about the female classmate after a while. Chen Rui also changed his clothes. He and Du Yao were going to search for vehicles together, to see what the big brothers would find in the cars. Maybe there would be something they were interested in, but the big brothers would definitely not collect it, so they had to rely on themselves. Let's go! The 2 children ran forward. The vehicles on the left and right had been searched. The big brothers were next to a large truck 50 meters away, and the 2 little carrot heads arrived at the scene. The 3 big brothers were groping in different cars. When Liu Xiaopang saw the 2 little carrots coming, he threw a bag of Oreo cookies he had just found to them. You came at the right time. Here, it's yours. The cookies drew a small arc in the air, and fell into Chen Rui's hand. Chen Rui took the cookies, and licked his lips immediately. Although there were many snacks at home, it was still a world of difference compared to before the power outage. No matter how sensible he was just a child, and had a natural inability to be cheated by snacks. Chenrui looked at Du Yao, as if asking for instructions. Can this be eaten? Du Yao also shook her head. How could she know? After Lu Xiaopeng searched the car, he really didn't get anything, just a pair of cheap sunglasses, which he casually hung on his head. Seeing the two children holding the biscuits and not daring to eat them, he smiled and said, "It's just something I picked up, eat it as you like." Chenrui was relieved and handed the biscuits to Du Yao. Du Yao opened the biscuits and revealed the black and white Oreo biscuits inside. There were only 6 pieces in a small bag. In the past, there were always advertisements for biscuits on TV. At that time, Du Yao had endless snacks and thought that this kind of biscuits was just SOSO. Now I haven't even watched TV for a long time. I am now very greedy for the cookies that I once looked down upon. She didn't dare to eat it directly, but handed it to Lu Xiaopeng first. Brother, you eat it too. Lu Xiaopeng smiled. He wouldn't fight with the children for food, right? Du Yao asked Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi again. After the 3 brothers made it clear that they didn't want to eat it, Du Yao and Chenrui each took 3 cookies and shared it. The cookies were very sweet, so sweet that Du Yao felt that she had never eaten such sweet things. Chenrui saw Du Yao eating a cookie so carefully, as if she was eating something extremely precious. I heard that Du Yao's parents had passed away. There was no relative of hers in this team. She was completely alone here. Chenrui felt some sympathy and followed Du Yao's way of eating. The 2 children followed the 3 big brothers happily, and then perfectly missed a lot of snacks. For example, a bag of green beans, a bag of dried tofu, and even a bag of Maltesers chocolate beans. Neither of them ate the chocolate beans, and the older brother said that he could give them that, so they put the chocolate beans in a cloth bag. It was found on a car, a black storage bag with English logo on it, and the quality looked very good. They used it to store snacks. This is their private warehouse. Each of them got a pair of sunglasses, which made them look cool after wearing them, and it felt like their whole style had risen to a higher level. We searched all the cars here, but didn't find a suitable one. Should we go down the highway to look for one? Okay, let's go. Liang Shuyu led everyone back. Du Yao and Chenrui also followed happily. Not only could they search for things, but they could also get snacks. Du Yao also got a Snoopy doll. Chapter 155. There are a lot of cars on the lower highway. These cars were abandoned when the power went out, so there are almost no big objects in them. At most, some snacks can be found, and mineral water is rare. The group groped to more than 200 meters on the lower highway, and suddenly saw a double-decker bus at the corner. It was at least 10 meters long. The first floor was upper and lower bunks, and the second floor was seats. It looked like a passenger bus between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. Lu Xiaopeng was excited. If this car can be driven, we will have a place to sleep. Everyone knows the experience of sleeping in a car. Now we just hope it can ignite and operate the air conditioner. It seems that because the area near the highway is relatively empty, the probability of vehicles on the highway being ignited is much lower. Most of the cars here cannot be ignited, so although there are many large trucks on the road, no suitable ones can be found for Liang Shuyu and others to use. Of course, think from another angle. The car that can be ignited may have been driven away by someone. Entering the car, Liang Shuyu held a little hope and pulled out 2 fire wires to rub. The first time it didn't light up. Lu Xiaopeng and Wei Youqi, who were watching outside, sighed. Alas, hope was dashed. Liang Shuyu rubbed it twice more. Boom! The engine of the car made a pleasant sound. It lit up. Wei Youqi laughed. They immediately tried the air conditioner and other equipment in the car. Finally, they found that except for the broken wipers, all other electronic equipment was intact and could be used. Some cars can light up, but the lights are all GG. But this car is a double-decker bus. They are really lucky. The 3 of them checked the vehicle again and found that the vehicle met their requirements very well. There were dozens of bunk beds on the first floor. They could sleep anywhere. It was very convenient. The second floor was for seats. They could remove all the seats and use the second floor for storing supplies. But the only problem now was that the exit from the highway was a one-way street. It was blocked by cars and trucks of all sizes. It was very difficult to drive these 2 double-decker buses out. Perhaps this was one of the important reasons why it was abandoned in the first place. So Liang Shuyu asked Du Yao and Chenrui to go back and call Yusher Phone and Lao Chen for help to see if they could find a way to clear a path. Liang Shuyu and his team used the useful tools they had just searched out of other cars to dismantle the seats on the second floor of the bus. The sun was at its highest point at about 10 o'clock. The sun was shining fiercely on the highway. The iron railings of the highway began to get hot under the scorching sun, but it was only 10 o'clock now. Yu Shifeng and his team found a car that could be ignited among the crowded vehicles on the highway, and then drove the car to knock other disabled cars out of the highway. It must be said that doing this is very challenging to the moral bottom line, and one must be ruthless. Just look at Lao Chun. He was driving a BMW X Series, and the two cars in front and behind were knocked off the highway by him. The front and rear of his BMW were damaged to varying degrees, but Yu Shifeng still felt like giving it a try. He sweated a lot on his forehead. The car had no air conditioning, and it was stuffy like a sauna. Yu Shifeng finally got angry and knocked the car out. As a result, he used too much force, and the tire fell off the road and hung in the air. The car had insufficient horsepower and could not come back. Yu Shifeng fainted. Du Yao, who was watching at the highway intersection in the distance, shook her head silently. Uncle Chen is still more ruthless. Chen Rui remembered that there was a large-scale naughty child incident near their home before the power outage. For naughty children scratched more than a dozen cars. It is said that one of the cars was particularly expensive. Grandpa taught him not to touch other people's cars at that time, otherwise he would have to pay a lot of money. What about now? They racked their brains to push other people's cars to the side of the road. Reality is really magical. The sun is so big. After watching at the intersection for a while, the two little carrot heads couldn't stand the scorching sun and decided to go home and blow the air conditioner first. Shinrui also had this idea. The sun was so scorching that he couldn't open his eyes. At this time, except for Liang Shuyu and a few others, the others had returned to their cars. Only the leading car and the tail car, as well as Liang Wenjing and Yu Min who had telescopes, were standing guard. Standing outside in such weather would be fatal. The two little guys returned to the taxi at the end of the team, where Liang Ying and Xiaoping and Chen Baoyu were. It's so hot outside, come in quickly. As soon as the door opened, the air outside was swept in, instantly raising the temperature inside the car by at least 1 degree. And Xiaoping saw that they were sweating profusely, and took out a tissue to help them wipe their sweat. Liang Ying was in the co-pilot seat and asked them, "How are they doing over there? Has the bus been brought out?" Chen Rui said, "Not yet. Uncle Chen and Uncle Yu are moving the car, and Big Brother and his friends are dismantling the chairs. It should take some time." Du Yao said, "Big Brother said that there are many soft sleepers on the bus. When they drive the bus out, each of us will have a bed." Chen Rui said, "I don't want to sleep in the upper bed, I want to get out of bed." Their family has bunk beds, but he is young and can only sleep in the upper bed, which made Chen Rui feel depressed for a long time. Andy Xiaoping smiled and touched Chen Rui's little face. "You can choose whatever you want." The two children clapped their hands happily. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the double-decker bus was driven back to the highway by Lao Chen, and they redistributed the storage vehicles for each family. There were 2 mattresses in Liang Shuyu's truck, which were originally used as a rest area. But with the double-decker bus, they no longer needed it. After the space was vacated, the supplies of Liang Shuyu, Yu Shifeng and the other 3 families only needed 1 truck to store them, and the goods in the taxi could be cleared out and distributed to other families. Although Lu Xiaopeng's family had the right supplies, after taking out the mattress Liang Shuyu brought them, their family's supplies could also be stored in 1 truck. The remaining doctors' families had the most supplies, and it was enough to give them half of the second floor of the bus as a warehouse. The other half was given to Lu Wei and Lao Chen, so that all their supplies would only need 3 vehicles. So, they had 4 vehicles left. 2 trucks, a double-decker bus, and a taxi. The body of Fatty Wei was still on the taxi, and there was no other place to store it for the time being. Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai were still the truck drivers. The lead car became a taxi, driven by Lao Chen, and the double-decker bus was given to Lu Xiaopeng's father Lu Feng. The remaining Lu Wei, Liang Shuyu, the doctor and 4 drivers took turns on duty. It was dark when the supplies were redistributed and packed. The scorching heat faded away within an hour, as if it had faded. Liang Shuyu's sweat had not yet dried, but he was forced to change into a long-sleeved shirt. After a while, he would have to put on a coat and jacket. Chapter 156. Drive for another hour, and we find a suitable place to rest. They stayed here for too long during the day, and they were worried that they would be spotted by people nearby, so it was too unsafe to rest here at night. Everyone had no objection. Lu Feng was thinking that it was not appropriate to rest here at night, but he didn't expect Liang Shuyu to think so too, so he was more convinced of Liang Shuyu's personal ability. At a young age, he was quite calm in doing things. Several young boys sat in the front of the taxi. Zhou Bai and Deng Xiaoqin occupied one of the 2 trucks, and Yu Shifeng was alone. Liang Shu was worried and asked the doctor to take turns with him in Yu Shifeng's car. The rest of the people were all in the double-decker bus. Chen Rui got the lower bunk as he wished, and wrote his name next to the iron bed with a black pen. "This is my bed. You can't sleep on my bed in the future." Chen Ji glanced at him. "Who cares about your bed?" Then he climbed onto his upper bed. It's not that he doesn't like to sleep on the bed, but he feels that sleeping on it can be out of sight and out of mind, and quiet. The vehicles were redistributed, and Liang Shu and his team found a faster way to clean the streets. Chen Ji retired from the job of pushing carts, which made him feel much better, but he still didn't want to give his brother too much face. Leaving this city made him very depressed. Chen Rui ignored him, and hid the private small bag he and Diao got under the pillow. They followed the big brother all the way, and got a lot of snacks and toys. Now there is a car model, and a game controller in his small bag. Although the game controller is broken, it can be used to play, pretending to have a game to play, which is also quite interesting. This double-decker bus has nearly 40 beds, with 3 beds on the left, middle and right. The lane is relatively narrow, but the beds are relatively wide. Diao likes the window seat, and Shinrui wants to be with her, so he chose the middle bed. Their beds are in the 6th row, which is also the last row. Night fell, and the 4 cars turned on the lights, adding a touch of dazzling white to the thick night, like a lone sail moving forward alone in the vast ocean, after experiencing countless loneliness, forging ahead. Yu Shifeng felt that something was wrong with the wheel while driving. Why is this wheel a little wrong? It seemed a little powerless, and it felt a little biased. Yu Shifeng used the intercom to talk to Liang Shu and others in the front car, and the team stopped again after only driving a few hundred meters. Liang Shu and Lu Xiaopeng got off the car to check the situation, and the others were still talking on the spot. Yu Shifeng jumped out of the car, as if there was something wrong with the right tire. He lit a lighter to check and found that 2 or 3 wheels on the right side of the truck had traces of friction after being melted. Could it be that the truck was parked in the sun for too long during the day and was melted by the asphalt road? This is terrible. Liang Shu and his friends dared to come. Yu Shifeng hurriedly reported the situation. Lu Xiaopeng said in surprise, "I thought about this problem today, but I didn't expect it to come up. How many spare tires do we have?" Lu Xiaopeng knew how many spare tires they had, but the deeper meaning of his question was, do they have to stock up a lot of spare tires in the future? The honest man Yu Shifeng said, "There are 6 spare tires in the truck. 2 were prepared before departure, and 4 were removed on the road later." He said it so carefully, and was really honest. Lu Xiaopeng laughed in his heart. "Change the tires. What else can we do? We need to stock up tires in the future. I estimate that the truck tire reserve should be at least 10, and the taxi driver should also have 4 spare tires." The doctor said, "Then the taxi driver should change the car, and it is best to get the same model of tires for easy replacement." Liang Shu, agree. Yu Shifeng was about to get the tools. There were a lot of goods in the car, and he didn't know if their 2 jacks were useless. Liang Shu stopped him. "Can your car be driven now? Let's go a little further. It's not very safe here." Yu Shifeng said, "It can be driven." Lu Xiaopeng said, "It's just right. I don't know if other cars have the same situation. I will check them later. Then we can't park casually during the day in the future. We have to find a cool place. When we get to Western Tibet, the weather there may be hotter. We have to be prepared." Lu Xiaopeng sighed. Yes, Western Tibet is definitely hotter than coastal cities, and the altitude is high, and the sunlight is more scorching. They must find a good place to settle down when they get there. There are almost no shady places on the highway except for the toll station. If they don't stop during the day, they can only travel during the day and rest at night. In this way, the choice of resting place at night is the top priority. There are many dangers at night. If an attack occurs, it is easier to fall into a passive position. They must act more cautiously. Several people returned to their cars. Liang Shu used the intercom to ask about the situation of other people's vehicles, and found that except for Yu Shifeng's car, the others seemed to be normal for the time being. The group continued to set off. After more than an hour in the dark, they finally found a relatively safe and sparsely populated place. On the way, they passed a residential area, and the headlights shone through the glass into a house beside the highway. Liang Shu and others heard a little boy shouting excitedly, "The phone is ringing, my mother is calling." But the boy soon discovered the truth. It was not a phone call, but a car passing by, so he looked out the window very disappointed, but he could only see the taillights of the car slowly driving away from here, just like his birthday cake when he was 7 years old. Because he was too careless, he put it on the back of a car. As a result, he turned around, the car started, and his cake was also taken away. He kept chasing behind, shouting, asking him to stop. But the driver uncle couldn't hear him at all, and instead stepped on the accelerator. He expected the cake to fall. Even if it fell to the ground and broke into pieces, as long as it was not dirty, it could still be eaten. But the cake stopped there steadily, with no sign of falling at all. In the end, when the driver uncle returned home, he would definitely find that there was a beautiful and lovely big cake in his car, and then if the owner could not be found, a cake should not be sent to the police uncle. Maybe he would happily take it back and share it with his wife and children. Now these 4 car lights, like his birthday cake when he was 7 years old, carrying his expectations and love, completely disappeared from his sight. The boy returned to the living room and pushed his mother, who was barely breathing on the sofa. "Mom, I was wrong just now. There was no call." What responded to him was dead silence. The boy took a deep breath and returned to the balcony, sitting in the position he usually sat on the balcony railing, hanging his feet without socks in the cold wind, staring at the dark night without any color, holding his hands on the net, like a prisoner trapped in prison for many years, silently shaking his feet to pass the time. If his father doesn't come back tomorrow, he decides to go out by himself. Because the last bread at home has been eaten by him, and his mother has been lying on the sofa dying for more than 3 days. If he doesn't go out to find food, his mother will die sooner or later. Just like his father, who hasn't returned for half a month. Chapter 157. 2 tires of Yu Shifeng's car were seriously damaged, and at least more than 3 centimeters were melted. No wonder he felt something was wrong when driving. The 2 jacks were not strong enough to bear the weight, and the tires inside were melted. They had to move some of the heavier goods in the truck first, and let others guard it heavily, so that they could safely replace all the tires. At night, they didn't cook, and only ate some dry food to get by, but Aunt Xiaoping could always come up with some new tricks. Even dry food, she made it taste good. So much so that Lu Xiaoping took out a lot of good things from home, all kinds of canned food, bread rations, etc., and gave them to Aunt Xiaoping. "Auntie, you can do whatever you want with these ingredients, as long as we can eat with relish like tonight." Aunt Xiaoping looked at the pile of ingredients in front of her, many of which could be made into various new tricks, and she was also very excited. Look, that bastard in her family still despises her, saying that she doesn't have the temperament of a strong woman and can only do some small household chores, but not big things. But the facts have proved that doing small household chores, well, can also unite people. "Okay, leave it to me." Aunt Xiaoping put away the basket of canned food and other things. The supplies on their way were distributed like this, because the families with the most supplies were Liang Shuyu and Lu Xiaoping, and the doctor's family also had a lot of supplies, but mainly snacks and various miscellaneous foods, and the staple food and fuel were relatively less. Not to mention Lu Wei and Lao Chen's families, they can be described as having no supplies. So the staple food in the morning and noon was provided by Liang Shuyu and Lu Xiaoping, and the seasonings, snacks and miscellaneous foods were provided by the doctor's family. At night, everyone took care of their own things. Lu Wei and Lao Chen could not provide supplies, so they had to bear more job responsibilities. Aunt Xiaoping had a sudden inspiration to make some cold snacks for everyone tonight, so this happened. Lu Xiaoping saw that she had some smiles on her face, and was very happy to continue praising her. The double-decker bus was full of joy. Aunt Xiaoping knew that everyone wanted to make her happy, so she followed everyone's jokes. The people who stayed tonight were Qin Baoyi and Lu Xiaoping. Qin Baoyi had done almost nothing recently, and had a low sense of presence. Lu Xiaoping took the initiative to volunteer, saying that he wanted to lie on the top of the bus to watch the stars. Leaving them to watch the night, the rest of the people can rest. After everyone washed up, they returned to their beds. In other words, there were more than 20 people on the bus, so sleeping was impossible, but they were very active and chatting. The wind was so strong at that time that it almost blew me and my wife away. If I hadn't just grabbed a wire, I would definitely not be here today. Fortunately, the wires were out of power at that time. The doctor said. It was about that after the power outage, they brought their eldest son Qinji from the next city to look for their family. The journey was difficult. Everyone laughed, and Yu Shifeng also talked about his experience during the rain. At that time, we were going to find medicine, but when we passed the downstream of a river, more than a dozen houses were flooded downstream, and many people were trapped on the roof. At that time, a team of firefighters were rescuing. Yu Shifeng said, and glanced at Du Yao. Your father is the captain. That was the first time we met. Du Yao, who was nestling in Aunt Xiaoping's arms, raised her head reflexively when she heard the word firefighter. When she heard Yu Shifeng say that it was really her father, she realized that Uncle Yu was really her father's friend, but they were just friends I had met once. Diao said, "What happened next? Were those people rescued?" "Of course." Yu Shifeng said, "Your father was almost exhausted, but he still rescued everyone." "Your father is very great," Yu Shifeng said. Diao smiled and her eyes moistened involuntarily, of course. She jumped off the bed and said, "The mission of a firefighter is to save other people's lives and property at the most critical moment. My father has helped many people. Those people are very grateful to him and gave us a lot of things, but my father refused to accept them. There was an uncle who was rescued from a fire by my father. In order to find a way to thank my father, he secretly invited me to KFC every week." As if she remembered the delicious hamburgers, fries and cola in KFC, Du Yao's eyes became nostalgic and yearning, and the smile on her face became deeper, and then gradually became bitter. Chen Rui said, "I haven't eaten KFC for a long time." After saying that, he licked his lips subconsciously. Things that were not particularly delicious before became extremely precious after they could no longer have them. The same was true for everyone in the car. The adults were not interested in KFC at all, but when the two greedy little kids mentioned it, they seemed to remember the ordinary food or entertainment programs they had eaten, used, and played. No matter how ordinary they had been, they now felt extremely regretful. They could never touch them again. Computers, games, televisions, and even paper media were not something they could touch again. Especially the internet. After the power outage caused by the solar storm, assuming that satellite equipment is covered over a large area, even if the power is fully restored after several years, how many years and money will it take to rebuild the network? That must be an extremely large and terrifying number. When everyone thought of the past and the future, the atmosphere became silent. At this time, Wei Yoqi flipped his escape backpack. Now each of them has an escape backpack, which contains necessary supplies, tools and weapons, and can provide them with 3 days of rations and drinking water. Hanging on each person's own bed, the doctor's escape backpack has not been fully equipped, but it will only be a matter of 1 or 2 days. Liang Wenjing took out the Ziabawang game console that Lu Xiaopeng gave them from the escape backpack. "I don't have a computer, but I do have a game console." As she said, she pressed the switch. Because it had not been used for too long, it only had half of the power. But they have a hand crank generator, which can be charged even if there is no power. Liang Wenjing handed the small game console to the two little kids. "You can play with it. But be careful not to break it, maybe it's out of print." When the two kids saw the game console that could be turned on, and the long-lost pleasant background music coming from the small game console, they jumped and shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a new world. "Game console! Game console! There's a game console!" Not only the two kids were excited, but also the half-grown kids like Luo Junqian, and Yu Shifeng and others were all too excited to control themselves. The game console is not important. What's important is that they found the familiar feeling from the game console. The feeling of the past orderly world. The two kids took the game console. Chen Rui was familiar with the game console, so he opened Super Mario to play. Super Mario. "Wow!" Chen Rui shouted. Diao was also watching nervously and excitedly. Chen Ji, who had been lying on the bed pretending to be dead, even stuck his head out of the quilt to look at the game console. Chen Rui played a game and died before he even started. But he was still very excited, and looked at the interface on the game console. The game controller we picked up during the day seems to be able to be connected here. Let's play 2-player. Chen Rui immediately jumped back to his bed, and searched for the game controller in his small bag. The bag contained his, and Du Yao's personal belongings. Chapter 158. Finally, Chen Rui brought the game controller, and successfully connected it to the small game console. The two children cheered, and soon, the familiar and pleasant background sound of Super Mario's game echoed clearly in the bus. Liang Wenjing and the others looked at the excited children and laughed. When Liang Shu brought back the game console, they were also so excited. At first, Wei Yoqi even fought with her for the game console. Then she and Minmin would spend a few hours playing during the day, and let Wei Yoqi play at night. Once, Wei Yoqi played all night, and couldn't get up the next day to go on a mission, so Liang Shu taught him a lesson. Haha, Liang Shu slept in the lower bunk of the first row, and the young laborer slept relatively forward to facilitate going in and out. He was reading the new chapter Liang Wenjing wrote today, and his posture was a bit like an old scholar. Wei Yoqi next to him urged him, "Old Liang, have you finished reading? Hurry up." Liang Shu even crossed his legs. "Take your time. Why are you in such a hurry?" Liang Wenjing is now the hope of the whole village. Her fantasy book is the only one in the team that is being serialized. It is really popular. From old men like Shin Bo to little kids like Du Yao, they have all read her book. She has written 4 books so far. This morning, when Shin Bo was supposed to check Luo Juanchuan's injuries on behalf of the doctor and help him change the dressing, he found that he was reading a fantasy book. Shin Bo, who had never read it before, borrowed the first book to read when he heard that it was written by the little girl with big eyes. He couldn't stop reading it. He kept asking, "What is foundation building? Is this foundation building the same as the foundation building in Dandao? Is there really a cultivation of immortals in the world?" Then he became a loyal fan of Liang Wenjing's book. It can be said that the only fresh fun in the whole village comes from Liang Wenjing. However, as Liang Wenjing's dearest brother, Liang Shuyu is qualified to be the first to catch up with the hot chapters. So, Wei Youqi is really anxious now. The previous plot was just about to reach the key point, which made him want to know the subsequent development. As a result, Liang Shuyu seemed to read so slowly on purpose. He just wanted to know the update of 4,000 words. Why does it take so long to read? Hurry up, Lao Liang. Wei Youqi urged. Liang Shuyu, who was immersed in the fantasy world, raised his eyelids, opened his hands, and showed his broad mind. Come over and sleep. We will watch it together. Wei Youqi kicked him in the stomach. Get lost. I said Liang Shuyu was the most coquettish, but no one believed it. At this time, Lu Xiaopeng was still a little cold on the roof of the car, and he heard the chat inside the car was too lively, so he wanted to come in and see the little farce between Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi. Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. I'd do it. So he jumped lightly and fell into Liang Shuyu's arms, sleeping with Liang Shuyu on the same bed, and also threw a wink at Liang Shuyu. Dear, continue. What are you looking at me doing? Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, ha 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 ha. Retribution. Liang Wenjing, Yumin, etc. The 3 of them are quite coquettish. Chen Ji was older and more powerful. After Chen Rui and Diao played 2 or 3 games, he couldn't help but snatch Chen Rui's game controller. Although Chen Rui was reluctant, after all, children love to play. It's not easy to let go of a toy. But thinking that this was his brother after all, he gave it to him. Chen Ji felt that the game controller was not as exciting as the game console, because he had to turn his head to see the game screen, and wanted to exchange it with Du Yao. Chen Rui was not happy. You can see it if you stretch your head a little longer. Chen Ji said, if you can't see it, just change it. I'm a little nearsighted, and you kids can definitely see it clearly. Chen Rui didn't want Du Yao to feel wronged. In his opinion, Du Yao was already very pitiful. Both her parents were not there, and no one present was her relative, and her father was actually a great firefighter, so he had to protect Du Yao even more. No, and this game console was lent to us by Sister Wenjing. I just let you play a few games temporarily, you have to listen to me. Chen Ji smiled at his brother's serious expression. Who said it was for you? Let everyone play together, okay? Chen Rui was a little timid. In his young age, people older than him were authority. If he wanted to resist authority, he would take great risks. The game controller is mine, Chen Rui said, snatching the game controller while Chen Ji was not prepared. Diao did not want the 2 brothers to quarrel, so he gave up the game console obediently. It's okay, I don't like playing games very much. Why don't you 2 play? Chen Rui said. No, he is unreasonable. Chen Ji was very angry when the controller was taken away. He thought about how he lived with his parents when he was studying, and Chen Rui was the one who was sent by his parents to live with his grandfather. The sense of struggle of not being an only child lingered in his heart, and he felt that he had more confidence and capital. Give it back, Chen Ji said angrily. Chen Rui finally got tough this time. In the past, when his brother came back to play during the winter and summer vacations, he would give in, but this time, he didn't want to. This is originally mine. There is no such thing as giving it back. Seeing that the 2 brothers were about to quarrel, the parents and grandfather could not sit still and tried to persuade them. But Chen Ji refused to give in. Perhaps it was because he was spoiled by adults, or perhaps Chen Rui had been too polite in the past, which led to his momentum of not giving up until he won. Grandpa, the doctor, and teacher Ding tried to persuade him to no avail, and Chen Rui refused to give in. Diao wanted to give in, but Chen Rui refused, and their row was very unhappy. Liang Wenjing and the others knew that Lu Xiaopeng also had a game console, but at this moment Lu Xiaopeng himself was lying in Liang Shuyu's arms, and they were affectionate, and had no intention of talking at all. Liang Wenjing naturally would not drag Lu Xiaopeng into it. because it looked like Lu Xiaopeng's game console might not be taken back after it was given out, so there was no need to use a precious game console to exchange for peace between the two brothers. Liang Wenjing tried to persuade Chen Ji gently at first, but Chen Ji still refused to give in. Teacher Ding showed off her teacher's attitude, but it didn't help. In the end, Liang Wenjing had to take back the game console, and no one would play it. That's it. Chen Ji was like a frostbitten eggplant. He wanted to play the game console so much. However, he couldn't bring himself to ask Liang Wenjing for it, so he could only return to his upper bunk without saying a word, covered his head, and angrily smashed the bed board with his feet to vent his dissatisfaction. Liang Wenjing glanced in that direction unhappily. Teacher Ding and the doctor both received Liang Wenjing's eyes, and remembered the blood on the ground when they came to Nansha Bridge that day. This female demon must not be provoked. Chapter 159. For the prosperity of the team and for the harmony of the world, Teacher Ding deeply realized that Chen Ji needed a lesson. During the 2 days of traveling with Liang Shuyu and his group, Teacher Ding has seen how important unity and harmony are in a group of more than 20 people. Only if they are united, help each other, trust each other, and do not fall behind at critical moments can they reach their destination safely. And a bad apple will spoil the whole pot of porridge. As a teacher, she deeply understands this. If Chen Ji makes irreparable mistakes during the journey because of his impulsiveness, whether the final result is that Chen Ji pays for his life or others pay for him, it will be an extremely cruel ending. So if you want the team to move more smoothly, you must nip any possible differences and hidden dangers in the bud. Teacher Ding discussed with the doctor and climbed to Chen Ji's upper bunk to give him psychological counseling. The doctor was responsible for comforting Chen Rui and Du Yao. Chen Rui also felt a little aggrieved, but not too much. He did not feel sorry for the game console being taken away. As long as it did not fall into Chen Ji's hands, he would be happy. The laughter and joy in the double-decker bus gradually became less and less, leaving only Teacher Ding's whispers. Others like Luo Junxian and Luo Wei were going to sleep. Liang Wenjing's novel, due to the addition of Lu Xiaopeng, the silly guy, made Liang Shuyu read slower. Because Lu Xiaopeng had to turn the pages forward, he took Liang Shuyu to read the previous one again. Wei Youqi was so angry. He squeezed directly between Lu Xiaopeng and Liang Shuyu. There was such a small bed, 3 boys, one of whom was a little fat, how could they squeeze in? So Wei Youqi had just gone up and hadn't moved for a few seconds when he and Lu Xiaopeng were squeezed down together and fell on a soft piece of flesh, Lu Xiaopeng's body. Ouch, you're going to die, it's so heavy. Lu Xiaopeng yelled and kicked Wei Youqi away. Wei Youqi rubbed his soft belly and said coquettishly, "Nonsense, you said before that I was as light as a feather, and you wanted to hold me every day. Why do you change your words now?" Lu Xiaopeng looked at him with disgust and slapped his dirty hands away like slapping a fly. "Come on, I'm not gay, stay away." At this time, Liang Shuyu on the bed pushed his non-existent glasses. "I support it." Lu Xiaopeng, Wei Youqi, shock, this idiot, let's hack him together. 2 people rushed up and made a fierce operation on Liang Shuyu. 3 people superimposed, man on man. Liang Wenjing looked excited. "Brother, come on, I believe in you, you are a qualified one." The 3 tough guys turned back at the same time. "Our wish is to be 0. Liang Wenjing, caught off guard. "You men, what does this have to do with binary?" The 3 tough guys looked back and continued the difficult process of man on man, and suddenly, they felt a soul-stirring shaking of the bed, and the 3 tough guys froze. Could it be that the bed collapsed? The macho Lu Xiaopeng slid down from the bed, stood up and looked at the bed. The bed is fine, there is no crack? The macho Wei Youqi who was pressed at the bottom stuck out half of his head. Could it be that the tire burst? The shaking just now was quite obvious. "I didn't hear the explosion," Liang Shuyu said. "The car shook violently just now, and everyone in the car noticed it." You men felt something was wrong, and quickly took off a coat and put it on. "I go out and take a look." Liang Shuyu and the others also got up quickly, and Liang Wenjing also put on her coat to go together. Liang Shuyu said to everyone in the car, "You stay in the car first, don't move." Several people opened the door, and got out of the car one after another. At the same time, Chen Baoyu came out of the truck parked in front. Chen Baoyu was responsible for keeping watch tonight, but she was not familiar with Lu Xiaopeng. She didn't want to stay with Lu Xiaopeng, so she sat alone in the truck to keep watch. Although she was not sociable, this was her job responsibility after all. In the 2 days after she went out, Liang Shuyu and others did not miss a bite of her food, so she still had to fulfill her responsibilities. After feeling the shaking, she got out of the car to check the situation as soon as possible. She found that it was not a problem with the car, and suspected that it was an earthquake. Qinbao said, "Was there an earthquake just now?" This word awakened the dreamer. Liang Xiu and the others had been fighting before, and their first reaction was that it was caused by their own fighting, and they did not associate it with the earthquake. At this time, when Qinbao spoke, the faces of Liang Xiu and the other two and Liang Wenjing changed. But soon, Liang Wenjing said, "We are on the road. Will the earthquake have a big impact on us?" Liang Xiu said, "As long as there is no problem with the highway, the impact will not be big. Anyway, they are not going to the city. If they are in the city, in a place like Shanlan City, they don't have to be too afraid of earthquakes. Old houses with weak foundations are the primary threat targets of earthquakes." As they were talking, the ground shook violently again. The 6 people were like standing in the middle of a cradle. They were driven by the violent shaking. The 5 of them supported each other to avoid falling, and Qinbao leaned on the big train car. "It's really an earthquake," Lu Xiaopeng said in shock. What they are most concerned about now is whether the earthquake will affect their travel. If the people in the bus have not reacted to the first earthquake, then the second earthquake will be very obvious. Someone has opened the door and stood at the door and shouted, "Earthquake, it's an earthquake." Liang Xiu turned around. "It should be, you all stay in the car, don't run around. There are no tall buildings nearby, we are safe here, don't panic." The doctor said, "Well, we are still quite safe here. Everyone stay in the car, don't walk around." The doctor turned around and said to the crowd. The others also thought that although it was an earthquake, they were on the highway, and there were almost no houses nearby. Even if they wanted to lie down, there was no place to lie down, so they all returned to their beds with peace of mind. But people's panic is inevitable. No one knows how big this earthquake is, where the epicenter is, and what impact it will bring. Lo couldn't sleep. He was the most timid. Everyone else went back, but he still walked to the door worriedly. Asked Liang Xiu, "What should we do? Can we still reach Western Tibet?" Liang Xiu had no idea. He was also worried that the mudslides and other disasters caused by the earthquake would block the highway and might force them to get off the highway. He was thinking of a solution. "Don't worry so much for now. Just take it one step at a time." Liang Xiu comforted him. Luo Wei was still very worried. His eyebrows and facial features were all wrinkled together. He felt very flustered. But he was afraid that he would delay Liang Xiu's work, so he returned to his position. Liang Xiu didn't let them close the car door to prevent accidents, so that they could escape from the car. He turned around and Lu Xiaopeng and Liang Wenjing had taken out telescopes to observe the situation nearby. Unfortunately, it was too dark and the surroundings were too dark. The telescope couldn't see anything at all. Liang Xiu said, "Our place is safe for now, don't worry. But it's too late today. Those who can't observe the situation, go back to the car to rest, recharge your energy, and cheer up tomorrow. Strengthen the vigilance tonight, and add 2 more night watchmen. I be the one who will come first." Wei Youqi said, "I do it." Liang Xiu said, "No, you have to rest. Someone needs to stay energetic tomorrow." He looked at Yumin and Liang Wenjing. Liang Wenjing, come. Liang Wenjing said, "Okay." Yumin said, "Didn't you rest well yesterday? Let me do it. Otherwise, you will be even more tired tomorrow." Liang Wenjing didn't insist on this, because Yumin was telling the truth, she didn't rest well yesterday. To ensure rest is to ensure the safety of everyone and yourself. Okay. Chapter 160. Liang Wenjing and Wei Youqi returned to the car to rest, leaving Liang Xiu and the other 4 to continue the night watch. Help them close the car door, and without the cold wind pouring in, the people in the car finally felt less cold. Shrinking back into the quilt, most people were no longer sleepy. Outside the car, Lu Xiaopeng smiled. "Sister Minmin, Yumin arranged the team directly. Liang Xiu and I will guard the front, and you will guard the back." After saying that, he walked straight to the taxi head of the car in front. Liang Xiu shook his head at Lu Xiaopeng and followed Yumin in a naughty way. Lu Xiaopeng was depressed. His wish to be alone with Miss Yumin was ruined again. However, Miss Qinbao was also very nice. It was not bad to be alone with Miss Qinbao. Lu Xiaopeng smiled in the direction of Qinbao, but Qinbao had already walked back to her truck in a more indifferent manner than Yumin. Lu Xiaopeng, woohoo, so miserable, the 2 young ladies didn't want to pay attention to him. Lu Xiaopeng could only look up at the sky, looking at the bright stars, staring at him, this lonely, pitiful, helpless, weak single dog, and feeling even more miserable. Lu Xiaopeng finally got into Qinbao's car silently. There was no other way, the 2 of them teamed up to keep watch, just to supervise each other, and not fall asleep. In the taxi in front, Liang Shuyu sat in the driver's seat, and Yu Min sat in the co-pilot seat. Both of them were wearing thick down jackets, 2 pairs of socks and a pair of autumn trousers, but even so, they felt cold hands and feet, and a layer of mist formed on the glass windows of the car. If the temperature was a little lower, the mist would turn into frost. If it really happened, the temperature would be 40 degrees during the day but drop to below 0 at night. What a magical world that would be. Is it cold? Do you want to turn on the heater? Liang Shuyu asked. I think girls are afraid of cold. If it was Liang Wenjing, she would have put her feet into his clothes. Liang Wenjing's feet are particularly afraid of cold. Yu Min said, no, it feels okay. She picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. In the dark night, there was a strong wind and gusts of cold wind outside. With the telescope, she could only see an endless desperate gray, as if it was the end of the universe. It is an attraction. When you stare at it deeply, you will feel that you are also stared at by it. Yu Min surprisingly likes this feeling. So as soon as she got on the car, she couldn't help staring at the distance in the dark night with the telescope, as if she was not looking at the end of a colorless sky, but at the gray color that is eternal and cannot be changed in the world. Liang Shuyu hummed, put his hands into his sleeves, looked ahead and to the side from time to time, and kept alert. The two were speechless for a while. Lu Xiaopeng's car was not so harmonious. Qin Baoyu was as hesitant as Yu Min after getting in the car. She also stared deeply out of the dark window, but she was not looking at the distance, but at the trees swaying in the wind, like female ghosts. The tree seemed to have been stripped of its bones, and it screamed miserably in the wind. It was like a furry tentacle in the depths of hell, and Qin Baoyu was in hell. Lu Xiaopeng was very professional in chatting with her, such as which school the girl was studying in, what grade she was in, whether she had a boyfriend, what plans she had for the future, etc. However, Qin Baoyu might be deaf. Lu Xiaopeng thought comfortingly. I suddenly thought, are you and Lao Liang childhood sweethearts? Lu Xiaopeng said, it seems that you have been neighbors for many years. Lu Xiaopeng touched his chin and sighed very seriously. Why are none of his neighbors beautiful? And Liang Shuyu's neighbors are all very beautiful. Why is God so unfair? Since he was given a rich family, why not also give him a beautiful sister? It should be a matching set. Qin Baoyu felt that he was really noisy, and talked more than her father when he scolded people. Can you shut up? Qin Baoyu finally exploded, turned his face, and said coldly to Lu Xiaopeng. Lu Xiaopeng smiled. I thought you were deaf, but you can hear me. He added, we've been out together for a few days, and this is the first time I hear you speak, it's strange. Qin Baoyu rolled her eyes in her heart, and was too lazy to talk to this fat guy. She felt sick when she saw fat guys. Lu Xiaopeng understood her look too well. Hey, I'm a white and clean fat guy, and I went to a plastic surgery hospital to make myself firm, and more than 3 professional cosmetic doctors told me with certainty that as long as I lose weight, I will be a super handsome guy, not inferior to the level of celebrity boys. Qin Baoyu, I don't believe it. How could it be possible? She turned her head to take a closer look at Lu Xiaopeng's facial features. To be sure, Lu Xiaopeng's facial features are indeed good-looking. He is also very white, his eyebrows are vigorous and powerful, and his eyes are big and long, which look like phoenix eyes but not very thin, and his eyes give people a sense of agility and depth. He does look okay, right? But he's not as good-looking as a celebrity. Are you sure they are 3 professional doctors? Qin Baoyu didn't believe it. Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows. Of course, in order to get them to issue a certificate, I gave each of them a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Qin Baoyu, I still have the certificate. Do you want to see it? Qin Baoyu, I feel that this person is sick. Everyone in the bus couldn't sleep at first. Everyone was worried that the earthquake would affect their next trip, because there were many consecutive disasters that could be caused by an earthquake. On the road, the most feared thing is mudslides. Once they encountered mudslides and blocked the road, they could only choose to take a detour. Taking a detour means that they have to get off the highway, go around the city, and then get back on the highway. They carried so many supplies with them, 2 large trucks, it was too obvious. Very dangerous. However, despite the worry, Yu Shifeng also made some plans with him, and Lao Chen analyzed the places where mudslides might occur in the next journey. After everyone's communication, the anxiety was relieved a little. In the second half of the night, those who couldn't hold on any longer fell asleep. Only Luowei was still awake. He was really too worried. Tossing and turning, Luowei had to sit up, carefully drank some hot water, and went to Luo Juanchuan's bed to check the injury on his hand. The doctor said that Luo Juanchuan's hand recovered well, and they had a full range of medicines, and did not hurt the bones and meridians, which would not have much impact on his future hand operations. But Luo Wei was still very worried. After seeing that the skin color of the places where his hands were not wrapped in gauze was normal, Luo Wei felt a little relaxed. Whenever he couldn't sleep all night and was very anxious, he could only feel at ease by looking at his son's sleeping face. Only then could he feel at ease. Maybe he was sick. Lo smiled contentedly and returned to his bed, but he still couldn't sleep and looked out the window. At this moment, a very bright white light suddenly flashed across the sky, illuminating Lo's worried face clearly, and the dark bus instantly turned into daylight. About half a second later, boom, a violent lightning sound was heard in the sky. It was as if the sky was falling apart. Chapter 161. Almost everyone on the bus was awakened. It was like sitting up in shock from a dying illness, so everyone's face flashed with shock and horror, looking out the window blankly. At this time, a very fast white light lit up outside, illuminating the sky and the earth, and allowing everyone in the bus to clearly see the shock and fear on each other's faces. Boom, boom, another thunderous sound that shattered the mountains and rivers, as if the sky was wailing, because it couldn't shed tears, so it could only cry like this in vain. It was going to make a hole in the sky, and a crack in the earthquake. Is it going to rain again? The word again expressed An Xiaoping's fear. The people of Shalon City knew too well how terrible the rain that lasted for 2 whole months was to them. At that time, more than half of the city was submerged in turbid yellow water. At that time, everyone suffered from severe or mild rheumatic bone disease. People were trapped at home and could not go out. Exaggerated water droplets would seep out of the floor and walls, and then the white walls would all become moldy and black. The quilt could almost be wrung out of water. Sleeping in a dark room every day, the flooding water was everywhere, almost becoming their nightmare. As a result, they now experience high temperatures during the day and cold at night, and do not miss the rainy days at all. They would rather die of heat than return to the endless rainy season. Yu Shifeng was lying on the window. The third dry thunder had just sounded, illuminating his cheeks and the stubble on his face as clearly as a photo. He said, "It doesn't look like it. There is no cloud in the sky during the day today, and now it is just dry thunder. Thunder is not a sufficient condition for rain, and Yu Shifeng is now wondering whether such a loud thunder is related to the earthquake just now." After the first 2 obvious tremors, they only felt very slight aftershocks, and until the thunder appeared, they did not feel more serious tremors. Who knew that just when they thought the earthquake was over, there was thunder? But I think that what has happened now is not as simple as a power outage. The doctor analyzed. I wonder if there is a bigger natural disaster? How could the others not have thought of this guess? Isn't it because of these reasons that they want to leave Shalon City and go to Western Tibet for refuge? Liang Wenjing said. We have previously speculated that the global power outage will not cause a devastating disaster to the entire world. If the relevant countries take effective measures in the early stage of the power outage, the impact of the power outage disaster will be effectively curbed. But since the power outage, except for the Public Security Department at the beginning, no organization has rescued us since then. Even the Sichuan earthquake and the Nanhu plague, there has been no official rescue. We previously speculated that a bigger disaster is brewing, which is the main reason for the lack of official rescue. So, I don't know if there is any connection between them. Did they just give up? Give up so many lives? Chen Ji suddenly popped his head and questioned angrily. Liang Wenjing said, I don't know. Just as she finished speaking, Liang Shuyu and the other 4 got on the car. Everyone turned around to look at Liang Shuyu and the others. At this time, the sky and the earth flashed with deafening thunder again. Liang Shuyu and the others stood between the lightning like white light and darkness. The light illuminated the figures of the 4 of them, like a light stage, and the background music that appeared was the eerie pure music that only appeared in ghost movies. Everyone was startled and felt a little terrified. Liang Shuyu said, it thundered. Yes, everyone saw it. Luo Wei said, what should we do? Should we do something? Or do nothing and just wait? How long should we wait? Liang Shuyu actually didn't know. But he is the captain of this team. As a captain and a commander, how could he not know? He is the backbone of this team. If he can't bring stability, peace and security to the team, then what is the meaning of his existence? Liang Shuyu said, stay in the car and don't move around. Wait until dawn to see the situation. After speaking, Liang Shuyu paused. We may have to speed up. I'm afraid of changes, so we have to leave here as soon as possible. Several drivers should have a good rest tonight. We may not rest in the next few days. The drivers all understood what Liang Shuyu meant. Understood. Everyone said. Liang Shuyu looked at them and nodded. Okay, don't speculate, take a rest. Tomorrow will be very hard, everyone cheer up. Everyone knew that it was impossible to fall asleep. But they still agreed verbally. Liang Shuyu didn't stay with them any longer, he still had to patrol and guard, took the 3 people out of the car, and told Lu Xiaopeng, be sure to be vigilant tonight, if there is an emergency, we can also set off in the middle of the night. Yes. Lu Xiaopeng nodded seriously, and returned to their truck with Chen Baoyi. This time Lu Xiaopeng was no longer in the mood to joke with Chen Baoyi. The lightning in the sky continued, each time it was deafening, like the collapse of the sky and the earth, as if to shatter people's courage, leaving only anxiety on the ground. Lu Xiaopeng looked at the light in the sky, solemn and silent. This night can also be spent as daytime, because from time to time, there will be lightning and thunder above the head. Fear is a kind of pain that makes people feel anxious, lingering in the heart like a shadow, lingering. Tia was afraid, climbed down from her bed, and hid in Aunt Xiaoping's arms. Aunt, will the sky be broken by thunder? The thunder was so terrifying that Du Yao, whose worldview had not yet been fully established, felt that the world would really be broken by thunder. Aunt Xiaoping comforted her softly, as if the area in her heart that was broken with the death of Wei Pengzi was finally condensed by another kind of love. Don't be afraid, it's just that the thunder is loud and the rain is small, the world will not be broken. Dia nodded as if she understood, but she felt that the world might still be broken. Because she had never heard such earth-shattering thunder, so from her limited life experience, it didn't break before, just because the thunder was not loud enough. But little Chen Rui was quite courageous, he was not afraid of thunder. He knew that Chen Ji was afraid of thunder. Chen Rui opened his eyes wide to look at the lightning-like light outside the window. These lights and thunders were like spotlights to him, beautiful, mysterious and fascinating. Chen Ji, who was on the upper bunk, was almost frightened and unable to take care of himself. But he was embarrassed to hide in his mother's arms, like Du Yao. How embarrassing would that be? Chen Ji was entangled and in pain for a long time. When the 13th thunder sounded, he could no longer restrain himself, and got into Chen Rui's bed, and held his brother in his arms. Chen Rui knew him long ago. If you rob me again in the future, I will not help you again. Chen Ji weighed the pros and cons, and acted according to the situation. I won't do that in the future. Chapter 162. The 2 brothers snuggled together, or more precisely, Chen Ji snuggled with Chen Rui, almost trembling. The thunder roared from time to time at the beginning, and then became more and more frequent, and finally not only the children were scared, but also the adults. Lu Feng had already hugged Deng Lingxiang to comfort him. And Deng Xiaoqin, curled up in the quilt, felt for the first time that Zhou Bai was so stupid. When he was not needed at ordinary times, he licked his face and came up. Why don't you learn from Lu Feng's enthusiasm now? Husband, husband. There was no way. Deng Xiaoqin still stretched her head and called Zhou Bai softly, I'm scared. Zhou Bai, who was already drowsy in the thunder bombardment, woke up after Deng Xiaoqin kicked the bed board. What's wrong with my wife? Zhou Bai realized it belatedly and climbed onto Deng Xiaoqin's bed to hug her and comfort her, but what he got in return was a fierce bite from Deng Xiaoqin. Until 5 o'clock in the morning, the terrifying dry thunder was still bombarding. If it weren't for the flash of lightning in the sky proving that it was really thunder, Liang Shuyu would have suspected that it was the enemy's artillery shells. In the car, he and Yumin were wrapped in thick quilts. A thick layer of frost formed on the car windows. Just as Liang Shuyu worried, after the thunder appeared, the outdoor temperature dropped to below 0 degrees, which was rare. Not only was there frost on the car windows, but even the asphalt road had a thin layer of white frost. The only thing to be thankful for was that it didn't rain. Otherwise, the rain would turn into snow and fall, and the southern cities would usher in a rare heavy snow day. After a flash of lightning so violent that it seemed to change the color of the sky and earth, Liang Shuyu noticed that the outside world did not dim as before, but maintained a weak light for the next 1 or 2 minutes. Liang Shuyu obviously felt something was wrong and jumped up from the flat driver's seat. His action also startled Yumin, who was a little sleepy. Yumin asked, What's wrong? Liang Shuyu picked up the telescope and stretched out his arms from the quilt. His warm hands were suddenly wrapped in the cold, making him shiver with cold, but he didn't care about this trivial thing, but said, Look out the window. After he finished speaking, he leaned towards Yumin and looked out the window with the telescope. When the 2 people's faces were pressed against the beautiful frosted glass, the red fire outside the window cast the shadow of the frost on their white faces, forming cracked black lines. A building is on fire. It's strange that Liang Shuyu's tone seemed to be relieved. Yes, it's just a building on fire. As long as there is no other disaster that will endanger his team, he should relax. Liang Shuyu adjusted the focus of the telescope so that he could see farther in the dark. After zooming in, Liang Shuyu saw the burning building more clearly. It should be a residential area. It was a series of high-rise buildings, perhaps 20 to 30 stories high. At first, only one building was struck by lightning, and the upper floors caught fire. Later, it spread to the entire building, and then to other buildings. Maybe it was because the sun was too strong during the day, and the building materials of the building remained highly dry even after being eroded by the dew at night. Soon, the whole community was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. The community was quite far away from Liang Shuyu and his team. No screams or calls for help were heard in the car. Liang Shuyu could only see small black dots falling from the burning high-rise building through the telescope. Liang Shuyu handed the telescope to Yumin. Take a look. Yumin could see the sea of fire over there without the telescope, but she could see it more clearly with the telescope. About 12 buildings, all buried in the sea of fire. The fire was very fierce, and the flame shot up to the sky, lighting up the sky for half a year, as if the sun rose in advance. Yumin was terrified. She was terrified. It was too cruel. Yumin put down the telescope and stopped looking. The 10 fingers holding the telescope were unconsciously clasped tightly. Such a scene, just thinking about it, felt cruel, so cruel that it was as if watching a piece of meat in her hand being cut off by a knife, and served on a plate, wriggling as if it had life. Not to mention seeing it with her own eyes. Liang Shuyu returned to his position, and blew 2 short and 1 long whistle, which meant, no danger, stay where you are. Then he wrapped his hands and feet in the quilt, leaving only his head exposed, like a caterpillar. He said to Yumin, don't think too much, just take care of ourselves. Yes, what can they do with such a big fire? In addition to watching and preventing the flames from spreading to themselves, what other options are there? Liang Shuyu whistled and soon received a response from Lu Xiaopeng. Yu Shifeng, who was awakened in the double-decker bus, also responded immediately. Lu Xiaopeng and Chen Bao in the truck already knew the scene outside. In the double-decker bus, since it was the time of deep sleep, except for Yu Shifeng, who was bothered by the thunder and had been sleeping intermittently, almost everyone else fell asleep. Yu Shifeng's bed was not in the direction of the sea of fire, but the position where he slept happened to be able to clearly see the disaster. The flames were so full of vitality that they dyed the gray sky red, creating red and yellow clouds for no reason. Nature is so beautiful, so creative, and so lethal. Yu Shifeng rubbed his temples and couldn't sleep at all. The thunder and bombing seemed to be a warning from heaven and earth to humans. After the sea of fire was formed, the thunder disappeared as if it was a warning. Until the sky was just bright, everyone woke up from their sleep, and they didn't hear the thunder again. And the people who slept soundly didn't wake up until 8 or 9 o'clock. But at this time, the burning community was still burning vigorously. When Aunt Xiaoping got up, and was about to make a delicious breakfast for everyone, she saw the fire reflecting the sky. Oh! Why is there such a big fire? Aunt Xiaoping exclaimed. Some people who didn't know the situation were awakened and heard Luo Juanshuan's deep voice. It's been burning for half the night. Everyone got up from the bed and went outside. The temperature at this time was just right, neither cold nor hot. Perhaps this was the only normal transition point in the day. When everyone stood outside, they found that the whole sky was a terrifying and bloody red. It was as if the blood of those who died in the sea of fire was not dried, but flowed to the sky, so the sky became so red. This is the color of their blood. Everyone was terrified by the sea of fire in the distance, and the terrifying red sky. Since ancient times, from ancient times to the present, red has been used as a festive color. However, if the sky is a terrifying red, it can only be described as fear. This morning, everyone was covered in a bloody shadow. Even Aunt Xiaoping didn't have much time to prepare breakfast for everyone. After a quick meal, they set out on their journey, and left here quickly. Chapter 163. The 4 drivers were still the same as yesterday: Yu Shifeng, Lao Chen, Zhou Bai and Lu Feng. The doctor, Luo Wei, Liang Ying and Deng Xiaoqin were the drivers in shifts. Liang Shuyu was on guard last night, and was not in a good mental state today, so he could not be the driver. But he was not very energetic, and even when he lay flat on the seat, he was not sleepy at all. The first car was Lao Chen, Wei Youqi and Liang Shuyu. The second truck was still Zhou Bai and Deng Xiaoqin. The third was a double-decker bus, and the fourth car was Yu Shifeng and Chen Bo. The 4 cars continued to move forward as planned, and soon the city that was still in the sea of fire was left behind them, but the sky was still a creepy red, like a shadow covered with a layer of blood, giving everyone a layer of fear of death. Liang Wenjing slept well last night. If she had nothing to do, she would write novels. This was the only fun she could continue after the power outage, and everyone liked to read it, so she would not fall behind in the 2 chapters of 4,000 words every day. However, just after writing a small plot, she heard the sound of Minmin tossing and turning in her bed. Liang Wenjing hurriedly asked her, "What's wrong, can't you sleep? Is it too noisy? Do you want earplugs? Here they are for you." Yumin's little head stretched out from the quilt, revealing only a pair of eyes. The clear black and white eyes looked at Liang Wenjing. "It's not that it's too noisy outside, it's that it's too noisy in my heart." Yumin told her the scene she saw last night. "I was affected." Liang Wenjing laughed. He flicked her head with his index finger. "You are very brave, but this little scene can scare you." Yumin hummed softly, "Now I realize that you are the most courageous." That was the first time they participated in an action outside. In the past, she always thought that she could hold on, and would not be affected by these things, but she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep that night. Liang Wenjing couldn't sleep either, but the reason why Liang Wenjing couldn't sleep was not because of the reproach of conscience, but because she was too excited. Liang Wenjing was excited for 2 consecutive nights, so Yumin took the initiative to propose to keep watch last night. It's a pity that although Liang Wenjing was very excited, she was very stable in the next 2 days, and didn't encounter the scene she wanted to perform. Yumin found out that many people who seemed to be able to hold on were actually not able to hold on. The ones who really held on were people like Liang Wenjing and Wei Youqi. On the other hand, she and Liang Xiu seemed to look very calm and reliable, but Yumin knew that people like them would have too many emotions in their hearts that made it difficult to fall asleep after doing such things. Yumin took a few deep breaths, and did not deliberately try to get rid of the horrific scene in her mind, but tried to see it more clearly and accept it. However, her excellent imagination and empathy made her feel cruelty, disgust, fear, rather than indifference and indifference. Whereas Liang Wenjing laughing, Yumin snorted at her, "Little devil." Liang Wenjing retorted, "I am the big devil, not the little devil." This is what Liang Wenjing talked about when she chatted with Yumin before. Yumin once asked her what role she would play if she traveled to a novel. Liang Wenjing said that she would be the villain big devil, then she would capture the male and female protagonists, kill the female protagonist, and take the male protagonist for herself, and at the same time, she would be treated by all the handsome men in the world, enjoy the wealth of the world, and have supreme power. Yumin laughed so hard that she vomited. Liang Wenjing crawled into Yumin's bed, and Yumin felt a cold thing approaching her. "You're so cold, get out." "No." Liang Wenjing took a pen and a notebook. "There's a plot I'm not sure about. Can you give me some reference?" "No." Yumin refused. "It won't be fun for me to read it after reference. Don't show it to me, just write it quickly." Liang Wenjing's face turned bitter. "Then I won't write it." Yumin also became her loyal fan of the book. "You must write it." "I'm not happy, I won't write it." Liang Wenjing snorted, pouted and turned over to deliberately turn her back to Yumin. The red light reflected by the red sky reflected on her slightly yellow hair, which looked like orange-red. "Very beautiful." Yumin rubbed her hair. "Stop it, write quickly, I want to read it after I wake up." "Humph." Yumin had to beg for mercy and coax her. Liang Wenjing said with satisfaction, "Okay, since you are so sensible, I will write a little reluctantly." Yumin smiled with a headache. "Yeah, you are the best." Liang Wenjing laughed, and wanted to poke Yumin's funny point. The 2 sisters played on the bed. At this time, the bus suddenly stopped. Liang Wenjing and Yumin paused and were about to ask what happened. But Liang Xiu's voice came from the intercom next to Lu Feng. "There is a landslide ahead. Stop the car for rectification." "There is a landslide ahead. Stop the car for rectification." "Landslide?" Liang Wenjing and Yumin looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. After they encountered the earthquake last night, they were most worried about landslides and mudslides, because this meant that the highway would be blocked and they might be forced to bypass the city. Now they really encountered a landslide. What is the situation on the scene? Is it serious? Can they still get through? Everyone who heard the content of the intercom was thinking about this question. Liang Wenjing and the others also hurriedly put on their shoes and got up. Lu Feng also got out of the car. 4 or 5 people got out of the car and immediately felt a slight heat wave outside. The sun had only risen a little bit, and it got hot so quickly. Several people walked to the front. Yu Shifeng, Zhou Bai, Lao Chen and others all got out of the car in front. Everyone walked to the front together and encountered the landslide. Liang Xiu was already there observing with a telescope. "It's about 100 or 200 meters away. It can't get through." These words were so loud that they brought everyone's hopes to the bottom. The others also took binoculars to check. Sure enough, the impact of the landslide covered at least 100 or 200 meters, and the thickness of the soil and rocks was so thick that it was impossible for human power to clean it up. Lauchen said, "The last highway intersection is at least 15 kilometers away. We may have to go back." Yu Shifeng asked, "Is the place where the highway exit goes down the city that was burned this morning?" Lauchen said, "Yes." Everyone was shocked. In other words, if they want to continue moving forward, they must turn around and take a detour through the city that was just engulfed in flames? Of course, a simple detour would not have much impact, but the city had just experienced a fire. Had the people in the city become more extreme and anxious? How dangerous is it for them to drive 2 large trucks full of supplies past them? Chapter 164. Afterwards, they went to check the site of the landslide and confirmed that without professional cleaning tools, they would never be able to pass through this road again with manpower alone. And along the way, they did not see a single fork in the road, only one exit to get off the highway, and then go back 15 kilometers away. Now, if they want to continue, they must go back, get off the highway from the city where the fire started, and then take a detour to get back on the highway. There are too many safety hazards in going through the city. Liang Xiu and others were deeply entangled. Instead of making a hasty decision, Liang Xiu gathered everyone in the bus and wanted to hear other people's opinions. In the bus, Yu Shifeng said, "I think we can first explore the situation in the city where the fire broke out. If the situation is bad, we can continue to retreat and then enter the city at a suitable and safer place." Lu Wei thought, "This method is okay. It will only delay our study for a while, but it should be safer, right?" Lu Feng said, "The situation in the city where the fire broke out must be very serious. We can indeed take the initiative to avoid it. We can first send a small team to the city to take a look. If it is passable, we will first explore the road and clear the streets. After determining the route, the main force will go down together. Is it safer at night or during the day? At night, if you don't turn on the lights, you can't see anything. If you turn on the lights, it will definitely attract a lot of attention, and maybe half of the city will be in turmoil. So, I think it is safer during the day. We can choose to enter the city at noon when the sun is the strongest. At this time, it is too hot outside, and most people will not go out on the streets. The safety factor should be relatively higher, right?" Liang Xiu also thought it made sense, so they decided to follow this plan. Everyone suggested some small details, and Liang Xiu wrote down the useful ones. Afterwards, they returned along the original route. When they passed the city that caught fire in the morning, everyone thought that the fire had at least been extinguished. However, perhaps because the sun was too strong, the community had been completely burned into a charred ruin, and the fire gradually spread to other places. The sun at noon shone extremely fiercely on the car body. Even if the air conditioner was turned to the maximum, it would still feel stuffy. The sun was so fierce that it was terrifying. Not to mention the city residents, without air conditioning, I don't know how they would survive. Fortunately, we came out. If we were really at home, we would be killed by the heat. Liang Wenjing looked at the visible hot air waves in the air outside the window, and shook her head in fear. It was really scary and hot. The railings on both sides of the highway were slightly reddened by the sun, as if they would catch fire if they were lightly touched. The roof of their bus was air-conditioned, but even if they touched the roof, they could still feel the strangely high temperature. Because the heat had penetrated into the bus through the iron sheet of the roof, even if they turned the air conditioner to the maximum, they still felt a little stuffy. But what could they do? They absolutely dared not open the window. Opening the window would kill them. It was too hot. The fire hasn't been put out yet. Will half of the city be engulfed in flames? Aunt Xiaoping asked worriedly. No one on the bus answered this question, because in their opinion, this possibility was very high. Yumin said, "We have a lot of car sunshades. We can tie the sunshades on the roof at night. Maybe it can reduce the temperature a little." That's right. How could I forget this thing? The reason why the car is so hot is because the sun outside is too strong, transferring heat in. If the sunshade is placed on it, it can at least reduce the temperature. Liang Wenjing is ready to make arrangements, and Aunt Xiaoping and others go to the second floor of the bus to find the sunshades they collected before. A total of 3 were found. There are still some in our car, at least 6 I remember. Aunt Xiaoping suddenly said, "Is there no air conditioning in the compartment of the truck?" Yumin also suddenly thought of this problem. If the temperature in the compartment is too high, some of the supplies inside will be spoiled. Yes, this factor was not considered before. If everything is spoiled, what can they eat? Although many things are canned and bagged items, these items must be kept at room temperature. If they are in high temperature conditions, especially canned food, they are easy to spoil. And Xiaoping thought this was too terrible, and several women hurried down to the first floor, picked up the intercom, and reported the situation to Liang Xiyu in front. After learning about the situation, Liang Xiyu made a prompt decision and immediately found a suitable location to park the car. We will put a sunshade on the car now. In addition, connect the truck compartment and the front driver's compartment to let the air conditioner blow into the compartment. You can check if there are any damaged supplies. After the order was given, everyone hurriedly took action. As soon as I got out of the double-decker bus and left the air-conditioned room, I immediately felt the air rushing towards me like hot water, and it was as if it was hot water over 60 degrees, which could immediately burn people with a red mark. Although the weather was very hot, people who went out should still wear long sleeves, hats, umbrellas, and sunglasses. Anyway, there were a lot of these things in stock, and 2 were more than enough for each person. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see things clearly under such strong sunlight. Several men were responsible for putting sunshades on all the cars. There was no place to tie on the double-decker bus, so they could just clip it on the glass window on the second floor, and it would be barely stable. There were special buckles for tying things on the large trucks, which was very convenient. The only troublesome thing was that in order to open up the connection between the truck and the driver's seat, you had to use tools to saw a hole in the iron sheet of the truck, and then use pipes to lead the air conditioner over. This was a little time-consuming, but Liang Xiyu and his team had a lot of tools, so it only took a little time and energy at most, and they could still do it if they really wanted to. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon before they got everything done. Liang Wenjing and her team did find some items that were nearly damaged. In addition, in order to prevent water seepage, they wrapped the materials very tightly. Now, in order to prevent the items from being suffocated, they have to cut ventilation holes in some easily damaged material packages. The packages inside are all individually packaged, so they are not easily damaged even if they fall into the water. After all this, it was Aunt Xiaoping who first discovered that Fatty Wei's body had a strange smell. After Fatty Wei's accident, no one dared to mention this person, so they ignored his existence intentionally or unintentionally. Now, the weather is so hot that the body has a clear odor, indicating that bacteria have begun to grow. If the body is left in the car, it may breed disease bacteria. Fatty Wei's body must be dealt with. Chapter 165. No matter when or where, death is a sad thing. When Wei Pengzi's body was doused with gasoline and laid flat on a high ground, although this was the best environment they could find, it was still shabby enough to make people cry. If any of them accidentally died in the future, would they also have such a fate? When did the corpse no longer become the responsibility of the corresponding department, but became the private responsibility of the family and the group? It turned out that society had jumped to this extent, and they had a clearer understanding of the current situation of this society. Lighted the fire. In this season of bright sunshine, Wei Pengzi's body rested in the blazing fire. Even a stranger like the doctor, who had almost no contact with him, shed tears of grief. They witnessed the death of a companion with their own eyes. Leave this world. Aunt Xiaoping cried uncontrollably. If possible, she hoped to keep Wei Pengzi's body forever, but the reality did not allow it. In just 2 days, he had begun to rot. If it is left there any longer, and bacteria that harm the team are bred, Aunt Xiaoping will not be able to let it go even if she apologizes 10,000 times. So she took the initiative to cremate it. They found a place on the road that looked pleasant as the resting place of Fatty Wei. Here, there are short and lush bushes, and there are white unknown flowers on the roadside. It is full of the breath of nature and youth. He will definitely like it. After a long time, the crowd mourned for 3 minutes. Watching the fire completely devour Fatty Wei, leaving only a charred mass, Wei Yoqi took out a little substance from it, and put it into the opaque jar he prepared, which will be used as his father's urn. An iron urn is truly unheard of in the past and present. After burying Fatty Wei with the soil that had been dug long ago, everyone had no extra time to remember him here. They were on the road again, going back to find a safe place, bypassing the city, and continuing to move towards western Tibet. And Fatty Wei will stay here. Perhaps a few years later, assuming that the world has been called and the world has begun to rebuild, maybe they will have the opportunity to come back here and visit him again. But there is no if. Part of his soul will also follow this small iron can, follow them through life and death, and witness their next confused and unknown journey. A simple tombstone carved from a piece of wood was erected in front of his grave. Everyone left. The car slowly left here. Under the wave-like heat, the car became smaller and smaller until it could not be seen, and completely left here. Leaving behind a simple grave, looking at the mountains and rivers here alone, enduring the scorching sun here, and when night falls, it has to endure the cold of the night alone. I wonder if there will be a small flower that will protect him. Or maybe it will be a weed. Afterwards, they walked back about 22 kilometers, and finally found a suitable highway intersection. The intersection was not congested. Looking through the telescope, this urban area is relatively remote, and some of the soil near the highway section has been opened up as farmland. Although nothing has been planted in the fields now, it should be possible to show that this relatively remote urban area has a relatively low risk factor. The large group stayed more than 2,000 meters away from the highway intersection, and then Liang Xiyu, Lao Chen, and Zhou Bai formed a small team and drove a taxi down the highway to explore the road. The reason why Liang Xiyu brought two people who were not familiar to him was because Liang Xiyu was worried that the large army would be easily attacked if they stayed on the highway, so he would rather be in danger himself and save the large army. So Yu Shifeng and other powerful people were left on the highway. Lao Chen and Zhou Bai were relatively good drivers, so it was a relatively cost-effective choice to let them open the road. Lao Chen drove, Liang Xiyu was the co-pilot, and the three of them went down the highway section. After about 300 to 500 meters, they arrived at the toll station on the highway. This place has been completely abandoned, and the roadblocks of several passages have all been destroyed. It seems that someone has passed through here violently. Not far from the toll station is the housing area. Surprisingly, it is not very crowded here, and the road is basically unobstructed. As an experienced driver, Lao Chen quickly found a suitable road according to the road signs. Some road signs have even been melted by the scorching sun. Melted public objects can be seen everywhere on the streets. Telephone poles are limp on the ground. Speed bumps on urban roads have been flattened by wheels. The whole city seems to be a plastic model thrown into an oven. It is very funny and magical. It is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is November 28, 2032, the 67th day of the power outage. A week ago, they were still struggling in the heavy rain for 2 consecutive months, but now they can see traces of melting by sunlight everywhere on the streets. This city is not like Deep Blue City. The roads in Deep Blue City are narrow, but here they are very wide. Even if there are abandoned and congested vehicles on the road, they still have room to pass in the wide road. If there is a serious congestion, Lao Chen uses the basic qualities of an old driver and can pass through by taking a detour. However, after exploring the city for more than an hour, Liang Xiyu and his team were stuck in an important section of the road. If this section of the road is not cleared, they will have to take a detour for 20 to 30 minutes before they can go together, so they went back and decided to clear this main section of the road. On the road, Lao Chen and Zhou Bai picked up a heavy off-road vehicle and a small truck respectively. Lao Chen was very smart, and Liang Xiyu was about to look for it on the roadside, but Lao Chen directly pulled them to an underground garage, which has a natural Faraday cage effect, so most of the cars inside are intact. From the traces on the ground, many people have driven out. When they were strolling in the city, they also encountered many vehicles, much more than what they saw in Shenlan City. But there was no conflict between the two sides. Liang Xiyu and his team basically passed quickly, and the other side pretended not to see them, which made the three of them feel relieved. After getting 2 cars, Lao Chen and Zhou Bai cleared the road, and Liang Xiyu watched from the taxi head not far away. His driving skills were not that good, so this kind of thing could only be left to an experienced driver. Soon Lao Chen, who had already mastered the skills, knocked away all the cars that were blocking the road in front. There was sand in his truck, so the weight was imaginable. It was easy to knock a car into a corner. The two were about to finish their work and come back. The noise caused by their car crash attracted 4 or 5 middle-aged men. "What are you doing? My car was hit like this by you." It seemed that one of the cars that Lao Chen hit in this section of the road was his. Lao Chen and Zhou Bai did not get out of the car. The three of them looked at each other across the car. Liang Xiyu quickly calculated the response strategy in his mind. At this time, the men with tools and weapons had come up to question them. Chapter 166. It is obvious that Liang Xiyu has thought of the best way to deal with it. Seeing how aggressive they are, Liang Xiyu cannot completely judge whether they really have a car that has been damaged, or whether they are deliberately trying to rob them by using words. No matter what their purpose is, the best way is, of course, kill these idiots. However, Liang Xiyu still calmed down in the meantime. It would not be too late to kill them after seeing the specific purpose of these people. They are not murderers, who will kill them at any time. If they can solve the problem in a more gentle way, it would be the best. Liang Xiyu opened the car window a little so that the people outside can talk to him normally. When the few people saw Liang Shuyu open the window a little, they naturally surrounded his side. Liang Shuyu was also prepared. If they were about to knock on the window, Liang Shuyu would quickly go out from the co-pilot and kill them. Several people surrounded the main driver's seat, and no one blocked the co-pilot's seat. Judging from this, they should have just acted on impulse, not premeditated. It's a little brother. One of the men stared at Liang Shuyu's face fiercely, and said in a loud voice, "You hit my car and you, a child, are responsible? How to solve it you decide? Sorry, we accidentally hit your car because we wanted to pass through here. I have an extra car here. How about I compensate you with one? I heard that if you add the word because, others will think you are reasonable." Liang Shuyu used this technique for the first time, but the effect seems to be good? Little brother, get on the road. The man seemed quite satisfied. Liang Shuyu asked him which one he wanted. Of course, the man pointed to the off-road vehicle. Liang Shuyu gestured to Zhou Bai. They had their own set of universal gestures. Zhou Bai quickly gave up his car, and got on Lao Chen's car. Lao Chen moved the car away from the off-road vehicle. The leader of the 5 men quickly ran over to get in the car, and then found that there was air conditioning in the car, and he was so happy. Air conditioning. Wow! It's so cool! The other men also rushed to the side, and the atmosphere was so enthusiastic that they shouted proudly, and the car was shaking. They had no intention of getting off. Liang Shuyu certainly couldn't wait to say hello to them before leaving. He gestured to Lao Chen, and the two drove away quickly and continued to explore the road ahead. After several minutes, the excited middle-aged men finally realized, "Boss, the kid and the 2 adults are missing. If he's gone, so what? We've got the car. Third brother, your idea is still good. We can get an air-conditioned car by just fooling around. My wife will be so happy this time. Tomorrow, we will all take turns to get in the car and enjoy the air conditioning." That's because of the second brother, the idiot. He said he could get a car, but he didn't get one after all this time. He was forced to do it. Hey! You? Why are you talking to me? I just said give it a try. Boss, I always feel weird. Why can we get a car, but not some supplies? There were only 3 of them just now, and we have 5. There was an awkward silence. There is nothing in their car, otherwise why would they give us a car? The boss nodded in agreement. Yes. Didn't you see that these cars were empty just now? Who would drive important supplies all over the street? The person who spoke thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Oh, never mind. Finally we have air conditioning. So happy. After Liang Shuyu and his friends left this section of the road, they continued to explore the route. Because they wanted to find a safer and faster way to get on the highway, and they were not familiar with this city, so they spent more time. Zhou Bai got another car. When they went to find a car, Zhou Bai was still a little scared. I was scared to death just now. They were all big and strong. I thought they were going to fight. Lao Chen, yeah. Zhou Bai, why did he talk to this man? Is he mentally ill? Forget it. Since Lao Chen is good at choosing cars, just bear with it. It was another crowded section of the road. The 3 people divided the work and got busy. However, they didn't know that the place where they stopped was a very dangerous place. The locals didn't dare to come here, and only these ignorant and fearless outsiders entered this area. Brother, someone is clearing the main line we blocked. In a house, a man in a black suit was sitting in a boss chair, which was shaking gently, and the room was air-conditioned. The man, known as the boss, had his hair meticulously groomed by moss. He was tall and strong, very majestic. The man opened his eyes, and there was a deep scar of about 3 centimeters at the corner of his eye, which made his sharp or almost perverted eyes more dangerous. Who is so bold to touch my things? It must be someone from outside the area. I haven't heard of your reputation. Do you want to send a few brothers to take them? The subordinate made a snapping gesture. No, I want to meet them in person. The man got up from the boss chair, and the chair made a slight sound of relaxation as he moved. He walked to the wooden table next to him, and turned off the radio that was playing music. The background music of 9 Swords of Dugu came to an abrupt end. The younger brother, who had a normal face before, suddenly turned pale. Boss, this matter is not worth your effort. Just let our subordinates go, and then the heads will be brought up for you. No. This room is too stuffy. I want to go out for a walk. The subordinate felt that his head was about to split, but seeing that the man was determined to go out, he did not dare to stop him. So he had to make an excuse first. It's too hot outside. Don't you change your clothes? The man looked at his clothes. Yes, he would be sweaty if he went out wearing this, and Nanan would not like it. If Nanan doesn't like it, she will be unhappy. If Nanan is unhappy, he will not be happy either. Let's go change clothes. The man smiled and walked towards his fitting room with a light dance step. The subordinate breathed a sigh of relief and was thinking about how to inform that person as quickly as possible. Today, he led his brothers to rob a batch of supplies, otherwise they would not report the situation directly to the boss. The man went to the fitting room, and the subordinate was about to find someone to inform. But the man came out in less than half a minute. Change. Let's go. The subordinate's cold sweat quickly flowed down. The man did not change clothes at all, but just took off his suit jacket and left a shirt. This way, he would not have any chance to inform, and he was finished. Dead this time. Chapter 167. The man walked out of the room. Outside, there was no air conditioning. The heat wave hit, and a thin layer of sweat instantly appeared on the man's forehead. It was so damn hot. The man ordered his subordinates to prepare his daughter's favorite food. It was expected that the daughter would come back in the evening. When the head and dinner were served, the daughter would definitely be very happy. The man went downstairs happily. Here, this main road was a bit congested, which made it difficult for Lao Chen and Zhou Bai to clean it up, and the way it was blocked was a bit strange, not like a normal road congestion. Liang Shuyu in the car rubbed his temple with his fingertips. Watching the sun, outside was still blazing, squeezing the air into layers of air waves visible to the naked eye. Zhou Bai and Lao Chen were still busy, but Liang Shuyu noticed something wrong. He got out of the car. After leaving the air-conditioned car, he was wrapped in the hot air as if on fire, and beads of sweat flowed down, almost in just 2 or 3 seconds. When Liang Shuyu walked to the congested area, his clothes were soaked. The sun was too strong, and the heat was not like normal weather. Indeed, this was not normal weather. Normal weather would not rain for 60 consecutive days, nor would it be hot enough to melt people during the day and cold enough to make people stiff at night. Liang Shuyu walked to a car that had not been knocked open. The drivers Lao Chen and Zhou Bai saw his actions and stopped their actions of knocking cars to clear the road to avoid accidental injuries. Liang Shuyu opened the driver's door and took a look. Damn, the cars here were blocked here by humans. Go! Liang Shuyu did not have time to explain to Lao Chen and Zhou Bai, and quickly gave them evacuate as quickly as possible, rushed back to his car, started the engine, turned the car around, and left here. However, he was still a step too late. When their 3 cars turned around and went back, they suddenly saw a dozen men in black pants and white clothes at the end of the road, walking towards them in a triangle formation. And a familiar light music suddenly echoed in his ears. Duvujiojian. Maybe Lao Chen and Zhou Bai have never heard this song, but this song is a bit familiar to Liang Shuyu. It instantly reminded him of when he went to the mall to buy things in Shanlan City not long after the power outage. At that time, a perverted performance artist played this background music. Later, the perverted performance artist and the police had a gunfight, and they were able to escape safely without a direct conflict with these people. As the leading man got closer and closer, Liang Shuyu also clearly recognized that it was him. Liang Shuyu didn't think much at all, and didn't hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards those people. Boom! Bang! This was definitely not the sound of Liang Shuyu hitting someone, but a heavy refrigerator fell from the sky and hit the roof of the car led by Liang Shuyu steadily. Looking up, there were people ambushing on the rooftops of the houses on both sides of the street. This was a situation that Liang Shuyu had not noticed at first. Lao Chen and Zhou Bai in the back saw such a big refrigerator falling from the sky, flattening the head of the taxi. The two looked at each other from a distance, and Lao Chen saw shock and fear in Zhou Bai's eyes. However, Lao Chen did not hesitate for too long. He was driving a small truck. Old Chen stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward. However, he had only driven 10 meters when an air conditioner, refrigerator and other things fell from the sky. However, his car was a truck with a sloped front. The refrigerator did not affect his mobility. Old Chen instantly soared to 80 miles per hour and rushed towards the person in front. Zhou Bai was already stupid in the back. His car was a sedan, and he did not dare to rush forward like Old Chen. Otherwise, he would end up like Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu. Zhou Bai looked at Liang Shuyu's car in fear. The huge single-door refrigerator smashed a huge dent on the roof. From Zhou Bai's perspective, it seemed that the main driver had been completely crushed. In this case, is the person inside still alive? Zhou Bai did not dare to imagine. At the same time, Old Chen quickly rushed towards the man in suit pants. The man stood in the middle of the road dully. Everyone else dodged, but he did not move. Old Chen thought it was bad. Suddenly, the man jumped up and climbed onto his windshield. With a snap, Old Chen's sight was split into countless pieces by the cracked glass, and a long hall passed through the hole in the glass. Old Chen jumped out of the car and fled without hesitation. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded. Many knives and tools were directly thrust into his face. Although Old Chen was half crippled, his legs and feet were still very agile. He immediately hid under the car and was stabbed in the calf. Blood flowed down. Old Chen didn't care about so much. After quickly moving under the car, he was surrounded again. This time, Old Chen could only climb the wall to avoid. It was impossible to win against these people face to face. He had no time to think about whether he could win or whether he could go back alive. All his reactions were instinctive. It was at this time that Zhou Bai realized that he should go to help. Zhou Bai stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the people who wanted to catch Lao Chen by the wall. An air conditioner also fell from the sky, but Zhou Bai swerved the steering wheel in panic and actually dodged it. 2 or 3 people didn't expect Zhou Bai to rush over, and were caught under the wheels. Lao Chen got a little space to play. He pulled out 2 small knives on his waist, and subdued the 2 people with a jump. Zhou Bai wanted to step on the accelerator again, but someone smashed the glass, and almost cut his throat. Be careful behind. Zhou Bai was rescued by Lao Chen, and behind Lao Chen, the man in suit pants suddenly appeared. The moment Zhou Bai screamed, he thought Lao Chen was going to die, because he saw the man smile, which was so morbid, like the villain who kills for fun in the movie, Too Scary. Ah! Zhou Bai screamed in horror. However, the man's sick smile was frozen in a blood-spurting picture. It was Liang Shuyu. The man's neck cracked like a roasted volcanic stone sausage. Liang Shuyu's method was fast, ruthless, and full of killing. Moreover, before he subdued this man, he had already subdued 2 traitors nearby. Therefore, he was covered in blood and murderous. Zhou Bai's eyes burst into intense fear, and a sky-breaking scream burned out from his throat. Liang Shuyu, who thought that it would cause fierce resistance from other traitors, found that when the man in suit pants was subdued, another kind of fear was revealed in the eyes of all the remaining people present. Liang Shuyu initially thought that it was his decisive killing skills that shocked these people, but he found that these people were first shocked, then terrified, and finally paralyzed and lost their fighting power. 2 people screamed and ran away. Liang Shuyu didn't know what was going on, but they had to leave here quickly. Chapter 168. Although Lao Chen's leg was injured, fortunately it was not serious. Liang Shuyu took him to jump into Zhou Bai's car, and the 2 fell on the back seat. Zhou Bai immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the 3 people were hit backwards by inertia, and even the door was automatically slammed, and they fled here like flying. Don't go home first, find a place to hide, Liang Shuyu said quickly. Zhou Bai almost rushed to the highway, and his first reaction was to go back. But after Liang Shuyu said that, he realized that he might be followed by others if he went home, and it would be troublesome if he led the enemy to his home. Looking at this group of people, it's not a small battle. Now they killed the other party's boss, and they don't know what consequences it will cause. It's better to be careful. Zhou Bai turned the reverse wheel. He was already 1/3 familiar with the route of this city. He immediately thought of a relatively safe place when he explored the road before, and rushed there with the 2 of them. The wheels rubbed against the ground with a hissing sound. If it was at noon when the sun was at its highest, the tires would probably catch fire directly. Liang Shuyu was in the car helping Lao Chen to urgently treat his wounds. Although Liang Shuyu had considered everything carefully, they were worried that they would be tracked down for revenge. But what Liang Shuyu didn't know was that not long after they escaped, a large force that had been entrenched here collapsed like a dam in a short period of time. Liang Shuyu and his team appeared at a very coincidental time today. Half of the people in this group of forces went out to collect the goods, and among the remaining half, because the younger brothers trusted the big man in suits too much, only 1/3 of this half went downstairs to encircle Liang Shuyu. Therefore, when the traitors came down from the building and witnessed their boss being killed inexplicably, the few survivors who accompanied the man in the suit had already fled and disappeared. Among the 20 or so people who came down, at least 10 of them were frightened to death on the spot when they saw the sausage-like bloody wound on the man in the suit's neck, and then fled from here screaming without hesitation. No one tried to persuade them, because the rest of them just wanted to escape. What should we do? What should we do? We are dead, we are finished. There is no escape. We are all finished. The faces of the remaining few people all showed expressions of fear. The pressure that made them feel so scared was naturally not from the dead man in the suit on the ground, but from another person. That person. Run, let's run together. One of them screamed with his head in his hands, and his panic-stricken eyes wrote the extreme fear in his heart. Escape? Where to? Even if we flee to the ends of the earth, he will kill us. No! I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Another man suddenly screamed nervously. Then he pulled out a knife and stabbed himself resolutely. Stabbing his own stomach, he felt his vitality drain away instantly, and he fell to the ground without any strength. Then he pulled out the knife again and stabbed his waist fiercely. Blood splattered. The others looked at his actions in madness and fear, and no one stopped him. The man who swung the knife became weak in a moment. It's death anyway. It's better to die quickly. What he meant by this was to encourage the others to die with him. Those who didn't escape naturally held a glimmer of hope, because everyone present knew that that person was a lunatic, and escaping meant absolute death. And staying behind might still give them a glimmer of hope, and those who stayed behind held such a lucky mentality. But seeing that his companion resolutely chose to commit suicide, and this companion was one of the people who had worked with that person for a long time, his behavior was enough to show that such a choice was more correct. But death, if you can live, who wants to die? Maybe. In the end, you can survive? Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance? Everyone present held such a lucky mentality. And only the person who died knew that what was waiting for these people would be more terrible than death. Liang Shuyu, Lao Chen and the other three found a place to settle down first. Lao Chen's injury was not a big problem after a simple bandage. Liang Shuyu could only deal with it simply. Fortunately, they had a doctor at home and a full range of medicines, so Lao Chen's injury was not a big deal. They hid there for a while, and when it got dark and they were sure that no one was following them, they found another car and drove towards the highway in a low-key manner. They changed 2 cars on the way because they were worried about being spotted. Finally, they took advantage of the night and sneaked back to the base without even turning on the lights. It was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. The weather was so cold that it made people stiff. Lu Xiaopeng and his team had learned about the situation of Liang Shuyu and others through the intercom, and asked the doctor to prepare early to welcome them back. It was cold and frosty outside. Come in quickly. The clothes of the 3 people were icy cold when they touched them, which made the people who greeted them exclaim in their hearts. The 3 people returned to the double-decker bus one after another. Zhou Bai, who was extremely nervous, relaxed his nerves after seeing his wife Ding Xiaoqin. He almost cried while hugging his wife. Liang Shuyu was a well-educated person. It was not the first time he encountered such a thing. Although this trip was not favorable and very dangerous, fortunately they did not suffer much loss. An Xiaoping and Liang Wenjing hurriedly wrapped Liang Shuyu in a thick quilt to keep him warm. Old Chen was surrounded by doctors and Uncle Chen to treat his wounds. Zhou Bai hugged Ding Xiaoqin tightly and was really scared. Lu Xiaopeng said, "Is it a small and regulated organization?" Liang Shuyu said, "Maybe, but it's strange. They should have more than a dozen people. They even set up an ambush on the top of a nearby building, but only sent a dozen people to encircle us." Liang Wenjing said, "Is it strange that a dozen people are against 3 people? Maybe they just think you have no ability to resist, but they didn't expect to be defeated. But you don't have any supplies on you. Why did they rob you?" Liang Shuyu shook his head and said to Yu Shifeng, "Do you still remember the time we went to the mall?" Liang Shuyu mentioned it, and Yu Shifeng really remembered that time. At that time, they were going to the mall to buy things, but they accidentally encountered an ambush. Someone deliberately wanted to kill people in the mall for fun. Luo Wei and his son were trapped inside. They had already escaped and returned to rescue them. If the police hadn't shown up that time, Luo Wei and his men might have. Wei Youqi also knew these people, so they enjoy killing people? Their purpose is not robbery. And this time, they made a mistake. Liang Shuyu said, "Yes, and after I killed that man, his brothers reacted a little strangely. I was worried that someone would take revenge on me." After Liang Shuyu knocked the man in the suit down, he told everyone the details of the expressions of the thugs next to him. Chapter 169. After hearing this, everyone felt terrified. Combined with the noise Liang Shuyu and his friends heard while hiding in the warehouse, this perverted man in a suit might have a lover. Liang Shuyu and his friends didn't meet this lover this time, probably because he was not there. Combined with the reactions of those younger brothers, it is possible that this person's strength, or some other hobbies, are more terrifying. That's why their reactions are so intriguing. When the boss was killed, their first reaction was not to avenge the boss, but to escape out of fear. So when Liang Shuyu and his friends left, no one came to chase them. You were so careful when you came back, and you changed 2 cars on the way. I don't think the other party can find us. How can it be so easy to find an enemy in such a vast sea of people? In this society, there is no surveillance, No mobile phones, and no photos. Even if someone has seen Liang Shuyu and can describe the appearance of Liang Shuyu and others, how can that person find and recognize Liang Shuyu so quickly? So several people conservatively believe that as long as they left here quickly, they would be safe. Therefore, they could not get off the highway from the city. They had to continue to move forward, go to the city that caught fire, get off the highway from there, bypass the section of the highway that was blocked by landslides, and then continue to Tibet. Because if they went back to find a new highway exit, they might have to go back to Shanlan City. So there was no way to retreat this time, and they had to keep moving forward. Not long after returning to the bus, Liang Shuyu directed everyone to drive away from here overnight to avoid risks. Lao Chen was injured and Zhou Bai was frightened, so Liang Ying and Deng Xiaoqin took over. Deng Xiaoqin was not very good at driving a large truck, so Zhou Bai directed her next to her. In fact, Zhou Bai's condition was okay, but Liang Shuyu was worried that he was too frightened to react quickly, so he insisted on letting Deng Xiaoqin get on. Liang Ying led the car, Liang Wenjing accompanied her. Liang Shuyu could not be in the leading car this time. He had to discuss with Lu Xiaopeng and others in the back, and then analyze the matter this time. In fact, Liang Shuyu and his team were already cautious in clearing the road this time, but they still encountered an accident. It can only be said that in a legal society, there are dangers and traps everywhere. For safety reasons, they have to avoid risks and choose a more conservative path. Just like Liang Shuyu and his team transferred the supplies to Xiaofeng building before, they thought they would always be used, but they didn't expect that the plan could not keep up with the changes. As soon as the sun came out, plague and rumors spread everywhere, and they resolutely left the home where they had lived for more than 10 years. Drifting on this road, like a leaf in the middle of the sea, lonely and helpless. But this evacuation did not make them feel lost. In the face of difficulties, they must make a resolute choice. This was the case before, and it will be even more so in the future. I go with you guys when we get there. You take Lao Chen and Zhou Bai with you. They're both unfamiliar with you. It's too dangerous, Wei Youqi said. When he heard Zhou Bai come back and say that Liang Shuyu was nearly killed by a refrigerator, Wei Youqi was terrified. His father was gone, leaving only his mother. He didn't want his friend who he grew up with to have an accident, so he had to cheer up and not fall behind. Okay. Liang Shuyu agreed. It was my mistake this time. The way the car was parked there was obviously wrong. I didn't even notice it at the time. By the time I realized something was wrong, it was too late. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Yumin said, this can't be considered a mistake. We can only say that we should be more careful next time. Lu Xiaopeng said, yes. Be more careful and cautious. If you encounter something wrong, you should avoid it quickly. Don't be afraid of danger. As long as we react quickly, danger will not reach us. Lu Feng, who was driving, said you are right. Life is about constantly encountering problems and solving them. A life without problems is like a pool of stagnant water, no different from a dead person. Diao listened in the corner and said puzzledly, why do people keep encountering problems? If there are problems, doesn't it mean that there is something wrong? Lu Xiaopeng said, it's just like when you do your homework. If you encounter a question that you can't write, it is a problem. The more you solve, the faster your grades will improve. But you didn't encounter any problems, not because you didn't have any problems, but because you didn't do your homework. Ah? Diao didn't understand. Ha ha ha. Wei Youqi was speechless. You confused the kids. Liang Shuyu said, although this time there was no danger, it fully shows that one person's power is limited after all. Each of you should be alert and observe the abnormal movements around you. One more pair of eyes means one more guarantee. Everyone in the car responded. Because they only had dry food for the day, and Xiaoping made them hot meals. They chatted while eating and soon arrived at the exit of the highway. They camped 1 kilometer away from the highway to rest. Driving at night is too conspicuous, and without turning on the lights, it is impossible to explore the road. The dark city is not as bright as the once brightly lit metropolis. Now, as long as you don't turn on the lights, it will be dark when you go out. Especially in the second half of the night, there were no stars in the sky, and it was pitch dark. So we still rested at night, and had to wait until dawn tomorrow to go out and explore. The night was too cold. At least Liang Shuyu arranged for the night watchers to sit in the front and back cars, but this was a bit inhumane. Therefore, Chen Baoyi and Dang Lingxiang, who were on night watch tonight, were still in the double-decker bus, supervising each other and ensuring that they did not fall asleep, and just keeping an eye on the surrounding movements at any time. The rest of the people fell asleep one after another. There were quilts and quilts. There were more than 20 people in a car. There was no heating, but it was still warm. Qinboi slept in the corner. She was not good at communicating with others, and Dang Lingxiang looked so elegant and noble, like a rich lady. It seemed that Qinboi could not fill the gap in 3 lifetimes. She only leaned on the window in the corner, looking at the bright starry sky with a pair of eyes, and the even breathing of everyone in the car was in her ears. She had never gone out and slept with so many people before. Although it has been a day or two, I am still very uncomfortable. Dang Lingxiang was also looking at the stars. I always thought that there were no stars in coastal cities, but it turns out that they are just covered by the light of the lights. Dang Lingxiang seemed to be talking to herself. Qinboi did not speak. As time passed, the fog on the window gradually turned into a thin frost. It was so cold that Qinboi wanted to hide her head in the quilt. Her nose was frozen, and it was difficult to breathe. The air she breathed in was completely cold. Her lips were too dry, but unfortunately, she didn't have lipstick. When I left, I didn't expect that this thing could be used, and I forgot to bring it. There is a light, Dang Lingxiang suddenly whispered. She got out of bed, leaned over the glass on the other side and looked back, then used the telescope to take a closer look. There are lights, a car is coming. Dang Lingxiang shouted hurriedly, and woke up her husband and Liang Shuyu, who were sleeping soundly. When the others heard a car is coming, they all woke up from their beds, and they didn't even have time to put on their coats, but reflexively picked up the waste bag and weapons under the pillow. Chapter 170. Everyone has a basic waste bag, which contains a day's worth of food, medicine, masks, etc. The waste bag and weapons must be placed next to the pillow closest to them before going to bed. The first thing everyone does after getting up is to carry the waste bag and weapons. People like Liang Shuyu don't take off their waste bags when they sleep at night, and put their weapons in the most convenient place. Sometimes they hear noises in the middle of the night, and their first reaction after waking up is to grab weapons. At this time, hearing Dang Lingxiang shouting, most of the people in the car woke up instantly. Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng and others woke up first. They leaned over the window to check the gradually larger light spot behind them. Liang Shuyu's mind was running fast with the response plan. Turn on all the lights, quickly. After a few seconds of reaction time, Liang Shuyu immediately gave the order. Then the drivers in charge of their own vehicles. The first response was to turn on the lights according to Liang Shuyu's order. Liang Ying didn't even have time to put on her coat. After Lu Feng started the double-decker bus and turned on the lights, the door opened, and she rushed out. Deng Xiaoqin was a little slower. After all, she was not as accustomed to the influence of Liang Ying, and had a very fast reaction speed. So Zhou Bai rushed out first. After what happened today, Zhou Bai's nerves were very tense. At this time, when encountering such a situation, the heart was about to jump out. Several drivers returned to their positions, started the engine, turned on the headlights, and then fastened their seat belts. They dared not move, and waited for other orders from Liang Shuyu. Among them, except Yu Shifeng, who reacted quickly and put on a coat, the others did not even have time to put on their coats. They ran around outside in the cold, and then got in the car. They were immediately shivering with cold. My fingers were out of control. Liang Wenjing and Deng Xiaoqin, who came later, brought their coats and blankets over, which solved the problem. At this time, Liang Shuyu and his team turned on their headlights. In the quiet and dense darkness, it was like there were a few more suns. The high beams shone, illuminating a small piece of the sky. The vehicles that were driving normally in the back stopped abruptly, and stopped a few hundred meters away. The thick fog at night dispersed the light of the car into groups floating in the air. Liang Shuyu used a telescope to check, and found that there were 3 cars on the other side. Maybe the other side was driving on the road without any scruples, but suddenly found that the headlights were on in front of them, and they were also shocked. From their reaction of stopping, Liang Shuyu judged that these people might just be passing by. Liang Shuyu hurriedly said to Wei Youqi, notify them to turn off the lights and change to right turn signals. Wei Youqi obeyed the order, and ran out of the car to notify them. Soon, the light around dimmed, leaving only yellow dots flashing. Liang Shuyu could see the other party's situation more clearly. Judging from the height of the other party's headlights, there should be 2 trucks and a car. Liang Shuyu was still waiting for the other party's response. Turning on the right turn signal meant letting them pass smoothly, but I don't know if the other party can understand Liang Shuyu's meaning, or the other party understands, but doesn't want to comply, want to rob the thieves, or other intentions. All of these are very likely. Because the other party did not respond for a long time, Liang Shuyu made a gesture to the people in the double-decker bus behind him. It was a gesture of danger and vigilance. All the people in the car immediately became alert. At this time, all of them had put on their coats and stood in the corridor waiting for instructions. Seeing Liang Shuyu's gesture, everyone's weapons were pulled out of the sheath and displayed. Everyone was ready for battle. Even Du Yao and Shen Rui, the two little brats, held two sharp knives in their hands. They looked aggressive, as if they would fight back if the other party rushed over. At this moment, everyone in the car stood on the same line of fate, and everyone bore the same fate, especially for the doctor's family and Lu Xiaopeng's family. Lu Xiaopeng was familiar with Liang Shuyu, but they had never worked together. Not to mention the doctor's family, they were purely halfway through, and felt that Liang Shuyu was somewhat reliable, so they just wanted to take a ride with Liang Shuyu. At this time, they had to face the same enemy, so naturally, a kind of group cohesion suddenly grew at this moment, and they became a community of destiny. A kind of recognition between groups, a new sense of trust and dependence, was born. Everyone held their breath, waiting for each other's response. Is it a fight or a passing by? The results are completely different. Suddenly, Liang Shuyu found that the high beams of the other three cars were turned off, and the right turn signal was turned on. Everyone in the double-decker bus breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that the other party did not want to conflict with them. But Liang Shuyu did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he said to everyone, "Stay highly alert." Everyone thought that if the other party wanted to rob them, they might do it on purpose, so everyone held their breath and dared not relax at all. About a minute later, the three cars over there started and slowly drove towards the side. Liang Shuyu, Lu Xiaopeng and several other men walked out of the car and surrounded the car. As the three cars of the other side got closer and closer, everyone's heart was in their throat. Xiao Duya even imagined that if they rushed to the car, she would climb onto the upper bed and use the geographical advantage of the upper bed to hit a place. Although she was still a child, she felt that she had this kind of courage and courage. If she didn't have it, she had to have it. The vehicle approached, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, three cars passed by them. Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, Lu Xiaopeng and others stood outside the car, looking at the three people in the driver's seat. The three people driving the other side were all middle-aged men. There were women and children on the co-pilot seat, and it looked like 3 to 4 families. A truck, a car, and an off-road vehicle. It was unclear how many people were in the car. However, Liang Shuyu and others also saw deep vigilance in the eyes of these people. The other party passed by them without any danger, as if they were also afraid of a conflict with Liang Shuyu and others. After slowly driving through this section of road, the other party accelerated the accelerator, and quickly disappeared from the sight of Liang Shuyu and others. However, Liang Shuyu did not relax his vigilance. He asked several drivers to start the engine and retreated with everyone to the highway intersection 1 kilometer away, and restationed deep into the highway intersection, almost to the toll station. 2 more people were left to guard the second half of the night. This allowed everyone to continue to rest. When they're out, they must not take it lightly and must not be in a passive position. If they still stay in the same place, if the other party goes away and sneaks back, then they will be very passive. Changing position. Even if they are in a defensive position, they have more initiative. It's cold at night. After waking up once, some people can't sleep. The mental pressure has increased, and the nerves are almost tense during the days on the road, especially after Liang Shuyu and others had an accident today. Let those who were once content with their own corner realize that the imbalance of order has caused the real world to no longer be the world they once knew, and they must cheer up and re-recognize the new world. Chapter 171. This new world has no order. Weapons are power, people are power, and materials are power. In the early morning, before dawn, cotton-like snowflakes floated in the sky. It's getting colder and colder. Every day is colder than the day before. The environment seems to be getting worse and worse, getting colder at night and hotter during the day. If you don't pay attention, you will get sick and catch a cold. Luckily, they have a doctor in the car, Enshin Bo, an old Chinese medicine doctor. He can help them make judgments and make some preparations. He can also use the existing Chinese medicine to help them boil some soups to drive away the cold and avoid the heat, reducing the possibility of them getting sick. In the cold early morning, even Aunt Xiaoping, who is diligent, doesn't want to get up from the warm bed. They decided to wait until the sun is bigger before going out. It was not until 9:30 in the morning, after the sun came out for a long time, that the air warmed up. As soon as they opened the car door and got out, the cold air was still sweeping outside. Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying looked at the ground. Did it snow last night? There was a thin layer of frost on the black asphalt road. According to Liang Ying's daily observation, After the sun came out at around 9 o'clock, the frost on the ground should have melted completely, and only water could be seen on the ground, not frost, but there was still frost this morning. This can only mean that the temperature at dawn today was lower than the previous 2 days. And judging from the distribution of the frost on the ground, it might have snowed. And Xiaoping really couldn't see these details, but she knew that Liang Ying's observation ability had always been very strong. When it rained before, Liang Ying could judge the time by the weather changes outside. But she couldn't see anything. So Liang Ying's words made her believe it without a doubt. If it snows, what does it mean to us? Liang Ying shook her head. I don't know. She looked at the sky. After the sun came out, the sky was pure white, not blue, not gray, and no beautiful morning glow, only a piece of empty pure white. It was like a piece of white paper, and also like a pure white science laboratory with no boundaries. It gave people a very empty and ignorant feeling. There was no information in this sky. There was not even a cloud in the sky. Or rather, there were clouds, but the sky was too white, so the clouds could not be seen. Teacher Ding also came out in neat clothes, and went to the car with Aunt Xiaoping to get things. They were going to prepare breakfast. Teacher Ding pushed Liang Ying. Sister Ying, we have to drive. Go and rest. We can do it here. Liang Ying and Aunt Xiaoping used to be the kitchen logistics, and later Teacher Ding filled Liang Ying's position. Now Liang Ying has been assigned to the position of driver, so she can ignore the cooking. I don't have much to do, so I help you guys. Liang Ying smiled and helped Teacher Ding, and the others moved the gas tanks and other things off the truck. Annie Xiaoping and Teacher Ding didn't stop them anymore. It was good to have one more person to chat with. How is your injury? In the bus, Liang Shuyu asked about Lao Chen's injury. Lao Chen said, it's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Liang Shuyu was very satisfied with Lao Chen's performance yesterday. I remember the last time I went to see a doctor with Lao Chen. Lao Chen easily read his eyes, and this time, if Lao Chen hadn't taken the initiative, Liang Shuyu would have had a hard time turning the tables later. Zhou Bai is actually not bad, but he is not experienced enough. I believe that next time he encounters a similar situation, he can overcome the panic and fear in his heart and quickly get together with Liang Shuyu. Maybe Lao Chen can be used as a main combat force after training. After chatting with Lao Chen for a while, Liang Shuyu went to ask Zhou Bai and also visited Luo Juanxuan's injuries. Luo Juanxuan's wound is relatively deep, and he did not have stitches, so he recovered slowly. But it is also a good thing that it did not get worse. There are too many people in the car, and Liang Shuyu sometimes finds it difficult to take care of everyone. As the captain of this team, he not only has to command the whole team, but also has to appease and understand everyone's mentality to grasp the situation of these people in the team. Maybe it was after what happened last night that Liang Shuyu clearly felt that a new cohesion had emerged in the team. In the past, although they were a team, they were more of a family unit. For example, if they chatted, it was mostly internal chats between families, and it was rare for everyone to chat together. Even when eating, they stood alone as a family unit, seemingly united but not in spirit. However, this morning, Liang Shuyu felt a new force connecting all the members. The team members began to break the family boundaries, focus on other members, and trust Liang Shuyu's emotions more. The enthusiasm of Deng Lingxiang, Deng Xiaoqin, Teacher Ding and others made Liang Shuyu embarrassed. Since he got on the road, Liang Shuyu seemed to have become a person more introverted, less talkative, and more difficult to reveal his inner thoughts. He had to put himself in the position of a captain, assigning tasks and positions to everyone, and it seemed that he was given a layer of authority. Even Liang Shuyu noticed that Liang Shuyu seemed to be a little further away from her. This new power also made Liang Shuyu come down from that high and empty place, becoming more down-to-earth and more harmonious with everyone. Who are going out today? Deng Xiaoqin asked beside him while eating. Liang Shuyu said, me, Wei Youqi, Zhou Bai. The rest of the people will stay where they are. Deng Xiaoqin nodded, yeah. She nudged her husband, be smarter. Zhou Bai nodded quickly, I was also very smart yesterday. It was obvious that he had forgotten that he was scared and pale yesterday, and couldn't react for a long time. Everyone couldn't help laughing. After Liang Shuyu and his friends finished eating, it was time for other people on guard to eat. After everyone finished breakfast, Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi, and Zhou Bai drove away from the vicinity of the highway toll station, leaving Yu Shifeng, Liang Wenjing and others at home to stay alert. Liang Shuyu was more experienced this time than last time. Although Lao Chen didn't come, some of Lao Chen's experience had been learned. Their vehicles traveled through the city. Since it was hot outside, most families did not have air conditioning. This kind of weather alone could kill people. So there were a lot of vehicles traveling in the city. So far, vehicles should be the only common mobile tool that can generate electricity with oil, use air conditioning, and charge electronic devices. So many people who have mastered the ignition skills will prepare 1 or 2 vehicles for their families. It was not uncommon for Liang Shuyu and his vehicles to travel through the city. There were almost no pedestrians walking alone on the streets, only vehicles. The roads in this city were relatively wide, and Liang Shuyu and his team found a new highway intersection in almost no time, and the situation they imagined that the city residents would be more emotionally turbulent did not happen. Except for the fact that Zhou Bai's car suddenly failed to brake when he was driving, and it was on a downhill section at the time. Zhou Bai accidentally drove into a corpse pit. No other accidents occurred. Chapter 172. Zhou Bai's car slid into the corpse pit. He didn't notice it at first. He was driving a large truck, which had blind spots. After the car stopped, he opened the door and was about to get out. But he found a pile of rotting corpses under his feet, flies hovering in the air, white worms crawling on their bodies, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. As if they had noticed Zhou Bai, the stranger, the white maggots raised their proud little heads and looked up. Zhou Bai was completely disgusted and almost vomited the food he had eaten in the morning. The maggots may have thought that Zhou Bai was a living person and was not in their food range. They lowered their heads without interest and continued to crawl on the rotting corpses. They got into some rotten cracks. Don't move yet. Liang Shuyu drove over. If he didn't say anything, Zhou Bai wouldn't dare to move. Half of the car was stuck in this big pit. If you want to get out normally, you have to step on these corpses. Zhou Bai definitely doesn't want to do this. Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi drove a car each. They opened the car window. Liang Shuyu looked at the situation in front and said to Zhou Bai, "Put on a mask and climb out from above. It should be okay." Zhou Bai nodded. Then Liang Shuyu and the others also put on masks and drove a little further away from here. It was a hot day, and there were a pile of corpses. The smell around here was terrible, even more disgusting than the smell of a month-old smelly socks mixed with durian heated in a microwave. Zhou Bai put on a mask and climbed out from the roof. The sun was like a natural oven, so these things piled here were disgusting. Even with a mask, the pungent smell was inevitably inhaled into Zhou Bai's nose. He could even feel the germs growing on the corpse being sucked into his stomach through the air, and then invading his internal organs. As if it was a psychological effect, he felt more and more that some disgusting germs and plague were growing here, and then his body instinctively rejected them. He even felt the foreign objects in his nose that were exhaled with the air. Jumping off the truck, Zhou Bai quickly fled to another place, quickly took off his mask and threw it away, and put on a new mask. The whole person was bathed in the dazzling and poisonous eyes, and felt that the sun at this time was so kind. Liang Shuyu jumped out of the car, took out the alcohol spray, and disinfected Zhou Bai's whole body. When mixed with the smell of alcohol, Zhou Bai felt a strong desire to vomit, and he could no longer control it, and vomited against the wall. He did not look carefully, but the wet, wriggling white maggots in the corpse pool, like a pot of hot rice made of leftovers, the rotten and colorful picture clearly emerged in his mind. A magnifying glass with adjustable focus appeared in his mind. He even imagined the scenes that were not clear at first, and recalled those disgusting scenes clearly. Too disgusting. Zhou Bai had vomited so much that his intestines were about to fall out. Wei Youqi felt very distressed. Liang Shuyu held his forehead. "Zhou Bai, you will drive Wei Youqi's car later, and isolate it first." Zhou Bai, who was vomiting, vomit. The road was passable, and Zhou Bai got in the car after being exposed to the sun for a long time. The three drove to the highway toll station. After Liang Shuyu and others left, Yu Shifeng organized the people in the car to train. Just like when they were at home, they did some basic hand training. In addition to reaction speed, the most critical training item was to seize the opponent's weapons. Although the sun was very strong outside during the day, they lived in an air-conditioned car, and their car was covered with a sunshade, so the temperature was comfortable, and they didn't feel hot when doing some exercises. On the one hand, the training was to enhance their reaction ability, and to exercise everyone's body. It was too easy to get sick with alternating hot and cold weather every day. Proper training can enhance everyone's immunity. The rest of the people trained, and Liang Wenjing and Yu Min, 2 old-timers, were responsible for standing guard. The air was like transparent insects wandering, and the car window glass was so hot that it seemed that it would crack if it was touched lightly. Liang Wenjing and her friends would use sunscreen covers to cover the car engine, tires, and other places during the day. To avoid the tires being directly stuck to the road by the sun like last time, and a large piece of skin was torn off when the car was started, and the tires were damaged, delaying the journey. Sunflower seeds. Yumin had just come up from the car, and Liang Wenjing grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds for her. Where did you get them? Liang Wenjing seldom eats snacks these days. Unlike the beginning of the power outage, Liang Shuyu spoiled her, and his pockets were full of snacks, and they were never the same. She was just like a walking hamster. Later, there were more and more snacks at home, but Liang Wenjing stopped eating them. Chenrui gave them to me. Oh no, to be precise, Chenrui gave them to Duyao, and Duyao wanted to give them to me, so Chenrui gave them to me. Yumin understood this difficult sentence, grabbed a few and started eating them. Aren't these two kids too precocious? Dirty thoughts. Huh? Yumin raised her eyebrows and looked at her. I didn't say anything, you made it up in your mind. That's what you mean. Liang Wenjing hummed and continued to eat melon seeds. Melon seeds, so fragrant. Yumin threw the melon seed shell at her. Liang Wenjing threw it back. Yumin threw it again. Liang Wenjing also threw it. Pa pa pa. There was a sound of someone knocking on the car window, and Lu Xiaopeng appeared outside the window. Liang Wenjing stuck out her tongue towards the window, and refused to open the door for him. Lu Xiaopeng opened his mouth and said something, but he couldn't hear it. Liang Wenjing saw that he couldn't open his eyes due to the sun, so she opened the door. Little boy, what are you doing? Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows. I'm sending food to my two sisters, what else can I do? After that, he took out 2 bags of sucking jelly. It's just 2 bags of jelly, but he wanted to open his mouth to her, his sister? Humph! Dream on! Liang Wenjing ignored him, but Lu Xiaopeng touched her hand with the jelly. Liang Wenjing instantly felt a cold feeling. Ice? Where did it come from? Lu Xiaopeng smiled. I bought a lot of chemicals that can make ice and heat before. And Xiaoping is making ice cream for you over there. Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Wow! Liang Wenjing and Yumin were both shocked. Wow! Can they still eat ice cream? Lu Xiaopeng said, don't be so excited. The conditions are limited. You can only eat yogurt ice cream at most. It's not very cold. I call you when it's ready, otherwise it will melt when you take it out. Wow! Yogurt ice cream is also great. Liang Wenjing thinks Lu Xiaopeng's face looks much cuter. He is a cute little brother. Has anyone ever told you that you are handsome? Lu Xiaopeng hummed. I went to the beauty salon for plastic surgery. The doctor who specializes in plastic surgery said that I have potential. What do you two sisters think? Liang Wenjing said, oh, since others have said so, forget it. Taking the sucking jelly over, Liang Wenjing and Yumin each shared one, and they ate it happily. Ah, that cold and long-lost familiar feeling. It's really wonderful. It's like going back to the time when I was in elementary school many years ago, and I sold a beer bottle that my father drank at home for 1 yuan, and bought the same taste as the want crushed ice. Chapter 173. It's so happy to be alive. It's so delicious. Eating a jelly, the aftertaste is endless, as if the whole world is refreshed. Liang Wenjing can't tell how happy she is. Minmin, do we have jelly too? Liang Wenjing wants to eat more. Yes, Yumin said. Liang Wenjing smacked her lips. I want to eat. If you want to eat, go get it. Liang Wenjing giggled, got out of the car to find Yusher phone for the key, and ran to the truck to search through the boxes, but she didn't find any jelly, but found some bags of potato chips. Liang Wenjing threw 2 bags to the others in the car, and asked them to share, and she and Yumin took 1 bag alone. Then she also found 2 bottles of Coke, and Lu Xiaopeng happened to have ice-making chemicals, so he got 2 bottles of frozen Coke out, but it was not so fast, and it would probably take until the evening to drink, so she could only bear it. But when I think of having cold Kalyuo to drink at night, even if I'm freezing cold, I can't help but drink Kalyuo. I just thought of a hidden danger. When Liang Wenjing went to find something, Yumin suddenly thought of a hidden danger, so she told her, our main supplies are now in 2 large trucks, and there are almost no important supplies in the double-decker bus. If something happens to us, we will be very passive. If they encounter an accident and need to abandon the abandoned vehicle must be a large truck instead of a double-decker bus full of people. This situation will be very disadvantageous for them. The best way is to divide the important supplies into 3 parts, and put them in 3 vehicles to share the risk. Liang Wenjing actually thought of this before, but at that time, the families were newly integrated and not familiar with each other, and they could not store their supplies separately like her family, and Yumin's family without any worries, so she did not mention it. But now that everyone has been out for several days, they are familiar with each other, and have experienced the ups and downs together. They should indeed consider these risks. The two of them got off the car and went to discuss with Lu Xiaopeng, Lu Feng, Yu Shifeng and others. I totally agree. Lu Xiaopeng said, I actually wanted to say this before. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. We are now a team, grasshoppers on the same rope. I agree to do this. Lu Xiaopeng is the family with the most abundant and complete supplies among all the people present. Food, drinks, fuel, daily necessities, sanitary products, medicines, and so on. Not to say that the quantity is far better than Liang Shuyu's family, but at least the quality is definitely more than Liang Shuyu's 3 families. So Lu Xiaopeng agreed. How could the doctor's family not agree? Everyone puts the supplies together, and the one with the least supplies will get the most benefits. Of course, it cannot be said that they are taking advantage, but in fact they are taking advantage. Just like today's jelly, everyone has eaten it. Isn't it taking advantage? Lu Xiaopeng and the doctor's family provided a list. Liang Wenjing, Yumin, and Lu Xiaopeng sorted out the list and divided it into 3 equal parts to ensure that all the materials were relatively complete in each part. In addition, the double-decker bus was a more important vehicle. If an accident occurred, the double-decker bus would definitely be the first to be saved, so the proportion of materials stored here would be heavier. But the sun was very strong during the day, which was not suitable for transferring materials. They added more people to divide the things to be taken out first, and people only needed to operate in the carriage, which could not be seen from the outside. After dark, they quietly moved the things so that it would not easily attract attention. Although there were no people around, we still had to be careful and alert. This was how they were busy until Liang Shuyu and the others came back. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was at its hottest. He had Zhou buy a complete set of clothes and shoes. Liang Shuyu asked them on the intercom to prepare Zhou Bai's things first, put them in bags and put them in the toll station, so that Zhou Bai could change them later. Then he and Wei Youqi arrived first. Zhou Bai parked his car nearby and walked over. He simply washed his body and hair with warm water in the toll station. The water was actually cold water when he went there. It became hot after being exposed to the sun for dozens of minutes. This also involved a lunch break. In order to save gas, An Xiaoping usually dried the water and rice for a while, which could be disinfected and heated, greatly reducing the gas fuel consumed for cooking. If it weren't for the fact that gasoline and other things were toxic when burned, and there was a strong smell, An Xiaoping might have chosen to use gasoline to cook without hesitation. By the way, Zhou Bai changed his clothes, even his shoes, and packed up and threw away all the things he had taken off. Liang Shuyu and his team always do things this way, being careful and cautious, not letting go of any hidden dangers. Liang Shuyu and his team also carried out simple disinfection, disposed of their masks, and stayed outside for a long time before going home for lunch. What's wrong? Did you encounter anything today? Everyone gathered around. Wei Youqi laughed. His brakes failed, and he almost fell into the corpse pit. That scene, that visual impact. Zhou Bai listened to this, and instantly felt that the rice in the bowl was not fragrant, and he had a desire to vomit. Liang Wenjing said, so disgusting. Teacher Ding sat on the lower bunk beside him. I've seen a movie before, called Mermaid in the Sewer, the scene in it. Zhou Bai, shock, don't mention it, he's seen that movie too. When he was young and frivolous, he was still in college at the time, and he made a bet with netizens, and made a picture commentary for the movie. When Zhou Bai thought of the scenes in the movie and the scenes he saw today, he felt a mixture of emotions in his heart, like a tumbling sea. Vomit. He rushed outside again and vomited to death. Disgusting, too disgusting. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed out loud without any image, and was hit on the head by Liang Shuyu. Be careful not to laugh your chin off. Slightly. Pick it up if it falls off. Ha ha ha. Can we eat ice cream now? Chen Rui has been thinking about the little popsicle made of yogurt for a long time. Eat, 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 I want to eat it too. Eat ice cream. Liang Wenjing shouted. And ice cream? Liang Shuyu, Wei Youqi and others were surprised. It's made with yogurt and raisins, so delicious. Although she hadn't eaten it yet, Liang Wenjing could already imagine the taste. Seeing everyone missing it so much, An Xiaoping took out the ice cream she had frozen today. Of course, they didn't have a mold for ice cream, so they just used an iron basin, poured yogurt, mixed some raisins, and put a layer of ice-making chemicals into it. After freezing for several hours, the ice cream was still soft because the effect of the ice-making agent was far from that of a refrigerator. They could only use a spoon to scoop 2 spoonfuls for each person and eat it with a bowl. But even so, even Deng Lingxiang, who never liked to eat snacks, couldn't help but eat 2 spoonfuls. Eating ice cream on a hot day is really delicious. Chapter 174. Next time, they can make it at night, and with the help of the night weather, they will definitely be able to freeze the ice cream into hard strips. In addition to ice cream, there are also ice qualuo. Everyone gets a cup. There are a lot of people, more than 20 people, so everyone can only get a small cup. At this time, everyone is not so polite, unlike the previous family gatherings, when the adults would say this carbonated drink is not good for the body, and then say they want tea or boiled water. At this time, qualuo is so precious, even if the adults don't drink it, they will give it to their children. For example, Chenrui got 2 cups, and his brother was a little more powerful, and got 3 cups. Seeing this scene, Wei Yochi couldn't help but sigh. I still remember when I was in elementary school, I ate bo bing with my deskmate. When we had the last few pieces, we did it like this. We divided a bo bing into several pieces, and ate them several times. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed. I really think I have done this. Chunji said, I suspect you are spying on me. Lu Xiaopeng snorted disdainfully, I'm not like you. I usually buy boxes and boxes. In the end, if I can't finish it, I will share it with my classmates. Everyone, shock. Too much. Everyone laughed, Yumin said. We redistributed everyone's supplies today. After all the supplies were gathered together, they were redistributed to 3 vehicles in proportion. Everything has been sorted out. What time will we start moving tonight? Lu Feng had already told Liang Shuyu about this on the intercom. We will move it in a while, and we will leave after moving it. We will not stay here tonight. Everyone thought so. They had planned to cross the city at noon, but after Liang Shuyu and his team explored the city, they found that there were more cars in the city, so it would not be a big problem to cross in the afternoon. And he didn't want to stay here for too long, so as not to have more trouble. So everyone chatted and quickly packed up their things. It took about 20 minutes to redistribute and move the materials. They were all sorted before, so they moved quickly and only consumed some physical strength. Everyone was so tired that they were out of breath. Liang Shuyu nodded and assigned the rotating drivers. Everyone drove away, once again embarked on a new journey. Liang Shuyu was in the co-pilot of the leading car. The roads were all explored by them. Basically, they could enter the new highway by the shortest route. With a team like them with 2 trucks and a double-decker bus, they were still quite conspicuous when walking in the city. However, if it was a small scattered group, they usually didn't dare to attack them. Traveling through the city, Liang Shuyu and others were all highly alert. Everyone in the bus was not sitting in the air conditioning, but had drawn the curtains to cover the inside tightly. A pair of eyes hovered in the gap, vigilantly observing the scene outside. There were eyes all around, and if there was any strange behavior, they would report it to Liang Shuyu and others through the intercom. There is a black car following us from behind, and there are about 5 people in the car. We can't tell whether the other vehicles are in the same group, so turn a corner to test it. Yumin said on the intercom. Liang Shuyu received the information in front, and he turned a corner in front to test the route they had explored. Yumin and others lay at the end of the bus and found that the black car was still following them, while the other vehicles changed the road, confirming that only the 5 people in the black car were following them. There is a black car following us, Yumin confirmed to Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu said, don't worry about it, let's go to the highway and see. So, they got to the highway, and the black car followed them all the way, but it seemed that they had no intention of taking action, just following them not too far away. Liang Shuyu and others drove into the highway section and passed the toll station. This section of the road had been explored before, so there was no problem. However, the 2 black cars still followed them, with no intention of stopping at all. Could they have an ambush? Otherwise, there were only 5 people in their car, and they could not beat Liang Shuyu and his 20 or so people. It is not impossible to set up an ambush on the highway section. Recently, many teams will try to drive away from these cities to find mountainous areas or places where they can farm. Especially in coastal cities, there are many non-local populations, and many people will return to their hometowns after getting a car to reunite with their relatives. Liang Shuyu and his team passed by many convoys on the highway, but usually during the day. They only encountered them at night, such as last night. Most of them did not want to have conflicts. So setting up an ambush on the highway is definitely a good idea. Liang Shuyu was alert and looked around anxiously. There is a reflection on the road ahead. There may be a roadblock. It looks like glass shards. Wei Yochi was also in the leading car. He stretched his head out. The reflection was in the turning area of the highway corridor. If you don't pay attention, you will be hit. It is difficult to see. Glass shards. There is indeed an ambush. They were careless. They only checked the toll station section, but did not check the section from the toll station to the highway. I didn't expect that there would be an ambush here. I just don't know if this group of people have been ambushing here, or have they been eyeing them for a long time. These people must have been lying in ambush here for a long time. You men, the few people behind are in your hands. Can you handle them? Liang Shuyu asked you men on the intercom. The last double-decker bus is relatively high, and they had formulated a strategy before. As long as they found that they were being followed, you men and Liang Wenjing were good at darts, so they would climb to the roof and punish the followers from a high place. Yu Shifeng was in the second to last car, so Yu Shifeng could also be responsible for helping you men and the others to clean up the mess. 3 or 5 people were not a big problem for long-range shooters, like you men and the others. Okay. You men answered concisely. Very good, the few people behind are in your hands. We may have been ambushed, and there are people blocking us in front. I will stop the car now, and make a quick decision. Bang. Soon, Liang Ying in the leading car stepped on the brakes, and Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi also got off the car quickly, and Liang Ying stayed in the car. Liang Shuyu told everyone to prepare for battle on the intercom. Here, you men and Liang Wenjing climbed onto the roof of the double-decker bus through the second floor. The sun was very strong up there, and even when they stepped on the roof through their shoes, they could feel the extremely hot temperature. The black car behind them didn't expect them to stop suddenly, because according to the general idea, they would rush directly through the glass shards to try to throw off the pursuers behind them. Of course, doing so would definitely lead to a more difficult dead end, because they had set up an absolutely impassable roadblock 200 meters ahead, and their people were also ambushed around it. Chapter 175. Who would have thought that this group of people would stop so early? However, the people in the black car were not surprised, because they had experienced such things before. Liang Wenjing and you men were lying on the roof of the car, in the blind spot of the black car driver. They could only see the 4 cars in front of them stopped, but they didn't see anyone, so they didn't move yet, but waited for the people in front to join them. However, they wanted to wait, but Liang Wenjing wouldn't let them wait. You men took out a small crossbow, which was about the length of an arm, well made, and loaded with a special metal bullet. This was their secret weapon. Lu Xiaopeng spent a high price to buy it from various channels and batches, and assembled it himself. You men loaded a metal bullet, which was thicker than 2 thumbs, and the length of a little finger. You men fired 2 bullets in succession at the 2/4 corner of the opposite glass corner, the easiest place to break. The windshield on the opposite side cracked after resisting the first metal bullet. When the second metal bullet hit it, the glass shattered, revealing several terrified faces inside. Liang Wenjing swung the knife twice, piercing the center of the driver's and co-driver's heads. Hee, I haven't been lazy recently, my left hand has also been well trained. This incident happened in just half a minute, and 2 of the 5 men were killed. The 3 men behind were so frightened that they completely lost their sense of place. Because they were afraid of being killed, they opened the car door and escaped from inside. However, they probably didn't react that they were facing 2 long-range players. When all 3 people escaped, Yu Min's 2 flying knives and Liang Wenjing's 1 flying knife flew out at the same time. Because they were escaping, for the sake of being conservative, the flying knives only stabbed their bodies and were not fatal. However, the 3 people still fell down, and blood flowed out. All 5 fell. Liang Wenjing added 2 more knives, making the 2 who moved more violently completely motionless, and the other one who was stabbed in the neck was still struggling, twitching and crying. It took them only 3.5 minutes to deal with these 5 people. At the same time, when the 7 or 8 people who were waiting for Liang Shuyu in front rushed over, they found that their 5 companions had been dealt with, and it was a completely crushing way. At this time, Liang Shuyu and Wei Youqi stood on both sides of the car. Yu Shifeng, Lao Chen, Zhou Bai, Lu Feng and others came to the front, and Liang Wenjing and Yu Min jumped from the double-decker bus to the large truck in front. The 2 stood on the roof of the car, holding a small crossbow and a flying knife in their hands, which immediately made the 8 people who ran over retreat. Liang Wenjing snorted. Last time we got a lot of gains on the Nansha Bridge, but I didn't have enough fun. You are not allowed to snatch it from me this time. Wei Youqi replied below. It depends on who moves faster. We each get 1. The other party heard it, and thought that these little brats were really fucking rampant. But their small team still stopped 100 meters away, and they looked afraid of the small crossbow in Yu Min's hand, and did not move forward for the time being. At this time, the doctor, the old man, Luo Wei, Luo Junxian, and others in the rear all got off the car with weapons in their hands. When they came out and joined Liang Shuyu and others, it was 10 people against 7 or 8 people. The other party saw that there were still shadows in the car. Even if it was full of women and children, the two women on the roof with crossbows and flying knives were not something they could afford to mess with. As long as they dared to rush over, the two women in the car would attack them. This place was a high-speed curve, and the other party occupied the commanding heights, which was simply too advantageous. The leader of the 7 or 8 people saw this, and had no room for a comeback. He could only reluctantly give up the 5 brothers, and raised his hands, like surrender, indicating that they were willing to admit defeat. Of course, now they had a safe distance of 100 meters. If Liang Shuyu and others wanted to deal with them, it would not be so easy. They did this because they didn't want the conflict to continue. Liang Shuyu received the message, and waved his hand to agree. The few people over there moved to the side. Liang Shuyu ordered people to sweep away the glass shards on the road ahead. Liang Wenjing and others still occupied the high ground. When Lu Xiaopeng saw that there was no chance for the crowd to fight, he ran to the back and picked up a few knives and the precious metal bullets that he had obtained with great difficulty. The 2 bullets flew a little far, and he had to climb over the fence to pick them up. It was really difficult for a little fat man like him. Liang Shuyu and others drove away slowly. The 8 people also stood there with their hands raised. 200 meters ahead, they saw a roadblock. Several men went down to move the roadblock away. Liang Wenjing and Yu Min kept supervising the men to stay still. When they got on the highway smoothly, they saw a temporary living shed near the highway intersection. However, they drove past here quickly, and they knew that there would be no important supplies in it. This kind of place is not suitable for living at night. It will be freezing. After safely leaving the highway intersection, Liang Wenjing and Yu Min turned over and returned to the car. Wow! It was so scary just now. Feeling the atmosphere around her become relaxed, Du Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She even imagined that she would go out to kill the enemy, using the flying knife skill she just learned during the day, wondering if she could subdue an enemy. However, she couldn't imagine what it would feel like to put her knife into someone else's body. Sister Wenjing said that it was not scary, and it was quite novel, but Sister Yu Min said that there would be an unimaginable psychological burden. The car left here smoothly, and after 2 or 3 kilometers, everyone was completely relaxed. The adults also chatted easily. It was really dangerous just now, but I didn't expect you 2 girls to be so skilled. You solved 5 men in 2 strokes. I didn't even see how you did it. Lu Feng really admired it. At that time, they were being followed by a black car. Liang Shuyu said on the intercom that there were roadblocks and ambushes ahead. He was really scared and his legs went weak. He had been a brain-powered person all his life and had never thought that one day he would have to rely on force to protect himself. When he thought about holding a weapon and pointing it at the enemy, and the enemy's knife was also pointed at him, he felt confused and ignorant. Yes, the 2 sisters are so amazing. Qinrui said, if we practice every day according to the method taught by Uncle Yu, will we be so amazing in the future? Liang Wenjing knocked on his head. Of course, I didn't know anything at the beginning, but after practicing for a month or 2, I could reach this level. However, I am smarter and more hardworking. I don't know if you can do it. Yu Min laughed, shameless. Isn't it? I am very talented. Liang Wenjing retorted angrily. Chapter 176. Sister is awesome. Sister is the best. Qinrui and Du Yao, 2 little flatterers, said so. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed with her hands on her hips. Sure enough, she is still very popular in the team. Look, Qinrui and Du Yao, 2 little brats, follow her lead. Lu Xiaopeng was watching from the side, and was amazed. I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Liang Wenjing was angry. Huh? What did you say? Say it again? Lu Xiaopeng said, Sister Wenjing is invincible and beautiful. She is simply my #1 idol. My admiration for you is just like the endless Yangtze River, surging and unstoppable. So can you take down the knife? Liang Wenjing touched the sharp tip of her knife. Since you helped me pick up the flying knife, I will let you go for the time being. Young man, you must learn to judge the situation and don't be ungrateful. Ha ha ha. Those who understood laughed so hard that tears came out. And Xiaoping scolded, be careful with the knife, it's so sharp, what if it hurts someone? Liang Wenjing said, I was just thinking, some of the knives here are not very sharp, don't you have a high-end whetstone? I go get it and use it. Lu Xiaopeng hurriedly went to find the whetstone. Just tell me, you need to do it yourself, I bring it to you. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjing laughed so hard that her legs split. This little fat guy is so funny. So they found the whetstone again, and updated the weapons of everyone in the car. The knife must be sharp. How can you fight if it's not sharp? The whole car was laughing. the sky gradually darkened, and they pulled over to the side of the road to rest for 30 minutes. After dinner, they continued on the road and headed to western Tibet. They were about to cross the Fuwan Bridge. When it was just getting dark, they used a telescope to confirm the safety of the bridge deck, and then they passed the bridge smoothly. After crossing this bridge, they arrived in Zhaoqing. They took a detour here, so they had to take the Zhaoqing-Huxijiang Bridge in the north, and board the Erguang Expressway from the Pearl River Delta Ring Expressway. After dark, the drivers took turns, and continued to move forward on the road. Tonight seemed to be colder than last night. Liang Wenjing covered herself with 2 quilts last night, which was just right. At night today, the 2 quilts were so light that they didn't keep her warm at all. Her hands and feet were frozen, and she couldn't warm up for a long time. "Is it colder tonight than last night?" Liang Wenjing said. "Sister, do you need to say this? Didn't you notice that there was a thin frust on the glass at 9 o'clock? Lu Xiaopeng said. Liang Wenjing looked back at the glass, and it was true. The previous few days, it was late at night, and the windows only frosted at dawn. Today, it was only a little after 9 or 10, and the glass was already frosted. It was so hot during the day, but so cold at night. This weather must be weird. But the weather problem is old news, and no longer surprising. Everyone knows that there is something wrong with the sun. In short, there is something wrong with nature. This is why they want to go to western Tibet to take refuge. Just think about it. If they still stay at home now, how cold it will be, how hot it will be during the day. Don't even mention air conditioning. Even if there is no electric fan, they will probably be killed by the heat. Minmin, let's sleep together. It's really too cold. Liang Wenjing crawled into Yumin's bed. They were already wearing a lot of clothes when they slept, and they were covered with thick quilts. The bed in the car was very small, and it was very uncomfortable to sleep together. But there was no way, it was too cold. There were only so many quilts in the car, and it was good enough for each person to get 2 quilts. If there were no more, sleeping with Minmin, there would be 4 quilts for the 2 of them. Wouldn't it be wonderful? You are so cold, Yumin exclaimed. Liang Wenjing even leaned over with her hands and feet. Yes, I am so cold. The 2 hugged each other for a while, and they really felt much warmer. Except that the quilts on their bodies were too heavy, everything seemed perfect. After a while, an hour later, everyone in the car fell asleep, and only the drivers were still working hard in the middle of the night. The quilt on the co-pilot slipped down a little, so Liang Shuyu pulled the quilt for Liang Ying. The car was heated, but it was still freezing cold. The car window had to be opened a little to prevent the windshield from fogging up. The cold wind blew on the top of the head, and it was a headache even with 2 layers of hats. With a thick scarf wrapped around his neck, it was even more difficult to turn around. His hands and feet were so cold that he could hardly feel them. There was heavy fog on the highway, and the visibility was less than 20 meters with the high beam on. Liang Shuyu was almost driving blindly. He was a novice, not an experienced driver. The road was slippery, so Liang Shuyu had to be extremely alert and dared not slack off, because there might be a car parked in the middle of the highway at any time. With such low visibility, and in the dark night, it was too easy to hit it. In fact, Liang Shuyu had hit it several times, so the front of his car had been dented a lot. Fortunately, he didn't drive fast at night, only about 50 to 60 miles per hour, so it didn't cause a big impact. Driving in this environment is still very dangerous, especially for a novice like Liang Shuyu. After leaving Dongguan, they should continue driving during the day and rest at night, which is relatively safe. But it is too cold tonight. Liang Shuyu's fingers have no feeling at all. The bottle of mineral water that Liang Ying helped him get for warmth has already cooled down, but he doesn't want to wake Liang Ying up to get him another bottle. Pa pa pa. It was the sound of something hitting the roof of the car. Liang Shuyu thought there was something wrong with the car at first, until the popping sound became more and more frequent, until small pieces of white things hit his windshield. Liang Shuyu realized that it was hailing. Huh? What happened? Liang Ying was awakened from her sleep by the sound of hail. Liang Shuyu said, "It's hailing." Liang Ying was startled and lost all her sleepiness. She sat up suddenly, and felt a chill on her back after leaving the chair. "It's hailing?" She leaned over the windshield and saw small hailstones, as big as beans falling from the sky, and onto their car. Then the hailstones got bigger and bigger, gradually becoming the size of a tea egg. One by one, they hit the roof of the car, crackling and roaring. "It's hailing. What the hell is this weather?" The voice of Lu Xiaopeng came from the intercom. Liang Shuyu picked up the intercom, pressed the button with some difficulty, and said, "Why are you still awake?" "I was woken up by the hailstones," Lu Xiaopeng replied. Deng Xiuqin's voice came from the intercom. This weather is too weird. The temperature is 40 or 50 degrees during the day, and hail falls at night? I even suspect that a volcano erupted somewhere, causing nature to lose balance. Chapter 177. Don't tell me, the Yellowstone volcano in Gale Country could really erupt. Don't talk about that, it's scary. Deng Xiaoqin said. Lu Xiaopeng said, don't worry so much, you must have read too many marketing accounts. Even if the Yellowstone volcano erupts, it won't affect us in Asia. At most, a quarter of Gale Country's territory will be gone, and the volcanic ash won't fly to us in Asia. The only thing to worry about is the environmental imbalance caused by the volcanic eruption and the series of catastrophic consequences it brings. Yes, I suddenly found that the weather has been very strange since the power outage. Do you think the Yellowstone volcano has really? Hey, stop talking, it's scary. Deng Xiaoqin stopped him. If the Yellowstone volcano erupts, doesn't it mean that humans will become extinct? Will it? Will it? Deng Xiaoqin doesn't know. She never pays attention to these things. At this moment, she regrets why she studied business management. If she had known earlier, she should have become a scientist. At least when she fell to this day, she would have a sense of propriety. Zhou Bai comforted her. Don't be scared by him, he's always talking nonsense. Lu Xiaopeng yelled in the intercom. I heard everything. How could I talk nonsense? If I hadn't prepared supplies in advance, our whole family would have starved to death. Zhou Bai said, Yes, I just comforted your aunt. Lu Xiaopeng sighed, my premonition is really accurate. I bought that crossbow originally to fight zombies. Who would have thought that it would be really used today? What do you think? Liang Shuyu was speechless. I can only say 666. After the chat, Deng Xiaoqin sighed. Those two girls are really amazing, they have a strong psychological quality. Zhou Bai said, Indeed, when Liang Shuyu and I went out that day, I saw that more than a dozen people suddenly appeared on the other side, and my legs were so scared that they went limp. Not to mention the situation today, two girls climbed onto the roof of the car, and killed 5 big men in a few strokes. After they were done, they could chat and eat with them without feeling anything. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Knowing that they were forced to do this, but seeing that the two girls were so skilled, who wouldn't feel distressed and scared. Zhou Bai felt that he, a big man, was useless. He couldn't even compare to the two girls. Deng Xiaoqin said, it was they who did it on the Nansha Bridge. I feel like we are lagging behind. Zhou Bai smiled and said, you should practice with them at home in the future, at least you can protect yourself. Deng Xiaoqin said, TSK, of course I won't miss such a good learning opportunity. Any experience of a person is meaningful. Hey, my hands are so cold, hurry up. Zhou Bai heard it, and quickly covered one of her hands in his arms. It's too dangerous to drive like this, let me do it. Deng Xiaoqin hummed and said yes, but she didn't mean to stop. Zhou Bai had been driving for most of the day, and deserved a rest. Zhou Bai felt warm in his heart when he saw her sharp tongue but soft heart. In the second half of the night, the hail fell even harder. Yu Shifeng's truck, Zhou Bai's truck and the double-decker bus driven by Luo Wei were not affected much, but Liang Shuyu's car was broken as the hailstones became bigger and bigger. After hitting 2 or 3 places, the glass crack seriously affected driving safety. There was no choice but to stop halfway, abandon Liang Shuyu's car, and wait to pick up a suitable one on the road tomorrow. So the boss is so willful. He can throw away a Porsche worth millions. After a short stop, everyone continued on the road. However, in the second half of the night, the hail was crackling, which seriously affected the road progress. The ground was full of hail, and they were forced to stop and rest, waiting for the sun to come down the next morning. All the drivers returned to the double-decker bus. Oh my god, it's so cold. As soon as Yu Shifeng came in, he said this with a shiver. The doctor and Deng Xiaoqin and her husband also came up. Close the door quickly. Several people shouted hurriedly, and Luo Wei closed the door. The heater in the car was roaring, stuffy, but warmer, and there were more people, so it was even warmer. After the car stopped, there was no need to open the windows. The car instantly became warm and stuffy. Chen Rui kicked the quilt because of the heat. This hail is too big, it must be the size of a fist. Luo Wei leaned on the car window and looked out. Except for the children, no one in the car could sleep because of the noise of such big hail hitting the car. Outside the window, the white road surface formed by the hail looked like a long silver carpet covered with silver. It was so beautiful and frightening. If the sun is about to come out in the morning, and the weather is getting warmer, the hail should turn into water. It won't turn into heavy rain at that time, right? Luo Wei continued to speculate. Lu Xiaopeng said, it is very likely. Lian Wenjing asked, where are we now? Lao said. It's still about 2 kilometers away from the Shijiang Bridge. Why don't you take a nap? You need more rest for your injury, the doctor said to Lao shook his head. I can't sleep. The word I can't sleep pulled everyone into a melancholy mood. Listening to the sound of hail hitting the roof of the car like lightning and thunder, and looking at the endless gray despair outside the window, everyone sighed a long breath, full of confusion about the future. Obviously on the road, but I don't know where the road is. As Lo guessed, at about 6 o'clock in the morning, hail mixed with rain fell, and at 7 o'clock it turned into heavy rain. Until 8 or 9 o'clock, there was no sign of the rain stopping, and the temperature outside did not rise quickly. The rain and hail on the ground mixed together, and soon became soft frost and snow, which glued the wheels to the ground. Several drivers went down and moved them, and they were relieved to make sure that the wheels were not frozen inside. However, this horrible weather might be against them. It was clearly 9 o'clock in the morning when the sun should have risen, but it unexpectedly stood up today. The weather was as gloomy as any random day in the 60 days. A fear of rain lingered in everyone's hearts. Now, what they feared most was that it would suddenly rain heavily again, the kind that would rain for 100 or 80 days. That would be extremely terrifying. The rain did not stop until after 10 o'clock. Aunt Xiaoping helped everyone get breakfast. After they had a simple meal in the double-decker bus, it was already around 11 o'clock. There was still no sign of the sun in the sky, and the rain was getting heavier. There were already signs of rain washing on the asphalt road. A thin layer of water, like a gurgling stream, adhered to the road, and the glass windows were swallowing and spitting out water curtains like waterfalls. Let's go, maybe it will rain for a while. Liang Shuyu and his friends no longer waited for the sun, nor did they plan to find a new car. Fortunately, they had abandoned it, otherwise the holes that were hit last night would definitely leak water in. The group had no choice but to continue their journey in the rain. Chapter 178. They stopped and started all the way, and it took them half an hour to walk the 2 kilometers to the Shijiang Bridge. When they got to the bridge, the wind and waves were too strong, and the rain was too heavy. The bridge was more than 1,500 meters long, and the guardrails on the left and right of the bridge were not high. Anyway, there was absolutely no windproof function. The wind and rain were too strong, and Liang Shuyu didn't dare to guarantee whether it was safe for such a large car to drive on it. Especially the 2 double-decker buses, the risk of overturning was uncertain. After discussing with everyone, they decided to go back to a place 1 kilometer away from the bridge and wait for the wind and rain to pass before crossing the bridge. Besides crossing the bridge, don't we have any other way to go? Everyone gathered in the bus to rest again. No, this place is surrounded by the Shijiang River on 3 sides, and there is no other way to go except crossing the bridge. Ah! It seems that they can only stay here again. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there was no sign of abating. The wind was making the windows rattle. Everyone was in deep fear, worried that the rain would not stop and everyone would have to go back to the 60 days of continuous rain. At that time, the continuous rain was not a difficult thing for them. But after finally getting out of that shadow, it was terrifying to go back to the shadow again. For people were left to stand guard, and the others were playing poker in the lower bunk in a panic. Chen Rui and Du Yao and other little guys were playing games on the side, and the scene was quite happy. But Liang Ying had an indelible worry in her heart. I always feel that it's not good, and I feel depressed. Liang Ying lay by the window, staring at the continuous heavy rain outside. From her perspective, she could see the heavy rain hitting the Shijiang River strongly, and the Shijiang River also passively endured it. The huge raindrops were like bullets, piercing the life of the Shijiang River layer by layer. The fish in the river were probably scared and hid, and there was no sign of life on the river surface. Aunt Xiaoping was knitting a scarf next to her. She wanted to knit one for everyone in the car. It's okay. Rainy weather is not so rare. It would be strange if it didn't rain for many consecutive days of sunshine. But Liang Ying just felt that there was a shadow in her heart, like a black net, covering her, and she couldn't find a breakthrough. This shadowy feeling lingered until the evening. After they had a simple dinner, the wind and rain still didn't stop. It seemed that it was unlikely that they would cross the bridge tonight. The bridge was too long, and the wind in the center of the bridge must be unimaginably strong. Their bus was too high, and it was very dangerous to go over like this. At night, everyone changed the night watchman, and those who needed to sleep had to sleep, hoping to see the sun when they woke up tomorrow morning. Rain, just stop when it's enough. But this idea did not cause a natural response. In the second half of the night, the wind suddenly increased, and they felt that the car was shaking when they slept in the car. The wind is so strong. Yu Shifeng opened the window a little to see the situation outside, but the wind blew his hair up, and his already messy long hair became even more unsightly. The wind poured into his mouth and blew away all his words. Although the window was only open for half a second, at least half a bucket of rain came in, and even his clothes were inevitably soaked. He felt that the wind seemed to blow the car. Yu Shifeng was worried that the car was in danger, so he said something to the people in the car, put on his raincoat, and got out of the car, wanting to find 2 bricks to pad the wheels. When he opened the car door, the wind was rustling, and the people in the car hurriedly said, "Oh my God, how can it be so strong? Such a strong wind." Yu Shifeng went out, and the people inside closed the door to prevent rain from pouring in. The wind outside made Yu Shifeng feel like he was back to the typhoon weather. The wind was so strong that he had to hold the car to stand steadily. Yu Shifeng wanted to find bricks, but now it seemed impossible. The wind was so strong that he didn't dare to leave the vicinity of the car, worried that he would be blown away by the wind. He had to go back to the car. The wind outside is too strong, a bit like a typhoon. Yu Shifeng said, "I have to find something to fix the car. Our car is too high, and it's very dangerous." Liang Xiu asked directly, "Typhoon? It's not appropriate to stop here. Let's find a construction area or a place that can block the wind. This is near the river, and the wind is stronger than the residential area." Everyone felt polite. If there is a typhoon again, the typhoon weather will not end in a day or 2. Normally, a typhoon will last for 4 or 5 days. It is really unsafe for them to stay near the bridge. There are not many houses nearby, and it is relatively open, so the wind is stronger. This is originally an urban area. Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai hurried to drive. After they got off the road, they drove to the next few buildings. Liang Wenjing and others had observed that the area was not fully developed, and no one lived there. The 3 cars stopped between 2 adjacent buildings. The rows of buildings here looked like they had not been sold after they were developed, and they had not been renovated, so they were relatively safe. After the car stopped, Yu Shifeng was still worried, and pressed a few stones under the wheels, and then he felt a big stone in his heart fell. However, Yu Shifeng was still too naive. They only worried about typhoons and heavy rains, but did not think of another more terrifying possibility. Because of the strong wind and heavy rain, they had to rest here tonight, but in the second half of the night Liang Ying heard another sound of water. It was definitely not the sound of rain, but another sound. So Liang Ying climbed out of the warm bed and looked out the window, and suddenly found that the car was flooded. Because they were now between 2 houses, she could not see the situation of the river outside. She didn't know if it was flooded or what happened. "The car is flooded, get up quickly," Liang Ying shouted. Liang Ying's shout woke Chen Ji and Chen Bucai, who were on night watch, from their drowsiness. When they looked outside, they found that half of their car's tires were flooded. Luo Wei quickly got up and started the car. "Should we go out first?" They thought the water was shut off here, so they had to go out. Liang Xiu said okay. At this time, Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai also put on their clothes and prepared to go down to drive in a while. As a result, Luo Wei moved the car forward 50 steps, and found more rain coming out from the middle of the house in front of him by the faint moonlight. If their car continued to move forward, the wheels would be directly submerged. Luo Wei was a person without ideas. Seeing this situation, he didn't know what to do. Lu Feng took over his car immediately. Chapter 179. After Lu Feng drove out of the flooded area, everyone came to Binjiang Road and found that the water just now was not accumulated water at all, but the river surface was filled with water. The water came from the river. It should not take too long, and the current is not big, so they can get out. Otherwise, if the waves are bigger, their car will be directly overturned. Everyone turned pale when they saw this horrible scene. The water overflowed the river's surface. What does this mean? However, they could not care about so much. Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai got off the car quickly and drove away their own truck. Liang Xiu was worried, so he asked 2 people to go down in a group and bring walkie-talkies so that they could take care of each other in the car. Therefore, Yu Shifeng and the doctor were in one group, and Zhou Bai and Deng Xiaoqin were in another group. Liang Wenjing quickly helped them find clothes and pants that could be changed, and protected them with layers of fresh-keeping bags to facilitate them to change into clean clothes after getting on the car to prevent colds in such cold weather. While arranging clothes, Liang Wenjing said, "The walkie-talkie must be wrapped with plastic wrap to prevent water from entering. By the way, bring your survival backpacks to avoid unexpected situations. If necessary, you must abandon the car and escape, and you must put your own safety first," Liang Wenjing calmly reminded them. Bringing a survival backpack is a worst-case scenario. Yu Shifeng comforted him. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Yu Min glared at him. Remember, everything is based on your own safety. If necessary, you can abandon the car directly. Then he asked Liang Shuyu, if we are separated by the flood, where will we meet? Liang Shuyu thought for a moment. Remember the tallest building after we get off the highway? If we get separated, we meet there. Okay. Everyone responded. Yu Shifeng, Zhou Bai and others prepared all the necessary items, carried their school bags and waited to get off the car. As soon as the car door was opened, the water outside poured in and almost flooded their feet. When Yu Shifeng and his friends got off the car, the water on the ground was just over their knees. For someone like Yu Shifeng who used to go out frequently, the driving force in the water was nothing. However, neither Deng Xiaoqin nor Dr. Zhou Bai had experienced such a big scene. After all, Deng Xiaoqin used to be supported by Lu Xiaopeng's family. As a doctor can eat all over the world without going out. People who make a living by technology don't need to sell their physical strength. So the three people couldn't bear it as soon as they entered the water, and were almost washed away by the water. Yu Shifeng had to take the three of them, first get Zhou Bai and Deng Xiaoqin into the car, and then get in the car with the doctor. Their cars were all high-rise, and the depth of the water was not enough to submerge them. It was pouring rain outside. When I was soaked by the cold rain, I was soaked and felt very cold. I turned on the heater in the car, and it was even colder. However, Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai didn't have time to change clothes. They had to drive away from here. If the car didn't catch fire when the water flooded higher, the loss would be great. The doctor and Deng Xiaoqin changed into clean clothes and shoes and socks first. The doctor took out Yu Shifeng's shirt and said, "Change your clothes first, don't catch a cold." After they drove a distance, they felt that the water on the road was getting lower. Yu Shifeng stopped the car for a while, changed all his clothes, pants, shoes, and socks into clean ones, and then was heated by the air conditioner in the car. He finally felt alive. Driving in the cold winter wearing cold clothes is not a good feeling. It makes people doubt their lives. The doctor asked on the intercom, "Where should we go?" Liang Shuyu said, "Go to a higher place and avoid the water first." After that, Yu Shifeng led the way to a higher place. He remembered that there was a downhill section when they came here, and the position there was higher. Now Yu Shifeng and his team tend to believe that the overflow of the river water is just a tide caused by heavy rain overnight or something else, so as long as they stay away from the river, they will be safe. However, they did not expect that they would catch up with the flood like a wave behind them just after going up a slope. At that time, Dio was lying at the back of the bus, looking at the water on the ground. When they went up the slope, Diao heard the adults say that they could find a place nearby to observe, and Diao saw a huge wave coming towards them from behind. The wave was only more than 2 meters high at first, and then gradually climbed to a height that Diao could not see, exceeding the field of vision she could see in the car. Waves. Big waves. Auntie, big waves. Diao screamed in fear. Luo Junxian and Luo Wei, who were at the back, also looked back, and Shenrui also ran over. The four of them saw the waves at the same time, and their faces turned pale in the dim spotlight of the car. Is it a tsunami? They encountered a tsunami. If it's not a tsunami, what else could it be? The waves are coming. There are waves behind. Everyone who saw it screamed in fear. Everyone in the car had already put on their clothes. Seeing this scene, they recalled Liang Shuyu's teachings to them, and everyone subconsciously put on their survival backpacks. In fact, Lu Feng, who was driving in front, had already noticed the waves chasing behind, but as a driver, his most important quality was to lead everyone in the car to the destination safely. So in such a critical situation, he had no extra time to think and act, and could only drive. Hold on! Lu Feng shouted, and everyone in the car grabbed the iron railings of the upper and lower bunks. At this time, the huge waves just submerged their car, and the two trucks a few dozen meters in front of them were neither lucky nor unlucky, just outside the waves. But just outside the waves, they were pulled by the huge waves and lost their direction. Zhou Bai's car hit an obstacle in the middle of the road, and was hit by the huge waves and rushed out sideways. Yu Shifeng was in the front, and he did not hit the roadblock, but was also hit by the waves and lost his direction. The control of the steering wheel was completely deprived by the waves and crashed into a building next to him. As for the double-decker bus at the end, the huge waves poured over their heads, like a basin of water. The glass windows around them briefly presented the vision of an ocean amusement park, and then the water overflowed from their feet, and soon submerged their shoes, calves, knees, thighs. The car seemed to be thrown into the middle of the sea, and a large amount of water gushed in from the gaps in the glass. Lu Feng, who thought he could rush out, found that the car had lost power. He pressed the button to open the door again, but found that the door opening mechanism was out of order. They were now trapped in the water with the car, and a large amount of water was pouring into their car, almost submerging half of the car. All this happened very quickly, almost within a few minutes, so that before everyone recovered from the extreme shock, they were already underwater, and the whole car was shaken and turbulent by the impact of the waves. If they hadn't grabbed the railing, they would have been hit and bleeding. Chapter 180. The wind swept the heavy rain. The gray sky, the desperate white, the sun hidden behind the gray clouds, watched all this ruthlessly. Nature is the most affectionate and the most ruthless. Liang Shuyu and his friends probably didn't know that the city on the edge of the coast was submerged by the tsunami on the night of the hail. The house where Liang Shuyu and his friends had lived for more than 10 years, the safe fortress where they struggled to survive for more than 60 days, had long become souls in the water. The orphans of Lao Lu and others had long become underwater heroes. The country garden community that they once thought was very advanced, expensive and business-minded had long been submerged under the surging waters, and countless people and corpses were hit by the waves and flew to the unknown distance. The corpses were like the rolling waves of the tsunami, sweeping and covering everything. Like dust, like the photons of the sun, they sprinkled every inch of this land. Is life valuable? Life is worthless here. Life is even lower than ants under the ruthless brilliance of nature. Nature snapped its fingers and wiped out half of the human beings on the earth. Such a situation is no longer under the control of Liang Shuyu and others. Before the tsunami came, the island countries had been submerged and dead for a long time. It is estimated that even the bones were eaten by fish. So Liang Shuyu and others are lucky, right? At least, they survived until now. At least, there is still a little struggle and room for self-rescue. In the bus, a lot of water poured into the car, soaking their quilts and clothes, but how could everyone care about these? In the car, except for Lu Feng who was wearing a seatbelt, he was lucky not to be hit and bleeding. The rest of the people were dizzy because they did not wear seatbelts, and the whole person was like clothes in a washing machine. Wei Youqi hugged his mother, and Xiaoping, at the first moment of the accident. The two of them held on to the iron railings tightly. The objects around them fell, and hit them one by one, but fortunately they were all carrying survival backpacks. The backpacks helped them block the fatal attack. The situation of the rest of the people was similar. The car was like a drum washing machine, swept by the waves and spinning wildly. Liang Shuyu finally hooked his feet on the iron railings, and stabilized the whole body. Then he pulled out the axe he carried with him, and smashed the glass window violently, while the car was not completely filled. Snap! The glass window shattered, and the water outside poured in like a broken dam. Liang Shuyu also calmly and orderly cleaned the glass shards and the cracks along the glass with an axe, and warned everyone, "Be careful of the glass shards. Come over here." Wei Youqi prepares the rope. Everyone is tied together. We will go out first. They have to leave here before the car is filled with water, otherwise the water pressure outside will increase, which will greatly reduce their chances of survival. Fortunately, the waves calmed down a bit at this time. The car floated on its side in the water, and was pushed to the horizontal surface. Liang Shuyu took the opportunity to catch the people who lost their way in the car. The car was relatively stable, and the people inside finally found their way. Wei Youqi quickly pulled out the rope from the backpack. In addition to the necessary survival supplies, each of them also carried important survival items that might be used. Even fuel and stoves for life were distributed in everyone's backpacks, and everyone got a portion. The stove was naturally Lu Xiaopeng's, and there was also a small can of gas. Of course, now is not the time to discuss this. Now they are waiting for a bigger test, how to escape from here. And what about Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai who have long disappeared? Boom! A huge thunderous sound rang above everyone's head, illuminating their heads, and the light was reflected into the water, lighting up the car interior that had been extinguished for a moment, helping them to quickly see the chaotic scene inside the car in this second of light. Wei Youqi handed one end of the rope to Liang Shuyu, tied it to Aunt Xiaoping first, and then handed the rope to the people behind. After Lu Xiaopeng stabilized, he first found his mother. It was probably the first time he saw his mother in such a messy state. Lu Xiaopeng was in a good mood and teased, "Mom, your hair is messy." Deng Lingxiang glared at him, stepped on the water that had reached her waist, and walked forward holding the railing. In front, Liang Wenjing and others also pulled out a rope and tied it to themselves, and Yumin first, because the two of them were better at fighting, and had to lead the way in front. "Mom, tie it up quickly." Liang Wenjing helped everyone tie the ropes on their hands. In the chaos and panic, the team leader Liang Shuyu and the main cadres Liang Wenjing and Yu Min were very calm. After helping everyone tie the safety rope, Liang Wenjing took the lead and got out of the glass first. Be careful of the glass shards, Liang Shuyu reminded. Liang Wenjing turned around and made an okay gesture. At this time, the water had flooded their chests. The leader of the second rope was Wei Youqi. He broke the two glasses, and the two teams went out at almost the same time. Everything was in order under their leadership, and there was no excessive panic. Chen Rui was protected by Chen Bo, and Chen Ji was also led by Teacher Ding. At this panic moment, only Du Yao seemed to be abandoned. She hadn't tied the rope yet, and it seemed that everyone had forgotten her in the panic. 7 or 8 people successfully climbed out of the window. The car floated on the water, with 1/3 of the car still exposed. When Liang Wenjing came out, he saw a huge wave falling from the top of his head again. Seeing that the wave was so close, Liang Wenjing was so scared that he pulled Yu Min and Wei Youqi, who had just emerged, into the water. Such a huge wave of water would explode his head. Boom! There was another violent thunder accompanied by pale lightning. After the huge wave, Liang Wenjing and the others, who had already been outside, were forced to follow the flow of water, and the people who had not yet come out of the car were pulled by the huge wave. Luo Wei almost crashed to death on the roof of the car. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu had been worried about this kind of thing happening, and had been putting his feet on the edge above the window. Luo Wei happened to hit Liang Shuyu's feet, so he didn't get a bloody head due to the huge pulling force. But his hand was instantly torn by the rope, and the blood instantly dyed the rope red and flowed down his arm. After this impact, the car was submerged by 1/9. Don't worry, don't panic. Come one by one. Liang Shuyu stuck his head out of the water to take a breath. At this time, the remaining safe space in the car was only as wide as a head. Then, under his orderly command, the rest of the people also escaped from the windows. When there was only one breath left in the car, Liang Shuyu found that Du Yao in the corner was holding the iron railing, almost sticking her nose to the few centimeters of space left on the top of the car, and then kept breathing. Where is your rope? Liang Shuyu swam over. Du Yao was so scared that she cried and couldn't speak. Hold me tight. Liang Shuyu looked at her and felt a pair of small hands and feet hugging him tightly, then took her into the water and escaped from the window. Chapter 181. However, both of them were carrying survival backpacks, and it was too difficult for 2 people to get out of the narrow window. Liang Shuyu had to climb out first, and let Du Yao hold the iron railing. So after this, Du Yao had no experience underwater, and was choked several times. When Liang Shuyu finally brought her out of the water, there was another thunder in the sky, and a huge wave came down. Liang Shuyu had no choice but to take Du Yao into the water to avoid it. At this moment, Liang Shuyu and Du Yao were carried by the impact of the huge wave and drifted in the water without direction. The first thing they did after coming out was not to contact Liang Wenjing, but to save Du Yao first. Liang Shuyu carried Du Yao to his shoulders, and shook her hard for a few times to finally make her cough out water. Du Yao woke up and found that they were floating in the middle of the houses, and could not tell the direction at all. And Liang Shuyu could not find Liang Wenjing and others at all. Beep, beep, beep. Liang Shuyu unhurriedly pulled out the whistle on his neck and blew a message indicating safety to determine the position of Liang Wenjing and the others. As expected, Liang Wenjing's whistle immediately responded, just in front of him. Perhaps there were too many houses around, blocking their sight. Liang Shuyu hugged Du Yao and swam over there. At this time, the water surface had just been hit by violent waves and had a brief calm. When he touched the wall, a huge wave hit him again, and Liang Shuyu firmly grasped the water pipe outside the house. After a wave hit, Liang Shuyu, who was originally out of the water, fell into the water. It was estimated that the depth was at least half a meter, that is, each wave could add half a meter of water here. This is too scary. It's a tsunami, and they are not at the seaside, they are near the Shijiang River. The straight line distance from the seaside is at least dozens of kilometers. If the Shijiang River, which is deep in the land, has erupted such a terrible wave, does it mean that the coastal cities have been submerged long ago? This terrible thought did not shock Liang Shuyu. They have encountered too many bad news since the power outage, and he is numb. Now, when encountering such a situation, his first reaction is not to be amazed, but to think about how to solve it. After the waves passed, Liang Shuyu floated to the surface holding Du Yao. Du Yao is very smart. She learns quickly, and knows that she has learned to hold her breath the second time she was choked by water for the first time. The cold water, the biting cold, when they emerged from the water, They both shuddered at the same time. It's too cold. It seems that if the water temperature is a little lower, it will freeze. Big brother, are we safe? Diao hugged Liang Shuyu's neck tightly in fear. The thick clothes on his body were too heavy, and they felt even heavier after being soaked in water. However, Liang Shuyu was holding Diao and tied with a backpack, so he couldn't take off his clothes. It was very inconvenient to move. Hold me tight, don't let go. Diao hurriedly hugged Liang Shuyu tighter, so Liang Shuyu could free his hands, hold the wall, and climb along the other side of the house in the surging, huge flood waves. The exposed head and hands were blown by the cold wind on the water surface, and they instantly stiffened like a corpse. It made the difficulty of self-rescue much more difficult. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu could hold on. Although he had never experienced such a cold situation, he could hold on, because in the future, he might encounter more difficult situations. Finally reaching the other side of the wall, Liang Shuyu saw the team of Liang Wenjing and Wei Youqi on the opposite side, who were also clinging outside the wall. But Liang Shuyu glanced around again, but could not find the figures of Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai. The doctor and Yu Shifeng were in a car. Yu Shifeng was an experienced veteran, and Liang Shuyu was very confident in him. They should be able to get out of the car safely. But Ding Xiaoqin and Zhou Bai were both novices, and Liang Shuyu was very worried about them. So after Liang Shuyu confirmed the safety of Liang Wenjing and others, he immediately contacted Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai with a whistle, expecting their response. Over there, after Liang Wenjing and Wei Youqi pulled most of the people up with ropes, Wei Youqi's rope suddenly stopped pulling. Don't pull too hard. Yumin said, I go down and take a look. Be careful. Liang Wenjing reminded her. Yumin nodded, untied the rope in her hand, and dived into the water. Now everyone on Liang Wenjing's rope has safely reached the water, and is coughing up water on the outside of the house. There are a total of 10 people on a rope, including Liang Wenjing herself, Yumin, Liang Ying, Deng Lingxiang, Lu Xiaopeng, Lu Feng, Chen Bo, Chen Rui, Chen Baoyi, and Lao Chen. And on Wei Youqi's rope, there should be Wei Youqi, and Xiuping, Luo Junqian, Luo Wei, Teacher Ding, Chen Ji, Du Yao, etc., a total of 7 people, plus Yu Shifeng and the doctor, Ding Xiaoqin and Zhou Bai, and Liang Shuyu who should not be on the rope, a total of 12 people, a total of 22 people, the number should be complete. But everyone on Wei Youqi's side, from Teacher Ding on down, is still underwater, and I don't know if they are entangled by something, and have not been able to come up. If the time is delayed, the danger will be greater. Liang Wenjing almost lost his composure, especially since Yumin had been down for at least half a minute, but had not come up yet. Seeing another wave coming down, Liang Wenjing panicked. I go down and take a look too. You hold the rope. Wei Youqi handed his rope to Liang Wenjing. Time was very tight, and they could not delay any longer here. Liang Wenjing could only respond. Wei Youqi also went into the water. He was skilled in swimming. He used to go to the underwater market with Yu Shifeng and others to find things. He could endure the worst water environment, not to mention that the current water environment is much better. He was able to open his eyes in the water, and saw Teacher Ding and Chen Ji struggling underwater. It turned out that a guardrail was hanging on the rope between Teacher Ding and Chen Ji. The guardrail was very heavy and stuck the rope, causing them to be suppressed by the weight of the guardrail, and could not float up, and they could not be pulled up from above. Yumin was helping to untie the rope, but she couldn't open her eyes underwater, and Wei Youqi saw where the rope was stuck at a glance. Wei Youqi kicked his feet and rushed over, pulling out the small corner that was stuck by the guardrail. The guardrail instantly rushed out with the water. Liang Wenjing and Xiuping above felt the looseness of the rope, and immediately pulled the rope to the water. Teacher Ding and Chen Ji should have fainted from choking on the water. Wei Youqi naturally accepted Teacher Ding, and began to rescue Teacher Ding, as soon as he floated to the surface. However, when Teacher Ding coughed up a mouthful of water, he turned his head to look at Chen Ji's situation, but he saw a face that was pale and blue due to the rope. The rope that should have been tied to Chen Ji's wrist was wrapped around Chen Ji's neck. At the end of the rope, there was another small guardrail hooked. The visibility in the water was not high, so Wei Youqi didn't see it at the first time. Yumin gave him first aid, but it was too late. Anyone with eyes could see that Chen Ji's face was pale, and he must have been out of breath for a while. But they would not give up on Chen Ji immediately. After Yumin untied the rope around Chen Ji's neck and tried to put him on a flat surface, maybe he still had a chance to survive. Chapter 182. Wei Youqi immediately understood what she meant. Although they were floating outside a house, they were right between 2 floors, in an awkward position that exceeded the balcony of the lower floor, but did not reach the balcony of the upper floor. Wei Youqi tried to catch the waves of water and climbed to the balcony of the upper floor first. But Liang Wenjing, who had taken in the situation here, suddenly found that there was no sign of Liang Shuyu at the scene. Where is Liang Shuyu? Isn't he down there? The car sank 2 minutes ago. Liang Shuyu couldn't have been there for so long. Could it be that he didn't come out of the car? Liang Wenjing's exclamation woke up Aunt Xiaoping. She looked around and found that Du Yao was not there either. Where's Du Yao? Where's Du Yao? Because the situation was urgent, she was the first to be protected by Wei Youqi after the accident, and she actually forgot to pay attention to Du Yao. Only then did she find that even Du Yao was missing. Could it be that Du Yao did not come out? So Liang Shuyu went to save her? Then why haven't they appeared yet? Liang Wenjing thought of a very terrible possibility. I want to go down and take a look. She and Liang Ying were panicked. It was about their closest relatives, and even Liang Ying, who was always steady, was panicked. Liang Wenjing hurriedly untied her rope, and Wei Youqi said, I go, I'm a better swimmer, you all stay here. Compared to Chen Ji, who might have died, and could not be saved, and Liang Shuyu, who might still be saved, Wei Youqi didn't think about it at all and jumped into the water again. At the same time, Teacher Ding, who had regained consciousness, began to confirm whether his family was safe. At the same time, Chen Rui and Chen Bo also noticed Chen Ji's condition. These two things and Liang Wenjing's exclamation happened almost at the same time. Teacher Ding turned around and saw her son's pale and blue face. Ah! A shrill and terrifying scream came out of Teacher Ding's mouth. She didn't even have time to confirm the safety of her husband before she found her son dead in front of her. Brother! Chen Rui shouted loudly not far away. Teacher Ding held Chen Ji's body, shook him violently, called him, gave him artificial respiration, and pressed his heart, but it seemed to be useless. At this time, Yumin took over the task that Wei Youqi had not completed before. She climbed to the balcony on the upper floor and pulled the rope, push him up. Teacher Ding had lost his mind. Luo Junxian and Luo Wei in front of Teacher Ding were still awake. They quickly pulled Teacher Ding away, and everyone pushed Chen Ji up with great effort. Teacher Ding was terrified and screamed, Chen Ji's son, ah! Ah! Don't die, don't die! Ah! Ah! It was so cruel for a woman to lose her beloved son. Her cry made everyone's soul tremble. The misery revealed in her voice was colder than the surging river water, cold to the depths of people's souls and memories, cold enough to make people feel a kind of despair, as if they were frozen from head to toe. Son! Just as she finished shouting, Liang Wenjing heard Liang Shuyu's whistle to report safety, but she was not sure it was Liang Shuyu. The sound might have come from Yu Shifeng or Zhou Bai. Liang Wenjing responded immediately. At this time, Wei Youqi came up from below. There's no one in the car. Liang Wenjing said, someone on the opposite side whistled to report safety just now. I'm not sure if it was him. Wei Youqi calmly judged, as long as he is not stuck in the car and washed out with the water, he will definitely find a way to ensure his own safety. Don't worry too much. It is impossible not to worry. But Liang Wenjing still forced herself to calm down and held Liang Ying's hand in the water. Don't worry, my brother will be fine. Liang Ying's face was pale, and she didn't know whether it was cold or scared. Yeah. It seems that she is not as calm as she imagined. When her son got into trouble, she couldn't stay calm. Her heart was like a hole pierced by a sharp spear, and the power flowed out from it. Almost in an instant, there was no power to provide her with thinking and dealing with disasters. The whole person became at a loss, and at a loss. Let's go to the house to hide first, Wei Youqi said. Boom! The lightning and thunder in the sky flashed a pale light on everyone's faces, and the river water continued to hit their fragile bodies. Yes! So they started to push the older Uncle Chen and the younger Chen Rui up to the balcony on the upper floor. There, Yumin was still performing CPR on Chen Ji, but everyone knew that it was probably useless. Lu Xiaopeng and Lu Feng pushed Teacher Ding up first so that she could reunite with her family, and then pushed Dangling Xiang up, whose face and body were already purple. You go first. Lu Xiaopeng then brought Luo Wei and Luo Junqian up, and Wei Youqi had already planned to push Aunt Xiaoping and others to the balcony. Just as they were about to climb up, a huge wave crashed down from above their heads. Get in the water. There's a wave coming. If such a big wave hit their heads directly, it would probably break their necks in an instant. Wei Youqi pushed Liang Wenjing's head into the water and dived down with her. Lu Xiaopeng and Lu Feng also dived. Only the people who went up untied the rope. The people underwater were still connected, so they were not afraid of being washed away by the water. But who knew that the rope was too long after it was released, floating in the water, and it was hooked on something. Liang Wenjing only felt a pain in her wrist, and the whole person was pulled out like a kite with a broken string. She seemed to understand Chen Ji's experience at the time. A deep blood mark was instantly worn on her wrist. Fortunately, the other end of the rope was pulled by Wei Youqi. Liang Wenjing groped in the water, and finally touched one of Wei Youqi's hands. The hand held the rope tightly, and then held her tightly. She couldn't speak in the water, but she seemed to hear Wei Youqi saying, "Hold on. Don't let go." But the heavy object at the end of the rope kept consuming Liang Wenjing's physical strength. It was too heavy, and it was about to break her wrist. The rope was stretched straight and couldn't be untied, so Liang Xiyu pulled out a knife. Fortunately, she didn't have much else but the knife. Snap! The stretched rope was very easy to cut. Liang Wenjing felt that her whole body was loose, and the rope was quickly washed away by the water. Then Wei Youqi pulled her back and lifted her body up. Liang Wenjing flipped out of the water. At this time, the flood was level with the upper balcony. Everyone arrived on the balcony safely, except Chen Ji. Liang Wenjing also saw Liang Xiyu, who was clinging to the outer wall of the opposite wall 50 meters away, and Ji Yao in his arms. Liang Wenjing finally felt relieved. "Liang Xiyu!" She shouted across the rolling flood. Liang Xiyu waved from the other side. Chapter 183. Liang Wenjing also waved to the other side. Liang Xiyu said that he would bring Ji Yao to find a way to come over, so she should not worry. First, make sure that Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai are safe. But Liang Wenjing has not received any information from Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai. She just tried to contact them with a whistle, but did not get any response. She did not believe that Yu Shifeng would get into trouble with his ability. At that time, Yu Shifeng and his truck had a chance to escape, which was easier than the bus they were in. So Liang Wenjing was more inclined to believe that the four of them were washed away to a farther place, so they could not be contacted. Liang Wenjing told Liang Xiyu that Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai would be fine, and asked Liang Xiyu not to rush over. The two buildings were a full 50 or 60 meters apart, and there was a surging flood in the middle. It was more than 100 times more dangerous than the underwater market at the time. Assuming that Liang Xiyu could not come over, he could temporarily settle in the building opposite. The premise was that the tsunami would not be so fierce that it would submerge all the buildings. "Mom, he's fine, don't worry too much." After talking with Liang Xiyu, Liang Wenjing first comforted Liang Ying. "Yeah." Liang Ying had completely lost her strength and collapsed in Liang Wenjing's arms, crying loudly. Liang Wenjing hugged her, comforted her, and patted her back. A wave more than 10 meters high fell from the sky again, and the surging waves splashed on the people on the balcony. The cold wind made everyone shiver violently. In an instant, the water level outside had reached their feet and overflowed from the edge of the balcony. It was so windy and cold outside. "Mom, let's go inside to take shelter first." Liang Wenjing led Liang Ying to the room from the balcony door. Wei Youqi and his group had just come in, and were now standing in the living room wringing water. Wei Youqi and Lu Xiaopeng were searching for useful supplies in the house. This house was very simple. There was only a simple coffee table and sofa in the living room, and there was not even a TV. It should have been simply decorated, and no one lived in it. This meant that Liang Wenjing and her group were lucky. If they had happened to come across a house where people lived, there might have been another conflict. Wei Youqi and his group failed to find any useful supplies. The family's kitchen didn't even have a barrel of oil or a bottle of soy sauce, let alone other things. "Wait, don't sit on the sofa." Luo Wei was so cold that he was almost stunned. He had just wrung out the water on his clothes and was about to sit on the sofa to rest when he was stopped by Lu Xiaopeng. "Use the curtains to collect the cotton in the sofa. We will find a safe place to light a fire and keep warm later. Any kind of supplies that may be used should be collected, right?" When Luo Wei and others heard this, they thought it made sense. They took out their knives, cut the sofa open, and pulled out the white cotton inside. Liang Wenjing pulled down the curtains in the living room. Everyone was busy, carefully picking out the cotton in the sofa and wrapping it with the curtains, and being careful not to get it wet. On the balcony, Yumin's treatment had to end. "Sorry, I tried my best." Yumin got up from Chen Ji and stood aside. She was so cold that she had no intuition. She simply wrung out the water stains on her coat and walked into the room. Teacher Ding, Uncle Chen, and Chen Rui could not accept this reality. How is it possible? Didn't everyone survive? Why did Chen Ji die alone? No. Why? It was her fault. She should have let Chen Ji go first. Then she would be the one to die instead of her son. How could she be so cruel to let the old send off the young, Now his father's life and death are uncertain. What if his father also? No! Teacher Ding wailed miserably. The sound was entangled and merged with a roaring tsunami, like the shouting of a female ghost, surrounding everyone's heart. Everyone who heard it was heartbroken. Death. Separation. One of the most unbearable pains for humans. Teacher Ding wished she could take her own life and let Chen Ji live. The most painful one was Uncle Chen. For this white-haired old man, what kind of blow was more terrible than his son's life or death and his grandson's death on the spot? He has lived for most of his life and saved countless people, but he couldn't save his own grandson. In fact, as early as the first time he saw his grandson, he knew that there was no hope, but he saw that the little girl Yumin was still so persistent in helping him with CPR. This old guy also used all his life's knowledge to pinch the acupuncture points on Shinji's body, just hoping for a miracle to happen. But there are no miracles in this world. If there were miracles, the sun would not break down, the world would not have power outages, there would be no plague, no earthquakes, and no tsunamis. Humanity would live happily as before. Watch the news every day, appreciate the dangers of this world, complain about the corruption and decay of the internet, and be a good and hopeful keyboard warrior. At least you are still alive. At least you have food to eat. At least you have something to drink. At least you don't live in the shadow of death and separation all the time. Uncle Chen grabbed Teacher Ding and shook her to wake her up. Cheer up, there is a little one here. You have to protect him. Uncle Chen said this just to divert Teacher Ding's attention. Let Teacher Ding not ignore the reality because of excessive sadness. Now is not the time to indulge in pain. They are still facing a huge test. The water outside has flooded their insteps and is almost about to submerge Shinji's body. They have to leave here and go to a safer place to survive. Do they want to let the death of one person delay and pay for everyone's life? Uncle Chen is old and sometimes confused, but on this major issue, for the little grandson, for the daughter-in-law, and for the son whose life and death are uncertain, he must be alert. Dad. Woo! Teacher Ding screamed again. When people are most sad, they often can't say anything, only wailing. Lu Xiaopeng came out to remind them. The water is coming up, we have to go up. Chen Bo made a prompt decision and pulled Teacher Ding to stand up. Let's go! No! Gigi is not dead yet. He is not dead. Teacher Ding screamed. Mom, brother. Chen Rui completely lost his composure in the adult's tug-of-war. His rationality, which was more mature than his peers, could only be used in normal times. At this time, he became a child who could only cry loudly. Chen Bo threw Chen Rui into Teacher Ding's arms and pushed them both into the living room. Teacher Ding staggered and fell directly to the ground. The water had already submerged her thighs. Chen Bo asked Lu Xiaopeng, "Can you help me? This is his eldest grandson. Even if he dies, he should die decently. At least put him on a bed, instead of throwing him on the balcony, and then being washed away by the waves without a trace." Lu Xiaopeng, Lu Feng and several other men hurried over and worked together to move Chen Ji to the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 184. The water has almost flooded the mattress. They must leave here quickly. Uncle Chen said with tears in his eyes. Let's go. He closed the bedroom door, not wanting the flood to wash his grandson's body into a messy corner. Teacher Ding was taken over by Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying. Teacher Ding knew that Chen Ji was dead, but it happened too fast, and she couldn't accept it. Little Chen Rui was still lying in her arms crying, and her eldest son's body was thrown in a strange room. What could she do? In addition to crying to express her intense pain, what else could she do? Aunt Xiaoping and Liang Ying could only comfort her. On the other side, when the first wave came, Yu Shifeng and the doctor were in a car. Their car was hit sideways and flew out. Yu Shifeng's first reaction at that time was tsunami. Tsunami. What does tsunami mean? It means that all of them will die. Yu Shifeng immediately unbuckled his seat belt, and then climbed out of the car door with the doctor. At this time, they could only see a vast world submerged by floods. The sky was dark gray, filled with the color of despair. The black clouds changed rapidly, like the wind in clouds, and the dragon was walking in the clouds. There were wandering black clouds in the sky, and rolling waves on the ground. The whole world was shrouded in a grayish-white tone. Boom! There was a thunder flash in the sky, as if it hit right next to the ear, deafening, as if the bones were shattered. The color of horror descended from head to toe, and the fear and shock were about to swallow them up. Under the waves, one could only see another large truck belonging to Zhou Bai and his team not far away, while the double-decker bus had been completely submerged in the water, with no trace left. Yu Shifeng even wondered fearfully whether they had been completely wiped out. How could this be possible? No way. Let's go and save Doubai and the others first. Why haven't they come out yet? Yu Shifeng, who was shocked by the horrific environment outside, was absent-minded for 3 seconds and found that Doubai and the others had not come out of the car yet. At this moment, the flood had almost completely submerged their car and was about to disappear without a trace. If they didn't come out, they would be trapped inside. The doctor nodded fearfully, his heart trembling violently, half because of the cold and the other half because of fear. The two jumped off the truck, just like holding the railing of a swimming pool to enter the swimming pool. Under the leadership of Yu Shifeng, the inexperienced doctors could also slightly resist the fierce flood impact. In the other truck, the incident happened suddenly. Doubai was slow to react, and in a panic he hit the roadblock on the road, causing his truck to hit a house. He and Deng Xiaoqin were both injured to varying degrees. By the time he reacted, the water had already flooded up to his waist. The chassis of the truck was so high that it took less than half a minute for the water to flood here, which was enough to show how fierce the water was. Quick, we have to leave here. Doubai's first reaction was not to unbuckle the seat belt, but to roll down the car window. Fortunately, it was this action, otherwise he and Deng Xiaoqin would not be able to escape from the car. Once the water level submerged their entire car, under the water pressure, no matter how much strength he used, he would no longer be able to open the window. Then he unbuckled his seat belt, and went to help Deng Xiaoqin unbuckle it, but at this time, Deng Xiaoqin found that her foot was stuck. It hurts. Don't pull. My foot is stuck. Deng Xiaoqin's foot was almost numb because of the cold weather. The car was actually stuck when it hit the house, but she didn't notice it. When Doubai wanted to pull her out of the passenger seat, he found that her foot was stuck. When they looked down, the flood near Deng Xiaoqin's seat was darker than Doubai's. It was blood. Blood was all over the floor. Doubai leaned down and groped, trying to find the key point where Deng Xiaoqin was stuck. However, the water in the car rose very quickly. In a few seconds when Doubai leaned over, the water rose to his and Deng Xiaoqin's necks. He held his breath and went into the water, and finally touched Deng Xiaoqin's feet. The dented car stuck the ankle, and if you want to get out of it, you may have to use some brute force. Bear with it. Doubai came out to take a breath, then went back into the water. His hand went deep into the gap where he was stuck, and after helping Deng Xiaoqin roughly take off the heel of her shoe, he could only cruelly pull Deng Xiaoqin's foot out from the side. The huge pain made Deng Xiaoqin scream. She had never been in such pain and suffered such grievances. But the scream soon turned into a choking sound. The flood had completely submerged their vehicle, but Deng Xiaoqin's foot was still stuck inside. Deng Xiaoqin was very afraid of death, and even more afraid that she would not be able to get out, and instead dragged Doubai to death. Deng Xiaoqin began to push Doubai out, but Doubai refused. The two of them were completely unable to breathe. The car was submerged in water, completely submerged, leaving no room for breathing. After all, theirs was a truck, and the safety space inside was not as good as Liang Shuyu's double-decker bus. Moreover, the double-decker bus had been waterproofed to a certain extent, so the water ingress speed was not as fast as theirs. In addition, Doubai opened the window, and the water rushed in almost unhindered, which exacerbated this behavior. Doubai choked several times in the water, but Deng Xiaoqin's feet were still not out. His consciousness was blurred at this time, and he felt that Deng Xiaoqin's force of pushing him became smaller. Gradually, even Deng Xiaoqin's hands floated in the water, completely without self-awareness, just following the water waves. No! Don't die! Doubai shouted in his heart, but free will can never defeat physical will. He finally fainted due to lack of oxygen, but his hands still remained in a posture, that is, trying to help Deng Xiaoqin out of trouble. When there was only 1 second left in his consciousness, Doubai felt that maybe it was hopeless. Maybe, the couple, they really wanted to die here today. Doubai had nothing to regret. With his conditions, he could marry a woman like Deng Xiaoqin, the kind that he could brag about back home for 3 years, and people would envy him. Deng Xiaoqin is beautiful, has a good family background, good education, and is smart. She is good in everything except that she is a little willful, has a little temper, and has a strong personality. It is difficult for ordinary people to get along with her. But for him, Deng Xiaoqin is his first love. At the last moment of his death, Doubai gave up the move to help Deng Xiaoqin out of the predicament, but also gave up himself. He decided to die with Deng Xiaoqin. In the water, he held one of Deng Xiaoqin's hands. The two interlocked their fingers and held them tightly. Doubai smiled with satisfaction and lost the last bit of consciousness. It was at this time that Yu Shifeng and the doctor arrived in their car. Yu Shifeng first pulled Zhou Bai out, and then went to rescue Deng Xiaoqin. Chapter 185. The doctor is worthy of being a doctor. His rescue method is much more professional than Yumin Zhou Bai, who has almost lost consciousness, woke up after being fiddled with by him. Xiaoqin! Xiaoqin! The first thing Zhou Bai did when he woke up was to find Deng Xiaoqin. The doctor patted him. Old Yu is saving her, don't worry. The two of them held onto the nearby wall and barely floated on the water. Soon, Yu Shifeng also rescued Deng Xiaoqin from underwater, but unfortunately one of her feet was already in a terrible state. Yu Shifeng had to use a knife to get her out of the water. Quick, give her first aid. Yu Shifeng turned Deng Xiaoqin upside down. The doctor hurriedly gave Deng Xiaoqin hard calls and artificial respiration, but after 3 minutes of continuous rescue, Deng Xiaoqin did not get better. Xiaoqin! Xiaoqin! Zhou Bai cried loudly and helped at a loss. If he was the only one who was saved and Deng Xiaoqin died, what was the point of him living alone? Xiaoqin, don't die. Didn't we agree to live together until old age? Didn't you also say that you would travel around the world with me after retirement? Why do you want to break your promise? You can't break your promise. Ahem. Finally, maybe God heard Zhou Bai's prayers. Deng Xiaoqin woke up when the doctor performed artificial respiration for the 4th time. Xiaoqin! Zhou Bai shouted with joy. Yu Shifeng put Deng Xiaoqin down, and the two couples who had experienced life and death hugged each other. Great! They were both saved. He would use all his remaining strength to protect Xiaoqin. Zhou Bai thought excitedly in his heart at this moment. Yu Shifeng said to the two of them, the water is rising too fast. We have to find a safe high ground quickly. Follow me. Yu Shifeng climbed up the wall, taking Zhou Bai and his wife and the doctor. They climbed up the window of a building, pried open the anti-theft window outside, and came to the stairwell here. There were many people in the stairwell, who should be people who were flooded on the lower floor, and forced to take refuge in the stairwell. But Yu Shifeng and his team could not care about these strangers now. After going up, they rushed straight to the top floor, because only in the place with the best sight could they find Liang Shuyu and others. The huge wave just now came too fast. When Yu Shifeng and his team came out, Liang Shuyu and others had completely disappeared. Yu Shifeng suspected that their car might have been washed away by the water. Unfortunately, after arriving at the rooftop, they could not find any familiar figures except the endless ocean. Beep, beep, beep. Yu Shifeng sent a signal with a whistle, but did not get any response. Is it too far? There was a howling wind outside, heavy rain, lightning and thunder, and the raging floods hit the ruined city wave after wave. Yu Shifeng and his friends could see ant-like people floating in the waves, trying to save themselves. But they didn't see Liang Shuyu and his friends. Yu Shifeng was unwilling to give up and continued to contact them with a whistle, but there was still no response. It's impossible that no one was rescued. It must be because the distance was too far and the noise outside was too loud, so Liang Shuyu and his friends couldn't hear it, but now they can't use the intercom. If they are still saving themselves, they must have no time to use the intercom. Yu Shifeng decided to stand on the top floor and continue to observe. Yu Shifeng's worries were indeed justified. When the flood knocked them down, the double-decker bus was submerged and washed away hundreds of meters, like a drum washing machine, so the whistle could not be heard in this environment. In the house where Liang Wenjing was, the water level was almost up to their thighs, and the door of the house was locked with a key and could not be opened from the inside. Wei Youqi smashed the door open, and they were going to reach the rooftop through the stairwell to see if they could be rescued there. However, the stairwell after the smashing surprised them. There were 7 or 8 people standing outside. Both parties were startled, but it was obvious that Wei Youqi and his group were more surprised. They subconsciously thought that the whole building was uninhabited, so they were startled. Fortunately, when people face disasters, they have a sense of empathy for a community of shared destiny, so they usually don't fight in this situation. Wei Youqi and Lu Feng immediately raised their guard and entered the stairwell with more than a dozen family members and teammates. The other side just continued to move up cautiously. The two teams were awkwardly crowded in the narrow stairwell, staring at each other. Both sides held weapons, but no one took the initiative to move or speak. The other side should be 2 families, 1 elderly couple, 2 young couples, and 2 children, one in his teens and the other about 7 or 8 years old. Liang Wenjing's side had a lot of people, a full 16 people. Probably the other side couldn't count them, so they seemed more scared than Liang Wenjing and others. After all, Liang Wenjing's group of people had an average of more than 4 knives on their waists and thighs. At first glance, they are big guys who often go out. The weapons alone can make them feel guilty. There is no way. Liang Wenjing and his team often search for supplies everywhere. In addition to knives, they also carry 2 screwdrivers on their bodies, which are hidden in places where others cannot see, so they can use them when they want to. Mom, I'm so cold. Chen Rui snuggled in Teacher Ding's arms, shivering. On Liang Wenjing's side, everyone's face was frozen purple because their clothes were wet. If this continues, they will definitely get sick. This can't go on. Sorry, can we go up? Everyone's clothes are wet here. Wei Youqi stood up from the team. Because the 7 or 8 people on the other side blocked the stairs, if Wei Youqi and his team made any inappropriate movements, it would easily cause misunderstandings on the other side. The other side was obviously a resident living on the lower floor. They were carrying a lot of supplies, including bedding and other things hanging on their hands. Hearing Wei Youqi's words, one of the men's expression moved, and then he stepped back half a step. Wei Youqi hurriedly said thank you. Then he asked Liang Wenjing and you men to go ahead, and arranged his people to go up one by one. He stayed behind and confirmed the number of people in his mind, a total of 16 people. Thank you. After saying thank you again, Wei Youqi led everyone up the stairwell. They met a family in front of them. They said the same thing, and they successfully reached the top floor. This residential building has only 7 floors. The floor they entered was on the 4th floor. When they climbed to the 7th floor, the water had completely submerged the 4th floor. The 8th floor is the rooftop. Wei Youqi led them to smash the door of the rooftop. Unfortunately, there was no place on the rooftop to shelter from the wind and rain. Wei Youqi had to retreat. They found a place to shelter from the wind between the rooftop door and the stairwell. Everyone has a set of clean underwear in their bag. Change your wet clothes first. Keep warm. After Wei Youqi finished talking to them, he asked Lu Xiaopeng to watch over them. He and Lu Feng went down to the 7th floor. There were 4 households on the 7th floor. Wei Youqi chose one of the households that did not have a couplet posted and knocked on the door. Dong! 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 After knocking dozens of times and making sure that no one was inside, Wei Youqi picked up a large wrench and started to smash the door lock violently, while Lu Feng used a screwdriver to pry the door lock. Chapter 186. This building may be a building that has not been fully occupied after it was developed. Wei Youqi originally thought that there was really no one inside, but when they broke the door open, they found a panicked young couple standing inside. Wei Youqi was stunned for a moment, and Lu Feng hurriedly said, "We knocked for a long time but no one responded. We thought there was no one." "Sorry." The couple each held a kitchen knife. "Get out. Get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Lu Feng raised his hands and said, "We have no ill intentions. There was a tsunami outside, and our family's clothes were all wet. We need an iron bucket. If you can provide us with an iron bucket, we will leave immediately." Wei Youqi also said, "Sister, we really have no ill intentions. Do you have an iron bucket at home? Our clothes are all wet. It's too cold. We need to keep warm." The 2 young couples were completely unmoved. The man even raised his kitchen knife. "Get out. We don't have an iron bucket at home. Go quickly, otherwise my knife will not have eyes." They were obviously scared, and seeing that there were only Lu Feng and Wei Youqi, one big and one small, they felt that they had at least a slight possibility of resistance, so they were not moved at all. Wei Youqi said, "It doesn't matter if there is no iron bucket, we can also use the kitchen sink. If it is inconvenient for you, I will do it myself." The man yelled, "I told you to get out, don't you understand? Do you really want me to do it?" Lu Xiaopeng, who was only 1 floor upstairs, heard the noise downstairs and guessed that the 2 of them were in trouble when they went out. He immediately called Luo Wei and Luo Junxian to go downstairs with him. When he opened the fire door, he saw Wei Youqi and Lu Feng were still blocked outside the door. A young couple was holding kitchen knives inside the door. Lu Xiaopeng walked over, so that Wei Youqi, who originally had only 2 people, instantly became 5 people. Lu Xiaopeng shouted to Wei Youqi, "What are you doing? Haven't you finished yet?" When these words came out, the couple's faces turned pale. 5 people. 5 men. Even if the other side had 3 half-grown children with pale faces, they were no match, and looking at the outfits of these 5 people, each of them had at least 3 knives hanging on his waist, a small bag hanging on his waist, and a large bag on his back, giving people a very professional feeling. They were completely incomparable. If they confronted these 5 people, they would definitely not get any good results. Wei Youqi said, "It's almost done." He turned around and smiled at the couple. "We really only need an iron bucket, and we have no other ideas. Can you please give us a favor? In this case, what else can the couple do? The man already had the intention to retreat, but he just didn't say it. Wei Youqi did not ask him any more questions. Lu Xiaopang and Luo Wei stood guard at the door. He and Lu Feng went into their kitchen and searched around. They found an oven, so they took it away and dismantled the sink and other things. It was just a last resort. They didn't dismantle the oven. After getting the oven, the 5 people left the place neatly. The couple was so scared that they collapsed on the ground. The man quickly closed the door, and the other 2 moved the sofa and other things to completely block the door. They breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Youqi and his friends carried the oven up, violently dismantled the door, crossed the oven, and put cotton in it. Where's the gasoline? Here with me. Luo Junxian opened his school bag, took out a small bottle of gasoline, and gave it to Wei Youqi. Wei Youqi poured some gasoline into the oven, and took out a lighter wrapped tightly in plastic wrap from his waist bag. Ignite. Boom, the warmth of the flame, and the pungent smell of gasoline overflowed from the oven. The people above did not change the clean underwear in the backpack, because there was only one set of clean clothes, and they were not sure whether they would go into the water later. Aunt Xiaoping and several other ladies wrapped a layer of plastic wrap around their bodies. Before wrapping them with plastic wrap, they also applied ginger essential oil. The ginger essential oil was brought back from a beauty store by Liang Shuyu and others. This essential oil will feel spicy when applied to the body. Wrapping it with plastic wrap will have the effect of dispelling cold and moisture. Put on a wrung wet clothes outside, lean against the stove to dry your back first, and your body will soon warm up. After several ladies were done, the men followed suit. Over there, if Liang Shuyu wanted to get to the building where Liang Wenjing and the others were, he had to go upstream to the 2 buildings above, and then swim diagonally with the impact of the water. Just like the plan they had made when they went to the underwater market, because the impact of the water was too strong, he couldn't swim straight over, so he could only use the diagonal plan. The impact here was obviously greater than the underwater market, and Liang Shuyu only had to go upstream 2 more buildings to implement this plan. He took out a piece of rope from his backpack and tied himself and Du Yao tightly. Everyone's backpack had a piece of rope, about 30 meters. Hold on, we're going over. Du Yao immediately hugged Liang Shuyu's neck tighter, and buried her little head in Liang Shuyu's shoulders. She was frozen and unconscious, her little face was purple and blue, her teeth trembled involuntarily, and she almost bit her tongue several times. But she didn't cry out for the cold. Instead, she hugged Liang Shuyu silently, as if she wanted to use her body to help Liang Shuyu gain some temperature. Well, big brother, you have to be careful, Du Yao said. Liang Shuyu hummed, pay attention to breathing. After a huge wave hit again, Liang Shuyu found the most stable time on the water surface, and with a splash, he took Du Yao into the water. There was about 20 meters between the 2 houses, and a huge wave hit from the front, forming a buffer zone between the houses. Only the water flow on the road had the greatest impact, and the houses were slightly stable. There were not many obstacles in the water. Liang Shuyu was skilled in swimming, and he could even not breathe for more than a minute, but considering that Du Yao was not used to it, he breathed about once every 40 seconds. Although it was inconvenient to move with Du Yao. But Liang Shuyu still reached the other side without difficulty. The water flow on both sides of the house was quite turbulent. Liang Shuyu did not intend to swim from both sides. He swam to the window near the stairwell that was not equipped with a security net. The window was locked. He took out a hammer. Be careful of the glass. Lower your head. Snap! The glass shattered. At the same time, a terrifying thunder flashed in the sky, and the dim earth was illuminated by the white light that flashed by again. Heavy rain poured down, as if someone was staring at Liang Shuyu. Liang Shuyu looked up as if he noticed it, and under another flash, it seemed as if there was a head lying outside a window looking down. When Liang Shuyu blinked again, it seemed like an illusion. He was alert, and did not think too much. Liang Shuyu took Du Yao into the window. Chapter 187. After passing through this building, Liang Shuyu climbed out of the opposite window, and headed for the next building. The 2 buildings were only 10 meters apart, which was less difficult than before. Liang Shuyu was almost at ease. After waiting for a while for the water surface, Liang Shuyu was about to dive into the water and swim over. Suddenly, Du Yao in front of him suddenly became heavy, and Liang Shuyu sank into the water with him. Du Yao kicked and struggled reflexively. Liang Shuyu touched Du Yao's feet, but was horrified to touch another cold hand under the water. A hand from under the flood. Liang Shuyu was shocked by this incident. Could it be a ghost? But this thought was only for a moment. Liang Shuyu immediately judged the location of his body based on the direction of the other party's hand. He kicked hard in that direction and kicked something solid. The ghost's body is not so flexible. Liang Shuyu thought of the head that looked down from the window upstairs just now. There was thunder in the sky at that time. The pale and bulging eyes and the skinny cheeks were deeply engraved in Liang Shuyu's mind. Liang Shuyu kicked the hand away, and the two finally returned to the surface of the water. Diao choked on a lot of saliva. Someone cough, someone, pull my feet, cough, cough, cough. Diao coughed loudly. She was very scared. How could there be someone under the water? Could it be a water monster? She vaguely remembered the scene she had seen in the movie, where the protagonists rowed a boat in a gloomy pond and were inexplicably eaten by the monster in the pond. Are there really monsters in this world? Big brother, a monster just pulled my foot. Diao shouted, hoping to remind Liang Shuyu not to let the monster eat them. Liang Shuyu did not answer. The other party might be much better at swimming than him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do such a thing underwater. But now the flood is surging, and no one can be seen at all. Except for the screams coming from the building not far away. This dark world, desperate world, and a world with heavy rain seem to be an abandoned world. Only the screams remind him that they are in the real world. Pay attention to changing the water. Can't delay here. Liang Shuyu quickly jumped into the water and swam away from here again with Du Yao. They soon arrived at the other side. Liang Shuyu climbed to the window and walked up from the stairwell. Water fell from his body, and Liang Shuyu had to find a side window to make it easier to get out from there. The upper half of the floor is where the residents of this building live. Although they have not been flooded, everyone here has already fled. It is estimated that they should have reached the top floor. He smashed a door with a hammer and entered the room. The direction of the living room window was not the side he wanted. Liang Shuyu walked into the room, but he saw red marks outside the door from the corner of his eye. When he smashed the door just now, it was obviously gray outside. Where did the red come from? Liang Shuyu stood inside the door and leaned slightly to the side. From this angle, he could see the stairwell outside the door very well, but he didn't need to go out. But what did he see? The iron handrail of the stairs, which was originally normal, was covered with red stuff at some point, dyeing the flood water on the ground light red. Take a closer look. The handrail was not hung with red paint or anything else, but fresh intestines and other sticky objects. If Liang Shuyu guessed correctly, it might be a human brain. But it was not there when he passed by just now. Boom! The thunder in the sky, and Liang Shuyu's heart screamed at the same time. Who was following him? He had to leave here quickly. Liang Shuyu quickly walked into the bedroom and climbed out the window. However, at this moment, a strange and thin face suddenly appeared outside. Hiss! He made a sound that only a poisonous snake could make, and the sharp knife in his hand parried Liang Shuyu's forehead. Fortunately, Liang Shuyu was on guard when he came over, so he dodged as soon as he saw him, and quickly kicked him out of the window. However, he also cut his foot with a knife, and blood flowed. What kind of face is that? His eyes were bulging, his face was almost fleshless, only a layer of skin was attached, and there was a thick layer of black under his eyes. His nose and face were pretty, and if he had more flesh, he might still look good, but he was so thin that he was just scary. Liang Shuyu had no impression of this person, and it was even more impossible for him to be an enemy. Could it be that he had provoked someone in the building just now? A lunatic. Liang Shuyu could only judge in this way. Now, Liang Shuyu doubted whether this person would continue to hide underwater, so Liang Shuyu could not go into the water rashly. He left the bedroom and continued to walk up from the fire escape. He didn't know until he walked down, and he was terrified. At first, Liang Shuyu only saw fresh intestines and brains hanging on the handrails of the stairwell, but when he came up, he saw the remains of corpses all over the floor. The death was horrible, and could be described as a source of outrage. On the wall, the terrifying words "Pay your life" were written in red bloodstains, and there were still pieces of meat residue in each stroke. It was obvious that this was not written directly with blood, but something was grabbed by hand and then pasted on. Liang Shuyu almost vomited. He really met a madman. Big brother, what are these? Du Yao suddenly raised her head and saw this horrible bloody scene. Liang Shuyu quickly pressed her little head down. Don't look. Taking Du Yao upstairs, Liang Shuyu quickly reached the rooftop. Fortunately, there was nothing on the rooftop except an electric fence. There was no place to hide. Liang Shuyu planned to spend some time here first, and wait and see if this madman would rush up to confront him head-on, otherwise it would be difficult to lead him to Liang Wenjing. But Liang Shuyu probably underestimated the patience of this madman. After 10 minutes of being in the cold wind and heavy rain on the top floor, no one came. Thus, Liang Xiu had a deeper understanding of this madman. Either he was weak in direct confrontation and could only adopt roundabout tactics, or he was a perverted person who liked to use all kinds of unconventional methods to get some kind of hunting pleasure. Speaking of perverts, Liang Xiu suddenly recalled a performance artist who liked to play Jian. This performance artist must have a target. Combined with the words "paid life" on the wall just now, Liang Xiu suddenly thought, it's not so bloody, that person chased him here to avenge his mistress. If so, then how did he track Liang Xiu? And how did he confirm that it was Liang Xiu? If it was really him, Liang Xiu couldn't sit still. Unless this person dies completely, Liang Xiu will never let someone who hates him live in this world. Chapter 188. Liang Xiu walked back to the stairwell with a hammer, but he really underestimated this so-called pervert and madman. The stairwell that was normal just now was now full of bloody corpses. Each of them had their intestines ripped open, and their death was extremely tragic. Their eyes were wide open, and they were just facing Liang Xiu's eyes. What was even more terrifying was that these eyes were not staring blankly at the empty front. More than a dozen pairs of eyes were focused on one point, which was Liang Xiu's eyes. It seemed that everything was calculated, and Liang Xiu was sitting in the middle of the rooftop waiting for him, but he didn't hear a single sound. Liang Xiu had to take back his judgment that the madman had poor frontal enemy ability, otherwise the death of more than a dozen creatures in front of him would be unjustifiable. This horrific scene was extremely shocking, especially the pairs of flexible eyes that were staring at Liang Xiu, as if they were still alive, not dead. The corpses blocked Liang Xiu's way. Liang Xiu couldn't get through here. The corpses were strangely arranged to look like a water curtain cave. If Liang Xiu wanted to get through, he had to pass through their souls and intestines. What kind of madman is this? If he wanted to take revenge on Liang Xiu, why did he kill innocent people? How did he kill so many people in a short period of time? And how did he hang them on the wall? Big brother Du Yao, who had been pressed on her head, wanted to know what happened, because she heard several gasps. Did a monster really come out to eat people? No. This might be more terrifying than a monster. It was clearly a survival disaster, but it was twisted into a horror movie. Unfortunately, if he wanted to scare Liang Xiu, then he was too naive. After the initial shock, Liang Xiu quickly calmed down and began to appreciate the deaths of these people. He judged the height and weight of the murderer, his usual techniques, etc. through the wounds on these people. The height would not exceed 165. The weight would not exceed 100 jin. Judging from the face Liang Xiu had seen, the weight was at most 80 jin. He was skinny and extremely ugly. The usual killing techniques. In addition to being disemboweled, the conditions of each deceased were different. Some had scars on their necks, some were killed by a knife, and some had blood on their heads, which was considered to be caused by being hit in the head. And so on. It seems that the techniques are different, all depending on the mood or the environment, and there is no special usual technique. Of course, it can also be considered that the techniques are random and cannot be prevented. And most of them are sneak attacks. With a general judgment of the enemy, Liang Xiu put down his backpack and let Du Yao go. After taking off the heavyweight coat, Liang Xiu stood up easily. Du Yao landed and looked back to see the horrible and indescribable scene, and screamed in fear. A hand pressed on her little head. Don't be afraid. If you are afraid, you will be hanging there like them in a while. Du Yao closed her eyes in fear. Big brother, big brother. She was afraid. She was afraid. There were dead people everywhere. Liang Xiu took Du Yao's hand and walked forward, hung up the hammer, and replaced it with a knife. He became extremely calm in the observation just now. His eyes swept over the artistic wall. You could have just come and killed me, but you had to do so many tricks. You must prefer to appreciate the fearful expression of your enemy. I wonder if my expression at this moment makes you angry? Now, Liang Xiu is going to go through the water curtain cave to find this perverted murderer. Du Yao was extremely scared, but Liang Xiu held her hand very tightly, and didn't let her break free. Du Yao didn't dare to resist, because she was afraid that if she left Liang Xiu, she would encounter the same situation as those people, being killed by monsters and hung on the wall. No fear, no fear. At most, she would just die. Anyway, she had lived enough. Du Yao thought so. Liang Xiu walked through one crime scene after another, but unfortunately, he didn't see any living people. Liang Xiu wanted to find him, but he wanted to hide. What on earth did he want to do? Besides leaving this bloody mess to scare him, what else did he want to do? Walking through the rooms, Liang Xiu still couldn't find this person. He simply returned to the top floor, put on his backpack again, and jumped into the water with Du Yao. Could it be that this person would watch him go? However, Liang Shuyu guessed wrong this time. He thought this person would attack in the water, but when Liang Shuyu's head just stuck out of the window, he saw a shadow in the reflection of the water. Liang Shuyu immediately pushed Du Yao inside, and he turned over and stabbed it fiercely. Missed. The man shrank back. Liang Shuyu saw clearly this time. This person was no more than 70 pounds, and his back was as thin as dry wood, like a dried corpse with all the blood drained out of his body. Liang Shuyu came back, but did not chase him. He took Du Yao through the rooms again, and then found another opportunity to lure him out. This time, Liang Shuyu grabbed his wrist and turned over, but the man was as slippery as a loach, and seemed to be afraid to look Liang Shuyu in the face, looking a little embarrassed. He obviously did not expect that Liang Shuyu, who had seen such a bloody scene, could still face fear bravely. Liang Shuyu only chased him for 2 rooms before losing him. He was worried that Du Yao would be taken advantage of, so he turned back through the window. Coincidentally, the man also appeared by the door and was about to attack Du Yao. Liang Shuyu was agile, flew over and grabbed him, raised his hand to fight with him with a knife, and he was very flexible. He almost escaped from Liang Shuyu's hand several times, but unfortunately he was not as strong as Liang Shuyu, and he could not break free again even if he used clever strength. Liang Shuyu cut his hands, feet, and thighs 5 times, but did not hurt the vital parts. It was not that he did not hurt, but that he could not. He was also very good at countering the opponent's moves, giving people a very orthodox feeling. Liang Shuyu's wild style just happened to win because it was unexpected, and Liang Shuyu himself was stabbed several times, one of which was fatal in the abdomen. This man wanted to escape many times during the journey, because a head-on knife fight was not what he wanted. If Liang Shuyu guessed correctly, his idea should be to torture Liang Shuyu to death with fear. It is even possible to attack Liang Shuyu's family and let Liang Shuyu witness the death of his family members one by one. So everything at this time was beyond his expectations. He probably didn't expect that he would never be able to escape after being caught. If he didn't die, Liang Shuyu would die, so he had to die. On the other side, Du Yao kept watching the big brother fighting with the ugly guy who looked like a monster. The big brother was seriously injured and looked like he was going to lose. She had to help the big brother. Chapter 189. But she is a child, and she doesn't know martial arts like her big brother. How can she help her big brother? Maybe she can use props and tools. Du Yao quickly looked through all the things in the room that could be used. She found that the wardrobe was made of solid wood and looked very heavy. If the monster was pressed under the wardrobe, it would definitely be broken and bleeding. She looked at the back of the wardrobe. It was not embedded. There was a certain gap between the wardrobe and the wall, which meant that the two were separated. Du Yao first stuck a small screwdriver on the foot of the wardrobe, then stood on the bedside table beside the bed, and tried to push the wardrobe. It's heavy, but she can push it, so she waited for the opportunity there. As long as the big brother pulled the monster over here, she could push down the wardrobe and smash the monster to death. In the process of Liang Shuyu fighting with this man with a knife, he found that his right foot was not flexible enough, and he was a cripple. Although this man was extremely flexible, he did not dare to confront him head-on because of some psychological barriers. Liang Shuyu took advantage of these advantages and gradually gained the upper hand. However, the opponent's method was extremely cruel. Liang Shuyu was injured in many places, and he was stabbed in the abdomen. The blood flowed out, paralyzing his brain. I don't know how long he can hold on. At this moment, in the interval of the fight, Liang Shuyu received a hint from Du Yao's eyes. He immediately understood what the little girl was planning. Splash! Splash! The sound of the knife, the thunder and the sound of water outside were entangled together. The water level rose again, overflowing from the edge of the window on their floor, forming a waterfall of water curtains. The water on the ground brought some obstacles to the opponent, and Liang Shuyu took this opportunity to pull him towards the wardrobe. Boom! Liang Shuyu saw the opportunity, and finally broke the opponent's defense, and sent the knife to his abdomen. The sound was the sound of the tip of the knife colliding with the wardrobe. His body was so thin that it was not even enough for a blade, but it was directly penetrated. Now, Liang Shuyu pushed back, and Du Yao pushed the wardrobe at the same time. There was a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, the wardrobe had fallen down, pressing the ugly and terrifying lame man under the wardrobe, and a deep red flood overflowed from under the wardrobe. The other party didn't even make a cry. Liang Shuyu squatted down and looked into the gap. The pair of eyes that spit out were staring at Liang Shuyu. On the pale face, a sick and creepy smile appeared. He is not dead yet. Or is it a last gasp? Liang Shu went in and made another knife. He lifted the wardrobe again. This cabinet weighed at least hundreds of pounds, and he couldn't get out. "Let's go!" Liang Shu pulled Diao, hugged her in his arms, and took her out of the window. The waves outside were surging. A huge wave just hit, and gradually submerged the building. Liang Shu had to hurry to the building where Liang Wenjing was on the other side. If he delayed any longer, Liang Wenjing's building would also be submerged. They had to find a good countermeasure quickly. After observing the wind and waves on the horizontal plane, Liang Shu found a good opportunity and dived into the water. The whole person was instantly washed away by the huge impact of the flood. On the other side, Yu Shifeng and others did not find Liang Wenjing and others on the roof, and they could not contact them with whistles. They could only use walkie-talkies. Yu Shifeng and the doctor and others returned to the house, and found a corner that was not easily seen. Because there were many people here, they had to be careful, and not let the walkie-talkie be exposed. However, they contacted for about a few minutes, but received no response. Because Liang Wenjing and the others had just arrived at the building, Yu Shifeng and the others were safe earlier. Still no contact? The doctor asked anxiously. Yu Shifeng shook his head, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. When the huge waves came down, only their 2 cars were lucky enough to be washed out by the waves, and the double-decker bus was right under the huge waves. In other words, the bus was directly swept into the water. Could it be that they were all? No. The doctor, Zhou Bai, Deng Xiaoqin and others were a little collapsed. Yu Shifeng calmed down. Bandage Deng Xiaoqin first. I will continue to contact them. Nothing will happen, don't panic. The doctor took a few deep breaths, okay. Then he took out the medicine in his waist bag to bandage Deng Xiaoqin. When her foot was stuck, Yu Shifeng couldn't get it out, so he could only use a knife to do some treatment on her foot. Later, after soaking in water, the wound on her foot was simply horrible. Seeing this wound, I can only think of kimchi. After a simple treatment, the doctor said, it's best to sew it, otherwise this injury may. He is not a surgeon, and has no particularly professional judgment, but he can roughly see that the severity of the injury is too serious, and the bones are pressed. It is estimated that this foot is likely to be disabled. Deng Xiaoqin burst into tears when she heard it. She is now cold and frozen. In fact, there is almost no pain in her feet. It has been completely stiff and numb. I have needles and thread here, please sew it. Deng Xiaoqin knows what it means to sew needles without anesthetics. Zhou Bai can only bear the pain to help her find needles and thread and give them to the doctor, and then hold Deng Xiaoqin's hands tightly. The doctor has never sewed anyone, and has never even seen it. He is an internist. But at the critical moment, you have to do it even if you can't do it. The doctor threaded the needle, asked Yu Shifeng to help disinfect with lighters and alcohol, and then did a simple debridement on Deng Xiaoqin's wound, and then began to sew. For wounds like this, it is usually said that several layers of stitches are needed to ensure recovery. But under the current conditions, being able to sew a layer of skin is the limit. As soon as the needle went in, Deng Xiaoqin, who was already stiff and numb, screamed in pain. She shrank half of her body in Zhou Bai's arms, and one hand tightly grasped Zhou Bai's collar, turning blue and purple. She didn't cry, but Zhou Bai was distressed and burst into tears. The process of stitching seemed to have taken a whole century. The doctor's level was very poor, and he was very nervous for the first time, fearing that the stitches would be made worse if they were not done well. Fortunately, it was finally finished. It was very cold, and the hands and feet were stiff and numb, but the doctor's head was sweating. At this time, Yu Shifeng's intercom just made a sound. Yu Shifeng was overjoyed. The intercom is ringing. I go to the corner to contact them. Give the lighter to the doctor. Yu Shifeng hid in a corner, and soon heard Wei Youqi's voice. Yu Shifeng said, yes, the 4 of us are together, we are all safe, how about you? Wei Youqi said, we are also very good here, everyone is complete, only you 4 are missing, we are going to go to the tallest technology building nearby, this building is about to be flooded. Yu Shifeng's side is also the same, their building was originally half not flooded, but soon the water rose to the top. He went out to confirm the direction with Wei Youqi, and found that his place was farther than Wei Youqi's. Sure enough, their bus was washed farther. Chapter 190. Okay, Deng Xiaoqin's foot was injured, the doctor is stitching her up, are all the people over there okay? Yu Shifeng said this, and Wei Youqi on the other side waited for a while before responding. Everyone is fine, let's talk about it after we gather together. So, the gathering place was redetermined, which was the tallest building that could be seen now. Yu Shifeng could also see it from here, but it was about 1,000 meters away, and more houses were flooded. If they wanted to get there, they had to leave early. Yu Shifeng turned off the intercom and wrapped it with plastic wrap to waterproof it. When he came back, the doctor had already stitched up Deng Xiaoqin. Yu Shifeng said, "Wrap the wound with plastic wrap. I have contacted Wei Youqi. We have to set out quickly to meet them. When the water floods again, there will be fewer and fewer houses nearby, and we will not be able to get through." Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai said quickly, "Okay." They equipped themselves, took out all the ropes in the bag, tied them together, took off their coats, and wrapped a layer of plastic wrap around their bodies to keep warm. It is too cold underwater, and you have to maintain your body temperature. The 4 people were tied together with ropes to form an eye-shaped character. Yu Shifeng was the best swimmer, followed by Zhou Bai. The doctor had hardly been to a swimming pool, so Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai took the lead and formed the first horizontal line of the eye-shaped character, and the doctor and Deng Xiaoqin followed behind. Yu Shifeng first observed the water area. They were upstream, and it was relatively easy to reach the place Liang Wenjing and the others mentioned. As long as they grasped the distance between the houses in the middle as the base point, it should not be too difficult. After roughly planning the route in his mind, Yu Shifeng and Zhou Bai climbed out of the window and into the water, swimming downstream to a house on the other side of the river. The ropes connecting Deng Xiaoqin and the doctor were 30 meters long, which meant that it was okay as long as they did not exceed this distance. Here, Liang Shuyu swam diagonally with Du Yao to Liang Wenjing's house. At that time, the water had flooded the 7th floor and was almost flooding the top floor. Liang Shuyu arrived here and climbed onto a balcony. The door was locked, which showed that there were people living in the house. But Liang Shuyu didn't care. He picked up the dagger and smashed the floor-to-ceiling glass door of the balcony. The two walked into the room. A young couple who were packing things and were probably preparing to escape came out of the room in horror. Both of them were holding kitchen knives. Liang Shuyu found that the door leading to the stairs outside this family was blocked by a sofa and a dining table. He held Du Yao in one hand and a hammer in the other. "We are just passing by, open the door." Liang Shuyu didn't say any extra nonsense. In fact, he couldn't say any more nonsense. The wounds on his body were all bleeding. In just half a minute after he walked into this room, the ground was covered with his blood. He looked like a bloody man. The couple was really unlucky. Just now, they encountered a group of people who broke into their house and stole their oven. As a result, they encountered a teenager with a murderous look and a child. The couple seemed to be hesitating, but they didn't know what they were hesitating about. In short, it didn't look like a good thing. Diao raised the knife in her hand, opened the door quickly. "We are just passing by and don't intend to hurt you. If you don't know how to be polite, don't blame us for being rude." The elder brother held her hand so tightly. She felt that the elder brother's vitality was rapidly draining away. If the wound is not bandaged, the big brother will bleed dry, and he might die. Du Yao's expression became more ferocious. "Open the door." The two young couples finally compromised. Maybe they had some bad thoughts after seeing Liang Shuyu and Du Yao's huge backpacks, but they finally decided to move the sofa and dining table away. The risk of doing so is too great, especially for a man who is at the end of his rope and has a child. He may have to bear unimaginable risks. So in the end, they were still afraid. After the two moved the sofa and dining table away, Liang Shuyu took Diao away with big strides. Diao kept guarding against them with the knife in her hand, staring at them with sharp and vigilant eyes until she and the big brother walked out of the door, until they completely disappeared from her sight. The two walked to the stairwell of the fire escape, which was full of people, all of whom were flooded and crowded here. Of course, many of them had seen Liang Wenjing and others. Liang Shuyu and Du Yao's dressing style showed that they were in the same group as them. These people did not dare to act rashly. Seeing Liang Shuyu and Du Yao were about to pass, they all made way for them. When they reached the top terrace, Lu Xiaopeng, who was guarding the stairs, saw Liang Shuyu and Du Yao at a glance. Old Liang. Lu Xiaopeng also saw the blood all over the floor. He rushed over and grabbed Liang Shuyu, who could no longer hold on, and fell into his arms. In the previous battle, he had too many wounds on his body. Liang Shuyu. Big brother. After a panic shout, Liang Shuyu was placed on a safe and clean table. They took off Liang Shuyu's coat and found that there were no less than 10 knife wounds on Liang Shuyu's body. There was even a very deep and fatal wound on his abdomen. Wei Youqi hurriedly contacted Yu Shifeng with the intercom, but he couldn't get through. Yu Shifeng and his team should have been on their way, and the intercom was turned off. "We can't get through. Let's do some simple treatment on him first, and then gather at the Science and Technology building. The doctors are heading over there. Now, that's all we can do. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing didn't even have time to feel sorry for him. They quickly used medicine to stop Liang Shuyu's bleeding and gave him antibiotics. Doctors usually taught them basic knowledge about medicine. For example, how to clean the wound, what medicine to take, etc. After a simple hemostatic bandage, wrap it with plastic wrap to prevent water seepage and keep warm. Du Yao was also wrapped in a layer of plastic wrap, and then they had to leave the building quickly, otherwise they would be controlled by the water when the water flooded up. It was also an I-shaped team, with Wei Youqi, Yu Min, and Liang Wenjing leading the team. Because Lu Xiaopeng and Lu Feng were not familiar with water, and were not flexible enough, Lu Feng took the initiative to ask Liang Shuyu to be tied to his back. Liang Ying had originally asked for this, but with so many men present, how could a woman like Liang Ying do such a dangerous thing? But even with 3 people leading the team, they still didn't have enough people. Without Chen Ji, their team had a full 15 people, and it was too difficult for 3 people to pull 12 people. They needed at least 1 person to lead the team. Let me do it. Suddenly, Luo Junxian stood up from the corner of the team, took out a rope, and tied it to himself. Luo Junxian was young and very flexible. Is your injury okay? But everyone still remembered that he was injured in his hand. It doesn't have much impact, time is tight, let's go. Luo Junxian said. So Wei Youqi, Yu Min, Liang Wenjing and Luo Junxian went into the water first. Their method was similar to that of Yu Shifeng and others. They formed an I shape and let the 4 of them reach the other side first. As long as one of the 4 of them arrived successfully and grabbed the house, they would be safe. Chapter 191. The other 3 people were holding ropes, so they could be pulled back in time even if they were washed away by the water. However, even if the 4 of them failed to reach the other side, and were all washed away by the water, there were still more than a dozen people behind them pulling them with ropes. So this is a very safe way. The water flow was very turbulent, and they had to pay attention to the huge waves hitting their heads at any time. There were sharp obstacles, turbid garbage of various colors, and floating corpses in the water. Especially in some corners where water converged, many people who did not react in the disaster were washed into such corners by the water and piled up. There were also people who were right in the center of a vortex. Looking down from the upstairs, you could see him spitting in the water. The gray world, the world of despair, it seemed that a waterfall fell from the sky, the earth was sinking and floating, the road could no longer be seen, only the houses that were submerged to the point where only the heads were left. Wei Youqi, Yu Min, Liang Wenjing, and Luo Junxian went into the water at the same time. Their goal was the house on the other side 25 meters away. They were upstream, and they could easily reach the other side by just going downstream, which was not too difficult. However, Wei Youqi and Yu Min also had another concern in their hearts. Now the city was submerged by the flood and tsunami, and the people who survived by chance were standing on the roofs of the houses. Because there was no rescue, everyone looked at this vast sea-like city with confusion. But Wei Youqi and his friends had ropes. If they could easily shuttle between houses, it would definitely attract the covetousness of some people. Now they just hope that the other party will be a little more afraid of them because of the large number of them, and not pay attention to them inappropriately. The 4 people entered the water, and the cold touch hit them again, but because they were wrapped in plastic wrap, they were much warmer and more comfortable than before. It was rare to get a little warmth in this situation. Wei Youqi and the other 4 entered the water at the same time and went downstream. Except for Luo Junxian, who was closest to the edge of the house, and was almost washed away by the water, everyone else successfully reached the other side. And Luo Junxian's reaction was quite fast. Wei Youqi and the others did not pull the rope, and Luo Junxian stopped by grabbing the wall. The people on the roof, who were frowning here, were greatly relieved when they saw their actions. If Wei Youqi and others can succeed in the experiment, it means that others can follow suit and find a way to survive. Don't be afraid of the rope. Every household has curtains and sheets. If you take them down one by one and connect them, won't you have a rope? Wei Youqi and the other 4 arrived at the other side, pulled out a little of the rope on their bodies, and tied it to the anti-theft net of the house window, and then Wei Youqi blew a whistle, indicating that people here can go over. The ropes of Wei Youqi and the other 4 were divided into 4 strands, and then joined together. The ropes of Lu Feng and the others were all connected in one line, so if they wanted to go, they had to go together. If they were washed away, the impact would be huge. Here, Luo Wei and Lao Chen led the team. Although Lao Chen's foot was injured, the impact was not great. Lu Feng was responsible for carrying Liang Shuyu. 3, 2, 1, go! At Lao Chen's command, everyone jumped into the water at the same time. Those who couldn't swim, such as Chen Baoi, and Xiaoping, Diao, and Teacher Ding, could use Lao Chen and others to float on the water. This is also one of the reasons why they were all tied together. Because some people can't swim, even with such a short distance, they may run around in panic after entering the water, which may put their lives in danger. The speed was very fast. Everyone supported each other and reached the other side in almost 10 seconds. However, the impact of the water was greater because of the number of people, and they deviated from the original direction. And Xiaoping screamed in fear, but fortunately, Wei Youqi was holding the rope. Just when they were about to deviate from the normal channel and be washed out to the more turbulent road outside, Lao Chen grabbed the net of the anti-theft window and forcibly controlled the route of others. Wei Youqi and others also pulled people back with force. Soon, everyone arrived safely on the other side. The people who had been watching on the roofs of both sides also sighed. "We can do that too. Quick, go find curtains and sheets, scissors, who has scissors?" As if they saw the hope of survival, people who didn't know each other and were wary of each other before now asked for help and helped each other. Not every group has dozens of people like Liang Shuyu and his group. Many people trapped in their families are small units of families. For example, the first group Liang Wenjing saw was composed of 2 families, and at most 3 families. Even if there are many people, groups composed of 8 families, like Liang Shuyu and his group, are very rare. So danger creates unity. The survivors on the houses on both sides of the strait, including the roofs farther away, saw the actions of Liang Wenjing and others and followed suit. Those who were short of people formed small groups on the spot. For such an operation, at least 5 or 6 people were the most stable, and there had to be someone who could swim to lead. In order to have the hope of survival, many people put aside their grudges, reunited, helped each other, and overcame difficulties together. As for whether they would become friends, family, or continue to be enemies after the difficulties, let's talk about it after surviving. Only when you are alive can you have a choice. Only when you are alive can you be qualified. The dead are not qualified. In this way, Liang Wenjing and his team passed through one house after another, and the survivors around them followed their footsteps and imitated them one by one. The scene that Wei Youqi had originally worried about did not appear. They even got help from some people. Once, because the water was too high, the second group of people couldn't pull them over, and it was the people on the shore who helped them pull. Later, before Wei Youqi and his team had time to say thank you, those people left. Everyone had only one destination. The most obvious and tallest science and technology building in the entire water area. The building has more than 70 floors, and only less than 1/10 of it has been flooded so far. As long as they reach this building, they will have a relatively safe environment. It is obviously a world of complete despair. The sky is gray, the earth is gray, the sea water will swallow people's lives, and people's bodies will rot in it, but who can think of it? The more such moments, the more suddenly the brilliance between people is lost. Human nature is really a terrible thing. Wei Youqi even saw the sincere smiles of strangers in this operation, because they also helped others a little. But Wei Youqi did not have any hope for these strange kindnesses. As long as they reached the building, as long as the water of the tsunami did not subside for a day, then all the survivors present will become their enemies. Chapter 192. The process of reaching the building was not smooth, and it was even more dangerous along the way, and they almost lost the whole army several times. During the journey, there was a group of 10 people, and they were just behind Wei Youqi and others. But at that time, Wei Youqi felt that the water surface was not stable enough, and the waves were a bit uneven, so he stayed there for a while, preparing to observe and set off. As a result, this small group was a little eager for quick success or something, and they seemed a little hurried when they saw that they were about to reach the science and technology building. They rushed down without looking at anything, and when their second group of people passed by, a huge wave happened to hit them. The people in the water didn't have time to sink into the water to avoid the huge waves, and only heard a low scream. A burst of deep red water came out from that place, and someone's head was directly broken by the impact of the huge wave. The scene was very bloody and terrifying. The small group was also panicked, and lost their composure in the water, and was completely lost in the water. The whole group disappeared without a trace after being washed away by the current. So Wei Youqi and his team had to be more careful, because if they were not careful here, they would lose their lives and their bodies would be gone. Finally, Wei Youqi and his team arrived at the science and technology building without any danger. There was a crowd of people here. When Wei Youqi and his team went up, they were surrounded by people. It seemed that all of them were survivors, who came here to take refuge. Wei Youqi and his team went ashore, but did not find Yu Shifeng on that floor, and Liang Shuyu was seriously injured, so they had to lay Liang Shuyu flat first to see how his injuries were. A young man next to him saw it and exclaimed, "How could he be so seriously injured?" Wei Youqi turned around and saw that the man was the one they had helped once. "Let me see, I'm a surgeon." The man took out a bag from his backpack, which seemed to contain a series of sewing tools. "Surgeon." Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing were both shocked. "Are you really a surgeon?" "Yes." The doctor had already opened Liang Shuyu's clothes and checked his injuries, and found that he had a fatal wound on his abdomen and deep cuts on his hands and feet. He lost too much blood, must be transfused, and the wound must be sutured. "What is his blood type?" Liang Yi immediately said, "Type A blood. I am also type A, use mine." Perhaps because she was too worried about Liang Shuyu's injuries, Liang Ying was not too wary of this man who claimed to be a doctor. There were so many survivors present, if he was not a doctor, there was no reason for him to come to help Liang Shuyu check his injuries for a few seconds. And Liang Ying also hoped that he was really a doctor. She could see that Liang Shuyu's injuries were too severe, and even if he waited for Dr. Chen, he might not be able to hold on, because Dr. Chen was just an internist. "Doctor, please help him. I will do my best to help you with whatever you want," Liang Ying said desperately. Liang Wenjing still had a trace of rationality, while Lu Feng was full of calmness. Although he did not say anything to stop him, he was watching from the sidelines. If the surgeon had any bad thoughts, they would not escape Lu Feng's eyes. The young surgeon said, "You help me, and I will help you, and we are even." "Okay, stop talking nonsense, he needs a blood transfusion, who will come?" Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing said at the same time, "I do it." The doctor took out the blood transfusion needle from his small medicine bag and disinfected it with a lighter and alcohol, saying, "These things are used up one less, and the current situation can only be used multiple times. I will disinfect them as much as possible, you understand? It is a blessing to have this thing for Liang Shuyu to transfuse blood, so why bother about once or twice? Such blood transfusion tools are very common in normal times, and can be bought in pharmacies everywhere. In such a period, they are extremely precious. If you can't buy them, you can't make them yourself." So Liang Wenjing and Liang Ying had no objection. After a simple disinfection, the doctor asked and confirmed the blood types of the two and began to help Liang Shuyu with blood transfusion. Then he helped Liang Shuyu clean the wound on the spot, sewed several deeper incisions, and the fatal wound on the abdomen. The doctor said, "Although the wound on the abdomen is quite deep, it is fortunate that it did not hurt the vital parts. This is very lucky. However, my tools are limited. I can only sew 2 layers of stitches at most. Don't open the wound, otherwise I can't save him." Liang Wenjing and others hurriedly thanked him. Lu Feng saw that the surgeon was really helping Liang Shuyu with his treatment, so he relaxed his vigilance a little and winked at Lu Xiaopeng, telling him not to worry too much. Lu Xiaopeng still trusts his father. Before the power outage, Lu Feng was at least the general manager of a large company. Although he could not read people's expressions, he was still good at reading people's expressions. As long as Lu Feng said it was okay, he would not move too much. Since Liang Shuyu was generally safe, Wei Youqi had to arrange other work. "You guys stay here and wait for Uncle Yu and the others. Don't move around. Lu Xiaopeng and I will go up there to take a look. There are too many people here. We need to occupy a good position. If the tsunami does not push down for a long time, it means that they will have to survive in this science and technology building for a long time." Although this building is very high, Wei Youqi estimated that there are at least 200 or 300 people on their floor, and it is not certain how many people are on other floors upstairs. If they want to settle here for a while, they must have a safe place to live. So Wei Youqi took Lu Xiaopeng and Lu away, leaving behind Lu Feng, Lao Chen and other more reliable people, and the 3 of them began to explore the building to see if there is a safer place to settle down. This is a science and technology building, and Wei Youqi is not very clear about its specific allocation. It is only known that the current floor is an office, and the space is quite large. They went up through the fire escape all the way up to the 13th floor. Sure enough, there were many people, and some people's clothes were dry, which means it is possible that they had already settled here before the tsunami. Wei Youqi and his team did not consider the floors below at all, because they did not know how high the tsunami would rise. So Wei Youqi and his team kept going up, looking for a suitable place to live in the high floors. The higher you go, the fewer people there are, but once there are people, the floor is completely occupied. And they are all relatively comfortable floors. One floor may be a large office with complete facilities, but it has been occupied. Wei Yoqi and his team were out of breath climbing the stairs, and they did not choose a satisfactory floor until the 20th floor, but Wei Yoqi did not dare to go up any further. He was worried that if he left Liang Wenjing and others for too long, something might happen. There were too many people below. He had to return with Lu Xiaopeng and others, and wait until Yu Shifeng and others came together, and then everyone would go upstairs together. Chapter 193. Liang Shuyu's wound was sutured, medicated, and given some intravenous drips by the surgeon. However, the surgeon's stock was limited, and he only got half a bottle. The extra medicine was taken from Liang Wenjing and others, and he got another half bottle. These doses were far from enough, but the doctor said that it would help Liang Shuyu recover faster, and the rest was up to him. Thank you, thank you. Liang Ying was so grateful that she was incoherent. The young doctor smiled and said gently, Don't thank me. You helped me first, and then I helped you. I thank you. On the way to the Science and Technology building, the doctor and his family were almost washed away by the water. At that time, Wei Yoqi and others happened to touch the rope of his house, so they pulled it by the way. So they just saved their family of 5. Including the doctor himself, his sister, brother-in-law, brother-in-law's father and brother-in-law's children. The doctor treated Liang Shuyu's wound and bandaged it again. Seeing that they were very good at using the plastic wrap, he said, You're very careful with the plastic wrap. Liang Wenjing immediately took out the plastic wrap from her bag and said, Please accept it. It's not a particularly expensive item. It will come in handy. The young doctor thought about it, and realized that they could use the plastic wrap. They didn't have any at home, and now they lost a lot of supplies after the tsunami, so it's even more impossible to have it. He still accepted it. Thank you. Everyone thanked him kindly, and the surgeon returned to his own small group. Liang Wenjing and others helped Liang Shuyu put on his clothes again. Everyone squeezed the water off their bodies, and everyone was shivering with cold, huddled together. After a while, Wei Yoqi and his friends came back and found a boss chair with wheels. They put Liang Shuyu on it. The doctor came over again. There are a lot of people on this floor. Aren't you going to change places? Lu Feng said, We have partners behind us, and we have to wait for people. As they were talking, suddenly, they saw a burly man dragging a thin woman and putting her on the floor inside the smashed glass window in front. Then a young man and a middle-aged man came in immediately. Dad. The exclamation was the emotion that Yu Min had suppressed for a long time and never expressed. Yu Shifeng looked back and saw the tall and thin Yu Min, and his eyes were red. Yu Min threw herself into Yu Shifeng's arms for the first time. Are you all okay coming here? Yu Min said. Yu Shifeng was flattered. This little girl and his family rarely showed her emotions. Especially before the power outage, sometimes she would have conflicts with him, and would not talk to him for a long time. After the power outage, her personality improved, but she was always serious, not like now. Sometimes he suspected that he didn't give birth to a girl at all, but a tomboy. She didn't have the consciousness of a caring little girl at all. At this moment, Yu Min actually showed the mentality of a little girl, and Yu Shifeng's fatherly tears could not be stopped. I'm fine. Sorry, I made you worry. Yu Min just hugged him, and immediately shrank back. He turned his head away, as if wiping tears, and when he looked up again, the emotions in his eyes had returned to normal. It's okay. His tone of voice was also normal, and it didn't look like he had been crying just now. Yu Shifeng smiled. Patted her head, little girl. Yu Min was slightly speechless. In front of so many people, over there, the doctor finally reunited with his family. Deng Lingxiang almost cried when she saw Deng Xiaoqin's injured foot. The two sisters hugged each other, as if they had experienced life and death. However, the doctor's family was probably the one who really faced the test of life and death. Chen Ji, who was almost forgotten, was mentioned again, and Teacher Ding's tears flowed. The doctor heard the bad news, and cried with his wife and youngest son. The old man sent the young men away. That's it. There were a total of 23 people in the group, and now there are only 21 people left, who said this is not a tragedy, but this is also lucky. At least, most people are still alive. After everyone felt sad, they also had to face the current emergency. As the tide rises more and more survivors will gather in this building. So according to Wei Yoqi's meaning, they must first occupy an advantageous place, so that the team can survive safely. Everyone naturally agreed with this proposal. There was no time to feel sad, they had to move on. If they didn't move on, the water would flood this layer. Yu Shifeng was also surprised to see Liang Shuyu injured so badly. What happened? Liang Ying said, I don't know, it was like this when we met him. Du Yao said that there was a monster who wanted to eat them. It was probably a monster that was keen on killing people. Yu Shifeng looked at the unconscious Liang Shuyu with heartache. The doctor learned that there was a surgeon at the scene who saved Liang Shuyu and bandaged Liang Shuyu's wound, so he hurried to have academic exchanges with him. Therefore, the young surgeon naturally went up with him to find a suitable place to live. As the adult man with the most experience in judging people in this team, Lu Feng has been keeping an eye on this strange group without any relaxation. They pushed Liang Shuyu's chair and carried him upstairs layer by layer. Deng Xiaoqin only had a foot injury, so Zhou Bai could carry her on his back. Wei Youqi's goal was at least above the 60th floor. However, as they went higher, they found that the floors above the 30th floor were all undecorated, almost just very simple offices, and there were no sofas in the dark, which might just be used for sightseeing. But Lu Feng said that the 70th floor and above of this kind of building usually have very top-level decorations, and may even have swimming pools, high-end clubs, and even golf courses and other high-end facilities. But they were latecomers after all, and Lu Feng was completely sure that the floors above the 70th floor had long been occupied by people, so they didn't need to climb up. Then we can find a suitable floor between the 30th and 40th floors to live temporarily. The tsunami shouldn't flood such high floors, right? Lu Xiaopeng said. Wei Youqi nodded. Well, you guys stay here, Xiaopeng and I will go up and take a look. If there is a suitable one, we will come down and let you pick it up. Okay. Now, Wei Youqi continued to explore with Lu Xiaopeng, and let Lu Feng and Liang Shuyu stay where they were. The 30th and 40th floors are all offices, and they are offices of different companies, so the decoration styles are different. Some have been occupied, and some are empty. Soon, Wei Youqi and his team found a very suitable independent studio. It covers an area of about 200 square meters. In addition to the fire door, there is an independent door lock outside. Unlike the glass doors of other offices, this office may be due to the company culture. The solid wood door is very strong. This is it. Chapter 194. This office is located on the 42nd floor. There are only 2 offices on the entire 42nd floor. The one Wei Youqi chose is relatively large. The door is made of very solid wood, unlike many offices that only have thin aluminum alloy or glass doors. Such offices are very dangerous and not suitable as living places. This office has an office lobby, 2 boss offices, a lounge and 2 toilets. The toilet is not used, but there is a big bed in the lounge, which is very convenient. Wei Youqi and his group occupied this studio, and the young surgeon stayed in another studio next door. The door over there is an aluminum alloy door, which looks okay, as long as it is not a glass door. There are many fire escapes in this building, and sometimes different fire escapes are not connected together. This office has 2 fire escapes, one of which is the one Wei Youqi and his group took. The second fire escape goes out and shares a lobby with another studio. There should be 6 to 7 fire escapes in the entire building. Some floors are interconnected, and some floors are not. In other words, Wei Youqi and his group are quite safe on this floor. As long as the 2 fire doors are guarded tightly, people outside cannot get in, and they are very safe. Put Liang Shuyu down first, find a pipe that can be used, everyone warm up first, boil some red ginseng soup to drive away the cold, don't catch a cold. Keep warm. As soon as we got to the office, the work was arranged, and everyone got busy. Some people looked for pipes, and some were responsible for making fire and boiling water. There was an iron bucket under the coffee table in this studio that was specially used to hold water, which could be taken out and used. You can't light gasoline in the studio, because it smells too strong and is poisonous. They used a little cooking oil mixed with the linen mop cloth they found, and soon lit a small stove. Everyone had a set of clean happy clothes. The ladies hid in the boss's office inside, smeared ginger essential oil on each other's spine, soles of feet and palms, and then changed into clean underwear. Hiss, it hurt so much. Dia cried out softly. Her body, which was frozen purple, had completely lost consciousness, but it would hurt especially if it was hit lightly. Dia accidentally bumped into the table when changing clothes. There was no fire in this office, and it was rainy outside. Nothing could be seen. It was dark and cold, and it was very cold and terrifying. Aunt Xiaoping pulled her over and helped her change into clean clothes. Be careful. Ah, it hurts. This scream came from Deng Xiaoqin. Deng Lingxian was helping her change her pants and accidentally touched the wound on her foot, causing her to scream. Deng Lingxiang's tears could not be stopped again. Deng Xiaoqin said in a childish tone that was rarely seen, "My foot, will it be disabled in the future?" Aunt Xiaoping said, "No. Didn't the surgeon just check you? He said that as long as you recover well, you can use crutches." Deng Xiaoqin cried, What's the difference between that and being disabled? Not to mention that she was a spoiled girl. At least, she was a beautiful and well-paid person. When the power went out, she ended up like this. When she thought about having to live a half-disabled life in the future, how could she accept such an ending? Teacher Ding said, as long as we are still alive, it's fine. Thinking of the dead Shenji, everyone fell silent. Ding Xiaoqin also thought of her own escape from death. She was lucky to be alive. Compared with Shenji, who was entangled to death by the rope, she was indeed very lucky. But despite comforting herself in this way, Ding Xiaoqin still felt very uncomfortable. Her heart was as full of despair as the gray sky outside. Just like the roads and houses that were deeply buried in the ocean in this vast flood, and it is probably difficult to see the light again, existence is despair. Can we survive? Ding Xiaoqin looked at the sky, the window, and the tornado roaring in the distance, and asked quietly. The flood and tsunami submerged all the houses nearby. Now on the entire sea level, except for their towering building, there are almost no houses and hills left on the sea level. At a glance, there is a vast expanse of water and a vast expanse of corpses. No, there are not even corpses. They were washed away by the flood without a trace. Can we still survive? Trapped here, most of the supplies were thrown into the car, and the supplies in the backpack were only enough for one person to eat for 2 or 3 days. Even if they were frugal, it would not exceed 5 days. They did make some defenses and preparations, distributing the supplies in 3 cars to reduce the risk as much as possible. But who would have known that a tsunami would suddenly occur? 3 cars of supplies, all buried in the ocean. In addition to them, there are many survivors in this building. If the tsunami does not subside, if they and these people are trapped in this building, what will happen? Ding Xiaoqin couldn't even imagine it. The room was silent for a moment, leaving only the rustling sound of changing clothes. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a startling knock on the door, which startled everyone. Lu Feng's voice came from outside. The stove is lit. Come out and warm yourself by the fire. Come on, go out and warm yourself by the fire. And Xiaoping pushed Du Yao, and Du Yao responded obediently. Several people who had changed their clothes went out, and Teacher Ding helped them wring out their changed clothes, and carried them out to hang them on the desk outside. These were their only clothes, about 2 sets per person on average. If nothing unexpected happened, they shouldn't be able to get clothes, unless they stripped the clothes of a dead person. In the office outside, several men moved the large desks to one side and stacked them up. The computers and documents on the desks had become moldy and rusty due to long-term humidity, and were covered with thick dust and dirt. This office should have been untouched since the power outage. This is the 42nd floor. Even if they are company employees, not many people would be willing to climb up in the case of a power outage. With the stove, everyone finally felt that their bodies had recovered some temperature. Fortunately, they brought some things with them. And Xiaoping took out the iron fist, used the iron rack found in the microwave to set it up, and cooked some red ginseng soup for everyone to drink. Liang Ying and Liang Wenjing also helped the unconscious Liang Shuyu change into clean clothes, smeared warm ginger oil on his body, and put him next to the stove to warm up. But he has been unconscious all the time, and little Diao has been by his side. Will Big Brother get better? Liang Ying took a few deep breaths and said, yes, he will get better. Diao nodded and touched Big Brother's hand, which was cold. She stretched her hand to the stove to warm up the fire, and waited until her hand was warm before warming Big Brother's hand, but the temperature dropped quickly, and it became cold again. Diao had to do it over and over again. I hope Big Brother can wake up. Chapter 195. After settling down, Wei Yochi wanted to take a few people to the lower floors to collect supplies. Their current situation was very embarrassing and dangerous. They were trapped in a building that obviously would not get any resources if they moved, and all their resources were lost in the flood. The edible supplies they had were only enough for the day. Of course, they didn't even have extra warm clothes, and they might freeze to death before they starved to death. Let's go together, and the others stay at home. Lu Xiaoping said. Lu Feng said, do you have a big pen? Write some slogans on the door first, which can avoid conflicts. If they knew that there were people on this floor, most people would avoid them when choosing a house. This makes sense. Wei Yochi found a big pen and wrote someone on the outside of the fire door. 2 big words were written on both fire doors. Lu Feng and others were asked to stay at home, and Wei Yochi, Lu Xiaoping, Lu Wei, and Yu Shifeng went out to find supplies that could be used. Lock the door. Lu Feng said, okay. After they left, he used the iron rod removed from the guardrail to lock the fire door, and then went back inside to lock the solid wood door. With 2 checkpoints, their place was quite safe. This building was a technology building. It seemed that the first to 12th floors were all large shopping malls. It was unclear what was sold inside, but it was probably electronic products and components. Above that were all offices, and the 45th floor, and above were rough houses that had not been decorated. So Wei Yochi and his team chose a studio that was relatively high, had a good geographical location, and had a relatively high safety factor. Some of the not-so-good studios downstairs were unoccupied, so Wei Yochi and the other four took home anything useful they saw. For example, teacups, wash basins, curtains, mops, books, etc., including chairs that looked more comfortable as long as they had cotton inside, they were all taken back. Especially curtains, which could be used as quilts. But no edible items could be found in these offices, and even if there were any, they had already been searched. This sofa looks like it can be opened. Should we move it up and use it as a bed? This was a black single-person office sofa. Wei Yochi tried it, and found that it could indeed be opened. This sofa could sleep at least 3 to 4 people, and the leather was relatively soft, so it was too comfortable to be used as a bed. The four of them quickly joined forces to move the sofa back. They were now on the 31st floor, and it was too difficult to move all 11 floors. The four of them were panting from the move, and were resting in the stairwell. A group of men walking up and down saw it. One of them, with a messy beard, looked at it for a few times and thought that the sofa would be useful as a bed. He also saw that there were 2 children and 2 adults among the 4 people of Wei Yochi. 7 or 8 of them stopped and said domineeringly, "We like this sofa. You can find another one." Several of his brothers also gathered around. These people were wet and not yet dry. Like Wei Yochi and others, they were also survivors who were washed here by the tsunami. Hearing this, Yu Shifeng frowned. Of course, he would not compromise and really give up the sofa. However, before Yu Shifeng started to reply, the 7 or 8 men on the other side had already shown their weapons and looked down at them. Now we have long lost the rule of law society, and whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. Especially in the current environment, hundreds or thousands of people are trapped in a building with scarce supplies. People will inevitably fight to compete for limited resources. Whoever occupies the effective resources first can survive better. So what is the point of robbing on the spot? Killing on the spot is nothing. Wei Yochi and the other 4 looked at each other. The 4 of them are now in a weak position. If they really fight, they are not sure whether they can take down the other 8 people in such a narrow stairwell. Wei Yochi said, "Brothers, the sofas are everywhere. We have moved this sofa for several floors. We are exhausted. We can't go back empty-handed." The man with a messy beard in the lead snorted and said, "I told you this to give you face. What if you still want to negotiate with me? Get out of here before I want to mess with you. Don't say I didn't leave you a way out." Wei Yochi said, "Thank you for giving me face. In this case, I will give you the sofa. Please give me a way out next time. It's not easy for everyone." The man smiled and said, "You are quite sensible, kid." Wei Yochi and Yu Shifeng exchanged glances, and the 4 of them pushed out from the 4 corners of the sofa and stood on the top of the steps. Wei Yochi and Yu Shifeng stood in the front, and Lu Wei and Lu Xiaopang stood behind. The brother and his brother smiled proudly, put away their knives, and went to move the sofa. Wei Yochi and Yu Shifeng looked at each other, and saw the sneer in each other's eyes. The cold light of the knives flashed in their hands, but at this moment, another burly man came out with a very strong voice. "Robbery in broad daylight, are you trying to see who has more people?" The man came up from the lower floor, followed by a dozen sturdy men. No one knew where they came from, but they looked very impressive. Moreover, the man's clothes were dry, and his dozen men looked very clean. They were probably the original residents of the building. The burly man came up and slapped the big brother on the shoulder. His brothers wanted to fight, but they backed off when they saw the group of younger brothers coming. Hee hee. The eldest brother laughed dryly a few times. "Brother, what do you mean by this? Are you going to help that brat?" The burly man said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Zilong. Everyone calls me Brother Long. I am the head of the security of this building. I have worked in this building for 12 years. Anyone who wants to do something I don't like in my building, get out of here. Do you understand?" It turned out to be the security of this building. So these people are all skilled? But what does it mean that he suddenly helped Wei Yochi and others? The guy with a messy beard not only did not despise the word security guard, but was scared at once. The professional level of the security guards hired by such a high-rise building is much higher than that of ordinary security guards. What's more, the other party has worked in this building for 12 years, and must be very familiar with this building. Maybe he has some local connections. It would be bad to have a conflict with such a person. Hee hee. Since it's Brother Long, forget it. The eldest brother rubbed his hands and smiled. Brother Long was probably quite satisfied. He patted him and said that everyone should live in harmony, not fight among themselves, and help each other to survive. The eldest brother was probably cursing in his heart. He secretly glared at Wei Yochi and the other three and had to leave in a huff. After they left, Brother Long said, "Which floor do you live on? Did you hear the rules I just said? Once you enter our building, you must abide by the rules. Don't fight, don't bleed, and don't do anything messy. Everyone should help each other to survive together. Human beings must unite to have hope. Do you understand?" Chapter 196. Can humans live only when they unite? That depends on the situation. What usually causes war? Is it purely the desire of human beings to fight? Mostly it is because of scarcity. The scarcity of money, food, and even power has led to brilliant and cruel battles. If this Brother Long is speaking from the heart, then he is quite naive. But if he is just saying something polite, then just listen to it, and don't take it seriously. Thank you, Brother Long, we know and will pay attention. Wei Yochi smiled sincerely. Speak to people in a human way, and to ghosts in a ghost way. Anyway, saying a few nice words will not lose a piece of meat. Wei Yochi has truly understood this sentence now. Brother Long likes this little guy Wei Yochi very much. He thinks that this kid looks very sincere, and really listens to his words. Very good. Take your sofas back by yourself. In this building, as long as you are a law-abiding person, I will help you. Brother Long said. Yes, thank you. Wei Yochi said so, and moved forward a little as if he was going to move the sofa. In fact, he could have stayed still, which would have been safer, but he didn't want to leave Brother Long with the impression that he was scheming. Brother Long and his friends moved away when they saw this move. Fatty Lou had been observing from the side, and then he realized that what this man said seemed to be true, and he really didn't want to steal things from them or plot against them. Could it be that he was just helping out of rules? Are there still such kind people in this world? Brother Long and his friends made way, and Wei Yochi and his friends could only continue to move the sofa. As expected, when they moved to the next floor, Brother Long and his friends didn't catch up. And they heard from their conversation that the tsunami caused many people to gather in this building in the past 2 days, and they had to patrol and check posts, and promulgate Brother Long's rules. Could it be that they were just asked to abide by the rules? Wei Yochi and others felt puzzled. When they reached the 40th floor, they were completely separated from Brother Long and others. Lu Xiaopang said in confusion, "Is it true? I am confused." Yu Shifeng also looked puzzled. "I don't know, let's see." Lu Xiaopang said, "I saw you almost fought just now. I went to cooperate well. I thought you really wanted to give up the sofa, Wei." Wei Yochi snorted. "How is it possible? It's just those men. Uncle Yu, and I can deal with them a little. If you give in once, there will be a second time. This kind of thing will never be compromised." Lu Xiaopang has seen Wei Yochi and others take action, and knows that they are really capable. Especially Yu Min and Liang Wenjing, who shocked Lu Xiaopang every time they made 2 moves. "When we settle down, I will train hard and try not to drag you down," Lu Xiaopang said. The sofa was moved to the 42nd floor. They blew the whistle outside the fire door, and the people inside heard the signal and came to open the door for them. They moved the sofa in together, along with the curtains they grabbed. There are also curtains. Come on, take them and wrap them up. Aren't you complaining about being cold? Andy Xiaoping came out and took the curtains from the hands of several people and distributed them. The curtains were very large, and one curtain could wrap 3 or 4 people. They were only wearing thin clothes, and even with a stove, they were shivering with cold. There are several boxes of financial documents downstairs. 2 more people can go down and move them together. We can use them to light a fire or wipe our butts, Wei Yochi said. And Xiaoping hit him. What are you talking about? Lu Xiaopang said, no problem, we don't seem to have many tissues, and using receipts is a luxury. Then how much food do we have left, and how long can we eat it? Asked the little brat Chen Rui. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly fell to the bottom, and everyone was silent in an instant. Chen Rui felt the atmosphere around him, and realized that he had said the wrong thing. Yu Shifeng said, don't worry, we will go and see if you can catch fish. You live by the mountains and the water. Are you afraid of not finding food? Floods and tsunamis are everywhere. Can you really catch fish? Maybe you can only catch corpses. The adults responded silently in their hearts. Chen Rui, however, could not quite understand this. He felt that this seemed to make sense, So he nodded obediently, and shrank to Yao's side to look after big brother Liang Shuyu. Wei Youqi walked over and whispered to Liang Wenjing, who had been standing by her side, "Don't worry too much, it will get better." "Yeah." Liang Wenjing nodded. "Dr. Li came to see me just now, and said that it's a good thing that I don't have a fever." Dr. Li was the young surgeon. Wei Youqi could only silently give her some encouragement, and talk to Liang Ying. Wei Youqi had to take people down to collect various useful supplies. Lu Xiaopeng told everyone about what happened to Zhao Zilong in the stairwell just now. Lu Feng said, "You should be careful of this person. He is either very real or very fake. Both are not good." If he told the truth, he was a very picky person. He would help Wei Youqi and others today, but he might be merciless tomorrow because Wei Youqi and others broke the rules. If he told a lie, he was basically a hypocritical person who stabbed in the back, and he had to be handled with caution. Wei Youqi and others took the advice to heart and handled it carefully. In the second round, in addition to Wei Youqi, Yu Shifeng, Lu Xiaopeng and Luo Wei, Luo Junxian, and Lu Feng also joined the camp. The doctor had to stay upstairs to take care of the injured, and there couldn't be no men upstairs. In this way, Wei Youqi and others searched for various useful things on each floor, things that could be heated, burned, and used tools, especially wooden products, wooden benches, wooden sofas, wooden door frames, wooden tables, etc., all of which could be dismantled and burned. They also had tools such as axes, so it was too easy to dismantle these things. Moreover, they found a large iron trash can, dismantled the wood, and put it in to burn for heating, which could provide fire for a long time. Everyone's body temperature was guaranteed, so they would not be easy to get sick. It was unknown when the tsunami would stop. It was now more than 3 o'clock in the morning. More and more people gathered in this building, so Wei Youqi and his friends did not rest overnight and collected useful things everywhere. If more and more floors and offices were occupied, the resources they could obtain would become less and less, and this was a matter of every second. Until noon the next day, the tsunami, heavy rain, strong winds, lightning, and tornado continued, with no intention of stopping at all. The fear of the 60 days of heavy rain ahead was still vivid in everyone's mind. If there were another 60 days of heavy rain and tsunami this time, they would not be able to continue to live, right? Even if they would not be frozen to death, they would probably be starved to death. Because the resources that could be searched in the outside world were too limited, and there were not many things in hand, where should these people go? Chapter 197. Everyone take out all the supplies in your backpacks. We will register and distribute them uniformly, and try to make the most of the supplies we have. Liang Wenjing said. Everyone took out the supplies in their backpacks, and piled them in the middle of the hall. Liang Wenjing and you men began to sort out the supplies, and think about how to survive longer with these supplies. The food list is as follows: 22 small bags of rice, 3 tons, 66 portions of compressed biscuits, 44 canned meats, 22 canned vegetables, 22 canned fruits, 44 wheat breads, 110 energy bars, 22 bottles of mineral water, 66 candies, chocolates, etc., 22 betel nuts, 44 instant coffee bars, 5 cans of milk powder, 25 packs of fruit oats. These are all the edible supplies they have now. Liang Wenjing opened up the resource channel with Lu Xiaopeng's family last time and updated the supplies for everyone. Liang Wenjing and her family didn't have that many compressed biscuits, meat and canned vegetables, and many things were from Lu Xiaopeng's family. For example, each person was given 5 energy bars, so the stock was the largest. Milk powder and oatmeal were added by Lu Xiaopeng's family. They now have 21 people left, plus Chenji's package, 22 sets of supplies. How long can these things last us? If we save a little, at most 10 days. 10 days. Everyone was silent again. They could only last 10 days, and that was under the condition of being particularly frugal. Who knows how long this tsunami will last? What if the tsunami does not stop and completely submerges the coastal cities? Then they will definitely be trapped for more than 10 days, right? How can 10 days be enough? This amount of food is not enough for everyone. What should we do? As I said, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. I will go down and see if I can get any fish. By the way, do we have any seasoning? Yes. Cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and 13 spices are all available, but the quantity is not much. There are 5 bags of salt, which is enough for us to eat for a while. It's good to have salt. Are you sure you can catch fish? Let's try it. Everyone nodded. It was the only way. After all, in this building, except for fish, They could not get any other edible supplies. In addition, we don't need to worry about water resources. We have 2 portable water purification filters, 35 water purification tablets, and 1 barrel of 84 disinfectant, but we don't have much alcohol in stock, only 22 small bottles, which are placed in everyone's pockets. You keep the alcohol for yourself for disinfection in emergencies, and don't waste it. In addition, because a lot of supplies were lost, our masks have not been replenished at all. At present, on average, each person only has 3 masks, which are still in your pockets. The rest of the medical supplies, Liang Wenjing handed over to the doctor and Chen Bo to sort out and settle. Because both of them are doctors, they know which medicine is important, and what medicine has what effect. Due to the loss of a large amount of supplies, their existing medicines, except for red ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, have almost no Chinese medicine, only a small amount of trauma medicine, cold medicine, antidiarrheal medicine, antibiotics, stomach medicine, etc. Except for the medicines that must be placed in everyone's pockets, the rest are handed over to the doctor for management. In terms of fuel, only Lu Xupeng's family has a small gas stove and 4 canned gas, which is still very important and cannot be used easily. Liang Wenjing still put it back into the backpack as a carry-on item for timely evacuation. They are not short of fuel at present. Although they have been using canned gas and gas stoves before, Wei Yoqi and his family have found a lot of wood, and they also carry some gasoline. Gasoline may not be used because it has a strong smell and is toxic, so it can only be used at critical moments. A large amount of wood can be used as fuel, so fuel and water resources are the least scarce resources at present. Although we have a lot of wood now, these things are getting less and less, and there will always be a day when they are exhausted. These few days we have to go downstairs every day, find more wood, and take down everything that can be dismantled. As time goes by, these resources will become less and less. Yes, there are also cloths. Now each of us only has 1 set of clothes to change, not even a quilt. If you see curtains, you must bring them back. In fact, plastic pipes can also be dismantled, and they can also be burned at critical times. Generally, there are a lot of waste materials in buildings. Sometimes they pile waste materials into the walls to be lazy. In the later stage, if it really doesn't work, it's okay to tear down the walls. Isn't it too cruel? Rats are not impossible. There are rats in this building, right? There are germs. But they can eat. If you say so, do people. A little hungry. What a freak. Can I cook now? Aunt Xiaoping said quickly. I mix rice and oats to make you some porridge. I actually wanted to put some corn flour in my bag, but I felt it wouldn't be useful at that time. If I had known there was corn flour, I could have made some glutinous rice balls for you to eat. Glutinous rice balls are delicious. Although they were in danger, they did not show excessive decadence. Seeing Aunt Xiaoping get up to cook, Teacher Ding and others also got up to help. There are 2 stoves burning in the room now. Anyway, there is enough wood and everyone is too cold, so there is no need to be too frugal in this regard. Wei Yoqi and others collected a lot of bottles and jars, including cans of tea, but unfortunately the tea inside was damp and moldy. Thinking of this, Wei Yoqi remembered the tea and beetle nuts they collected in Country Garden. Plans can never keep up with changes. We have made so many preparations and efforts, but in the end, all of them are in vain. The world is unpredictable, especially in the case of social chaos. Aunt Xiaoping made rice and burial porridge, adding sugar. After eating the sweet and hot food, everyone felt half alive. Liang Ying also gave Liang Shuyu some warm soup. Although Liang Shuyu was still in a coma, he swallowed the soup. Okay, let's go out again. I go too. I go to the bottom floor to see if there's a chance to catch fish. Yu Shifeng stood up. Wei Yoqi thought it was a good idea, so he and several people went together. In addition, they should get familiar with this building. They will be trapped here for a long time. Wei Yoqi, Yu Shifeng, Lu Xiaopeng, Luo Junqian, and others went out together, and the others continued to look after the house. When they came out, they met Dr. Li from the hand surgery department. Are you going out too? Yu Shifeng did not hide. We want to go to the bottom floor to see if we can get food. Dr. Li said, it's just right, we also want to go and see, so let's go together. Chapter 198. Dr. Li's name is Li Ming, and he is with his brother-in-law Zhao Chong. The 2 are going out together. According to the doctor, Li Ming entered the tertiary hospital at a young age and became an intern in the hand surgery department. He can be said to be young and promising. Moreover, the doctor learned surgical knowledge from him, and Li Ming also told him everything he knew and gave him honest advice. Although both parties now share the same floor, Wei Youqi and his team are more of a mutual use of Li Ming, and there is no relationship between them at present. Although both parties have the desire to save each other. Wei Youqi is impressed by Li Ming's ability as a surgeon, and Li Ming and his team value Wei Youqi and his team's large numbers, and not being extremely vicious, so the two parties hit it off. Okay, Wei Youqi said. So they walked out of the fire escape together, and the people inside locked the fire escape, and several people went downstairs. After a night of settling, many places in the building have been occupied. Although Wei Youqi and his team went downstairs, if they saw a floor without people, they would still go in and search. And through other fire escapes that connect the floors, they can also enter the offices on other floors from other fire escapes. So they have been collecting supplies, going back and forth, up and down, and have not reached the bottom floor for most of the day. Li Ming and Zhao Chong were also led astray. They agreed to check the bottom floor, but ended up using a screwdriver to pry up other people's tables, chairs and benches. They took back everything made of wood, including cloth, paper, various bottles and jars, etc. Now they are in a high-end looking office. This company is in the financial industry, and the decoration looks quite rich. Lu Xiaopeng pushed the bookshelf in front of him. This big piece of wood can burn for a long time. Come on, let's move it back together. All the books on the bookshelf have been moved away by them, and they went back and forth to get supplies, and basically all the men except the doctor came out, including Lao Chen, Lu Wei, Lu Feng, Zhou Bai, Chen Bo, etc. Lu Feng and Yu Shifeng walked over and moved the corner of the bookshelf. Lu Xiaopeng looked through the gap behind the bookshelf and was shocked. Don't move. Ah? What's wrong? No, keep moving it out. There seems to be a small compartment inside. The other few people heard it and hurried over to help. They quickly moved the bookshelf away, only to find that there was actually a slide rail under the bookshelf, but it was probably too damp and rusty, so they couldn't push it before, so they had to move it out by force. There is a small door behind the bookcase. Thinking that this is a wealthy financial company, several people hurriedly went in to check the situation. Wow, it turned out to be a private wine cellar. It was a small warehouse of only about 3 square meters. The wine racks inside were filled with red wine and various other spirits. There were also several boxes and a safe on the ground. In the boxes were various expensive cigarettes and cigars. Fuck. Lu Xiaopeng was shocked. God helps those who work hard. They were able to find these things when they demolished the house. They had stored a lot of cigarettes and alcohol before, but they were washed away by the seawater. Now it's good, they have everything back. We have to be careful with this thing. Don't let anyone see it when we move it. We will be targeted. These cigarettes and alcohol can't be eaten. Are they useless? Lu Wei said. Lu Feng said, these are the most useful things. We can exchange them with others. Not to mention food, we can even exchange them for women. Lu Xiaopeng raised his eyebrows. Dad, you seem to have a lot of experience? Don't talk nonsense. I don't. Lu Xiaopeng snorted. Lu Feng hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense in front of your mother. Leave 2 people here to guard. We will move some up and then take buckets to load them up little by little. Don't show your feet. After saying that, do it. With these things, their chances of survival are much greater. Having resources is capital. In this way, they spent another afternoon, busy moving these things back to the 42nd floor. Li Ming and his friends were with them at the beginning, but later they separated because of searching for things. Wei Youqi and others also had to avoid their eyes and ears. When all the things were moved, it was night again. The safe was too heavy, so it was impossible to move it up there. But they managed to forcibly dismantle the safe. As expected, there was some gold and about 100,000 yuan in cash, as well as various documents and property certificates. Except for the gold, the other things should be useless. But they are still put away now, just in case they are needed someday. In addition, there are 18 bottles of red wine, 9 bottles of white wine and brandy, etc., and 20 cartons of famous brand cigarettes and 10 boxes of English brand cigars. Anyway, they all look quite valuable. The use of white wine is still slightly greater than that of red wine. It can be traded or used for disinfection. Of course, it doesn't mean that the wine and cigarettes can be moved back. The wine rack must have been moved, and the small room has wooden floors. They also spent some time dismantling the floors together. This thing can also be burned, right? The more resources are used, the less they are. We must collect what we should collect. They specially cleaned up an office to store these important materials. In addition, everyone's bed was arranged, and everyone's quilt was in place. Although some were just simple sofas, as long as they didn't sleep on the floor, They were already very comfortable. There was no meal at night, but I had eaten at noon. At noon, I had dry rice. Although I was very hungry after a busy day today, I drank some red ginseng water at night. There was no other way to feed more than 20 people. Many people didn't sleep last night. After a busy day today, those who couldn't support themselves almost snored while standing on pillows. More than 20 people sleeping in a hall, there will always be someone who is not used to it. Why are you still awake? Yumin saw Liang Wenjing sitting under the floor-to-ceiling glass window looking outside, so she came over with a curtain and wrapped her slightly cold body in the curtain. Are you still worried? Didn't the doctor say today that he is recovering well and should wake up in 2 days? Yes. Liang Wenjing nodded. I know. Her eyes were still looking out the glass window. There, about 1,000 meters away from this building, there was a 16-storied building standing firm in the sea water. This building was submerged by the tsunami to the last floor, just like a person was submerged to the small circle above the head, about the same extent. Many people were forced to gather on the rooftop. It was raining heavily outside, and the wind was howling. Those people looked like mold standing upright on cakes, facing the wind and rain, waiting for death. They shouldn't make it to tomorrow morning. The water level rose very quickly. According to the news heard by Wei Yoqi and others, 1 floor was submerged last night, and at least 1 floor will be submerged tonight. Those people can't survive. We should, Yumin said, hugging Liang Wenjing's shoulders. As long as we are alive, it's enough. Chapter 199. In the morning, Wei Yoqi and Lu Xiaopang and others formed a team. Their task today was still to collect various materials. Especially Lu Xiaopang pried open a bookshelf yesterday and brought a lot of gains to the team. So now everyone in the team is like chicken blood, wanting to go out and open treasures together. In the past, it was usually the men who went out, but now Yumin and Liang Wenjing and others also want to go out for a walk. We can't always be locked up in the house like logistics. We can cover our faces with towels. As long as we keep a low profile, nothing will happen. And Minmin and I are both good at fighting, and we can help you when we go out. Yumin nodded, yes. She didn't want to stay at home every day waiting for news. Wei Yoqi couldn't do anything with them, and it was true that the more people there were, the greater the chance of winning, and it was more convenient to move things. Well, those who want to go out, come with me. Oh, bring paper and pen. We need to learn a little bit about the structure of the whole building. Okay. So Wei Yoqi, Lu Xiaopang, Luo Junxian, Lu Feng, Zhou Bai, Liang Wenjing, and Yumin formed a team to go out and collect supplies. Yu Shifeng and Luo Wei agreed with Dr. Li Ming that they must go to the bottom floor today. They simply ate some porridge and set off. Before leaving, Liang Wenjing even looked out the window with a telescope. There, the building with only the skull left last night had completely disappeared. As for the people up there, who knows? Let's go. Everyone set off. Yu Shifeng and Dr. Li Ming joined together, and the 4 of them walked all the way down. According to their exploration, only the 35th floor is a large flat with a large office. Only this large flat can connect to 8 fire escapes, and the 38th floor can connect to 4 fire escapes. So the whole building is complicated. Some studios are completely disconnected from each other when going up from different fire escapes, so if you accidentally go to the wrong fire escape, you will go the wrong way. In addition, all floors below 20 are large flats, and the 28th floor is also a large flat. The rest of the floors are not connected. Yu Shifeng and his team quickly arrived at the 20th floor, and most people are currently gathered on this floor. Because the water has flooded about the 18th floor, there is a hall of several thousand square meters on the 20th floor. It may have been a restaurant originally, but now there are no tables and benches in the hall. After all, they are made of wood. Even Wei Yoqi and his team came down and moved a few away. At this time, the survivors, roughly speaking, are at least 300 or 400 people. Yu Shifeng and his team did not stop here. After taking a look, they continued to walk down. As they walked, Luo Wei suddenly bumped into Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng looked in the direction of Luo Wei's hand and saw a man carrying a trash can hurriedly walking upstairs, with water overflowing from the bucket from time to time. There are fish. Luo Wei whispered to Yu Shifeng. Dr. Li Ming also saw it. So you can get fish? But I didn't see what tools he used. Did he fish it up? They decided to go down and take a look. The 18th floor was already half submerged. They didn't want to get their clothes wet, so they had to stand aside and squat to see what was going on inside. Yu Shifeng saw that there was indeed someone inside, holding a bucket and catching fish in the water. It seemed that the fish were washed in by the water and came here. The man just now also caught them directly, not by fishing or netting. Almost all buildings within a kilometer of this building were submerged. Only some commercial buildings that were taller, and on the 30th floor, were not submerged. So it is estimated that no survivors will come here for a long time. Therefore, there are only a few people fishing on the 18th floor. I go down and try. Yu Shifeng took off his shoes. You wait outside. Be careful not to get your clothes wet. Dr. Li Ming's brother-in-law Zhao Chong also went into the water. Li Ming said, then let's go and see if there is a bucket, just in case we can catch it. So the four of them divided the work and cooperated. Yu Shifeng and Zhao Chong went into the water and passed through the fire escape. The water level was almost above the waist. It's pitch black. Where can we catch fish? Zhao Chong has a little night blindness. Yu Shifeng observed the direction of the water and said, look in the corner, maybe there will be some. There were 7 or 8 people fishing in this large flat. Yu Shifeng saw that 2 or 3 people already had fish in their buckets, which meant that it would not be too difficult to catch fish. However, Zhao Chong was right. It was too dark here, and nothing could be seen, which greatly increased the difficulty of catching fish. Let's go to the corner over there, and have a look. Although this floor was a large flat, it also had rooms. If we followed the downstream of the water flow, we might find fish. The two entered another room. Yu Shifeng stopped Zhao Chong and asked him to be quiet. Then he closed his eyes, and listened to the movement in the room. If there were fish, there might be other movements. At first, Yu Shifeng was just testing to see if it would work. After listening for a while, he really figured out a little trick. There are fish. There are some in here. Yu Shifeng whispered in surprise, asking Zhao Chong to go outside to see if Li Ming and the others had found a bucket. Without a bucket, it would be too difficult to catch fish in such a dark house, so Zhao Chong hurried out. Yu Shifeng carefully stood guard at the door, fearing that the fish would take the opportunity to escape. After a while, Zhao Chong brought back a mesh trash can. This is just right. Yu Shifeng was overjoyed, and he and Zhao Chong carefully closed the door of this room, and the two began to smear and catch fish in the water. Although he felt that there was something inside, Yu Shifeng was not completely sure. In addition, this room was at least 10 square meters. Catching fish in such a large room was as difficult as using chopsticks to catch duck intestines at the end of a hot pot. Yu Shifeng and Zhao Chong groped around, but they didn't even touch the tail of the fish. Just when Yu Shifeng thought he had heard it wrong, his foot was hit by something, and he reached down and grabbed it, and caught a slippery thing. It's a fish. There is a fish. Great. There really is a fish. Now Yu Shifeng can be completely sure that there is a fish in here. He and Zhao Chong worked together, and finally spent about 20 minutes to catch the fish. The room is too big, and the sight is not good. There is no other way to catch fish except touching. No, just after catching a fish, Yu Shifeng found that there are other fish in here. That is to say, the fish that he and Zhao Chong caught several times and then slipped away was not the same fish. Great, there are 2 fish to eat tonight. Well, you don't have to eat all of them. There is another one that can be pickled. Maybe you can't catch fish every day, right? It took another 7 or 8 minutes. Yu Shifeng and Zhao Chong had some experience, and finally caught the second fish into their own mesh trash can. After confirming that there was really no third fish in the room, they left here. Chapter 200. Both of them had smiles on their faces that they couldn't hide. These 2 fish not only indicated that they had fresh meat to eat tonight, but also meant that they could survive in this building. They were not afraid of being trapped here. What they were afraid of was that they had no food and no resources. Now, the most important food resources could be obtained through seawater, which at least meant that they had hope of surviving here. The fish was framed in the trash can, jumping around. Yu Shifeng covered it with his coat to prevent it from being seen by others, causing a dispute. The two left the water, and Lu Wei and Li Ming were waiting for them outside. Seeing the smiles on their faces, they instantly realized that they had caught fish. Yu Shifeng quietly moved a corner of his clothes and showed them to the two. Wow, 2 fish. This way, they could each get 1. There was fish to eat tonight. The 4 people hurriedly walked up happily with the fish. At this time, passing by the 20th floor, there were hundreds of survivors gathered here. Some survivors had already started to pack up and go up to find a suitable place to live. Some survivors lost their loved ones in the tsunami and were crying and in pain. Other survivors fought because of the dispute over territory or even supplies. The ground was full of fresh blood. Dr. Li Ming saw a woman in the corner with a very deep tear on her body. The wound had changed color due to blisters and looked very serious. And the woman's daughter was crying beside her. Li Ming threw away the small bag on his body and was about to go to perform the duties of a doctor. But Yu Shifeng stopped him. What do you want to do? Yu Shifeng asked directly. Li Ming said, need I say this? Of course, I want to save people. Look at her wound, if she doesn't get it sutured, she die. Seeing Li Ming's obvious expression, Yu Shifeng felt a headache. He and Li Ming were not familiar with each other, and both sides wanted to help each other. He actually had no reason to stop Li Ming's behavior as a doctor. But in this situation, is it really necessary to rescue strangers? Doctor, you have to think about it. I suggest you don't expose your profession easily, there are risks. Li Ming understood Yu Shifeng's thoughts very well, and he also understood why Yu Shifeng wanted to stop him. I understand what you mean. But as a doctor, it is my duty to save the dying and the wounded. It's just to help her suture the wound. It doesn't cost me much, but it can save her life. Li Ming spoke in a very gentle tone. He was fair and young, and quite handsome. When he said this, Yu Shifeng seemed to see his former self through him. Yes, in the past, he seemed to have such thoughts. But why should he be the one who dissuades others from saving people now? Li Ming smiled at Yu Shifeng. Didn't you also save us as strangers? Yu Shifeng said, that's different. But I still think it's too dangerous for you to do this. Li Ming shook his head. It's okay, I can handle it. Don't worry. As he said this, Li Ming had already walked forward with his small cloth bag on his back, which contained the necessary tools for his medical practice. He went up to check the woman's injuries, asked them for sanitary products to clean the wound, and then helped her suture it. In other words, apart from his medical skills and the thread needed to sew the wound, Li Ming didn't actually pay anything. However, the thread must be extremely precious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The woman's daughter saw that a doctor actually took the initiative to help her mother, and she was completely desperate, so she just kept repeating thank you. In the contemporary environment without a government system, longing for a stranger to save your life. Too difficult. The probability of longing for a stranger to save your life is much more difficult than longing for a stranger not to covet your supplies and kill you. Okay, I can only do so much. I've told you all the medicine you should take. If you can get the medicine, you may get better, Li Ming said to the girl gently. The girl nodded with tears in her eyes, but she already had the answer in her heart. Medicine, no. Unless she sells it. Otherwise, my mother will die. But she is still very grateful to Dr. Li Ming for helping her without any reward. Thank you. The girl stood up and knelt down to Dr. Li Ming and kowtowed respectfully. Li Ming quickly pulled her up. No need to do this. I hope she can get better. Well, Li Ming said goodbye to the girl and walked back. However, his act of saving people cannot be ignored. Now most people in the entire flat know that he is a doctor. He is also a surgeon. So before Li Ming could meet up with Yu Shifeng and the others, someone came to him. Excuse me, are you a doctor? The visitors were two middle-aged men and a young man. Judging from their expressions, they probably wanted to ask Li Ming for help. The tone of their speech was very polite. Yes, Li Ming said without any concealment. The other party's eyes lit up, and he said directly, there is a person in our team who is injured. Can you help him treat him? The reward is negotiable. We have our own medicine. As long as you are willing to save him, we will never have any other ideas. Li Ming thought about it for a while, and it didn't seem to take long before he agreed. Okay. Great. The two middle-aged men's eyes were excited, and the young man's eyes were red with excitement, and they all looked at Li Ming with gratitude. Xiao Chong listened to the whole process on the side, walked over fearfully, and pulled Li Ming aside. Why did you agree to them so easily? Who knows what they do? What if? Li Ming said, don't worry, I will take care of it. You go back first and tell my sister. I am a surgeon, they can only ask me for help, they won't hurt me. You? Xiao Chong was speechless. How can I tell your sister? If something happens to you, she will kill me. Li Ming smiled. She will understand, don't worry. Xiao Chong knew that his brother-in-law always had his own ideas, and he looked gentle, but was actually very stubborn. It was usually difficult to reverse his decisions. He had to come back and tell Yu Shifeng and others. He wants to save people, and asked us to go back first. Yu Shifeng was worried. Is it too dangerous? Doesn't he need us to accompany him? Xiao Chong said, it's okay, he has always been like this, nothing has happened. Let him go, I'm worried about how to explain to my wife, when I go back, he got lost again. Yu Shifeng was also speechless. Although it felt inappropriate, it was someone else's private matter after all. They and Li Ming had a relationship of helping each other, but they didn't know each other well, so how could he intervene in such a matter? Besides, Surgeons are indeed a very popular profession nowadays, and most people are still unwilling to hurt doctors. So they had to give up. After Li Ming left with the 3 people, Yu Shifeng and the other 3 went back home.